the English translation of Kafka's In the Penal Colony, and yet, in their use of weird ritual to illuminate society, the two stories share some similarities. Have you ever wrung dry a wet cloth? Wrung it bone-white dry, with only the grip of your fingers and the muscles of your arms? If you have done this, you will understand better the situation of the captives at device Z, when the warders set them the task of the long sheet. You will remember how, having stretched the cloth between your hands, you began by twisting one end, holding the other firm so that the water is corkscrewed from its hiding place. At first the water spurts out easily, but later you will find yourself screwing with both hands in different directions, whitening your knuckles, straining every fiber of your diaphragm, and all to extract the smallest drop of moisture. The muscle of your arm swells like an egg, yet the wet drop remains a pinhead. As you work, the cloth will gradually change from a gray color to the whiteness of dried bone. Yet even then the cloth will be wet. Still you will knot your muscles. Still you will wrench away at the furtive damp. Then, at last, you will believe the cloth to be dry. But in the next second the tip of a finger will quiver tragically as it touches some cold, hidden veil of damp clinging deep down in the interlaced threads. Such, then, was the task of the captives. They were placed in a long steel box of a room with no windows and no doors. The room was some 6 feet wide and 6 feet high, but it ran 100 feet in length. It resembled thus a rectangular tunnel with no entrance and no exit. Yet the sensation inside was not really that of a tunnel. For instance, a quantity of light flowed through thick glass panels set at intervals along the ceiling. These were the skylights, and through these the captives had been dropped into the box. Again, the impression of living in a tunnel was offset by a system of cubicle walls that separated the captives into groups. These cubicle walls were made from the same riveted steel as the main walls. There was no communication from cubicle to cubicle, except through a half-foot of space left between the top of the wall and the ceiling. Thus each group of captives occupied, as it were, a small room. There were 22 captives. They were grouped in unequal number within 4 cubicles. Through the entire length of this system, raised 3 feet from the ground, passing through the very center of each room, ran a long wound sheet. It was made from coarse white linen, bundled into a loose cylinder of cloth some 6 inches in diameter. When the captives were first thrown into their cubicles, the long sheet was heavy with water. The warders had soaked the material so thoroughly that in the folds the water had gathered into lakes. The warders then issued their instructions. The captives were to wring the sheet dry. It would not do to wring the sheet to what we would normally call a dry state, as of clothes ready for airing. On the contrary, this sheet must be purged of every moisture. It must be wrung as dry as a bone. This, the warders concluded, might take a long time. It might even take months of hard work. In fact, they had taken special care to treat the linen so that it would be durable over a lengthy period. But when the task was finally completed, then the men and women would be granted their freedom. They would be released. As the grave faces of the warders disappeared and the glass skylights slid shut, the captives smiled for the first time. For months they had lived with the fear of death. They had shrunk in ceaseless apprehension of the terrible devices that awaited them, and now that future had devolved into the wringing of a simple sheet. A long sheet, it was true, but child's play in comparison with what they had expected. Thus they sank to the steel floor in relief. Few laid a hand on the sheet that day. But after 3 months the captives began to realize the true extent of their task. By this time each group in each cubicle had wrung the worst water from their section of the sheet. Yet with all their sweating and straining, they could not rid the cloth of its last dampness. It was apparent that the warders had no intention of presenting them with a simple task, for through vents near the roof hot steam was injected mechanically into the cubicles as long as daylight lasted. This steam naturally moistened the sheet afresh. The steam was so regulated that it hindered rather than prevented the fulfillment of the wringing. Thus there was always less steam entering than moisture wrung from the sheet at a normal rate of working. The steam injection merely meant that for every 10 drops of water wrung, 7 new drops would settle upon the sheet. so that eventually the captives would still be able to wring the sheet dry. This device of the warders was introduced solely to complicate the task. It seemed that the warders were acting in two ways. Daily they encouraged the efforts of the captives with promises of release, but daily they turned on the steam cocks. In the cubicles the air was thick with steam. It was the air of a laundry, where steam catches in the throat, where it is sometimes difficult to breathe, where the smell of hot, wet cloth sickens the heart. The steel walls sweated. Condensed water trickled in winding trails down the gray plate. Beads of moisture clustered at the rivet heads. The long sheet spattered a few drops into the central gutter in the floor as the captives twisted against time. Both men and women worked half naked. Since the sheet was positioned 3 feet from the ground, they were forced to stoop. If they sat at their work, then their arms grew numb in the raised attitude at which they had to be maintained. There was nothing for it but to stoop. In the hot air they sweated, yet they dared not lean over the sheet for fear their sweat should fall on the hungry cloth. Their muscles knotted, their backs cried out as they twisted. The end was far. But there was an end. That meant that there was hope. This knowledge lent fire to the struggling ambition that lived in their human hearts. They worked. Yet some were not always equal to the task. Room 3. Those who sought outside. There were 4 rooms. Take room 3. This housed 5 people, 2 married couples and a young Serbian grocer. All 5 of them wanted freedom. They worked earnestly at their task. That the task was in essence unproductive did not worry them. At least it would produce their freedom. It was thus artificially productive. These 5 people set about the problem in a normal, business-like way. Previously they had been used to habitual hours, a life of steady formula. This they now applied to the new business of ringing. Set hours were allotted to each person. It was as if they commuted regularly from their suburbia, the steel sleeping corner, to the office, the long sheet. They worked in relays, in 4-hour stretches throughout the day and night. However, as I have said, they were not equal to the task. The framework of habit overcame them. Like so many who live within a steady, comfortable routine, they allowed the routine around the work to predominate in importance above the work itself. They arrived at the long sheet punctually, and with consciences thus satisfied, they put insufficient effort into the actual work. Furthermore, when they had fulfilled the routine assiduously for a period, one or the other would congratulate his conscience and really believe that he deserved a little relaxation, and he would take the afternoon off. Such was the force of his emphasis on obedience to the letter that he was convinced the law would not suffer. Thus the real work of ringing suffered. New moisture crept in where his hands were weak. These people had set about the quest for freedom in the right way, but they were unhappily convinced of their righteousness. Sometimes one or other of the couples would lie down together on the sweating steel plates. They would make love as the steam misted their bodies with false perspirations. One of the women became pregnant. Her child was born in the steam box. But under the influence of Room 3's routine, that child could never be free. The influence, the constriction, and the hopeless task of the parents would keep the child in the steam box for life. The child would never have the chance to learn to ring with effect. Room 2. Those who sought in and out and around. In another of the rooms, Room 2, there were 5 men. Their names and their professions do not matter. It is how they attacked the long sheet that matters. They attacked it in 5 different ways. Here were 5 individualists, 5 who were forced by the set of their minds to approach their problems in various ways of their own. Day after day they labored in the hot, damp steel cubicle, each twisting the long cylinder of cloth with different reasonings. One man had been frightened by his sheet when he was young. On some indefinite day of his childhood, a new nurse had appeared. Her black eyes had burned with a powerful scorn. Her small lascivious teeth and huge drooping cheeks had threatened him in the candlelight. On her first day, the new nurse had made a little white monster from a white sheet. It had 2 heads and a shapeless, flowing body. The little heads were sharp and always bobbing. The nurse had come silently into the night nursery when it was dark. Lighting a candle on the floor behind the end of the bed, She had quietly raised her little white monster so that the boy could just see it above his toes. Then she had begun a strident sing-song crowing like the harsh crowing of Punch. The boy had awoken to this sound and had seen the sharp bobbing heads of the little monster. Now, some 30 years later, the man has forgotten the scene, but somehow his hands cannot touch the long sheet without a great sensation of uneasiness. His hands do not touch the white cloth well. Consequently, he is forever making excuses to avoid working on the sheet. He feigns illness. He offers to clear up the excrement of all the others. He has mutilated his hands. He has attempted to make love with the other 4 men to avoid the reality of the sheet. Oh, there is no end to the devices the fellow has invented from his sadness. But whatever he does cannot eradicate the awful uneasiness that clouds the far reaches of his mind. At the moment of writing, this man is still in the steel cubicle. He will never be free. Another of the men in room 2 was a simple, quiet fellow. The others took no interest in him. He was too simple a fellow. Yet a most amazing thing, his section of the sheet was white and quite dry. There was a good reason for this. Without any conscious knowledge, without planning and scheming, he had naturally gone at his ringing the good way. He was accustomed to ring sitting astride the cloth. In this position his legs squeezed at the cloth too. Thus, without questioning, he surrendered his whole body to the task. His heart, too, for he was such a simple fellow. This man's sheet was dry, but the others never even noticed. He was such a simple fellow. There was one man in room 2 whose métier in life had always been the short-cut. As previously in business, in love, in all relationships, he attempted to apply the short-cut system to the most important task of all, the ringing of the long sheet. He tried out a great many tricks and petty deceptions. He blocked up the pipe through which the guards pumped the steam. The next morning, like a mushroom, another pipe had grown at the side of the first. He tried feigning madness. The warders threw buckets of cold water down through the skylight. Some of this water splashed onto the sheet, destroying a whole month's work. The other men nearly killed him for this. Once he bribed one of the warders to send him a pot of white enamel. With this he painted the sheet white. The enamel dried hard. The sheet seemed dry. But the next day the warders came to chip the enamel off. They punished him with a traveling hose jet. This jet traveled inconsequentially about the room. To save the water hitting the sheet, the man had to intercept the jet with his body. He was kept running and jumping and squatting for a whole day, until towards evening he dropped exhausted and rolled into the central gutter. The warders, of course, can never be bribed. Then there was another man who can best be described as a fumbler. He worked hard and earnestly. He was up at the ringing well before the others. He seldom lay down till long after the skylights were dark and the air cleared of steam. But he fumbled. His mind coordinated imperfectly with his body. Although he felt that he concentrated his whole effort, psychic and physical, on the job of ringing, his mind would wander to other things. He never knew that this happened. But his hands did. They stopped ringing. They wrung the wrong way, and the fatal drops of moisture accumulated. He could never understand this. He thought his mind was always on the job. But instead his mind settled too often on matters only near to the job, not the job in essence. For a small instance, his mind might wander to the muscle on his left forearm. He might see that it bulges at a downward screw of the wet linen. He watches this bulge as he works. The bulge then absorbs his interest to such an extent that he makes greater play with his left arm to stimulate further the bulge of muscle. In compensation, the right arm slackens its effort. The ringing becomes uneven and inefficient. Yet all this time he himself in honesty believes that he is concentrating upon his job. The muscle is, in fact, part of the job, yet it is only a facet, not the full perspective. He fumbles because he does not see clearly, and to wring dry the long sheet a man must give his whole thought in calm and complete clarity. The fifth man in room 2 was a good worker. That is, he had found the way to ring effectively, and at times his portion of the sheet was almost dry. But he was perverted. This man liked to wring the sheet almost dry, then stand by and watch the steam settle into the folds once more. He liked to watch the fruits of his labor rot. In this way he freed himself from the task. He freed himself by attaining his object and then treating it with the scorn he imagined it deserved. He felt himself master of the work, but in reality he never became the master of his true freedom. There was no purity in this man. His freedom was false. Room 4. Those who never sought at all. Room number 4 housed more captives than the others. 7 people were crowded into this one cell of steam and steel. There were 3 women, 1 girl of 12, and 3 men. These people seldom did much work. They were a source of great disappointment to the warders. To these people the effort was not worth eventual freedom. The immensity of the task had long ago disheartened them. Their minds were not big enough to envisage the better future. They had enough. They had their breeding and their food. The state of life held no interest for them. Vaguely they would have preferred better conditions, but at the cost of toil and thought, no. These people were squalid and small. Their desire for freedom had been killed by dull acceptance of their impotence. This also became true of the little girl of 12. She had no alternative but to follow the others. The warders never played their favorite trick on room 4, for the simple reason that the trick would have had no effect. The trick was to release into the cells small squadrons of saturated birds. The birds flew into the cells and scattered water from their wings everywhere. The birds flew in all directions, and the captives ran wildly here and there in hysterical efforts to trap them before they splashed water onto the sacred sheet. The warders considered that the element of chance implicit in these birds was a healthy innovation. Otherwise, life for the captives would have been too ordered. There must be risk, said the warders. And so from time to time, with no warning, they injected these little wet birds, and captives hastened to protect the purity of their work against the interference of fate. If they could not catch the birds in time, they learnt in this manner how to accept misfortune, and in patience they redoubled their efforts to retrieve the former level of their work. But into room 4 the birds never flew. The trick would never have affected the inhabitants, who lived at the low ebb of misfortune already. Perhaps the real tragedy of these dispirited people was not their own misfortune, to which they had grown accustomed, but that their slackness had its effect on those whose ambitions were pure and strong. The slackness was contagious. In this way, the sheet was so wet in room 4 that the water seeped through into room 1, and in room 1 lived the most successful of all the captives. Room 1. Those who sought inside. There were 5 of them in cubicle 1, 4 men and 1 woman. They were successful no more for their method of ringing than for their attitude towards ringing. At first, when they had been dropped through the skylight, when they saw the long sheet, when they slowly accustomed themselves to the idea of what lay before them, they were profoundly shocked. Unlike the others, they thought death preferable to such senseless and unproductive labor. But they were good people. Soon they saw beyond the apparent drudgery. Soon they had passed through and rejected the various phases experienced and retained by the other rooms. They had known the defeat of room 4, the individual terrors and escapes of room 2, the veneer of virtue beneath which the inhabitants of room 3 purred with such alarming satisfaction. No, it was not so very long before these good people saw beyond the apparent, and thenceforth set themselves to work with body and soul, gently but with strength, humbly yet fearlessly, towards the only end of value, freedom. First these people said, "Unproductive? The long sheet a senseless drudgery?" Yes, but why not? In whatever other sphere of labor could we ever have produced ultimately anything? It is not the production that counts, but the life lived in the spirit during production. Production, the tightening of the muscles, the weaving of the hands, the pouring forth of shaped materials. This is only an employment for the nervous body, the dying legacy of the hunter's will to movement. Let the hands weave, but at the same time let the spirit search, give the long sheet its rightful place, and concentrate on a better understanding of the freedom that is our real object. At the same time, they saw to it that the sheet was rung efficiently. They arranged a successful rota system. They tried various methods and positions with their hands. Examining every detail, they selected in every way the best approach. They did not overtax themselves. They did not hurry themselves. They worked with a rhythmic resilience. conserving this energy for the exertion of that. They allowed no extremes. They applied themselves with sincerity and a good will. Above all, they had faith. Their attitude was broad, but led in one direction. Their endeavor was freedom. They feared neither work nor weakness. These things did not exist for them. Their existence was a material through which they could achieve, by calm and sensitive understanding, the goal of perfect freedom. Gradually, these people achieved their end. In spite of the steam, in spite of the saturated birds, in spite of the waterous contagion seeping through from the room of the defeated, in spite of the long hours and the heat and the squared horizon of rusting steel, their spirit prevailed, and they achieved the purity they sought. One day, 7 years later, the wet gray sheet dawned a bright white, dry as desert ivory, dry as marble dust. They called up through the skylight to the waters. The grave faces appeared. Coldly the waters regarded the white sheet. There were nods of approbation. "Freedom?" said the captives. The guards brought out their great hoses and doused the white sheet sodden gray with a huge pressure of water. "You already have it," they answered. "Freedom lies in an attitude of the spirit. There is no other freedom." And the skylights silently closed. The Olive, Jorge Luis Borges, translated into English by Andrew Hurley. Jorge Luis Borges, 1899 to 1986, was an Argentine writer who became world-renowned for his short fiction. Among his most famous books are the collections Ficciones, 1944, and The Olive and Other Stories, 1949. Borges gleefully dove into many different genres and modes of fiction, while creating tales uniquely his own. His use of traditionally non-fictional approaches camouflaged outrageously strange ideas. Although Borges was not a weird writer per se, many of his short stories contained traces of the inexplicable. Borges' stories appeared in the Magazine of Fantasy and Science Fiction, as well as literary journals, while he was alive. The Olive, 1945, featuring a version of Borges himself, is one of the master's weird classics. "Oh God, I could be bounded in a nutshell and count myself a king of infinite space." Hamlet, 2:2. But they will teach us that eternity is the standing still of the present time, a nunc-stance, as the schools call it, which neither they nor any else understand, no more than they would a hic-stance for an infinite greatness of place. Leviathan, 4:46. That same sweltering morning that Beatriz Viterbo died, after an imperious confrontation with her illness in which she had never for an instant stooped to either sentimentality or fear, I noticed that a new advertisement for some cigarettes or other, blondes I believe they were, had been posted on the iron billboards of the Plaza Constitucion. The fact deeply grieved me, for I realized that the vast unceasing universe was already growing away from her, and that this change was but the first in an infinite series. The universe may change, but I shall not, thought I, with melancholy vanity. I knew that more than once my futile devotion had exasperated her. Now that she was dead, I could consecrate myself to her memory, without hope, but also without humiliation. I reflected that April 30th was her birthday. Stopping by her house on Calle Garay that day to pay my respects to her father and her first cousin, Carlos Argentino Daneri, was an irreproachable, perhaps essential act of courtesy. Once again I would wait in the half-light of the little parlor, crowded with furniture and draperies and bric-a-brac. Once again I would study the details of the many photographs and portraits of her. Beatriz Viterbo, in profile, in color. Beatriz in a mask at the Carnival of 1921. Beatriz First Communion. Beatriz on the day of her wedding to Roberto Alessandri. Beatriz shortly after the divorce, lunching at the Jockey Club. Beatriz in Quilmes with Delia San Marco Porcel and Carlos Argentino. Beatriz with the Pekingese that had been a gift from Villegas Aedo. Beatriz in full front and in three-quarters view, smiling, her hand on her chin. I would not be obliged, as I had been on occasions before, to justify my presence with modest offerings of books, books whose pages I learned at last to cut so as not to find months later that they were still intact. Beatrice Viterbo died in 1929. Since then I have not allowed an April 30th to pass without returning to her house. That first time I arrived at 7:15 and stayed for about 25 minutes. Each year I would turn up a little later and stay a little longer. In 1933 a downpour came to my aid. They were forced to ask me to dinner. Naturally, I did not let that fine precedent go to waste. In 1934 I turned up a few minutes after 8 with a lovely confection from Santa Fe. It was perfectly natural that I should stay for dinner. And so it was that on those melancholy and vainly erotic anniversaries I came to receive the gradual confidences of Carlos Argentino da Neri. Beatriz was tall, fragile, very slightly stooped. In her walk there was, if I may be pardoned the oxymoron, something of a graceful clumsiness, a soupçon of hesitancy or of palsy. Carlos Argentino is a pink, substantial, gray-haired man of refined features. He holds some sort of subordinate position in an illegible library in the outskirts toward the south of the city. He is authoritarian, though also ineffectual. Until very recently he took advantage of nights and holidays to remain at home. At 2 generations removed, the Italian S and the liberal Italian gesticulation still survive in him. His mental activity is constant, passionate, versatile, and utterly insignificant. He is full of pointless analogies and idle scruples. He has, as Beatrice did, large, beautiful, slender hands. For some months he labored under an obsession for Paul Fort, less for Fort's ballads than the idea of a glory that could never be tarnished. "He is the prince of the poets of La Belle France," he would fatuously say. "You assail him in vain. You shall never touch him. Not even the most venomous of your darts shall ever touch him." On April 30th, 1941, I took the liberty of enriching my sweet offering with a bottle of domestic brandy. Carlos Argentino tasted it, pronounced it interesting, and after a few snifters launched into an apologia for modern man. "I picture him," he said, with an animation that was rather unaccountable, "in his study, as though on the watchtower of a great city, surrounded by telephones, telegraphs, phonographs, the latest in radio, telephone, and motion picture and magic lantern equipment, and glossaries and calendars and timetables and bulletins." He observed that for a man so equipped, the act of traveling was supererogatory. This 20th century of ours had upended the fable of Muhammad and the mountain. Mountains nowadays did in fact come to the modern Muhammad. So witless did these ideas strike me as being, so sweeping and pompous the way they were expressed, that I associated them immediately with literature. Why, I asked him, didn't he write these ideas down? Predictably, he replied that he already had. They, and others no less novel, figured large in the augural canto, prologural canto, or simply prologue canto, of a poem on which he had been working, with no deafening hurly-burly and sans réclame, for many years, leaning always on those twin staffs, work and solitude. First he would open the floodgates of the imagination, then repair to the polishing wheel. The poem was entitled The Earth. It centered on a description of our own terraqueous orb, and was graced, of course, with picturesque digression and elegant apostrophe. I begged him to read me a passage, even if only a brief one. He opened a desk drawer, took out a tall stack of tablet paper, stamped with the letterhead of the Juan Crisostomo Lafreniere Library, and read with ringing self-satisfaction, "I have seen, as did the Greek, man's cities and his fame, the works, the days of various light, the hunger. I prettify no fact, I falsify no name, for the voyage I narrate is autour de ma chambre." A stanza interesting from every point of view, he said. The first line wins the kudos of the learned, the academician, the Hellenist, though perhaps not that of those would-be scholars that make up such a substantial portion of popular opinion. The second moves from Homer to Hesiod, implicit homage, at the very threshold of the dazzling new edifice, to the father of didactic poetry, not without revitalizing a technique whose lineage may be traced to Scripture, that is, enumeration, congeries, or conglobation. The third, Baroque, decadent, the purified and fanatical cult of form, consist of twinned hemistichs. The fourth, unabashedly bilingual, assures me the unconditional support of every spirit able to feel the ample attractions of playfulness. I shall say nothing of the unusual rhyme nor of the erudition that allows me, without pedantry or boorishness, to include within the space of 4 lines 3 erudite allusions spanning 30 centuries of dense literature. First, the Odyssey; second, the Works and Days; and third, that immortal bagatelle that regales us with the diversions of the Savoyard's plume. Once again I show my awareness that truly modern art demands the balm of laughter, of scherzo. There is no doubt about it. Goldoni was right. Carlos Argentino read me many another stanza, all of which earned the same profuse praise and comment from him. There was nothing memorable about them. I could not even judge them to be much worse than the first one. Application, resignation, and chance had conspired in their composition. The virtues that Daneri attributed to them were afterthoughts. I realized that the poet's work had lain not in the poetry, but in the invention of reasons for accounting the poetry admirable. Naturally, that later work modified the poem for Daneri, but not for anyone else. His oral expression was extravagant. His metrical clumsiness prevented him, except on a very few occasions, from transmitting that extravagance to the poem. Footnote. I do, however, recall these lines from a satire in which he lashed out vehemently against bad poets. This one fits the poem with a coat of mail of erudition, that one with gala pomps and circumstance. Both flail their absurd pennons to no avail, neglecting poor wretches, the factor sublime, its loveliness. It was only out of concern that he might create an army of implacable and powerful enemies, he told me, that he did not fearlessly publish the poem. End of footnote. Only once in my lifetime have I had occasion to examine the 15,000 dodecasyllables of the Polyalbion, that topographical epic in which Michael Drayton recorded the fauna, flora, hydrography, orography, military, and monastic history of England. But I am certain that Drayton's massive yet limited oeuvre is less tedious than the vast enterprise conceived and given birth by Carlos Argentino. He proposed to versify the entire planet. By 1941 he had already dispatched several hectares of the state of Queensland, more than a kilometre of the course of the Aube, a gasworks north of Vera Cruz, the leading commercial establishments in the parish of Concepcion, Mariana Cambaceres de Aviar's villa on calle 11 de Septiembre in Belgrano, and a Turkish bath not far from the famed Brighton Aquarium. He read me certain laborious passages from the Australian region of his poem. His long, formless Alexandrines lacked the relative agitation of the prologue. Here is one stanza. Hear this. To the right hand of the routine signpost, coming, what need is there to say, from north-northwest, yawns a bored skeleton. Color? Sky pearly. Outside the sheepfold that suggests an ossuary. 2 audacious risks, he exclaimed in exultation, snatched from the jaws of disaster, I can hear you mutter, by success. I admit it. 1, the epithet routine, while making an adjective of a synonym for highway, nods, en passant, to the inevitable tedium inherent to those chores of a pastoral and rustic nature that neither Georgix nor our own belaureled Don Segundo ever dared acknowledge in such a forthright way, with no beating about the bush. And the second, delicately referring to the first, the forcefully prosaic phrase, yawns a bored skeleton, which the finicky will want to excommunicate without benefit of clergy, but that the critic of more manly tastes will embrace as he does his very life. The entire line, in fact, is a good 24 carats. The second half-line sets up the most animated sort of conversation with the reader. It anticipates his lively curiosity, puts a question in his mouth, and then, voila, answers it on the instant. And what do you think of that coup sky pearly? The picturesque neologism just hints at the sky, which is such an important feature of the Australian landscape. Without that illusion, the hues of the sketch would be altogether too gloomy, and the reader would be compelled to close the book, his soul deeply wounded by a black and incurable melancholy. About midnight I took my leave. 2 Sundays later, Daneri telephoned me for what I believe was the first time in his or my life. He suggested that we meet at 4, to imbibe the milk of the gods together in the nearby salon bar that my estimable landlords, Messrs. Zunino and Zungri, have had the rare commercial foresight to open on the corner. It is a cafe you will do well to acquaint yourself with. I agreed, with more resignation than enthusiasm, to meet him. It was hard for us to find a table. The relentlessly modern salon bar was only slightly less horrendous than I had expected. At neighboring tables, the excited clientele discussed the sums invested by Zunino and Zungri without a second's haggling. Carlos Argentino pretended to be amazed at some innovation in the establishment's lighting, an innovation he'd no doubt been apprised of beforehand, and then said to me somewhat severely, "Much against your inclinations, it must be that you recognize that this place is on a par with the most elevated heights of Flores." Then he reread 4 or 5 pages of his poem to me. Verbal ostentation was the perverse principle that had guided his revisions. Where he had formerly written blue, he now had azure, cerulean, and even bluish. The word milky was not sufficiently hideous for him. In his impetuous description of a place where wool was washed, he had replaced it with lactine, lactescent, lactorious, lacteal. He railed bitterly against his critics. Then, in a more benign tone, he compared them to those persons who possess neither precious metals nor even the steam presses, laminators, and sulphuric acids needed for minting treasures, but who can point out to others the precise location of a treasure. Then he was off on another tack, inveighing against the obsession for forewords, what he called prologomania, an attitude that had already been spoofed in the elegant preface to the Quixote by the Prince of Wits himself. He would, however, admit that an attention-getting recommendation might be a good idea at the portals of his new work, an accolade penned by a writer of stature, of real import. He added that he was planning to publish the first cantos of his poem. It was at that point that I understood the unprecedented telephone call and the invitation. The man was about to ask me to write the preface to that pedantic farrago of his, but my fear turned out to be unfounded. Carlos Argentino remarked with grudging admiration that he believed he did not go too far in saying that the prestige achieved in every sphere by the man of letters Alvaro Melian Lafineur was solid, and that if I could be persuaded to persuade him, Alvaro might be enchanted to write the called-for foreword. In order to forestall the most unpardonable failure on my part, I was to speak on behalf of the poem's 2 incontrovertible virtues, its formal perfection and its scientific rigor, because that broad garden of rhetorical devices, figures, charms, and graces will not tolerate a single detail that does not accord with its severe truthfulness. He added that Beatriz had always enjoyed Alvaro's company. I agreed most profusely. I did, however, for the sake of added plausibility, make it clear that I wouldn't be speaking with Alvaro on Monday, but rather on Thursday, at the little supper that crowned each meeting of the writers' circle. There are no such suppers, although it is quite true that the meetings are held on Thursday, a fact that Carlos Argentino might verify in the newspapers, and that lent a certain credence to my contention. I told him, half prophetically, half far-sightedly, that before broaching the subject of the prologue, I would describe the curious design of the poem. We said our goodbyes. As I turned down Calle Bernardo de Irigoyen, I contemplated as impartially as I could the futures that were left to me. A. Speak with Alvaro and tell him that first cousin of Beatriz, the explanatory circumlocution would allow me to speak her name, had written a poem that seemed to draw out to infinity the possibilities of cacophony and chaos. B. Not speak with Alvaro. Knowing myself pretty well, I foresaw that my indolence would opt for B. From early Friday morning on, the telephone was a constant source of anxiety. I was indignant that this instrument from which Beatriz's irrecoverable voice had once emerged might now be reduced to transmitting the futile and perhaps angry complaints of that self-deluding Carlos Argentino Daneri. Fortunately, nothing came of it, save the inevitable irritation inspired by a man who had charged me with a delicate mission and then forgotten all about me. Eventually, the telephone lost its terrors, but in late October, Carlos Argentino did call me. He was very upset. At first I didn't recognize his voice. Dejectedly and angrily he stammered out that now unstoppable pair, Zunino and Zungri, under the pretext of expanding their already enormous café, were going to tear down his house. "The home of my parents, the home where I was born, the old and deeply rooted house on Calle Garay," he repeated, perhaps drowning his grief in the melodiousness of the phrase. It was not difficult for me to share his grief. After 40, every change becomes a hateful symbol of time's passing. In addition, this was a house that I saw as alluding infinitely to Beatrice. I tried to make that extremely delicate point clear. My interlocutor cut me off. He said that if Zunino and Zungri persisted in their absurd plans, then Zuni, his attorney, would sue them ipso facto for damages and force them to part with a good 100,000 for his trouble. Zuni's name impressed me. His law firm on the corner of Caseros and Taquari is one of proverbial sobriety. I inquired whether Zuni had already taken the case. Daneri said he'd be speaking with him that afternoon. Then he hesitated, and in that flat, impersonal voice we drop into when we wish to confide something very private, he said he had to have the house so he could finish the poem, because in one corner of the cellar there was an olive. He explained that an olive is one of the points in space that contain all points. "It's right under the dining room, in the cellar," he explained. In his distress, his words fairly tumbled out. "It's mine, it's mine. I discovered it in my childhood, before I ever attended school. The cellar stairway is steep, and my aunt and uncle had forbidden me to go down it, but somebody said you could go around the world with that thing down there in the basement. The person, whoever it was referring, I later learned, to a steamer trunk, but I thought there was some magical contraption down there. I tried to sneak down the stairs, fell head over heels, and when I opened my eyes, I saw the olive." "The olive?" I repeated. "Yes, the place where, without admixture or confusion, all the places of the world, seen from every angle, coexist." I revealed my discovery to no one, but I did return. The child could not understand that he was given that privilege, so that the man might carve out a poem. Zunino and Zungri shall never take it from me. Never, never. Law-book in hand, Zuni will prove that my olive is inalienable." I tried to think. But isn't the cellar quite dark? Truth will not penetrate a recalcitrant understanding. If all the places of the world are within the olive, there too will be all stars, all lamps, all sources of light. "I'll be right over. I want to see it." I hung up before he could tell me not to come. Sometimes learning a fact is enough to make an entire series of corroborating details, previously unrecognized, fall into place. I was amazed that I hadn't realized, until that moment, that Carlos Argentino was a madman. All the Viterbos, in fact. Beatrice, I myself have said this many times, was a woman, a girl of implacable clear-sightedness, but there were things about her, oversights, distractions, moments of contempt, downright cruelty, that perhaps could have done with a pathological explanation. Carlos Argentino's madness filled me with malign happiness. Deep down we had always detested one another. On Calle Garay, the maid asked me to be so kind as to wait. Senor Daneri was in the cellar, as he always was, developing photographs. Beside the flowerless vase atop the useless piano smiled the great faded photograph of Beatrice, not so much anachronistic as outside time. No one could see us. In a desperation of tenderness, I approached the portrait. "Beatrice, Beatrice Elena, Beatrice Elena Viterbo," I said. "Beloved Beatrice, Beatrice lost forever. It's me, Borges." Carlos came in shortly afterward. His words were laconic, his tone indifferent. I realized that he was unable to think of anything but the loss of the olive. "A glass of pseudo-cognac," he said, "and we'll duck right into the cellar. I must forewarn you, dorsal decubitus is essential, as are darkness, immobility, and a certain ocular accommodation. You will lie on the tiled floor and fix your eyes on the 19th step of the pertinent stairway. I'll reascend the stairs, let down the trap-door, and you'll be alone. Some rodent will frighten you, easy enough to do. Within a few minutes you will see the olive, the microcosm of the alchemists and Kabbalists, our proverbial friend the multum in parvo made flesh. Of course," he added in the dining-room, "if you don't see it, that doesn't invalidate anything I've told you. Go on down. Within a very short while you will be able to begin a dialogue with all the images of Beatrice." I descended quickly, sick of his vapid chatter. The cellar, barely wider than the stairway, was more like a well or cistern. In vain my eyes sought the trunk that Carlos Argentino had mentioned. A few burlap bags and some crates full of bottles cluttered one corner. Carlos picked up one of the bags, folded it, and laid it out very precisely. "The couch is a humble one," he explained, "but if I raise it 1 inch higher you'll not see a thing, and you'll be cast down and dejected. Stretch that great clumsy body of yours out on the floor and count up 19 steps." I followed his ridiculous instructions. He finally left. He carefully let down the trap door. In spite of a chink of light that I began to make out later, the darkness seemed total. Suddenly I realized the danger I was in. I had allowed myself to be locked underground by a madman, after first drinking down a snifter of poison. Carlos' boasting clearly masked the deep-seated fear that I wouldn't see his miracle. In order to protect his delirium, in order to hide his madness from himself, he had to kill me. I felt a vague discomfort, which I tried to attribute to my rigidity, not to the operation of a narcotic. I closed my eyes, then opened them. It was then that I saw the olive. I come now to the ineffable center of my tale. It is here that a writer's hopelessness begins. Every language is an alphabet of symbols, the employment of which assumes a past shared by its interlocutors. How can one transmit to others the infinite olive, which my timorous memory can scarcely contain? In a similar situation, mystics have employed a wealth of emblems. To signify the deity, a Persian mystic speaks of a bird that somehow is all birds. Alain de Lille speaks of a sphere whose center is everywhere and circumference nowhere. Ezekiel, of an angel with 4 faces, facing east and west, north and south at once. It is not for nothing that I call to mind these inconceivable analogies. They bear a relation to the olive. Perhaps the gods would not deny me the discovery of an equivalent image, but then this report would be polluted with literature, with falseness, and besides, the central problem, the enumeration, even partial enumeration of infinity, is irresolvable. In that unbounded moment I saw millions of delightful and horrible acts. None amazed me so much as the fact that all occupied the same point, without superposition and without transparency. What my eyes saw was simultaneous. What I shall write is successive, because language is successive. Something of it, though, I will capture. Under the step, toward the right, I saw a small iridescent sphere of almost unbearable brightness. At first I thought it was spinning. Then I realized that the movement was an illusion produced by the dizzying spectacles inside it. The olive was probably 2 or 3 centimeters in diameter, but universal space was contained inside it, with no diminution in size. Each thing, the glass surface of a mirror, let us say, was infinite things, because I could clearly see it from every point in the cosmos. I saw the populous sea, saw dawn and dusk, saw the multitudes of the Americas, saw a silvery spider-web at the center of a black pyramid, saw a broken labyrinth. It was London. Saw endless eyes, all very close, studying themselves in me as though in a mirror. Saw all the mirrors on the planet, and none of them reflecting me. Saw in a rear courtyard on Calle Soler the same tiles I'd seen 20 years before in the entryway of a house in Fray Bentos. Saw clusters of grapes, snow, tobacco, veins of metal, water vapor. Saw convex equatorial deserts and their every grain of sand. Saw a woman in Inverness whom I shall never forget. Saw her violent hair, her haughty body. Saw a cancer in her breast. Saw a circle of dry soil within a sidewalk where there had once been a tree. Saw a country house in Adrogué. Saw a copy of the first English translation of Pliny, Philemon Hollins. Saw every letter of every page at once. As a boy, I would be astounded that the letters in a closed book didn't get all scrambled up together overnight. Saw simultaneous night and day. Saw a sunset in Querétaro that seemed to reflect the color of a rose in Bengal. Saw my bedroom, with no one in it. Saw in a study in Alkmaar a globe of the terraqueous world placed between 2 mirrors that multiplied it endlessly. Saw horses with wind-whipped manes on a beach in the Caspian Sea at dawn. Saw the delicate bones of a hand. Saw the survivors of a battle sending postcards. Saw a tarot card in a shop window in Mirzapur. Saw the oblique shadows of ferns on the floor of a greenhouse. Saw tigers, pistons, bisons, tides, and armies. Saw all the ants on earth. Saw a Persian astrolabe. Saw in a desk drawer, and the handwriting made me tremble, obscene, incredible, detailed letters that Beatriz had sent Carlos Argentino. Saw a beloved monument in Chacarita. Saw the horrendous remains of what had once deliciously been Beatriz Viterbo. Saw the circulation of my dark blood. Saw the coils and springs of love and the alterations of death. Saw the olive from everywhere at once. Saw the earth in the olive, and the olive once more in the earth, and the earth in the olive. Saw my face and my viscera, saw your face, and I felt dizzy, and I wept, because my eyes had seen that secret hypothetical object whose name has been usurped by men, but which no man has ever truly looked upon, the inconceivable universe. I had a sense of infinite veneration, infinite pity. "Serves you right, having your mind boggled for sticking your nose in where you weren't wanted," said a jovial, bored voice. "And you may rack your brains, but you'll never repay me for this revelation. Not in 100 years. What a magnificent observatory, eh, Borges?" Carlos Argentino's shoes occupied the highest step. In the sudden half-light I managed to get to my feet. "Magnificent. Yes, quite magnificent," I stammered. The indifference in my voice surprised me. "You did see it?" Carlos Argentino insisted anxiously. "See it clearly, in color and everything?" Instantly I conceived my revenge. In the most kindly sort of way, manifestly pitying, nervous, evasive, I thanked Carlos Argentino Daneri for the hospitality of his cellar, and urged him to take advantage of the demolition of his house, to remove himself from the pernicious influences of the metropolis, which no one, believe me, no one, can be immune to. I refused, with gentle firmness, to discuss the olive. I clasped him by both shoulders as I took my leave, and told him again that the country, peace and quiet, you know, was the very best medicine one could take. Out in the street, on the steps of the Constitucion station, in the subway, all the faces seemed familiar. I feared there was nothing that had the power to surprise or astonish me any more. I feared that I would never again be without a sense of déjà vu. Fortunately, after a few unsleeping nights, forgetfulness began to work in me again. Postscript. March 1st, 1943. 6 months after the demolition of the building on Calle Garay, Procrustes Publishers, undaunted by the length of Carlos Argentino Daneri's substantial poem, published the first in its series of Argentine pieces. It goes without saying what happened. Carlos Argentino won second place in the National Prize for Literature. Footnote. "I received your mournful congratulations," he wrote me. "You scoff, my lamentable friend, in envy, but you shall confess, though the words stick in your throat, that this time I have crowned my cap with the most scarlet of plumes, my turban with the most caleful of rubies." End of footnote. The first prize went to Dr. Aita, third to Dr. Mario Bonfanti. Incredibly, my own work, The Sharper's Cards, did not earn a single vote. Once more, incomprehension and envy triumphed. I have not managed to see Daneri for quite a long time. The newspapers say he'll soon be giving us another volume. His happy pen, belaboured no longer by the olive, has been consecrated to setting the compendia of Dr. Acevedo Diaz to verse. There are 2 observations that I wish to add, one with regard to the nature of the olive, the other with respect to its name. Let me begin with the latter. Aleph, as well all know, is the name of the first letter of the alphabet of the sacred language. Its application to the disk of my tale would not appear to be accidental. In the Kabbalah, that letter signifies the Ein Sof, the pure and unlimited Godhead. It has also been said that its shape is that of a man pointing to the sky and the earth, to indicate that the lower world is the map and mirror of the higher. For the Mengenlehre, the Aleph is the symbol of the transfinite numbers, in which the whole is not greater than any of its parts. I would like to know, did Carlos Argentino choose that name, or did he read it, applied to another point at which all points converge, in one of the innumerable texts revealed to him by the Aleph in his house? Incredible as it may seem, I believe that there is, or was, another Aleph. I believe that the Aleph of Kaye Garai was a false Aleph. Let me state my reasons. In 1867, Captain Burton was the British consul in Brazil. In July of 1942, Pedro Henriquez Urania discovered a manuscript by Burton in a library in Santos, and in this manuscript Burton discussed the mirror attributed in the East to Iskander Dual-Karnain, or Alexander the Great of Macedonia. In this glass, Burton said, the entire universe was reflected. Burton mentions other similar artifices: the sevenfold goblet of Kai Khosru, the mirror that Tariq ibn Ziyad found in a tower, 1001 Nights, 272, the mirror that Lucian of Samosata examined on the moon, True History, 126, the specular spear attributed by the first book of Capellus Satyricon to Jupiter, Merlin's universal mirror, round and hollow, and that seemed a world of glass, Fairy Queen, 3, 2:19, and then adds these curious words: but all the foregoing, besides sharing the defect of not existing, are mere optical instruments. The faithful who come to the Amr Mosque in Cairo know very well that the universe lies inside one of the stone columns that surround the central courtyard. No one, of course, can see it, but those who put their ear to the surface claim to hear, within a short time, the bustling rumor of it. The mosque dates to the 7th century. The columns were taken from other pre-Islamic temples, for as Ibn Khaldun has written, in the republics founded by nomads, the attendance of foreigners is essential for all those things that bear upon masonry. Does that Aleph exist within the heart of a stone? Did I see it when I saw all things and then forget it? Our minds are permeable to forgetfulness. I myself am distorting and losing, through the tragic erosion of the years, the features of Beatrice. For Estela Canto. A Child in the Bush of Ghosts, Olympe Bailey Kenum. Olympe Bailey Kenum, 1928, is a Beninese writer, journalist, literary critic, and researcher. Born in Ouidah, Benin, Bailey Kenum won the Grand Prix Littéraire de l'Afrique Noire for Le Chant du Lac in 1966. He moved to France in the late 1940s and lives there today. In the 1960s, he served as the editor-in-chief of the African magazine L'Afrique Actuelle, and then served with UNESCO. His stories and novels, originally written in French, have been translated into English, German, Czech, and Japanese. A Child in the Bush of Ghosts, 1950, is a ghost story, perhaps, but also a surreal vision. André Breton famously called the story Du rêve à l'état brut, Dream of the Raw. When I was 11 years old, one of my uncles one day took me along with him to his farm. His name was Akpoto. He was a handsome man with large black eyes, sturdy and distinguished-looking. We had set out early, and yet the African morning sun had beaten us to it. We had covered more than 13 kilometers on the district council road. Then we had taken the pathway that led to Hueto. A small river, fordable at any time of day, cut across the path of fine golden sand which meandered through a high and dense forest. We had crossed the river and continued walking on sand. I loved the softness of that sandy earth. Its velvety surface pleasantly caressed the soles of my bare feet. But the joy I felt in walking on that path gradually gave way to fear as we penetrated ever more deeply into the forest. When we left the path for a sodden trail, I suddenly had a feeling that the humidity pervaded my whole body, and the sense of fear became intolerable. I therefore started pestering my uncle with little questions which were as irritating as they were foolish. I kept knocking against him, clung to his hand, or moved clumsily in front of him, and thus almost succeeded several times in making him fall. We were crossing a kind of clearing where the sky above remained invisible, as in most of our forests. We had already walked too much. For how long? I can't say. I was not yet going to school, and naturally did not know any French, to the utter indignation of my father, the respectable primary school teacher, who always saw me as sickly and unable to stand the hustle and bustle of a school in session. As far as my uncle was concerned, he was able to determine the time of day from the position of the sun through a special kind of sensory perception, or other intuition. Therefore, after having raised his eyes in vain towards the arches of the towering trees hiding the sky from our eyes, he said to me in his gentle voice, which I can still hear, "Wait for me here. I'll be back in a short while." He left me, plunging with big steps into the bush that stretched out as far as the eye could see. He had put a big orange and 4 guavas into my hands. Suddenly I felt dead tired. I was gripped by the urge to cry, but controlled myself. I've never had much use for crybabies. There is nothing I detest so much as giving unbridled expression to our sorrows. And I waited. Oh, I certainly waited more than I shall ever be able to wait again. But my uncle did not return. There was plenty of time for me to eat 2 guavas, then my orange, and then I waited again a very long time before munching my 2 remaining guavas. Worn out by the anxiety brought about by seeing nothing but the bush with its frightening calm around me, I sat down on the black forest earth and buried my face in my hands, as if I never wanted to see any more of the place where I was. But as the humidity caught hold of me, I had to rise again, and I started walking without really having any idea of where I was going. I ought to have searched for the path we had followed until then, but all my senses were gripped by panic, and I marched like an automaton. I wished I could have given out a single scream, whistled, sung, or talked loudly, or even just muttered something, anything to assuage the effect of the fear in me, anything to make me feel aware of my person, or simply to give me the illusion that I was still myself, a human being, alive, finding myself there by chance. But I could not say anything. True to God, it is the only time I remember ever having felt fear. I walked on relentlessly, unable to rediscover the path covered with sand. Neither did I see the river again, its waters rolling with a sweet music. But I suddenly noticed in front of me a big woman wrapped in a white lapa that concealed her face and covered her feet. She advanced towards me. My heart started pounding fast. I felt as if I were receiving heavy blows from a ram inside me that did not quite succeed in splitting my chest open. I started shouting. No, I would have liked to shout. I felt I was shouting, but did not hear myself shouting. I wished I could see the earth opening under my feet, but the humus refused to do my bidding. Only then did I concede defeat and stretched out my arms to the woman like a baby to its mother. To my surprise, the woman passed me by in mute indifference. I looked back. She too had turned her head, and before I had time to avert my eyes, she had already uncovered her face. I then saw something frightful. An emaciated face, the face of a fleshless skull, which made a horrid and repugnant grimace at me. I started running head over heels, but glanced backwards from time to time. It was to no avail, for I constantly saw the person at a distance of 20 paces behind me, although she was not running. But my mad gallop did not last very long. For a few moments after that encounter I found myself right in front of the railroad tracks. My heart was thumping so violently that it seemed to be about to burst my chest. I looked back again and saw my uncle. "Where have you been? Why did you abandon me in the forest?" I asked, staring at him in bleak reproach. He looked at me with pity, because he read the anguish in my eyes. He told me, however, that he had not wasted any time in Hueto. I ordered my farm laborers at once to catch the chickens you see here, and went myself to dig out cassava tubers for your grandmother and great-aunt. As soon as the job was finished, I returned to the clearing and was greatly surprised not to find you. I then continued my return journey, looking everywhere. All of a sudden I heard a rustle in the bush to my left. At first I thought it was a deer, but I changed my mind afterwards when I saw a human shape running helter-skelter. It was you. I could have called you, but I preferred to follow you with my eyes, for we were moving along parallel lines. A single step, but a big one, separated me from you, my boy. And then, of course, I had nothing to fear for you, for the bush is not dangerous." I felt sad at having brought him to the point where he thought he owed me an explanation, but on the other hand my heart was still throbbing with anger and subdued sobs when I asked him in a trembling voice whether he had seen the river again. "Yes, of course. It was there even before our ancestors were born, and will certainly remain after we're dead and gone." "You may be right, but I did not recross it." "What's that you're telling me? You must have forded it without noticing." "But it's true, Uncle. I didn't see the slightest trace of the river. Just look at my legs and feet. They aren't soaked like yours." "You surprise me, Kojo." "Let's return to the clearing by the path that has brought me here, if you don't believe me," I said, with an assurance that today I find astounding on the part of the child I was. My uncle tucked his baskets with the cassava and chickens in them under some undergrowth, put me astride his shoulders, and we took the path on which I had come, or rather the trail which perhaps would never have come into existence if I had not been the first human being who, in my terrorized gallop, had savagely flattened the grass along that line. We had arrived at the clearing, then at the farm, much more quickly than we could have managed by walking on the sand-covered pathway. Akpota was dumbfounded not to be obliged to pass the river he had been crossing for more than 35 years, the source of which he imagined to be somewhere in the forest. He put me down. My mouth felt dry. I quenched my thirst by drinking from a gourd, and this made me feel the freshness of the water and the pleasure of drinking it more keenly. Then we set out on the return journey, taking once more the kind of game track I had discovered, and which had become the fastest way to go to Hueto and back. A walking skeleton, that sort of thing doesn't exist. No dead man comes back to stay among the living. My grandmother and great-grandfather followed one another into death at a month's interval. Nobody's ever told me that he has met them during the 3 years since they stopped coddling me. So went my train of thought, and I was convinced that my encounter with the skeleton was merely the result of a hallucination. Still, I wanted to make sure it was only an illusion, and, taking advantage of a moment when my parents' watchfulness had flagged, I sneaked away from our compound where I was getting bored. I liked the open air, the solitude at the seaside or in the bush, and likewise the company of human beings who made no impositions on me, but allowed me to make myself useful without feeling duty-bound to do so. In my parents' house everything was offered to me on a golden platter. I was pampered and idle, and felt my uselessness to the full. I reached the clearing again through the game track and started searching for the source of the river. My mind was totally absorbed in the operation, perhaps because I was what my parents called a self-willed child, or perhaps also because I had an ulterior motive, to surprise my uncle by discovering the truth I wanted to find out. I therefore headed into the bush, slipping over pebbles, sinking into the spongy suction of the soft ground, skipping over creepers, crawling among thorns. In front of me appeared a big chameleon. We looked at each other for a good second, and its skin visibly and gradually took on the color of the indigo cloth tied around my neck, which I was wearing over my khaki shorts. At that moment I thought of my revered great-grandfather, who in telling tales did not hide his predilection for the chameleon. It rarely misses its destination because it knows how to adjust itself to its surroundings, and never looks back. What did that mean? I hadn't the slightest idea. I was a spoiled, demanding child whom a too indulgent great-grandfather had perhaps wanted to convert to patience and gentleness by lectures on moral philosophy. But he had reasoned through the use of symbols which remained a mystery to the child. Still, it was that venerable old man that I thought of that day, and seeing the chameleon take on the color of my cloth, I not only decided not to look back, but also to adapt myself to the bush, to understand its language, to bow to its laws, without, however, forgetting that I was a human being, the only creature who would not be forgiven voluntary subservience. I was born to grow big and to live even beyond death. A small noise startled me. I did not pay any heed and continued making my way through the thorns that tore my cloth. A long snake carelessly passed between my legs. A boa rolled itself around a tree towards which I was heading. I was unafraid, beyond caring. My only concern was to discover the source of the river. I had met the chameleon that perhaps still retained the color of my garment in memory of our chance encounter, or had swapped it for that of some of the distinctly green or red leaves I remembered seeing. From among creepers and thorns I emerged into another clearing. In its immobility, the canopy of leaves above my head sealed off the place in tragic solitude. I felt the void within me as if I were nothing thenceforth but a wretched carcass draped with black skin. At that moment the skeleton appeared a few steps away from me, wrapped in its big white lapa which covered its head. I felt no emotion, or more precisely, I was not afraid, since I considered it as something I was used to. Still, I rubbed my eyes as if to rid myself of an optical illusion, to make sure of what I was seeing. It drew closer. I did not rush towards it, as in our first encounter, for I had to preserve my dignity. In my view, it represented nothing. It was nothingness in motion, and I was a man. This certainty, due to the realization of the difference between us, fortified me not with courage, that I didn't care about, but with cockiness, and I saw my body rising to its level. This was not the time for any more concessions. I felt that the bush was not supposed to be the abode of the dead, but of the living. Wasn't I one of them? We converged, as on a one-way track where no provision has been made for people to pass one another. I did nothing to let it pass when we were face to face. Then it stretched out its hand to me. At that moment I would have liked to cross my arms, to sport a scornful countenance, since last time it too had snubbed me. But I decided to let bygones be bygones, and gathered its bony hand in mine. Instead of forcing me to retrace my steps, it did the opposite, still holding my hand. I thus followed it, eager to discover where it was taking me. We wended our way side by side without my feeling the slightest apprehension. After all, what was there to be afraid of? Holding in my hand the hand of a human skeleton? Human. That was just the word I needed. Was I not with something human? Was I not sure now that my first encounter was not simply the effect of a delusion? No, really, I was no longer afraid. I was 8 years old when my grandmother and great-grandfather stopped living. I remember having cried a great deal by their bodies, seated beside the mortal remains of these old people in their barely gnarled height during my vigil, despite my parents' vain efforts to spare me what they called too violent shocks. Yes, I still remember. I hurled myself on my grandmother when they wanted to put her in the coffin. I took her hand and squeezed it very hard so as to communicate all my warmth to her. Oh, the piercing coldness she left in my hands, and which is still there evermore. It was her that I felt again all along, while the skeleton kept my hand in its own. It did not hold it in a tight grip, did not apply any pressure, and we just wandered along like two friends. Still, I did not forget that I was a man, a human being, a child barely 12 years old, while it was a skeleton. Had it been a man or a woman? I never found out. Besides, this was of no importance. With wide-open eyes, I stared at the bush in front of me. Not a single time did it occur to me to have to look at my fellow traveler. And why should I have looked at its skeletal visage, since I was feeling its hand in mine? Had it suddenly vanished, I would most assuredly not have worried about its disappearance, but would have continued on my way amidst the trees, the thorns, and the beasts. But I have to admit today that I had realized that from the moment we walked together, the thorns no longer tore my cloth. Everything slipped smoothly off me as it did off the skeleton. A wild boar and his mate, emerging from their lair, took to flight on seeing us. My uncle had told me that the bush was not dangerous. All the same, we saw more than one pair of lions and panthers, but they had passed us by with something approaching indifference. To be precise, they had invariably passed on my side. They had all sniffed at me, and then walked away in haughty grandeur. Why? I wouldn't know. I may have appeared vile-smelling and undesirable to them, unless they just happened not to be hungry just then. We had been walking like that for a time that seemed reasonably long to me, but I was not tired. I did not feel the slightest fatigue. I paid attention to everything. Then, to my great surprise, I stopped seeing the bush around me and realized that we were in an underground tunnel hung with tree roots. The walls were oozing moisture, but the ground was dry. The ear perceived the gentle, distant murmur of a stream. I thought of the river while striding along with my strange companion. At certain places the walls of the long gallery through which we were proceeding had been discreetly adorned with symbolic graffiti, snakes biting their own tails, arms cut off and placed on top of each other in the form of an X, sexual organs, copulation scenes, shin bones, human skulls, horses without heads but galloping at full speed, tails and manes flying in the wind, fire shaped like an open lily blossom flaring from a pit, coffins, people performing a ritual dance, a clumsily drawn rectangle representing a mirror. We turned to the left, and I had the impression that we were changing our direction from north to sunrise. A light, entering the place from heaven knows where, gently lit up the underground passage, sloping downwards in front of me. We walked unceasingly, descending the slope, and arrived at a kind of crypt where human skeletons, without the tiniest bone missing, were stretched out side by side. My guide stopped in front of one of them, uncovering his cavity-riddled face. I looked straight at him. He bowed slightly to one of the skeletons, which sat up, crossed its legs, then its arms. He continued his homage, and each one of his fellow skeletons took the same posture as the preceding one, and I saw 77 skeletons thus sitting up and leaning their backs against the wall of the crypt. Did they want to impress me? I had experienced fear before, but fear held no more meaning for me. I had heard people talk a lot about death, but since the death of my grandparents I no longer feared it. Death had become for me such a familiar companion that I gave it no more thought. But looking at the skeletons attentively, I had a feeling that each one of them represented a human being I had known, and to which I had perhaps been close. It was good to see them again, but I had not come here for them. "Where is the source of the river?" I suddenly cried in a tragic voice which struck the walls in a zigzag line, provoking a long and sonorous echo. And again I heard murmurings of the water, then a groan, followed by the sound of a torrent rushing away. The skulls all seemed to have been raised again to look me straight in the face. "You see that I have come to visit you without misgivings. I'm not afraid of you because you used to be men. For me you still are, and I don't believe in death." I heard my voice re-echo. It ricocheted away from me along the underground passage. "Why don't you answer? Should you really be so useless?" All I received for an answer was my own voice and its echo, which garbled any utterance. "You hear me? You hear me? Hear me? Me? E? Why did you bring me here? Bring me here. Me here. Here." I looked around me and noticed that my guide had disappeared. Maybe he had quietly slipped back to his little niche among his peers. So I thought of setting out on my return journey, but as the passage stretched out farther before me, I preferred not to retrace my steps. So I moved forward. Thus I continued marching at a normal walking pace, looking all the while at the walls covered with graffiti fraught with symbolism. Despite my casual and almost leisurely gait, I was feeling tired. I later realized that the way was sloping upwards. Moreover, the certainty that I was advancing towards the sun became more and more acute. As if in a fog, I saw a shadow passing before my eyes. Then the shadow became a reality. A majestic skeleton without any clothes on, his right hand clutched to his heart, and his left holding a shin-bone with a skull on top. I stopped short in front of him. He made to let me pass, and the moment I was going to continue on my way, he slightly stroked my head with the skull resting on the shin-bone. I did not react, did not look back. The light entering the cavern was becoming more and more intense. I breathed in the air charged with 1,000 smells from the fields. Abruptly I felt myself carried off into a long sleep, and saw myself in a place, the name of which someone seemed to murmur into my ear. Wasai. Oh, Wasai, Wasai. Disturbing, exciting, paradise of entwined bodies. Here was a pathway divided into 5 branches, each leading to clearly defined places. On one side of the main path stood a hedge of hibiscus, bougainvillea, and campeche, separating the path from a vast area planted with cola-nut trees, dwarfed by irokao and silk-cotton trees. In the hollows of those giant trees nested night-birds. Their lugubrious shrieks did not frighten me. Wisps of white smoke rose from the foot of the trees. Little did I care about their origin and meaning. Let the sorcerers abandon themselves to their orgies. Let them devour the souls of their victims. I was in Wasai. On the other side of the road was Wasai, little house of joy without a keeper. I entered. Ravishing young beauties with sturdy breasts, black skin, athletic bodies, and their nimble legs with prettily proportioned muscles readily intertwining, pushed me gently into voluptuous depths. At Wasai I experienced unforgettable little tremors brought about by girls I did not know. Their names have remained unspoken. I've forgotten their seductive faces. The form of their lithe and supple bodies remains in my arms. The freshness of their jet-black skin still vibrates through my nerves. In their midst I underwent my sexual initiation till all the flowers of the world blossomed within me, till the hard egg whose unwonted presence I had felt deep within was hatched. No outburst of rebellious sex will ever surprise me. I've explored all its domains in Wasai. fearsome black flower slowly unfolding in the deep nights of a dwelling without a master. When I came to myself, I went my way without slowing down my pace, and thus I came out into the open air. Let it be said in passing that I did not for a single moment feel like a prisoner in that underground gallery, but instead of finding myself on even ground at the edge of the forest as I expected, perhaps because I had scented the wind and the sun, I realized that I was perched high up on a mountainside studded with shrubbery. A little further down, beneath my feet, a spring, gushing out from this imposing height I had not known before, flowed into the plain before me with a murmur, and the glittering reflections of lights, a vast imaginary ocean, seemed to undulate on the surface of the stream. I climbed on all fours up to the summit, stood erect, and saw the top of the forest covering the villages all around. Far away, thin columns of smoke rose above the trees. Coming from another world, I discovered the immensity of space above the earth. Then I went down from the mountain as if gently impelled, and held back at the same time by a protecting hand. I had not succeeded in seeing what I was searching for, the source of the river. Disappointed, I had to rest content with following the stream which flowed into a natural canal, the banks of which were hemmed in by aquatic plants, and I saw the river again, which here, to my great surprise, almost flowed alongside the railway line. My cloth was in shreds. I followed the railway line and then the usual path to town. I arrived there at nightfall. In front of the door of my parents' house I was stunned to see on either side an earthenware pot containing a decoction such as our customs prescribe for funeral ceremonies. I also heard a dirge gently syncopated by calabash rattles. I entered and saw a gathering of sad people. The women, including my mother, had untied their hair as a token of mourning. The people gathered there noticed my presence and started up. Some took to their heels. Others, paralyzed by fear, just looked at me. I stepped forward to my mother, who had been quickly joined by my father. "What has happened? Who has died?" Dead silence. "You have to forgive me for leaving without telling you about it." "Where have you come from? Are you dead, or are you a living person in our midst?" my father asked. "I'm alive." "What? Alive?" my mother said, weeping. "Nobody's dead. Death doesn't exist, and if it does, no dead man will ever return," I replied firmly, but with my most casual expression. The people had come back, more numerous now than when I had first set foot in the house. "Where have you come from? Where have you been? We thought you were dead. For the past 3 days we've been sure about it. The diviners have confirmed it." I was somewhat depressed by these comments, and asked if the funeral ceremonies had anything to do with me. They said yes. "The diviners have all been telling you lies. I went for a walk, and I've come back with flesh and blood, body and soul, cured from the fear of death. I apologize for having given you so much worry." "My son, tell me honestly where you have come from," my father said. "Just from a walk. I didn't realize that it lasted 3 days." "What did you eat?" asked my mother. "Nothing." "Who did you stay with?" "Nobody." "I don't understand you." "I've nothing to explain." "Why?" "Such things can't be explained. I'm alive, and life goes on." "Oh, this child," my mother murmured. "I'm hungry, Mother. You can see I'm alive and kicking since I'm hungry and thirsty." "May you never again disappear like that." "I promise, but don't ever ask me for an explanation," I said. And everything was all right again. How long did this dream last? I shall never know. The Summer People, Shirley Jackson. Shirley Jackson, 1916 to 1965, was an American writer best known for her story The Lottery, 1948, although much of her other short fiction is as good or better. Her novel The Haunting of Hill House, 1959, is considered one of the most important horror novels of the 20th century. Her influence can be seen in the work of many fantasists, including Joanna Russ, Kelly Link, and Neil Gaiman. The founding of the Shirley Jackson Awards and publication in 2010 of a collected stories volume by the Library of America has helped to cement her popularity. The Summer People, selected for Best American Short Stories in 1951, is a chilling yet subtle tour de force of the weird. The Allisons' country cottage, 7 miles from the nearest town, was set prettily on a hill. From 3 sides it looked down on soft trees and grass that seldom, even at midsummer, lay still and dry. On the 4th side was the lake, which touched against the wooden pier the Allisons had to keep repairing, and which looked equally well from the Allisons' front porch, their side porch, or any spot on the wooden staircase leading from the porch down to the water. Although the Allisons loved their summer cottage, looked forward to arriving in the early summer, and hated to leave in the fall, they had not troubled themselves to put in any improvements, regarding the cottage itself and the lake as improvement enough for the life left to them. The cottage had no heat, no running water except the precarious supply from the backyard pump, and no electricity. For 17 summers, Janet Allison had cooked on a kerosene stove, heating all their water. Robert Allison had brought buckets full of water daily from the pump, and read his paper by kerosene light in the evenings, and they had both, sanitary city people, become stolid and matter-of-fact about their back house. In the first 2 years they had gone through all the standard vaudeville and magazine jokes about back houses, and by now, when they no longer had frequent guests to impress, they had subsided to a comfortable security, which made the back house, as well as the pump and the kerosene, an indefinable asset to their summer life. In themselves, the Allisons were ordinary people. Mrs. Allison was 58 years old, and Mr. Allison 60. They had seen their children outgrow the summer cottage and go on to families of their own and seashore resorts. Their friends were either dead or settled in comfortable year-round houses, their nieces and nephews vague. In the winter they told one another they could stand their New York apartment while waiting for the summer. In the summer they told one another that the winter was well worth while, waiting to get to the country. Since they were old enough not to be ashamed of regular habits, the Allisons invariably left their summer cottage the Tuesday after Labor Day, and were as invariably sorry when the months of September and early October turned out to be pleasant and almost insufferably barren in the city. Each year they recognized that there was nothing to bring them back to New York, but it was not until this year that they overcame their traditional inertia enough to decide to stay at the cottage after Labor Day. "There isn't really anything to take us back to the city," Mrs. Allison told her husband seriously, as though it were a new idea, and he told her as though neither of them had ever considered it. "We might as well enjoy the country as long as possible." Consequently, with much pleasure and a slight feeling of adventure, Mrs. Allison went into their village the day after Labor Day and told those natives with whom she had dealings, with a pretty air of breaking away from tradition, that she and her husband had decided to stay at least a month longer at their cottage. "It isn't as though we had anything to take us back to the city," she said to Mr. Babcock, her grocer. "We might as well enjoy the country while we can." "Nobody ever stayed at the lake past Labor Day before," Mr. Babcock said. He was putting Mrs. Allison's groceries into a large cardboard carton, and he stopped for a minute to look reflectively into a bag of cookies. "Nobody," he added. "But the city." Mrs. Allison always spoke of the city to Mr. Babcock as though it were Mr. Babcock's dream to go there. "It's so hot, you've really no idea. We're always sorry when we leave." "Hate to leave," Mr. Babcock said. One of the most irritating native tricks Mrs. Allison had noticed was that of taking a trivial statement and rephrasing it downwards into an even more trite statement. "I'd hate to leave myself," Mr. Babcock said after deliberation, and both he and Mrs. Allison smiled. "But I never heard of anyone ever staying out at the lake after Labor Day before." "Well, we're going to give it a try," Mrs. Allison said, and Mr. Babcock replied gravely, "Never known till you try." Physically, Mrs. Allison decided, as she always did when leaving the grocery after one of her inconclusive conversations with Mr. Babcock, physically, Mr. Babcock could model for a statue of Daniel Webster, but mentally it was horrible to think into what old New England Yankee stock had degenerated. She said as much to Mr. Allison when she got into the car, and he said, "It's generations of inbreeding, that and the bad land." Since this was their big trip into town, which they made only once every 2 weeks to buy things they could not have delivered, they spent all day at it, stopping to have a sandwich in the newspaper and soda shop, and leaving packages heaped in the back of the car. Although Mrs. Allison was able to order groceries delivered regularly, she was never able to form any accurate idea of Mr. Babcock's current stock by telephone, and her lists of odds and ends that might be procured was always supplemented, almost beyond their need, by the new and fresh local vegetables Mr. Babcock was selling temporarily, or the packaged candy which had just come in. This trip Mrs. Allison was tempted, too, by the set of glass baking dishes that had found themselves completely by chance in the hardware and clothing and general store, and which had seemingly been waiting there for no one by Mrs. Allison, since the country people, with their instinctive distrust of anything that did not look as permanent as trees and rocks and sky, had only recently begun to experiment in aluminum baking dishes instead of ironware, and had apparently, within the memory of local inhabitants, discarded stoneware in favor of iron. Mrs. Allison had the glass baking dishes carefully wrapped to endure the uncomfortable ride home over the rocky road that led up to the Allisons' cottage, and while Mr. Charlie Walpole, who with his younger brother Albert ran the hardware clothing general store, the store itself was called Johnson's because it stood on the site of the old Johnson cabin, burned 50 years before Charlie Walpole was born, laboriously unfolded newspapers to wrap around the dishes, Mrs. Allison said informally, "Of course, I could have waited and gotten those dishes in New York, but we're not going back so soon this year." "Heard you was staying on," Mr. Charlie Walpole said. His old fingers fumbled maddeningly with the thin sheets of newspaper, carefully trying to isolate only one sheet at a time, and he did not look up at Mrs. Allison as he went on. "Don't know about staying on up there to the lake, not after Labor Day." "Well, you know," Mrs. Allison said, quite as though he deserved an explanation, "it just seemed to us that we'd been hurrying back to New York every year, and there just wasn't any need for it. You know what the city's like in the fall." And she smiled confidingly up at Mr. Charlie Walpole. Rhythmically he wound string around the package. "He's giving me a piece long enough to save," Mrs. Allison thought, and she looked away quickly to avoid giving any sign of impatience. "I feel sort of like we belong here more," she said, "staying on after everyone else has left." To prove this, she smiled brightly across the store at a woman with a familiar face, who might have been the woman who sold berries to the Allisons one year, or the woman who occasionally helped in the grocery and was probably Mr. Babcock's aunt. "Well," Mr. Charlie Walpole said. He shoved the package a little across the counter to show that it was finished, and that for a sale well made, a package well wrapped, he was willing to accept pay. "Well," he said again, "never been summer people before, at the lake after Labor Day." Mrs. Allison gave him a $5 bill, and he made change methodically, giving great weight even to the pennies. "Never after Labor Day," he said, and nodded at Mrs. Allison, and went soberly along the store to deal with two women who were looking at cotton house dresses. As Mrs. Allison passed on her way out, she heard one of the women say acutely, "Why is one of them dresses $1.39, and this one here is only 98? "They're great people," Mrs. Allison told her husband as they went together down the sidewalk after meeting at the door of the hardware store. "They're so solid and so reasonable and so honest." "Makes you feel good, knowing there are still towns like this," Mr. Allison said. "You know, in New York," Mrs. Allison said, "I might have paid a few cents less for these dishes, but there wouldn't have been anything sort of personal in the transaction." "Staying on to the lake?" Mrs. Martin in the newspaper and sandwich shop asked the Allisons. "Heard you was staying on." "Thought we'd take advantage of the lovely weather this year," Mr. Allison said. Mrs. Martin was a comparative newcomer to the town. She had married into the newspaper and sandwich shop from a neighboring farm, and had stayed on after her husband's death. She served bottled soft drinks and fried egg and onion sandwiches on thick bread, which she made on her own stove at the back of the store. Occasionally, when Mrs. Martin served a sandwich, it would carry with it the rich fragrance of the stew or the pork chops cooking alongside for Mrs. Martin's dinner. "I don't guess anyone's ever stayed out there so long before," Mrs. Martin said. "Not after Labor Day, anyway." "I guess Labor Day is when they usually leave," Mr. Hall, the Allisons' nearest neighbor, told them later in front of Mr. Babcock's store, where the Allisons were getting into their car to go home. "Surprised you're staying on." "It seemed a shame to go so soon," Mrs. Allison said. Mr. Hall lived 3 miles away. He supplied the Allisons with butter and eggs, and occasionally, from the top of their hill, the Allisons could see the lights in his house in the early evening before the Halls went to bed. "They usually leave Labor Day," Mr. Hall said. The ride home was long and rough. It was beginning to get dark, and Mr. Allison had to drive very carefully over the dirt road by the lake. Mrs. Allison lay back against the seat, pleasantly relaxing after a day of what seemed whirlwind shopping compared with their day-to-day existence. The new glass baking dishes lurked agreeably in her mind, and the half-bushel of red eating apples and the package of colored thumbtacks with which she was going to put up new shelf-edging in the kitchen. "Good to get home," she said softly as they came in sight of their cottage, silhouetted above them against the sky. "Glad we decided to stay on," Mr. Allison agreed. Mrs. Allison spent the next morning lovingly washing her baking dishes, although in his innocence Charlie Walpole had neglected to notice the chip in the edge of one. She decided, wastefully, to use some of the red eating apples in a pie for dinner, and while the pie was in the oven and Mr. Allison was down getting the mail, she sat out on the little lawn the Allisons had made at the top of the hill and watched the changing lights on the lake, alternating gray and blue as clouds moved quickly across the sun. Mr. Allison came back a little out of sorts. It always irritated him to walk the mile to the mailbox on the state road and come back with nothing, even though he assumed that the walk was good for his health. This morning there was nothing but a circular for a New York department store, and their New York paper, which arrived erratically by mail from 1 to 4 days later than it should, so that some days the Allisons might have 3 papers and frequently none. Mrs. Allison, although she shared with her husband the annoyance of not having mail when they so anticipated it, pored affectionately over the department store circular, and made a mental note to drop in at the store when she finally went back to New York and check on the sale of wool blankets. It was hard to find good ones in pretty colors nowadays. She debated saving the circular to remind herself, but after thinking about getting up and getting into the cottage to put it away safely somewhere, she dropped it into the grass beside her chair and lay back, her eyes half closed. "Looks like we might have some rain," Mr. Allison said, squinting at the sky. "Good for the crops," Mrs. Allison said laconically, and they both laughed. The kerosene man came the next morning while Mr. Allison was down getting the mail. They were getting low on kerosene, and Mrs. Allison greeted the man warmly. He sold kerosene and ice, and during the summer hauled garbage away for the summer people. A garbage man was only necessary for improvident city folk. Country people had no garbage. "I'm glad to see you," Mrs. Allison told him. "We were getting pretty low." The kerosene man, whose name Mrs. Allison had never learned, used a hose attachment to fill the 20-gallon tank, which supplied light and heat and cooking facilities for the Allisons. But today, instead of swinging down from his truck and unhooking the hose from where it coiled affectionately around the cab of the truck, the man stared uncomfortably at Mrs. Allison, his truck motor still going. "Thought you folks would be leaving," he said. "We're staying on another month," Mrs. Allison said brightly. "The weather was so nice, and it seemed like—" "That's what they told me," the man said. "Can't give you no oil, though." "What do you mean?" Mrs. Allison raised her eyebrows. "We're just going to keep on with our regular—" "After Labor Day," the man said. "I don't get so much oil myself after Labor Day." Mrs. Allison reminded herself, as she had frequently to do when in disagreement with her neighbors, that city manners were no good with country people. You could not expect to overrule a country employee as you could a city worker, and Mrs. Allison smiled engagingly as she said, "But can't you get extra oil, at least while we stay?" "You see," the man said. He tapped his finger exasperatingly against the car wheel as he spoke. "You see," he said slowly, "I order this oil. I order it down from maybe 55 miles away. I order back in June how much I'll need for the summer. Then I order again, about November. Round about now it's starting to get pretty short." As though the subject were closed, he stopped tapping his finger and tightened his hands on the wheel in preparation for departure. "But can't you give us some?" Mrs. Allison said. "Isn't there anyone else?" "Don't know as you could get oil anywheres else right now," the man said consideringly. "I can't give you none." Before Mrs. Allison could speak, the truck began to move. Then it stopped for a minute, and he looked at her through the back window of the cab. "Ice?" he called. "I can let you have some ice." Mrs. Allison shook her head. They were not terribly low on ice, and she was angry. She ran a few steps to catch up with the truck, calling, "Will you try to get us some next week?" "Don't see as I can," the man said. "After Labor Day it's harder." The truck drove away, and Mrs. Allison, only comforted by the thought that she could probably get kerosene from Mr. Babcock, or at worst the Halls, watched it go with anger. Next summer, she told herself. Just let him try coming around next summer. There was no mail again, only the paper, which seemed to be coming doggedly on time, and Mr. Allison was openly cross when he returned. When Mrs. Allison told him about the kerosene man, he was not particularly impressed. "Probably keeping it all for a high price during the winter," he commented. "What's happened to Ann and Jerry, do you think?" Ann and Jerry were their son and daughter, both married, one living in Chicago, one in the far west. Their dutiful weekly letters were late, so late, in fact, that Mr. Allison's annoyance at the lack of mail was able to settle on a legitimate grievance. "Ought to realize how we wait for their letters," he said. "Thoughtless, selfish children. Ought to know better." "Well, dear," Mrs. Allison said placatingly. Anger at Ann and Jerry would not relieve her emotions toward the kerosene man. After a few minutes, she said, "Wishing won't bring the mail, dear. I'm going to call Mr. Babcock and tell him to send up some kerosene with my order." "At least a postcard," Mr. Allison said as she left. As with most of the cottage's inconveniences, the Allisons no longer noticed, the phone particularly, but yielded to its eccentricities without conscious complaint. It was a wall phone, of a type still seen in only a few communities. In order to get the operator, Mrs. Allison had first to turn the side crank and ring once. Usually it took 2 or 3 tries to force the operator to answer. And Mrs. Allison, making any kind of telephone call, approached the phone with resignation and a sort of desperate patience. She had to crank the phone 3 times this morning before the operator answered, and then it was still longer before Mr. Babcock picked up the receiver at his phone in the corner of the grocery behind the meat table. He said, "Store?" with a rising inflection that seemed to indicate suspicion of anyone who tried to communicate with him by means of this unreliable instrument. "This is Mrs. Allison, Mr. Babcock. I thought I'd give you my order a day early because I wanted to be sure and get some—" "What say, Mrs. Allison?" Mrs. Allison raised her voice a little. She saw Mr. Allison, out on the lawn, turn in his chair and regard her sympathetically. "I said, Mr. Babcock, I thought I'd call in my order early so you could send me—" "Mrs. Allison," Mr. Babcock said, "you'll come and pick it up?" "Pick it up?" In her surprise, Mrs. Allison let her voice drop back to its normal tone, and Mr. Babcock said loudly, "What's that, Mrs. Allison?" "I thought I'd have you send it out as usual," Mrs. Allison said. "Well, Mrs. Allison," Mr. Babcock said, and there was a pause while Mrs. Allison waited, staring past the phone over her husband's head out into the sky. "Mrs. Allison," Mr. Babcock went on finally, "I'll tell you, my boy's been working for me, went back to school yesterday, and now I got no one to deliver. I only got a boy delivering summers, you see." "I thought you always delivered," Mrs. Allison said. "Not after Labor Day, Mrs. Allison," Mr. Babcock said firmly. "You never been here after Labor Day before, so as you wouldn't know, of course." "Well," Mrs. Allison said helplessly. Far inside her mind she was saying, over and over, "Can't use city manners on country folk. No use getting mad." "Are you sure?" she asked finally. "Couldn't you just send out an order today, Mr. Babcock?" "Matter of fact," Mr. Babcock said, "I guess I couldn't, Mrs. Allison. It wouldn't hardly pay delivering with no one else out at the lake." "What about Mr. Hall?" Mrs. Allison asked suddenly. "The people who live about 3 miles away from us out here. Mr. Hall could bring it out when he comes." "Hall?" Mr. Babcock said. "John Hall? They've gone to visit her folks upstate, Mrs. Allison." "But they bring all our butter and eggs," Mrs. Allison said, appalled. "Left yesterday," Mr. Babcock said. "Probably didn't think you folks would stay on up there." "But I told Mr. Hall—" Mrs. Allison started to say, and then stopped. "I'll send Mr. Allison in after some groceries tomorrow," she said. "You got all you need till then," Mr. Babcock said, satisfied. It was not a question, but a confirmation. After she hung up, Mrs. Allison went slowly out to sit again in her chair next to her husband. "He won't deliver," she said. "You'll have to go in tomorrow. We've got just enough kerosene to last till you get back." "He should have told us sooner," Mr. Allison said. It was not possible to remain troubled long in the face of the day. The country had never seemed more inviting, and the lake moved quietly below them, among the trees, with the almost incredible softness of a summer picture. Mrs. Allison sighed deeply in the pleasure of possessing for themselves that sight of the lake with the distant green hills beyond, the gentleness of the small wind through the trees. The weather continued fair. The next morning Mr. Allison, duly armed with a list of groceries, with kerosene in large letters at the top, went down the path to the garage, and Mrs. Allison began another pie in her new baking dishes. She had mixed the crust and was starting to pare the apples when Mr. Allison came rapidly up the path and flung open the screen door into the kitchen. "Damn car won't start," he announced, with the end of the tether voice of a man who depends on a car as he depends on his right arm. "What's wrong with it?" Mrs. Allison demanded, stopping with a paring knife in one hand and an apple in the other. "It was all right on Tuesday." "Well," Mr. Allison said between his teeth, "it's not all right on Friday." "Can you fix it?" Mrs. Allison asked. "No," Mr. Allison said, "I cannot. Got to call someone, I guess." "Who?" Mrs. Allison asked. "Man runs the filling station, I guess." Mr. Allison moved purposefully toward the phone. "He fixed it last summer one time." A little apprehensive, Mrs. Allison went on paring apples absent-mindedly, while she listened to Mr. Allison with the phone, ringing, waiting, finally giving the number to the operator, then waiting again and giving the number again, giving the number a third time, and then slamming down the receiver. "No one there," he announced as he came into the kitchen. "He's probably gone out for a minute," Mrs. Allison said nervously. She was not quite sure what made her so nervous, unless it was the probability of her husband's losing his temper completely. "He's there alone, I imagine, so if he goes out there's no one to answer the phone." "That must be it," Mr. Allison said with heavy irony. He slumped into one of the kitchen chairs and watched Mrs. Allison paring apples. After a minute, Mrs. Allison said soothingly, "Why don't you go down and get the mail, and then call him again?" Mr. Allison debated, and then said, "Guess I might as well." He rose heavily, and when he got to the kitchen door, he turned and said, "But if there's no mail," and leaving an awful silence behind him, he went off down the path. Mrs. Allison hurried with her pie. Twice she went to the window to glance at the sky to see if there were clouds coming up. The room seemed unexpectedly dark, and she herself felt in the state of tension that precedes a thunderstorm. But both times when she looked, the sky was clear and serene, smiling indifferently down on the Allison summer cottage as well as on the rest of the world. When Mrs. Allison, her pie ready for the oven, went a third time to look outside, she saw her husband coming up the path. He seemed more cheerful, and when he saw her he waved eagerly and held a letter in the air. "From Jerry," he called as soon as he was close enough for her to hear him. "At last, a letter." Mrs. Allison noticed with concern that he was no longer able to get up the gentle slope of the path without breathing heavily. But then he was in the doorway, holding out the letter. "I saved it till I got here," he said. Mrs. Allison looked with an eagerness that surprised her on the familiar handwriting of her son. She could not imagine why the letter excited her so, except that it was the first they had received in so long. It would be a pleasant, dutiful letter, full of the doings of Alice and the children, reporting progress with his job, commenting on the recent weather in Chicago, closing with love from all. Both Mr. and Mrs. Allison could, if they wished, recite a pattern letter from either of their children. Mrs. Allison slit the letter open with great deliberation, and then she spread it out on the kitchen table, and they leaned down and read it together. "Dear Mother and Dad," it began, in Jerry's familiar, rather childish handwriting. "I'm glad this goes to the lake as usual. We always thought you came back too soon and ought to stay up there as long as you could. Alice says that now that you're not as young as you used to be and have no demands on your time, fewer friends, etc., in the city, you ought to get what fun you can while you can. Since you two are both happy up there, it's a good idea for you to stay." Uneasily, Mrs. Allison glanced sideways at her husband. He was reading intently, and she reached out and picked up the empty envelope, not knowing exactly what she wanted from it. It was addressed quite as usual, in Jerry's handwriting, and was postmarked Chicago. Of course it's postmarked Chicago, she thought quickly. Why would they want to postmark it anywhere else? When she looked back down at the letter, her husband had turned the page, and she read on with him. "And of course if they get measles, etc., now, they will be better off later. Alice as well, of course. Me too. Been playing a lot of bridge lately with some people you don't know, named Carruthers. Nice young couple, about our age. Well, we'll close now, as I guess it bores you to hear about things so far away. Tell Dad old Dixon in our Chicago office died. He used to ask about Dad a lot. Have a good time up at the lake, and don't bother about hurrying back. Love from all of us, Jerry. Funny, Mr. Allison commented. It doesn't sound like Jerry, Mrs. Allison said in a small voice. He never wrote anything like... She stopped. Like what? Mr. Allison demanded. Never wrote anything like what? Mrs. Allison turned the letter over, frowning. It was impossible to find any sentence, any word even, that did not sound like Jerry's regular letters. Perhaps it was only that the letter was so late, or the unusual number of dirty fingerprints on the envelope. I don't know, she said impatiently. Going to try that phone call again, Mr. Allison said. Mrs. Allison read the letter twice more, trying to find a phrase that sounded wrong. Then Mr. Allison came back and said very quietly, Phone's dead. What? Mrs. Allison said, dropping the letter. Phone's dead, Mr. Allison said. The rest of the day went quickly. After a lunch of crackers and milk, the Allisons went to sit outside on the lawn. But their afternoon was cut short by the gradually increasing storm clouds that came up over the lake to the cottage, so that it was as dark as evening by 4 o'clock. The storm delayed, however, as though in loving anticipation of the moment it would break over the summer cottage, and there was an occasional flash of lightning, but no rain. In the evening, Mr. and Mrs. Allison, sitting close together inside their cottage, turned on the battery radio they had brought with them from New York. There were no lamps lighted in the cottage, and the only light came from the lightning outside and the small square glow from the dial of the radio. The slight framework of the cottage was not strong enough to withstand the city noises, the music and the voices from the radio, and the Allisons could hear them far off echoing across the lake, the saxophones in the New York dance band wailing over the water, the flat voice of the girl vocalist going inexorably out into the clean country air. Even the announcer, speaking glowingly of the virtues of razor blades, was no more than an inhuman voice sounding out from the Allisons' cottage and echoing back, as though the lake and the hills and the trees were returning it unwanted. During one pause between commercials, Mrs. Allison turned and smiled weakly at her husband. I wonder if we're supposed to do anything, she said. No, Mr. Allison said consideringly. I don't think so. Just wait. Mrs. Allison caught her breath quickly, and Mr. Allison said, under the trivial melody of the dance band, beginning again, The car had been tampered with, you know. Even I could see that. Mrs. Allison hesitated a minute, and then said very softly, I suppose the phone wires were cut. I imagine so. After a while the dance music stopped, and they listened attentively to a news broadcast, the announcer's rich voice telling them breathlessly of a marriage in Hollywood, the latest baseball scores, the estimated rise in food prices during the coming week. He spoke to them in the summer cottage, quite as though they still deserved to hear news of a world that no longer reached them, except through the fallible batteries on the radio, which were already beginning to fade, almost as though they still belonged, however tenuously, to the rest of the world. Mrs. Allison glanced out the window at the smooth surface of the lake, the black masses of the trees and the waiting storm, and said conversationally, I feel better about that letter of Jerry's. I knew when I saw the light down at the Hall place last night, Mrs. Allison said. The wind, coming up suddenly over the lake, swept around the summer cottage and slapped hard at the windows. Mr. and Mrs. Allison involuntarily moved closer together, and with the first crash of thunder Mr. Allison reached out and took his wife's hand. And then, while the lightning flashed outside and the radio faded and sputtered, the two old people huddled together in their summer cottage and waited. The Man Who Sold Rope to the Knolls, Margaret St. Clair. Margaret St. Clair, 1911 to 1995, was an American science fiction writer whose most creative period was during the 1950s, when she wrote such acclaimed stories as Brightness Falls from the Air, 1951, An Egg a Month from All Over, 1952, and Horror House, 1956. In 1951, she also published the classic The Man Who Sold Rope to the Knowles. Satirical, weird, and with a nod to the Lord Dunsany story collected earlier in this volume, The Man Who Sold Rope to the Knowles has bite and teeth. St. Clair largely stopped writing short stories after 1960. The Best of Margaret St. Clair, 1985, provides a good overview of her short fiction. The Knowles had a bad reputation, and Mortenson was quite aware of this, but he reasoned, correctly enough, that cordage must be something for which the Knowles had a long unsatisfied want, and he saw no reason why he should not be the one to sell it to them. What a triumph such a sale would be! The district sales manager might single out Mortenson for special mention at the annual sales force dinner. It would help his sales quota enormously, and after all, it was none of his business what the Knowles used cordage for. Mortenson decided to call on the Knowles on Thursday morning. On Wednesday night he went through his Manual of Modern Salesmanship, underscoring things. The mental states through which the mind passes in making a purchase, he read, have been catalogued as 1. Arousal of interest, 2. Increase of knowledge, 3. Adjustments to needs. There were 7 mental states listed, and Mortenson underscored all of them. Then he went back and double-scored number 1, arousal of interest, number 4, appreciation of suitability, and number 7, decision to purchase. He turned the page. 2 qualities are of exceptional importance to a salesman, he read. They are adaptability and knowledge of merchandise. Mortenson underlined the qualities. Other highly desirable attributes are physical fitness and high ethical standard, charm of manner, a dogged persistence, and unfailing courtesy. Mortenson underlined these 2. But he read on to the end of the paragraph without underscoring anything more, and it may be that his failure to put tact and keen power of observation on a footing with the other attributes of a salesman was responsible for what happened to him. The Knowles live on the very edge of terra cognita, on the far side of a wood which all authorities unite in describing as dubious. Their house is narrow and high, in architecture a blend of Victorian Gothic and Swiss chalet. Though the house needs paint, it is kept in good repair. Thither, on Thursday morning, sample case in hand, Mortenson took his way. No path leads to the house of the Knowles, and it is always dark in that dubious wood. But Mortenson, remembering what he had learned at his mother's knee concerning the odor of Knowles, found the house quite easily. For a moment he stood hesitating before it. His lips moved as he repeated, "Good morning. I have come to supply your cordage requirements," to himself. The words were the beginning of his sales talk. Then he went up and rapped on the door. The Knowles were watching him through holes they had bored in the trunks of trees. It is an artful custom of theirs to which the prime authority on Knowles attests. Mortenson's knock almost threw them into confusion. It was so long since anyone had knocked on their door. Then the senior Knoll, the one who never leaves the house, went flitting up from the cellars and opened it. The senior Knoll is a little like a Jerusalem artichoke made of India rubber, and he has small red eyes which are faceted in the same way that gemstones are. Mortenson had been expecting something unusual, and when the Knoll opened the door he bowed politely, took off his hat, and smiled. He had got past the sentence about cordage requirements and into an enumeration of the different types of cordage his firm manufactured, when the Knoll, by turning his head to the side, showed him that he had no ears. Nor was there anything on his head which could take their place in the conduction of sound. Then the Knoll opened his little fanged mouth and let Mortenson look at his narrow, ribbony tongue. As a tongue, it was no more fit for human speech than was a serpent's. Judging from his appearance, the Knoll could not safely be assigned to any of the 4 physio-characterological types mentioned in the manual, and for the first time Mortenson felt a definite qualm. Nonetheless, he followed the Knoll unhesitatingly when the creature motioned him within. Adaptability, he told himself. Adaptability must be his watchword. Enough adaptability, and his knees might even lose their tendency to shakiness. It was the parlor the Knoll led him to. Mortenson's eyes widened as he looked around it. There were whatnots in the corners, and cabinets of curiosities, and on the fretwork table an album with gilded hasps. Who knows whose pictures were in it? All around the walls, in brackets, where in lesser houses the people display ornamental plates, were emeralds as big as your head. The Knowles set great store by their emeralds. All the light in the dim room came from them. Mortensen went through the phrases of his sales talk mentally. It distressed him that that was the only way he could go through them. Still, adaptability. The Knowles' interest was already aroused, or he would never have asked Mortensen into the parlor, and as soon as the Knowles saw the various cordages the sample case contained, he would no doubt proceed of his own accord through appreciation of suitability to desire to possess. Mortensen sat down in the chair the Knoll indicated and opened his sample case. He got out henequen cable-laid rope, an assortment of ply and yarn goods, and some superlative slender abaca fiber rope. He even showed the Knoll a few soft yarns and twines made of cotton and jute. On the back of an envelope he wrote prices for hanks and cheeses of the twines, and for 50 and 100-foot lengths of the ropes. Laboriously he added details about the strength, durability, and resistance to climatic conditions of each sort of cord. The senior Knoll watched him intently, putting his little feet on the top run of his chair and poking at the facets of his left eye now and then with a tentacle. In the cellars from time to time someone would scream. Mortensen began to demonstrate his wares. He showed the Knoll the slip and resilience of one rope, the tenacity and stubborn strength of another. He cut a tarred hemp rope in two and laid a 5-foot piece on the parlor floor to show the Knoll how absolutely neutral it was, with no tendency to untwist of its own accord. He even showed the Knoll how nicely some of the cotton twines made up a square knotwork. They settled at last on 2 ropes of abaca fiber, 3/16 and 5/8 inch in diameter. The Knoll wanted an enormous quantity. Mortensen's comment on those ropes, unlimited strength and durability, seemed to have attracted him. Soberly, Mortensen wrote the particulars down in his order book, but ambition was setting his brain on fire. The Knowles, it seemed, would be regular customers, and after the Knowles, why should he not try the Gibelins? They, too, must have a need for rope. Mortensen closed his order book. On the back of the same envelope he wrote, for the Knoll to see, the delivery would be made within 10 days. Terms were 30% with order, balance upon receipt of goods. The senior Knoll hesitated. Shyly he looked at Mortensen with his little red eyes. Then he got down the smallest of the emeralds from the wall and handed it to him. The sales representative stood, weighing it in his hands. It was the smallest of the Knowles emeralds, but it was as clear as water, as green as grass. In the outside world it would have ransomed a Rockefeller or a whole family of Guggenheims. A legitimate profit from a transaction was one thing, but this was another. A high ethical standard, any kind of ethical standard, would forbid Mortensen to keep it. He waited a moment longer. Then, with a deep, deep sigh, he gave the emerald back. He cast a glance around the room to see if he could find something which would be more negotiable, and in an evil moment he fixed on the senior Knoll's auxiliary eyes. The senior Knoll keeps his extra pair of optics on the 3rd shelf of the curiosity cabinet with the glass doors. They look like fine dark emeralds about the size of the end of your thumb. And if the Knowles in general set store by their gems, it is nothing at all compared to the senior Knowles' emotions about his extra eyes. The concern good Christian folk should feel for their soul's welfare is a shadow, a figment, a nothing, compared to what the thoroughly heathen Knoll feels for those eyes. He would rather, I think, choose to be a mere miserable human being than that some vandal should lay hands upon them. If Mortensen had not been elated by his success to the point of anesthesia, he would have seen the Knoll stiffen. He would have heard him hiss when he went over to the cabinet. All innocent, Mortensen opened the glass door, took the twin eyes out, and juggled them sacrilegiously in his hand. The Knoll could hear them clink. Smiling to evince the charm of manner advised in the manual, and raising his brows as one who says, "Thank you, these will do nicely," Mortensen dropped the eyes into his pocket. The Knoll growled. The growl awoke Mortensen from his trance of euphoria. It was a growl whose meaning no one could mistake. This was clearly no time to be doggedly persistent. Mortensen made a break for the door. The senior Knoll was there before him, his network of tentacles outstretched. He caught Mortensen in them easily and wound them, flat as bandages, around his ankles and his hands. The best abaca fiber is no stronger than those tentacles. Though the Knowles would find rope a convenience, they get along very well without it. Would you, dear reader, go naked if zippers should cease to be made? Growling indignantly, the Knoll fished his ravished eyes from Mortenson's pockets and then carried him down to the cellar to the fattening pens. But great are the virtues of legitimate commerce. Though they fattened Mortenson sedulously and later roasted and sauced him and ate him with real appetite, the Knowles slaughtered him in quite a humane manner and never once thought of torturing him. That is unusual for Knowles, and they ornamented the plank on which they served him with a beautiful border of fancy knotwork made of cotton cord from his own sample case. The Hungry House, Robert Bloch. Robert Bloch, 1917 to 1994, was an iconic American writer primarily of crime, horror, and science fiction. Bloch wrote hundreds of short stories and over 20 novels. As one of the youngest members of the so-called Lovecraft Circle, Bloch found a needed mentor in Lovecraft, among the first to encourage his talent. Early on, Bloch contributed to pulp magazines such as Weird Tales, and later won the Hugo Award, the Bram Stoker Award, and the World Fantasy Award. The pop culture popularity of his novel Psycho, 1959, which became the model for mindless slasher films, tended to obscure Bloch's more subtle talents. The Hungry House, 1951, represents Bloch at his most complex and devastating. At first, there were just the two of them, he and she together. That's the way it was when they bought the house. Then it came. Perhaps it was there all the time, waiting for them in the house. At any rate, it was there now, and there was nothing they could do. Moving was out of the question. They'd taken a 5-year lease, secretly congratulating themselves on the low rental. It would be absurd to complain to the agent about it, and impossible to explain to their friends. For that matter, they had nowhere else to go. They had searched for months to find a home. Besides, at first, neither he nor she cared to admit that they were aware of its presence, but both of them knew it was there. She felt it the very first evening, in the bedroom. She was sitting in front of the high, old-fashioned boudoir mirror, combing her hair. They hadn't settled all their things yet, and she didn't trouble to dust the place very thoroughly. In consequence, the mirror was cloudy, and the light above it flickered. So at first she thought it was just a trick of shadows, some flaw in the glass, perhaps. The wavering outline behind her seemed to blur the reflection oddly, and she frowned in distaste. Then she began to experience what she often called her married feeling, the peculiar awareness which usually denoted her husband's entrance to a room she occupied. He must be standing behind her now. He must have come in quietly, without saying anything. Perhaps he was going to put his arms around her, surprise her, startle her. Hence the shadow on the mirror. She turned, ready to greet him. The room was empty, and still the odd reflection persisted, together with the sensation of a presence at her back. She shrugged, moved her head, and made a little face at herself in the mirror. As a smile, it was a failure because the warped glass and the poor light seemed to distort her grin into something alien, into a smile that was not altogether a composition of her own face and features. Well, it had been a fatiguing ordeal, this moving business. She flicked a brush through her hair and tried to dismiss the problem. Nevertheless, she felt a surge of relief when he suddenly entered the bedroom. For a moment she thought of telling him, then decided not to worry him over her nerves. He was more outspoken. It was the following morning that the incident occurred. He came rushing out of the bathroom, his face bleeding from a razor cut on the left cheek. "Is that your idea of being funny?" he demanded, in the petulant little boy fashion she found so engaging. "Sneaking in behind me and making faces in the mirror? Gave me an awful start. Look at this nick I sliced on myself." She sat up in bed. "But, darling, I haven't been making faces at you. I didn't stir from this bed since you got up." "Oh." He shook his head, his frown fading into a second set of wrinkles expressing bewilderment. "Oh, I see. What is it?" She suddenly threw off the covers and sat on the edge of the bed, wriggling her toes and peering at him earnestly. "Nothing," he murmured. "Nothing at all. Just thought I saw you or somebody looking over my shoulder in the mirror. All of a sudden, you know. It must be those damned lights. Got to get some bulbs in town today." He patted his cheek with a towel and turned away. She took a deep breath. "I had the same feeling last night," she confessed, then bit her lip. "You did?" "It's probably just the lights, as you said, darling." "Uh-huh." He was suddenly preoccupied. "That must be it. I'll make sure and bring those new bulbs." "You'd better. Don't forget the gang is coming down for the housewarming on Saturday." Saturday proved to be a long time in coming. In the interim, both of them had several experiences, which served to upset their minds much more than they cared to admit. The second morning after he had left for work, she went out in back and looked at the garden. The place was a mess, 1/2 acre of land, all those trees, the weeds everywhere, and the dead leaves of autumn dancing slowly around the old house. She stood off on a little knoll and contemplated the grave gray gables of another century. Suddenly she felt lonely here. It wasn't only the isolation, the feeling of being 1/2 a mile from the nearest neighbor, down a deserted dirt road. It was more as though she were an intruder here, an intruder upon the past. The cold breeze, the dying trees, the sullen sky were welcome. They belonged to the house. She was the outsider because she was young, because she was alive. She felt it all, but did not think it. To acknowledge her sensations would be to acknowledge fear, fear of being alone, or worse still, fear of not being alone. Because, as she stood there, the back door closed. Oh, it was the autumn wind, all right. Even though the door didn't bang or slam shut, it merely closed. But that was the wind's work. It had to be. There was nobody in the house, nobody to close the door. She felt in her house-dress pocket for the door key, then shrugged as she remembered leaving it on the kitchen sink. Well, she hadn't planned to go inside yet anyway. She wanted to look over the yard, look over the spot where the garden had been and where she fully intended a garden to bloom next spring. She had measurements to make and estimates to take, and 100 things to do here outside. And yet, when the door closed, she knew she had to go in. Something was trying to shut her out of her own house, and that would never do. Something was fighting against her, fighting against all idea of change. She had to fight back. So she marched up to the door, rattled the knob, found herself locked out as she expected. The first round was lost. But there was always the window. The kitchen window was eye-level in height, and a small crate served to bring it within easy reach. The window was open a good 4 inches, and she had no trouble inserting her hands to raise it further. She tugged. Nothing happened. The window must be stuck. But it wasn't stuck. She just opened it before going outside, and it opened quite easily. Besides, they'd tried all the windows and found them in good operating condition. She tugged again. This time the window raised a good 6 inches, and then something slipped. The window came down like the blade of a guillotine, and she got her hands out just in time. She bit her lip, sent strength through her shoulders, raised the window once more. And this time she stared into the pane. The glass was transparent, ordinary window glass. She'd washed it just yesterday, and she knew it was clean. There had been no blur, no shadow, and certainly no movement. But there was movement now. Something cloudy, something obscenely opaque, peered out of the window, peered out of itself and pressed the window down against her. Something matched her strength to shut her out. Suddenly, hysterically, she realized that she was staring at her own reflection through the shadows of the trees. Of course, it had to be her own reflection, and there was no reason for her to close her eyes and sob as she tugged the window up and half tumbled her way into the kitchen. She was inside, and alone, quite alone. Nothing to worry about, nothing to worry him about. She wouldn't tell him. He wouldn't tell her either. Friday afternoon, when she took the car and went into town for groceries and liquor in preparation for tomorrow's party, he stayed home from the office and arranged the final details of settling down. That's why he carried up all the garment bags to the attic, to store the summer clothes, get them out of the way. And that's how he happened to open the little cubicle under the front gable. He was looking for the attic closet. He'd put down the bags and started to work along the wall with a flashlight. Then he noticed the door and the padlock. Dust and rust told their own story. Nobody had come this way for a long, long time. He thought again of Hacker, the glib real estate agent who'd handled the rental of the place. Been vacant several years and needs a little fixing up, Hacker had said. From the looks of it, nobody had lived here for a coon's age. All the better he could force the lock with a common file. He went downstairs for the file and returned quickly, noting as he did so the heavy attic dust. Apparently the former occupants had left in something of a hurry. Debris was scattered everywhere, and swaths and swirls scored the dust to indicate that belongings had been dragged and hauled and swept along in a haphazard fashion. Well, he had all winter to straighten things out, and right now he'd settle for storing the garment bags. Clipping the flashlight to his belt, he bent over the lock, file in hand, and tried his skill at breaking and entering. The lock sprung. He tugged at the door, opened it, inhaled a gust of moldy dampness, then raised the flash and directed the beam into the long, narrow closet. 1,000 silver slivers stabbed at his eyeballs. Golden, gleaming fire seared his pupils. He jerked the flashlight back, sent the beam upwards. Again, lances of light entered his eyes. Suddenly, he adjusted his vision and comprehension. He stood peering into a room full of mirrors. They hung from cords, lay in corners, stood along the walls in rows. There was a tall, stately, full-length mirror set in a door, a pair of plate-glass ovals, inset in old-fashioned dresser tops, a panel glass, and even a complete dismantled bathroom medicine cabinet, similar to the one they had just installed. And the floor was lined with hand mirrors of all sizes and shapes. He noted an ornate silver-handled mirror straight from a woman's dressing table. Behind it stood the vanity mirror, removed from the table itself. And there were pocket mirrors, mirrors from purse compacts, mirrors of every size and shape. Against the far wall stood a whole series of looking-glass slabs that appeared to have been mounted at one time in a bedroom wall. He gazed at 100 silvered surfaces, gazed at 100 reflections of his own bewildered face. And he thought again of Hacker, of their inspection of the house. He had noted the absence of a medicine cabinet at the time, but Hacker had glossed over it. Somehow he hadn't realized that there were no mirrors of any sort in the house. Of course there was no furniture, but still one might expect a door panel in a place this old. No mirrors? Why? And why were they all stacked away up here under lock and key? It was interesting. His wife might like some of these. That silver-handled beauty mirror, for example. He'd have to tell her about this. He stepped cautiously into the closet, dragging the garment bags after him. There didn't seem to be any clothes pole here or any hooks. He could put some up in a jiffy, though. He piled the bags in a heap, stooping, and the flashlight glittered on 1,000 surfaces, sent facets of fire into his face. Then the fire faded. The silver surfaces darkened oddly. Of course his reflection covered them now. His reflection and something darker, something smoky and swirling, something that was a part of the moldy dampness, something that choked the closet with its presence. It was behind him. No, at one side. No, in front of him, all around him. It was growing and blotting him out. It was making him sweat and tremble, and now it was making him gasp and scuttle out of the closet and slam the door and press against it with all his waning strength, and his name was claustrophobia. That was it, just claustrophobia, a fancy name for nerves. A man gets nervous when he's cooped up in a small place. For that matter, a man gets nervous when he looks at himself too long in a mirror, let alone 50 mirrors. He stood there, shaking, and to keep his mind occupied, keep his mind off what he had just half seen, half felt, half known, he thought about mirrors for a moment, about looking into mirrors. Women did it all the time. Men were different. Men, himself included, seemed to be self-conscious about mirrors. He could remember going into a clothing store and seeing himself in one of the complicated arrangements that afforded a side and rear view. What a shock that had been, the first time, and every time, for that matter. A man looks different in a mirror, not the way he imagines himself to be, knows himself to be. A mirror distorts. That's why men hum and sing and whistle while they shave, to keep their minds off their reflections. Otherwise they'd go crazy. What was the name of that Greek mythological character who was in love with his own image? Narcissus, that was it, staring into a pool for hours. Women could do it, though, because women never saw themselves actually. They saw an idealization, a vision. Powder, rouge, lipstick, mascara, eyeshadow, brilliantine, or merely an emptiness to which these elements must be applied. Women were a little crazy to begin with anyway. Hadn't she said something the other night about seeing him in her mirror when he wasn't there? Perhaps he'd better not tell her after all, at least not until he checked with the real estate agent, Hacker. He wanted to find out about this business anyway. Something was wrong somewhere. Why had the previous owners stored all the mirrors up here? He began to walk back through the attic, forcing himself to go slowly, forcing himself to think of something, anything, except the fright he'd had in the room of reflections. Reflect on something. Reflections. Who's afraid of the big bad reflection? Another myth, wasn't it? Vampires. They had no reflections. Tell me the truth now, Hacker. The people who built this house, were they vampires? That was a pleasant thought. That was a pleasant thought to carry downstairs in the afternoon twilight, to hug to your bosom in the gloom while the floors creaked and the shutters banged and the night came down in the house of shadows, where something peered around the corners and grinned at you in the mirrors on the walls. He sat there waiting for her to come home, and he switched on all the lights and he put the radio on too, and thanked God he didn't have a television set, because there was a screen, and the screen made a reflection, and the reflection might be something he didn't want to see. But there was no more trouble that evening, and by the time she came home with her packages, he had himself under control. So they ate and talked quite naturally. Oh, quite naturally. And if it was listening, it wouldn't know they were both afraid. They made their preparations for the party and called up a few people on the phone, and just on the spur of the moment he suggested inviting Hacker, too. So that was done, and they went to bed. The lights were all out, and that meant the mirrors were dark, and he could sleep. Only in the morning it was difficult to shave, and he caught her, yes, he caught her, putting on her makeup in the kitchen, using the little compact from her purse and carefully cupping her hands against reflections. But he didn't tell her, and she didn't tell him, and if it guessed their secrets, it kept silent. He drove off to work, and she made canapes, and if at times during the long, dark, dreary Saturday the house groaned and creaked and whispered, that was only to be expected. The house was quiet enough by the time he came home again, and somehow that was worse. It was as though something were waiting for night to fall. That's why she dressed early, humming all the while she powdered and primped, swirling around in front of the mirror. You couldn't see too clearly if you swirled. That's why he mixed drinks before their hasty meal and saw to it that they both had several stiff ones. You couldn't see too clearly if you drank. And then the guests tumbled in. The Teeters complaining about the winding back road through the hills, the Valiants exclaiming over the antique paneling and the high ceilings, the Ers whooping and laughing, with Vic remarking that the place looked like something designed by Charles Adams. That was his signal for a drink. And by the time Hacker and his wife arrived, the blaring radio found ample competition from the voices of the guests. He drank and she drank, but they couldn't shut it out altogether. That remark about Charles Adams was bad. And there were other things, little things. The Talmadges had brought flowers, and she went out to the kitchen to arrange them in a cut-glass vase. There were facets in the glass, and as she stood in the kitchen, momentarily alone, and filled the vase with water from the tap, the crystal darkened beneath her fingers, and something peered, reflected from the facets. She turned quickly, and she was all alone, holding 100 naked eyes in her hands. So she dropped the vase, and the Ers and Talmadges and Hackers and Valiants trooped out to the kitchen, and he came too. Talmadge accused her of drinking, and that was reason enough for another round. He said nothing, but got another vase for the flowers. And yet he must have known, because when somebody suggested a tour of the house, he put them off. "We haven't straightened things out upstairs yet," he said. "It's a mess, and you'd be knocking into crates and stuff." "Who's up there now?" asked Mrs. Teeters, coming into the kitchen with her husband. "We just heard an awful crash." "Something must have fallen over," the host suggested. But he didn't look at his wife as he spoke, and she didn't look at him. "How about another drink?" she asked. She mixed and poured hurriedly, and before the glasses were half empty, he took over and fixed another round. Liquor helped to keep people talking, and if they talked, it would drown out other sounds. The stratagem worked. Gradually the group trickled back into the living room in twos and threes, and the radio blared and the laughter rose and the voices babbled to blot out the noises of the night. He poured and she served, and both of them drank. But the alcohol had no effect. They moved carefully as though their bodies were brittle glasses without bottom, waiting to be shattered by some sudden strident sound. Glasses hold liquor, but they never get drunk. Their guests were not glasses. They drank and feared nothing, and the drinks took hold. People moved about, and in and out, and pretty soon Mr. Valiant and Mrs. Talmage embarked on their own private tour of the house upstairs. It was irregular and unescorted, but fortunately nobody noticed either their departure or their absence, at least not until Mrs. Talmage came running downstairs and locked herself in the bathroom. Her hostess saw her pass the doorway. She rapped on the bathroom door, gained admittance, and prepared to make discreet inquiries. None was necessary. Mrs. Talmage, weeping and wringing her hands, fell upon her. "That was a filthy trick," she sobbed, "coming up and sneaking in on us. The dirty louse. I admit we were doing a little smooching, but that's all there was to it, and it isn't as though he didn't make enough passes at Gwen Hacker himself. What I want to know is, where did he get the beard? It frightened me out of my wits." "What's all this?" she asked, knowing all the while what it was and dreading the words to come. "Jeff and I were in the bedroom, just standing there in the dark, I swear it, and all at once I looked up over my shoulder at the mirror because light began streaming in from the hall. Somebody had opened the door, and I could see the glass and this face. Oh, it was my husband all right, but he had a beard on, and the way he came slinking in, glaring at us—" Sobs choked off the rest. Mrs. Talmage trembled so that she wasn't aware of the tremors which racked the frame of her hostess. She, for her part, strained to hear the rest, sneaked right out again before we could do anything. "But wait till I get him home. Scaring the life out of me, and all because he's so crazy jealous. The look on his face in the mirror—" She soothed Mrs. Talmage. She comforted Mrs. Talmage. She placated Mrs. Talmage. And all the while there was nothing to soothe or calm or placate her own agitation. Still, both of them had restored a semblance of sanity by the time they ventured out into the hall to join the party, just in time to hear Mr. Talmage's agitated voice booming out over the excited responses of the rest. "So I'm standing there in the bathroom, and this old witch comes up and starts making faces over my shoulder in the mirror. What gives here, anyway? What kind of a house you running here?" He thought it was funny. So did the others, most of the others. The host and hostess stood there, not daring to look at each other. Their smiles were cracking. Glass is brittle. "I don't believe you." Gwen Hacker's voice. She'd had one or perhaps three too many. "I'm going up right now and see for myself." She winked at her host and moved towards the stairs. "Hey, hold on." He was too late. She swept or wobbled past him. "Halloween pranks," said Talmage, nudging him. "Old babe in a fancy hairdo. Saw her plain as day. What you cook up for us here, anyhow?" He began to stammer something, anything to halt the flood of foolish babbling. She moved close to him, wanting to listen, wanting to believe, wanting to do anything but think of Gwen Hacker upstairs, all alone, upstairs, looking into a mirror, and waiting to see. The screams came then. Not sobs, not laughter, but screams. He took the stairs two at a time. Fat Mr. Hacker was right behind him, and the others straggled along, suddenly silent. There was the sound of feet clubbing the staircase, the sound of heavy breathing, and over everything the continuing high-pitched shriek of a woman confronted with terror too great to contain. It oozed out of Gwen Hacker's voice, oozed out of her body as she staggered and half fell into her husband's arms in the hall. The light was streaming out of the bathroom, and it fell upon the mirror that was empty of all reflection, fell upon her face that was empty of all expression. They crowded around the Hackers. He and she were on either side, and the others clustered in front, and they moved along the hall to her bedroom and helped Mr. Hacker stretch his wife out on the bed. She had passed out, and somebody mumbled something about a doctor, and somebody else said no, never mind, she'll be all right in a minute, and somebody else said, "Well, I think we'd better be getting along." For the first time, everybody seemed to be aware of the old house and the darkness and the way the floors creaked and the windows rattled and the shutters banged. Everyone was suddenly sober, solicitous, and extremely anxious to leave. Hacker bent over his wife, chafing her wrists, forcing her to swallow water, watching her whimper her way out of emptiness. The host and hostess silently procured hats and coats and listened to expressions of polite regret, hasty farewells, and poorly formulated pretenses of, "Had a marvelous time, darling." Teeters, Valiants, Talmadges were swallowed up in the night. He and she went back upstairs, back to the bedroom and the Hackers. It was too dark in the hall and too light in the bedroom, but there they were, waiting. And they didn't wait long. Mrs. Hacker sat up suddenly and began to talk, to her husband, to them. "I saw her," she said. "Don't tell me I'm crazy. I saw her, standing on tiptoe behind me, looking right into the mirror, with the same blue ribbon in her hair, the one she wore the day she—" "Please, dear," said Mr. Hacker. She didn't please. "But I saw her, Mary Lou. She made a face at me in the mirror, and she's dead. You know she's dead. She disappeared 3 years ago, and they never did find the body." Mary Lou Dempster. Hacker was a fat man. He had 2 chins. Both of them wobbled. "She played around here, you know she did, and Wilma Dempster told her to stay away. She knew all about this house, but she wouldn't, and now— Oh, her face!" More sobs. Hacker patted her on the shoulder. He looked as though he could stand a little shoulder patting himself, but nobody obliged. He stood there, she stood there, still waiting for the rest. "Tell them," said Mrs. Hacker. "Tell them the truth." "All right, but I'd better get you home." "I'll wait. I want you to tell them. You must, now." Hacker sat down heavily. His wife leaned against his shoulder. The two waited another moment. Then it came. "I don't know how to begin, how to explain," said fat Mr. Hacker. "It's probably my fault, of course, but I didn't know. All this foolishness about haunted houses. Nobody believes that stuff any more, and all it does is push property values down, so I didn't say anything. Can you blame me?" "I saw her face," whispered Mrs. Hacker. "I know, and I should have told you. About the house, I mean. Why it hasn't rented for 20 years. Old story in the neighborhood, and you'd have heard it sooner or later anyway, I guess." "Get on with it," said Mrs. Hacker. She was suddenly strong again, and he, with his wobbling chins, was weak. Host and hostess stood before them, brittle as glass, as the words poured out and filled them to overflowing. He and she, watching and listening, filling up with the realization, with the knowledge, with that for which they had waited. It was the Bellman house they were living in, the house Joe Bellman built for his bride back in the 60s, the house where his bride had given birth to Laura and taken death in exchange. And Joe Bellman had toiled through the 70s as his daughter grew to girlhood, rested in complacent retirement during the 80s as Laura Bellman blossomed into the reigning beauty of the county. Some said the state, but then flattery came quickly to men's lips in those days. There were men aplenty, coming and going through that decade, passing through the hall in polished boots, bowing and stroking brilliantined mustachios, smirking at old Job, grinning at the servants, and gazing in moonstruck adoration at Laura. Laura took it all as her rightful due, but land's sakes, she'd never think of it. No, not while Papa was still alive, and no, she couldn't. She was much too young to marry, and why, she'd never heard of such a thing. She'd always thought it was so much nicer just being friends. Moonlight, dances, parties, hayrides, sleigh rides, candy, flowers, gifts, tokens, cotillion balls, punch, fans, beauty spots, dressmakers, curlers, mandolins, cycling, and the years that whirled away. And then one day old Job dead in the 4-poster bed upstairs, and the doctor came, and the minister, and then the lawyer, hacking away with his dry, precise little cough, and his talk of inheritance and estate and annual income. Then she was all alone, just she and the servants and the mirrors, Laura and her mirrors. Mirrors in the morning, and the careful inspection, the scrutiny that began the day. Mirrors at night before the caller arrived, before the carriage came, before she whirled away to another triumphal entry, another fan-fluttering, pirouetting descent of the staircase. Mirrors at dawn absorbing the smiles, listening to the secrets, the tale of the evening's triumph. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all? Mirrors told her the truth. Mirrors did not lie. Mirrors did not paw or clutch or whisper or demand in return for acknowledgment of beauty. Years passed, but mirrors did not age, did not change, and Laura did not age. The callers were fewer, and some of them were oddly altered. They seemed older somehow, and yet how could that be? For Laura Bellman was still young. The mirrors said so, and they always told the truth. Laura spent more and more time with the mirrors, powdering, searching for wrinkles, tinting and curling her long hair, smiling, fluttering eyelashes, making deliciously delicate little moves, swirling daintily, posturing before her own perfection. Sometimes, when the callers came, she sent word that she was not at home. It seemed silly, somehow, to leave the mirrors, and after a while there weren't many callers to worry about. Servants came and went. Some of them died, but there were always new ones. Laura and the mirrors remained. The 90s were truly gay, but in a way other people wouldn't understand. How Laura laughed, rocking back and forth on the bed, sharing her giddy secrets with the glass. The years fairly flew by, but Laura merely laughed. She giggled and tittered when the servants spoke to her, and it was easier now to take her meals on a tray in her room, because there was something wrong with the servants and with Dr. Turner, who came to visit her, and who was always being tiresome about going away for a rest to a lovely home. They thought she was getting old, but she wasn't. The mirrors didn't lie. She wore the false teeth and the wig to please the others, the outsiders, but she didn't really need them. The mirrors told her she was unchanged. They talked to her now, the mirrors did, and she never said a word. Just sat nodding and swaying before them in the room reeking of powder and patchouli, stroking her throat and listening to the mirrors telling her how beautiful she was and what a belle she would be if she would only waste her beauty on the world. But she'd never leave here, never. She and the mirrors would always be together. And then came the day they tried to take her away, and they actually laid hands upon her, Laura Bellman, the most exquisitely beautiful woman in the world. Was it any wonder that she fought, clawed and kicked and whined, and struck out so that one of the servants crashed headlong into the beautiful glass and struck his foolish head and died, his nasty blood staining the image of her perfection? Of course it was all a stupid mistake, and it wasn't her fault, and Dr. Turner told the magistrate so when he came to call. Laura didn't have to see him, and she didn't have to leave the house. But they always locked the door to her room now, and they took away all her mirrors. They took away all her mirrors. They left her alone, caged up, a scrawny, wizened, wrinkled old woman with no reflection. They took the mirrors away and made her old and ugly and afraid. The night they did it, she cried. She cried and hobbled around the room, stumbling blindly in a tearsome tour of nothingness. That's when she realized she was old and nothing could save her, because she came up against the window and leaned her wrinkled forehead against the cold, cold glass. The light came from behind her, and as she drew away she could see her reflection in the window. The window. It was a mirror, too. She gazed into it, gazed long and lovingly at the tear-streaked face of the fantastically rouged and painted old harridan, gazed at the corpse countenance, readied for the grave by a mad embalmer. Everything whirled. It was her house. She knew every inch of it. From the day of her birth onwards, the house was a part of her. It was her room. She had lived here forever and ever. But this obscenity was not her face. Only a mirror could show her that, and there would never be a mirror for her again. For an instant she gazed at the truth, and then mercifully the gleaming glass of the window-pane altered, and once again she gazed at Laura Bellman, the proudest beauty of them all. She drew herself erect, stepped back, and whirled into a dance. She danced forward, a prim, self-conscious smile on her lips, danced into the window-pane, half through it, until razored splinters of glass tore her scrawny throat. That's how she died, and that's how they found her. The doctor came, and the servants and the lawyer did what must be done. The house was sold, then sold again. It fell into the hands of a rental agency. There were tenants, but not for long. They had trouble with mirrors. A man died of a heart attack, they said, while adjusting his necktie before the bureau one evening. Grotesque enough, but he had complained to people in the town about strange happenings, and his wife babbled to everyone. A school teacher who rented the place in the 20s passed away in circumstances which Dr. Turner had never seen fit to relate. He had gone to the rental agency and begged them to take the place off the market. That was almost unnecessary, for the Bellman home had its reputation firmly established by now. Whether or not Mary Lou Dempster had disappeared here would never be known, but the little girl had last been seen a year ago on the road leading to the house, and although a search had been made and nothing discovered, there was talk aplenty. Then the new heirs had stepped in, briskly with their pooh-poohs and their harsh dismissals of advice, and the house had been cleaned and put up for rental. So he and she had come to live here, with it. And that was the story, all of the story. Mr. Hacker put his arm around Gwen, harumphed, and helped her rise. He was apologetic, he was shamefaced, he was deferential. His eyes never met those of his tenant. He barred the doorway. "We're getting out of here right now," he said. "Lease or no lease." "That can be arranged, but I can't find you another place tonight, and tomorrow's Sunday." "We'll pack and get out of here tomorrow," she spoke up. "Go to a hotel, anywhere, but we're leaving." "I'll call you tomorrow," said Hacker. "I'm sure everything will be all right. After all, you've stayed here through the week, and nobody has—" His words trailed off. There was no point in saying any more. The Hackers left, and they were all alone, just the two of them. Just the three of them, that is. But now he and she, were too tired to care. The inevitable letdown, product of overindulgence and overexcitement, was at hand. They said nothing, for there was nothing to say. They heard nothing, for the house, and it, maintained a somber silence. She went to her room and undressed. He began to walk around the house. First he went to the kitchen and opened a drawer next to the sink. He took a hammer and smashed the kitchen mirror. Tinkle, tinkle, and then a crash. That was the mirror in the hall. Then upstairs to the bathroom. Crash and clink of broken glass in the medicine cabinet. Then a smash as he shattered the panel in his room. And now he came to her bedroom and swung the hammer against the huge oval of the vanity, shattering it to bits. He wasn't cut, wasn't excited, wasn't upset, and the mirrors were gone. Every last one of them was gone. They looked at each other for a moment. Then he switched off the lights, tumbled into bed beside her, and sought sleep. The night wore on. It was all a little silly in the daylight, but she looked at him again in the morning, and he went into his room and hauled out the suitcases. By the time she had breakfast ready, he was already laying his clothes out on the bed. She got up after eating and took her own clothing from the drawers and hangers and racks and hooks. Soon he'd go up to the attic and get the garment bags. The movers could be called tomorrow, or as soon as they had a destination in mind. The house was quiet. If it knew their plans, it wasn't acting. The day was gloomy, and they kept the lights off without speaking, although both of them knew it was because of the window panes and the story of the reflection. He could have smashed the window glass, of course, but it was all a little silly, and they'd be out of here shortly. Then they heard the noise. Trickling, burbling, a splashing sound. It came from beneath their feet. She gasped. "Water pipe, in the basement," he said, smiling and taking her by the shoulders. "Better take a look." She moved towards the stairs. "Why should you go down there? I'll tend to it." But she shook her head and pulled away. It was her penance for gasping. She had to show she wasn't afraid. She had to show him, and it too. "Wait a minute," he said. "I'll get the pipe wrench. It's in the trunk in the car." He went out the back door. She stood irresolute, then headed for the cellar stairs. The splashing was getting louder. The burst pipe was flooding the basement. It made a funny noise, like laughter. He could hear it even when he walked up the driveway and opened the trunk of the car. These old houses always had something wrong with them. He might have known it. Burst pipes and... Yes, he found the wrench. He walked back to the door, listening to the water gurgle, listening to his wife scream. She was screaming down in the basement, screaming down in the dark. He ran, swinging the heavy wrench. He clumped down the stairs, down into the darkness, the screams tearing up at him. She was caught. It had her. She was struggling with it, but it was strong, too strong, and the light came streaming in on the pool of water beside the shattered pipe, and in the reflection he saw her face, and the blackness of other faces swirling around her and holding her. He brought the wrench up, brought it down on the black blur, hammering and hammering and hammering until the screaming died away. And then he stopped and looked down at her. The dark blur had faded away into the reflection of the water, the reflection that had evoked it. But she was still there, and she was still, and she would be still forever now. Only the water was getting red where her head rested in it, and the end of the wrench was red, too. For a moment he started to tell her about it, and then he realized she was gone. Now there were only the two of them left, he and it, and he was going upstairs. He was walking upstairs, still carrying the bloody wrench, and he was going over to the phone to call the police and explain. He sat down in a chair before the phone, thinking about what he'd tell them, how he'd explain. It wouldn't be easy. There was this madwoman, see? And she looked into mirrors until there was more of her alive in her reflection than there was in her own body. So when she committed suicide, she lived on somehow and came alive in mirrors or glass or anything that reflected. And she killed others or drove them to death, and their reflections were somehow joined with hers, so that this thing kept getting stronger and stronger, sucking away at life with that awful core of pride that could live beyond death. Woman, thy name is vanity, and that, gentlemen, is why I killed my wife. Yes, it was a fine explanation, but it wouldn't hold water. Water. The pool in the basement had evoked it. He might have known it if only he'd stopped to think, to reflect. Reflect. That was the wrong word now. Reflect, the way the window pane before him was reflecting. He stared into the glass now, saw it behind him, surging up from the shadows. He saw the bearded man's face, the peering, pathetic, empty eyes of a little girl, the goggling, grimacing stare of an old woman. It wasn't there behind him, but it was alive in the reflection, and as he rose he gripped the wrench tightly. It wasn't there, but he'd strike at it, fight at it, come to grips with it somehow. He turned, moving back, the ring of shadow faces pressing. He swung the wrench. Then he saw her face coming up through all the rest. Her face was shining splinters where the eyes should be. He couldn't smash it down. He couldn't hit her again. It moved forward. He moved back. His arm went out to one side. He heard the tinkle of window glass behind him and vaguely remembered that this was how the old woman had died, the way he was dying now, falling through the window and cutting his throat, and the pain lanced up and in, tearing at his brain as he hung there on the jagged spikes of glass, bleeding his life away. Then he was gone. His body hung there, but he was gone. There was a little puddle on the floor, moving and growing. The light from outside shone on it, and there was a reflection. Something emerged fully from the shadows now, emerged and capered demurely in the darkness. It had the face of an old woman and the face of a child, the face of a bearded man and his face and her face, changing and blending. It capered and postured, and then it squatted, dabbling. Finally, all alone in the empty house, it just sat there and waited. There was nothing to do now but wait for the next to come, and meanwhile it could always admire itself in that growing red reflection on the floor. The Complete Gentleman, Amos Tutuola. Amos Tutuola, 1920 to 1997, was a largely self-taught Nigerian writer who became internationally praised for books based in part on Yoruba folk tales, especially the phantasmagorical The Palm Wine Drinkard, 1952. Welsh poet Dylan Thomas called the novel thronged, grisly, and bewitching, bringing it even more attention. But Tutuola was also criticized for the novel's primitive style, seen to promote negative stereotypes about Africa. However, from the perspective of weird fiction aficionados, the book is as amazing an accomplishment as anything from Clark Ashton Smith, H.P. Lovecraft, or Alfred Kubin, even as it takes completely different cultural reference as its entry point into the weird. The Complete Gentleman is a self-contained excerpt from the book. He was a beautiful, complete gentleman. He dressed with the finest and most costly clothes. All the parts of his body were completed. He was a tall man, but stout. As this gentleman came to the market on that day, if he had been an article or animal for sale, he would be sold for at least 2,000 pounds. As this complete gentleman came to the market on that day, and at the same time that this lady saw him in the market, she did nothing more than to ask him where he was living. But this fine gentleman did not answer her, or approach her at all. But when she noticed that the fine or complete gentleman did not listen to her, she left her articles and began to watch the movements of the complete gentleman about in the market, and left her articles unsold. By and by the market closed for that day. Then the whole people in the market were returning to their destinations, etc., and the complete gentleman was returning to his own too. But as this lady was following him about in the market all the while, she saw him when he was returning to his destination, as others did. Then she was following him, complete gentleman, to an unknown place. But as she was following the complete gentleman along the road, he was telling her to go back or not to follow him. But the lady did not listen to what he was telling her, and when the complete gentleman had tired of telling her not to follow him or to go back to her town, he left her to follow him. Do not follow unknown man's beauty. But when they had traveled about 12 miles away from that market, they left the road on which they were traveling and started to travel inside an endless forest, in which only all the terrible creatures were living. Return the parts of body to the owners, or hired parts of the complete gentleman's body to be returned. As they were traveling along in this endless forest, then the complete gentleman in the market that the lady was following began to return the hired parts of his body to the owners, and he was paying them the rentage money. When he reached where he hired the left foot, he pulled it out. He gave it to the owner and paid him, and they kept going. When they reached the place where he hired the right foot, he pulled it out and gave it to the owner and paid for the rentage. Now both feet had returned to the owners, so he began to crawl along on the ground. By that time that lady wanted to go back to her town or her father, but the terrible and curious creature, or the complete gentleman, did not allow her to return or go back to her town or her father again. And the complete gentleman said thus: I had told you not to follow me before we branched into this endless forest, which belongs to only terrible and curious creatures. But when I became a half-bodied, incomplete gentleman, you wanted to go back. Now that cannot be done. You have failed. Even you have never seen anything yet. Just follow me. When they went furthermore, then they reached where he hired the belly, ribs, chest, etc. Then he pulled them out and gave them to the owner and paid for the rentage. Now to this gentleman, or terrible creature, remained only the head and both arms with neck. By that time he could not crawl as before, but only went jumping on as a bullfrog. And now this lady was soon faint for this fearful creature whom she was following. But when the lady saw every part of this complete gentleman in the market was spared or hired, and he was returning them to the owners, then she began to try all her efforts to return to her father's town. But she was not allowed by this fearful creature at all. When they reached where he hired both arms, he pulled them out and gave them to the owner. He paid for them, and they were still going on in this endless forest. They reached the place where he hired the neck. He pulled it out and gave it to the owner and paid for it as well. A full-bodied gentleman reduced to head. Now this complete gentleman was reduced to head, and when they reached where he hired the skin and flesh which covered the head, he returned them and paid to the owner. Now the complete gentleman in the market reduced to a skull, and this lady remained with only skull. When the lady saw that she remained with only skull, she began to say that her father had been telling her to marry a man, but she did not listen to or believe him. When the lady saw that the gentleman became a skull, she began to faint, but the skull told her if she would die, and she would follow him to his house. But by the time that he was saying so, he was humming with a terrible voice, and also grew very wild, and even if there was a person 2 miles away, he would not have to listen before hearing him. So this lady began to run away in that forest for her life. But the skull chased her, and within a few yards he caught her, because he was very clever and smart, as he was only skull, and he could jump a mile to the second before coming down. He caught the lady in this way, so when the lady was running away for her life, he hastily ran to her front and stopped her as a log of wood. By and by this lady followed the skull to his house, and the house was a hole which was under the ground. When they reached there, both of them entered the hole, but there were only skulls living in that hole. At the same time that they entered the hole, he tied a single cowrie on the neck of this lady with a kind of rope. After that, he gave her a large frog on which she sat as a stool. Then he gave a whistle to a skull of this kind to keep watch on this lady whenever she wanted to run away. because the skull knew already that the lady would attempt to run away from the hole. Then he went to the backyard, to where his family were staying in the daytime till night. But one day the lady attempted to escape from the hole, and at the same time that the skull who was watching her whistled to the rest of the skulls that were in the backyard, the whole of them rushed out to the place where the lady sat on the bullfrog, so they caught her. But as all of them were rushing out, they were rolling on the ground as if 1,000 petrol drums were pushing along a hard road. After she was caught, then they brought her back to sit on the same frog as usual. If the skull who was watching her fell asleep, and if the lady wanted to escape, the cowrie that was tied on her neck would raise up the alarm with a terrible noise, so that the skull who was watching her would wake up at once, and then the rest of the skull's family would rush out from the back in thousands to the lady and ask her what she wanted to do with a curious and terrible voice. But the lady could not talk at all, because as the cowrie had been tied on her neck, she became dumb at the same moment. The father of gods should find out whereabouts the daughter of the head of the town was. Now as the father of the lady first asked for my name, and I told him that my name was Father of Gods, who could do anything in this world, then he told me that if I could find out where his daughter was and bring her to him, then he would tell me where my palm wine tapestry was. But when he said so, I was jumping up with gladness that he should promise me that he would tell me where my tapestry was. I agreed to what he said. The father and parent of this lady never knew whereabouts their daughter was, but they had information that the lady followed a complete gentleman in the market. As I was the father of gods who could do anything in this world, when it was at night I sacrificed to my juju with a goat. And when it was early in the morning, I sent for 40 kegs of palm wine. After I had drunk it all, I started to investigate whereabouts was the lady. As it was the market day, I started the investigation from the market. But as I was a juju man, I knew all the kinds of people in that market. When it was exactly 9 o'clock a.m., the very complete gentleman whom the lady followed came to the market again, and at the same time that I saw him, I knew that he was a curious and terrible creature. The lady was not to be blamed for following the skull as a complete gentleman. I could not blame the lady for following the skull as a complete gentleman to his house at all, because if I were a lady, no doubt I would follow him to wherever he would go, and still as I was a man I would be jealous of him more than that, because if this gentleman went to the battlefield, surely enemy would not kill him or capture him, and if bombers saw him in a town which was to be bombed, they would not throw bombs on his presence, and if they did throw it, the bomb itself would not explode until this gentleman would leave that town, because of his beauty. At the same time that I saw this gentleman in the market on that day, what I was doing was only to follow him about in the market. After I looked at him for so many hours, then I ran to a corner of the market, and I cried for a few minutes, because I thought within myself, why was I not created with beauty as this gentleman? But when I remembered that he was only a skull, then I thanked God that he had created me without beauty. So I went back to him in the market, but I was still attracted by his beauty. So when the market closed for that day, and when everybody was returning to his or her destination, this gentleman was returning to his own too, and I followed him to know where he was living. Investigation to the skull's family's house. When I traveled with him a distance of about 12 miles away to that market, the gentleman left the really road on which we were traveling and branched into an endless forest, and I was following him. But as I did not want him to see that I was following him, then I used one of my juju, which changed me into a lizard, and followed him. But after I had traveled with him a distance of about 25 miles away in this endless forest, he began to pull out all the parts of his body and returned them to the owners, and paid them. After I had traveled with him for another 50 miles in this forest, then he reached his house and entered it, but I entered it also with him, as I was a lizard. The first thing that he did when he entered the whole house, he went straight to the place where the lady was, and I saw the lady sat on a bullfrog with a single cowrie tied on her neck, and a skull who was watching her stood behind her. After he, gentleman, had seen that the lady was there, he went to the backyard where all his family were working. The investigator's wonderful work in the skull's family's house. When I saw this lady, and when the skull who brought her to that hole, or whom I followed from the market to that hole, went to the backyard, then I changed myself to a man as before. Then I talked to the lady, but she could not answer me at all, She only showed that she was in a serious condition. The skull who was guarding her with a whistle fell asleep at that time. To my surprise, when I helped the lady to stand up from the frog on which she sat, the cowrie that was tied on her neck made a curious noise at once, and when the skull who was watching her heard the noise, he woke up and blew the whistle to the rest. Then the whole of them rushed to the place and surrounded the lady and me. But at the same time that they saw me there, one of them ran to a pit which was not so far from that spot. The pit was filled with cowries. He picked one cowrie out of the pit. After that he was running towards me, and the whole crowd wanted to tie the cowrie on my neck too. But before they could do that, I had changed myself into air. They could not trace me out again, but I was looking at them. I believed that the cowries in that pit were their power, and to reduce the power of any human being whenever tied on his or her neck, and also to make a person dumb. Over 1 hour after I had dissolved into air, these skulls went back to the backyard, but there remained the skull who was watching her. After they had returned to the backyard, I changed to a man as usual. Then I took the lady from the frog, but at the same time that I touched her, the cowrie, which was tied on her neck, began to shout. Even if a person was 4 miles away, he would not have to listen before hearing, but immediately the skull who was watching her heard the noise and saw me when I took her from that frog. He blew the whistle to the rest of them who were in the backyard. Immediately the whole skull family heard the whistle when blew to them. They were rushing out to the place, and before they could reach there, I had left their hole for the forest. But before I could travel about 100 yards in the forest, they had rushed out from their hole to inside the forest, and I was still running away with the lady. As these skulls were chasing me about in the forest, they were rolling on the ground like large stones, and also humming with terrible noise. But when I saw that they had nearly caught me, or if I continued to run away like that, no doubt they would catch me sooner, then I changed the lady to a kitten and put her inside my pocket, and changed myself to a very small bird, which I could describe as a sparrow in English language. After that I flew away, but as I was flying in the sky, the cowrie, which was tied on that lady's neck, was still making a noise, and I tried all my best to stop the noise, but all were in vain. When I reached home with the lady, I changed her to a lady as she was before, and also myself changed to a man as well. When her father saw that I brought his daughter back home, he was exceedingly glad, and said thus, "You are the father of gods, as you had told me before." But as the lady was now at home, the cowrie on her neck did not stop making a terrible noise once, and she could not talk to anybody. She showed only that she was very glad she was at home. Now I had brought the lady, but she could not talk, eat, or loose away the cowrie on her neck, because the terrible noise of the cowrie did not allow anybody to rest or sleep at all. There remain greater tasks ahead. Now I began to cut the rope of the cowrie from her neck and to make her talk and eat, but all my efforts were in vain. At last I tried my best to cut off the rope of the cowrie. It only stopped the noise, but I was unable to loose it away from her neck. When her father saw all my trouble, he thanked me greatly, and repeated again that as I called myself Father of Gods who could do anything in this world, I ought to do the rest of the work. But when he said so, I was very ashamed, and thought within myself that if I returned to the skull's hole or house, they might kill me, and the forest was very dangerous travel always. Again, I could not go directly to the skulls in their hole and ask them how to loose away the cowrie which was tied on the lady's neck, and to make her talk and eat. Back to the skull's family's house. On the 3rd day after I had brought the lady to her father's house, I returned to the endless forest for further investigation. When there remained about 1 mile to reach the hole of these skulls, there I saw the very skull who the lady had followed from the market as a complete gentleman to the whole of Skull's family's house, and at the same time that I saw him like that, I changed into a lizard and climbed a tree which was near him. He stood before 2 plants. Then he cut a single opposite leaf from the opposite plant. He held the leaf with his right hand, and he was saying thus, "As this lady was taken from me, if this opposite leaf is not given her to eat, she will not talk forever." After that he threw the leaf down on the ground. Then he cut another single compound leaf from the compound plant, which was in the same place with the opposite plant. He held the compound leaf with his left hand, and said that if this single compound is not given to this lady to eat, the cowrie on her neck could not be loosened away forever, and it would be making a terrible noise forever. After he said so, he threw the leaf down at the same spot, Then he jumped away. So after he had jumped very far away, luckily I was there when he was doing all these things, and I saw the place that he threw both leaves separately. Then I changed myself to a man as before. I went to the place that he threw both leaves, then I picked them up and I went home at once. But at the same time that I reached home, I cooked both leaves separately and gave her to eat. To my surprise, the lady began to talk at once. After that I gave her the compound leaf to eat for the second time, and immediately she ate that too. The cowrie, which was tied on her neck by the skull, loosened away by itself, but it disappeared at the same time. So when the father and mother saw the wonderful work which I had done for them, they brought 50 kegs of palm wine for me. They gave me the lady as wife, and 2 rooms in that house in which to live with them. So I saved the lady from the complete gentleman in the market, who afterwards reduced to a skull, and the lady became my wife since that day. This was how I got a wife. Mr. Taylor, Augusto Monterroso. Translated into English by Larry Nolan. Augusto Monterroso, 1921 to 2003, was a Guatemalan writer known for his short stories. Indeed, he is credited with writing the shortest story ever. When she awoke, the dinosaur was still there. Monterroso is considered a central figure in the Latin American boom generation, recognized along such canonical authors as Julio Cortázar and Gabriel Garcia Marquez. Monterroso often used the weird and grotesque to create incisive contemporary fables, as in his most famous story, Mr. Taylor, 1954. The story's mixture of weird imagery with social commentary on U.S. imperialism has made it one of the most popular Latin American short stories of the mid-20th century. This new translation by Larry Nolan conveys the absurdity and strangeness of the original in equal measure. Less strange, although without a doubt more exemplary, the other man then said, is the story of Mr. Percy Taylor, headhunter in the Amazon jungle. It is known that in 1937 he left Boston, Massachusetts, where he had refined his spirit to the point of becoming penniless. In 1944 he appears for the first time in South America, in the region of the Amazon, living with the natives of a tribe whose name there is no need to remember. Due to his dark circles and famished aspect, he soon became known there as the poor gringo, and the schoolchildren even pointed at him and threw stones when he passed by, his beard shining under the golden tropical sun. But this did not distress the humble character of Mr. Taylor, because he had read in the first volume of The Complete Works of William G. Knight that if he did not feel envious of the rich, poverty would not dishonor him. In a few weeks the natives became accustomed to him and his extravagant dress. In addition, as he had blue eyes and a vague foreign accent, the President and Minister of Foreign Relations treated him with singular respect, fearful of provoking international incidents. So poor and miserable was he that one day he went inland into the jungle in search of herbs to eat. He had walked several meters without daring to turn his head, when by pure chance he saw through the weeds 2 Indian eyes, which observed him intently. A huge shiver ran down the sensitive spine of Mr. Taylor. But Mr. Taylor, intrepid, confronted the danger and continued on his way, whistling as if nothing had happened. With a jump, which ought not be called feline, the Indian got in front of him and exclaimed, "By head, money, money." Although the native's English could not be any worse, Mr. Taylor, somewhat indisposed, realized that the native offered him in sale a man's head, curiously reduced, which he was carrying in his hand. It is unnecessary to say that Mr. Taylor was in no position to buy it, but as apparently he didn't understand this, the Indian felt terribly embarrassed, due to not speaking English well, and he gave Mr. Taylor the head as a gift, seeking pardon. Great was Mr. Taylor's joy as he returned to his hut. That night, lying on his back on a precarious palm mat which served as his bed, interrupted only by the buzzing of the aroused flies that flew around him, making love obscenely, Mr. Taylor contemplated with delight for a long time his curious acquisition. He took the greatest aesthetic pleasure from counting, one by one, the hairs of the beard and mustache, and looking straight into the pair of half-ironic eyes that seemed to smile at him, pleased by his deference. A man of immense culture, Mr. Taylor was accustomed to abandoning himself to contemplation, But this time he immediately grew bored with his philosophical reflections, and he arranged to give the head to his uncle, Mr. Ralston, a New York resident, who, from his most tender infancy, had shown a strong interest in the cultural manifestations of the Latin American peoples. A few days later, Mr. Taylor's uncle wrote to ask him, after inquiring about the state of his precious health, to please gratify him with 5 more. Mr. Taylor acceded with pleasure to Mr. Ralston's caprice, and, no one knows how, by return mail he was very pleased to satisfy your desires. Very grateful, Mr. Ralston sought another 10. Mr. Taylor felt pleased to be able to serve you. But when a month passed and he was asked to send 20, Mr. Taylor, a simple and bearded man, but of refined artistic sensibility, had the presentiment that his mother's brother was making a profit off of him. Well, if you want to know, so it was. With total frankness, Mr. Ralston made him understand it in an inspired letter, whose resolutely business-like terms made the strings of Mr. Taylor's sensitive spirit vibrate like never before. They immediately set up a corporation in which Mr. Taylor promised to obtain and ship human heads shrunken on an industrial scale, while Mr. Ralston would sell them the best he could in his country. In the early days there were some annoying difficulties with certain local types, but Mr. Taylor, who in Boston had received the best grades on an essay on Joseph Henry Silliman, showed himself to be a politician, and obtained not only the necessary export permit, but in addition an exclusive concession for 99 years. It took little effort for him to convince the executive warrior and the legislative witch-doctors that such a patriotic act in a short time would enrich the community, and that then afterward all the thirsty aborigines would be able to drink, each time they paused in the collection of heads, a cold soft drink, whose magic formula he himself would supply. When the members of the chamber, after a brief but luminous intellectual effort, understood these advantages, their love of country boiled over, and in 3 days they promulgated a decree demanding that the people accelerate the production of shrunken heads. A few months later, in Mr. Taylor's country, the heads reached that popularity which we all remember. In the beginning they were the privilege of the wealthiest families. But democracy is democracy, and no one is going to deny it. In a matter of weeks, even school teachers themselves could acquire them. A home without its corresponding head was seen as a failed home. Soon came the collectors, and with them contradictions. To possess 17 heads came to be considered bad taste, but it was distinguished to have 11. They became so common that the truly elegant people were losing interest, and now only by exception would they acquire one, if it possessed some peculiarity that saved it from vulgarity. One, very rare, with Prussian mustaches, which in life belonged to a highly decorated general, was bequeathed to the Danfeller Institute, which in turn gave, like a bolt from the blue, $3.5 million in order to further development of that cultural manifestation, so excellent, of the Latin American peoples. Meanwhile, the tribe had progressed in such a way that they already had a pathway around the legislative palace. On Sundays and Independence Day, members of Congress went along on that happy trail, clearing their throats, displaying their feathers, laughing very seriously, on the bicycles that the company had given them. But what do you want? Not all the times are good ones. When they least expected it, they were presented with the first shortage of heads. Then began the best part. Mere natural deaths already were insufficient. The Minister of Public Health, feeling sincere one dark night, with the light turned off, after unceasingly caressing for a little while his wife's breast, confessed to her that he considered himself incapable of elevating mortality rates to a level pleasing to the company's interests, to which she replied that he should not worry, that he would see that everything would turn out well, and that it would be best that they sleep. In order to compensate for this administrative deficiency, it was indispensable to take heroic measures, and a harsh death penalty was established. The judges consulted with each other, and they elevated to the category of a crime punishable by hanging or firing squad, depending on its seriousness, even the most trivial of faults. Even simple mistakes became criminal acts. For example, if in an ordinary conversation someone carelessly said, "It is very hot," and later it could be proven with thermometer in hand that in reality it was not so hot, that person was fined a small amount executed on the spot by the army, who sent the head to the company, and, fair to say, the drunken limbs to the bereaved. The legislation regarding illnesses earned immediate renown and was talked about much by the diplomatic corps and by the ministries of foreign affairs of friendly powers. In accord with that memorable legislation, the gravely ill were granted 24 hours to place their affairs in order and die. But if in this time they were lucky and managed to infect their family, they obtained as many monthly stays as relatives that were infected. The victims of slight illnesses and those simply indisposed earned the scorn of the country, and in the streets anyone could spit on their faces. For the first time in history, the importance of doctors — there were various Nobel Prize candidates — who didn't cure anyone was recognized. Dying was turned into the most exalted example of patriotism, not only on a national scale, but instead more glorious on the continental. With the impetus that reached other subsidiary companies, the coffin industry in particular flourished with the technical assistance of the company. The country entered, as they say, a period of great economic growth. This growth was particularly evident in a new flower-lined path, along which strolled, enveloped in the melancholy of the golden fall afternoons, the deputies' wives, whose pretty little heads went, "Yes, yes, everything was well," when some soliciting journalist from the other side greeted them while tipping his hat. As an aside, I will note that one of these journalists, who on one occasion emitted a wet sneeze he could not explain, was accused of extremism and was brought to the firing squad wall. Only after his selfless end did the academics recognize that the journalist had one of the country's grandest heads, but once shrunken, it looked so well that no one could notice the difference. And Mr. Taylor? By that time he already had been designated as a special adviser to the constitutional president. Now, and as an example of what individual effort can achieve, he was counting his thousands by the thousands. But this did not cause him to lose any sleep, because he had read in the final volume of The Complete Works of William G. Knight that to be a millionaire was no dishonor if one did not despise the poor. I believe this will be the second time that I say that not all the times are good ones. Given the prosperity of the business, the moment arrived in which only the authorities and their wives, and the journalists and their wives, remained in the vicinity. Without much effort, Mr. Taylor mused that the only possible remedy was to foment war with the neighboring tribes. Why not? It's progress. With the help of some small cannons, the first tribe was cleanly beheaded in scarcely 3 months. Mr. Taylor tasted the glory of extending his domains. Then came the second, and afterward the third, the fourth, and the fifth. Progress extended with such rapidity that the hour arrived in which, despite the efforts of the technicians, it was impossible to find new tribes to make war against. It was the beginning of the end. The two paths began to languish. Only once in a while could one see on them some lady or some poet laureate with a book under his arm. The weeds overran anew the two paths, making difficult and thorny the ladies' delicate steps. Along with the heads, the bicycles became scarce, and almost all the happy optimistic greetings disappeared. The coffin manufacturer was more sad and funereal than ever before, and everyone felt as though they had awakened from a pleasant dream, from that wonderful dream in which you find a bag full of gold coins and you place it under your pillow and go back to sleep, and very early the next day, upon waking, you search for it and find emptiness. However painfully, business went on as usual, but now one slept with difficulty due to the fear of waking up exported. In Mr. Taylor's country, of course, demand continued to rise. Daily new substitutes were appearing, but deep down inside nobody believed in them, and everyone demanded the little heads from Latin America. It happened during the last crisis. Mr. Ralston, desperate, begged and begged for more heads. Despite the company's stocks suffering a sharp decline, Mr. Ralston was convinced that his nephew would do something to bail him out of that situation. The shipments, once daily, shrunk to once a month, now with anything from children's heads to those of ladies and deputies. Suddenly, they ceased totally. One harsh and gray Friday, home from the exchange, stunned still by the cries and by the lamentable show of panic given by his friends, Mr. Ralston decided to jump through the window, instead of using a gun whose noise filled him with terror, when upon opening a mail package he found the shrunken head of Mr. Taylor, brought to him from the distant, fierce Amazon, with a false, child's smile that seemed to say, "I'm sorry, I won't do it again." Axolotl, Julio Cortázar. Translated into English by Jo Clerval. Julio Cortázar, 1914 to 1984, was an Argentine writer who became an architect of what is known as the Latin American literary boom. A novelist, poet, playwright, and nonfiction writer, Cortázar also wrote many short stories, collected in Bestiario, 1951, Final del Juego, 1956, and Las Armas Secretas, 1959, among others. His entry point to the weird tale was the influence of surrealism. His fantastical stories almost always began with a mundane reality into which unexplained strangeness intrudes. This fine translation of his Axolotl, 1956, by Jo Clerval, is the first New English version since the 1950s, and considered the definitive translation by the author's estate. Cortázar's work as a translator, including the stories of Poe, also influenced his fiction. There was a time when I thought quite often about the axolotl. I used to go and see them in the aquarium of the Jardin des Plantes, and remain for hours captivated, gazing at them, observing their immobility, their indistinct movements. Now I, too, am an axolotl. Chance led me to them one spring morning when Paris was spreading its peacock tail after a long wintering. I strolled down Boulevard de Port-Royal, took Saint-Marcel and l'Hôpital, saw green among all that gray, and remembered the lions. I was acquainted with the lions and the panthers, but had never entered the dark, humid building that was the aquarium. I left my bicycle against the railing and went to see the tulips. The lions were sad and ugly, and my panther was asleep. I opted for the aquarium, looked askance at banal fish until, unexpectedly, I came face to face with the axolotl. I gazed at them for an hour and a half, unable to think of anything else. In the St. Geneviève Library, I consulted a dictionary and learned that the axolotl are the larval stage, complete with gills, of a species of batrachians belonging to the genus Ambystoma. I already knew they were Mexican by looking at them in their little pink Aztec faces and the sign above the tank. I read that specimens had been found in Africa capable of living on dry land during the periods of drought and continuing their life underwater when the rainy season set in. I found their Spanish name, ajolote, and the mention that they were edible, and that their oil was used, it seems now no longer used, like codfish liver oil. I didn't care to consult any of the specialized works, but the next day I went back to the Jardin des Plantes. I began to go every morning and afternoon some days. The aquarium guard gave a perplexed smile as he took my ticket. I would prop myself up on the railing in front of the tanks and set to study them. There was nothing strange in this, because after the first minute I knew that we were linked, that something infinitely lost and distant continued to unite us nevertheless. It had been enough to keep me that first morning in front of the glass wall while bubbles rose through the water. The axolotl huddled on the skimpy, narrow, only I can know how narrow and skimpy, floor of stone and moss in the tank. There were 9 specimens, and most pressed their heads against the glass, looking with their eyes of gold at whoever approached them. Confused, almost ashamed, I felt indecent for lingering in front of these silent, still figures heaped at the bottom of the tank. To study them better, I mentally isolated one that was on the right and somehow apart from the others. I saw a rosy little body, translucent. I thought of those Chinese figurines of milky glass, similar to a small lizard about 15 centimeters long, ending in a fish tail of extraordinary elegance, the most sensitive part of our body. Along the back ran a transparent fin that joined the tail, but I was obsessed with the feet, of the subtlest grace, ending in tiny fingers with minutely human fingernails. And then I discovered the eyes, the face. The eyes were 2 holes, as tiny as heads of pins, entirely made of a transparent gold, devoid of all expression but still gazing, opening up to my stare, which seemed to pass through the golden spot and lose itself in a diaphanous inner mystery. A very thin black ring encircled the eye and etched it in the pink flesh, and onto the rosy stone of a head, vaguely triangular, but with a curved and irregular outline, which created a strong likeness to a statuette corroded by time. The mouth was concealed by the triangular plane of the face, its considerable size only guessed in profile. In front, a delicate cleft barely slit the lifeless stone. On both sides of the head, where the ears should have been, there grew 3 tiny sprigs, red as coral, of vegetal outgrowth. The gills, I suppose. And they were the only part that seemed alive. Every 10 or 15 seconds the sprigs pricked up stiffly and again began to relax. Whenever a leg twitched, I saw the minuscule toes alight on the moss in a smooth movement. In fact, we don't enjoy moving a lot, and the tank is so cramped. Hardly do we move in any direction, then we bump into one another's tail or head. Conflicts arise, fights, fatigue. Time feels shorter if we remain quiet. The sense of tranquility fascinated me the first time I saw the axolotl. In some obscure way I understood their secret will to abolish space and time with indifferent immobility. Later I knew better. The contraction of the gills, the probing of the delicate legs on the stones, the sudden swimming — some of them swim with a simple undulation of the body — proved to me that they were capable of escaping the mineral stupor in which they spent entire hours. Above everything else, their eyes obsessed me. In the tanks on either side of them, various fish showcased the simple stupidity of their beautiful eyes, so similar to our own. The eyes of the axolotl told me of the presence of a different life, of another way of seeing. Gluing my face to the glass, the guard worried, coughed sometimes, I tried to see better those minuscule golden spots, this entrance to the infinitely slow and remote world of the roseate creatures. No point in tapping with a fingertip on the glass right in front of their faces. They never reacted in the slightest way. The golden eyes kept burning with their soft, terrible light. They kept gazing at me from an unfathomable depth that gave me vertigo. And nevertheless, they were close. I knew it before this, before being an axolotl. I knew it the day I approached them for the first time. Contrary to what most people think, the anthropomorphic features of a monkey reveal the distance that separates them from us. The absolute lack of similarity between the axolotl and a human being proved to me that my recognition was well-founded, that I was not sustaining my theory with easy analogies. Those little hands alone. But the common lizard has such hands, too, and we are not at all alike. I think it was the axolotl's head, that triangular pink shape with the tiny eyes of gold, that gazed and knew, that claimed. They were no animals. It seemed easy, almost obvious, to dive into mythology. I began seeing in the axolotl a metamorphosis that could not quite destroy some mysterious humanity. I imagined them aware, slaves to their bodies, forever condemned to an abyssal silence, to a hopeless meditation. Their blind gaze, the tiny golden disk, expressionless and nonetheless terribly lucid, entered my mind like a message. Save us! Save us! I surprised myself by mumbling words of consolation, conveying childish hopes. They continued to look at me, stock still. From time to time the small pink branches of the gills stiffened. In that instant I felt a dull pain. Perhaps they did see me, grasp my efforts to penetrate the impenetrable essence of their lives. They were not human beings, but in no animal had I ever found such a profound connection to myself. The axolotl were like witnesses to something, and at times like horrible judges. I felt ignoble in front of them. There was such a terrifying purity in those transparent eyes. They were larvae, but larva means mask, and also spectre. Behind those Aztec faces, expressionless but of an implacable cruelty, what appearance awaited its hour? I was afraid of them. I think that had it not been for the proximity of other visitors and the guard, I would not have dared to be alone with them. "You're eating them with your eyes," the guard said, laughing. He probably believed me a little insane. He didn't realize they were the ones that devoured me with their eyes, slowly, in a cannibalism of gold. Away from the aquarium, my thoughts revolved solely around them, as though they could influence me from afar. At one point I went to see them every day, and at night I thought of them, unmoving in the darkness, slowly putting a hand out which immediately encountered another, Perhaps their eyes could see in the dead of night, and for them the day continued without end. The eyes of the axolotl have no lids. I know now that there was nothing strange, that it had to happen. Each new morning, as I leaned against the tank, the recognition grew stronger. They suffered. Every fiber of my body reached out to sense that muzzled pain, that rigid torment at the bottom of the tank. They kept furtive watch over something, a faraway dominion now destroyed, an era of freedom when the world belonged to the axolotl. Such a terrible expression trying to disturb the forced blankness of their stone faces could carry no message other than pain, proof of their eternal sentence, of the liquid hell they endured. To no avail, I tried to convince myself that my own sensitivity projected a non-existent consciousness upon the axolotl. They and I both knew. Therefore nothing of what happened was strange. My face pressed against the glass of the aquarium, my stare attempted once more to penetrate the mystery of those eyes of gold, without an iris, without a pupil. Close up, I saw the face of an axolotl, immobile near the glass. Without transition or surprise, I saw my own face against the glass. I saw it outside the tank. I saw it on the other side of the glass. Then my face drew back, and I understood. Only one thing was strange, to think as I did before, knowing. At first this realization resembled the horror of a man buried alive, awakening to his fate. On the outside, my face came close to the glass again. I saw my own mouth, lips pressed together in the effort to understanding the axolotl. I was an axolotl, and then knew instantly that no understanding was possible. He was outside the aquarium, and his thinking was a thinking outside the aquarium. Recognizing him, being him, I was an axolotl, and I was in my world. The horror began. I knew it at the same moment I believed myself a prisoner in a body of axolotl, transmigrated into him with my human mind intact, buried alive in an axolotl, condemned to move lucidly among insensitive creatures. But this feeling stopped when a leg brushed my face, when I moved a little to the side and saw an axolotl next to me who was watching me, and I understood that he knew also. No communication possible, but in such a limpid way. Or I was also in him, or all of us were thinking like men, incapable of expression, limited to the golden splendor of our eyes staring at the man's face pressed against the aquarium. He returned many times thereafter, but he comes less often now. Weeks pass without his showing up. I saw him yesterday. He looked at me for a long time and left abruptly. I had the impression that he was not so interested in us any more, that he came out of habit. Since all I do is think, I could think about him a lot. It occurs to me that at the beginning we did communicate, that he felt more than ever one with the mystery over which he was obsessing. But the bridges were broken between him and me, because that which was his obsession is now an axolotl, alien to the life of a man. I think that at the beginning I was capable of becoming him to a certain extent, only to a certain extent, and I knew how to keep alive his desire to know us better. Now, I am definitely an axolotl, and if I think like a man, it's only because every axolotl thinks like a man behind that appearance of pink stone. I believe that all this I succeeded in communicating somehow to him in those first days when I was still he, and in this final solitude to which he no longer returns. It consoles me to think that perhaps he will write about us, that believing he is imagining a story, he will write all this about the axolotl. A Woman Seldom Found. William Sansom. William Sansom, 1912 to 1976, was an English writer who worked as a firefighter during the Blitz and was directly influenced by the surrealists. Using descriptive, muscular prose, Sansom took the mundane and transformed it through his surrealist's eye. His previous story in this volume, The Long Sheet, explored weird ritual. A Woman Seldom Seen, 1956, by contrast, is something rare for Sansom, an excellent example of the traditional weird tale and his most anthologized story. Readers wishing to explore more of Sansom's prose should seek out the new volume from Faber and Faber, The Stories of William Sansom, 2011. Once a young man was on a visit to Rome. It was his first visit. He came from the country. But he was neither on the one hand so young nor on the other so simple as to imagine that a great and beautiful capital should hold out finer promises than anywhere else. He already knew that life was largely illusion, that though wonderful things could happen, nevertheless as many disappointments came in compensation. And he knew, too, that life could offer a quality even worse, the probability that nothing would happen at all. This was always more possible in a great city intent on its own business. Thinking in this way, he stood on the Spanish steps and surveyed the momentous panorama stretched before him. He listened to the swelling hum of the evening traffic and watched as the lights went up against Rome's golden dusk. Shining automobiles slunk past the fountains and turned urgently into the bright Via Condotti. Neon-red signs stabbed the shadows with invitation. The yellow windows of buses were packed with faces intent on going somewhere. Everyone in the city seemed intent on the evening's purpose. He alone had nothing to do. He felt himself the only person alone of everyone in the city, but searching for adventure never brought it, rather kept it away. Such a mood promised nothing. So the young man turned back up the steps, passed the lovely church, and went on up the cobbled hill towards his hotel. Wine bars and food shops jostled with growing movement in those narrow streets, but out on the broad pavements of the Vittorio Veneto, under the trees mounting to the Borghese gardens, the high world of Rome would be filling the most elegant cafes in Europe to enjoy with aperitifs the twilight. That would be the loneliest of all. So the young man kept to the quieter, older streets on his solitary errand home. In one such street, a pavementless alley between old yellow houses, a street that in Rome might suddenly blossom into a secret piazza of fountain and Baroque church, a grave secluded treasure place, he noticed that he was alone but for the single figure of a woman walking down the hill towards him. As she drew nearer, he saw that she was dressed with taste, that in her carriage was a soft Latin fire, that she walked for respect. Her face was veiled, but it was impossible to imagine that she would not be beautiful. Isolated thus with her, passing so near to her, and she symbolizing the adventure of which the evening was so empty, a greater melancholy gripped him. He felt wretched as the gutter, small, sunk, pitiful, so that he rounded his shoulders and lowered his eyes, but not before casting one furtive glance into hers. He was so shocked at what he saw that he paused. He stared, shocked, into her face. He had made no mistake. She was smiling. Also, she too had hesitated. He thought instantly, whore? But no, it was not that kind of smile, though as well it was not without affection. And then, amazingly, she spoke. I know I shouldn't ask you, but it is such a beautiful evening, and perhaps you are alone as I am. She was very beautiful. He could not speak, but a growing elation gave him the power to smile, so that she continued, still hesitant, in no sense soliciting. I thought, perhaps, we could take a walk, an aperitif. At last the young man achieved himself. Nothing would please me more, and the Veneto is only a minute up there. She smiled again. My home is just here. They walked in silence a few paces down the street, to a turning that young man had already passed. This she indicated. They walked to where the first humble houses ended in a kind of recess. In the recess was set the wall of a garden, and behind it stood a large and elegant mansion. The woman, about whose face shone a curious pale glitter, something fused of the transparent pallor of fine skin, of gray but brilliant eyes, of dark eyebrows and hair of loosened black, inserted her key in the garden gate. They were greeted by a servant in velvet livery. In a large and exquisite salon, under chandeliers of fine glass and before a moist green courtyard where water played, they were served with a frothy wine. They talked. The wine, iced in the warm Roman night, filled them with an inner warmth of exhilaration. But from time to time the young man looked at her curiously. With her glances, with many subtle inflections of teeth and eyes, she was inducing an intimacy that suggested much. He felt he must be careful. At length he thought the best thing might be to thank her, somehow thus to root out whatever obligation might be in store. But here she interrupted him, first with a smile, then with a look of some sadness. She begged him to spare himself any perturbation. She knew it was strange that in such a situation he might suspect some second purpose, but the simple truth remained that she was lonely, and, this with a certain deference, something perhaps in him, perhaps in that moment of dusk in the street, had proved to her inescapably attractive. She had not been able to help herself. The possibility of a perfect encounter, a dream that years of disillusion will never quite kill, decided him. His elation rose beyond control. He believed her, and thereafter the perfections compounded. At her invitation they dined. Servants brought food of great delicacy, shellfish, fat bird flesh, soft fruits, and afterwards they sat on a sofa near the courtyard, where it was cool. Liqueurs were brought. The servants retired. A hush fell upon the house. They embraced. A little later, with no word, she took his arm and led him from the room. How deep a silence had fallen between them. The young man's heart beat fearfully. It might be heard, he felt, echoing in the hall, whose marble they now crossed, sensed through his arm to hers. But such excitement rose now from certainty that at such a moment, on such a charmed evening, nothing could go wrong. There was no need to speak. Together they mounted the great staircase. In her bedroom, to the picture of her framed by the bed curtains and dimly naked in a silken shift, he poured out his love, a love that was to be eternal, to be always perfect, as fabulous as this their exquisite meeting. Softly she spoke the return of his love. Nothing would ever go amiss, nothing would ever come between them, and very gently she drew back the bedclothes for him. But suddenly, at the moment when at last he lay beside her, when his lips were almost upon hers, he hesitated. Something was wrong. A flaw could be sensed. He listened, felt, and then saw the fault was his. Soft shaded lights by the bed. But he had been so careless as to leave on the bright electric chandelier in the center of the ceiling. He remembered the switch was by the door. For a fraction, then, he hesitated. She raised her eyelids, saw his glance at the chandelier, understood. Her eyes glittered. She murmured, "My beloved, don't worry, don't move." And she reached out her hand. Her hand grew larger. Her arm grew longer and longer. It stretched out through the bed curtains, across the long carpet, huge and overshadowing the whole of the long room, until at last its giant fingers were at the door. With a terminal click, she switched out the light. The Howling Man. Charles Beaumont. Charles Beaumont, 1929 to 1967, was a prolific American author who established himself as a scriptwriter in Hollywood and died of a brain disorder at the tragically young age of 38. In addition to his macabre short stories, he wrote several Twilight Zone episodes, but also penned the screenplays for cult films like Seven Faces of Dr. Lao, The Intruder, and The Mask of the Red Death. The classic story reprinted here, The Howling Man, 1959, was adapted as a screenplay for Twilight Zone. In the episode, a reference to a cross was changed to Staff of Truth out of fear of a backlash from Christian preachers. In its approach, the story oddly evokes decadent-era writing and spotlights Beaumont's stylistic prowess. The Germany of that time was a land of valleys and mountains and swift dark rivers, a green and fertile land where everything grew tall and straight out of the earth. There was no other country like it. Stepping across the border from Belgium, where the rain-caped, mustached guards saluted, grinning like operetta soldiers, you entered a different world entirely. Here the grass became as rich and smooth as velvet. Deep, thick woods appeared. The air itself, which had been heavy with the French perfume of wines and sauces, changed. The clean, fresh smell of lakes and pines and boulders came into your lungs. You stood a moment then at the border, watching the circling hawks above and wondering, a little fearfully, how such a thing could happen. In less than a minute you had passed from a musty, ancient room, through an invisible door, into a kingdom of winds and light. Unbelievable. But there at your heels, clearly in view, is Belgium, like all the rest of Europe, a faded tapestry from some forgotten mansion. In that time, before I had heard of St. Wulfrun's, of the wretch who clawed the stones of a locked cell, wailing in the midnight hours, or of the daft brothers and their mad abbot, I had strong legs and a mind on its last search, and I preferred to be alone. A while, and I'll come back to this spot. We will ride and feel the sickness, fall and hover on the edge of death together. But I am not a writer, only one who loves wild, unhousebroken words. I must have a real beginning. Paris beckoned in my youth. I heeded for the reason most young men just out of college heed, although they would never admit it, to lie with mysterious, beautiful women. A solid traditional upbringing among the corseted ruins of Boston had succeeded, as such upbringings generally do, in honing the urge to a keen edge. My nightly dreams of beaded bagnios and dusky writhing houris, skilled beyond imagining, reached finally the unbearable stage beyond which lies either madness or respectability. Fancying neither, I managed to convince my parents that a year abroad would add exactly the right amount of seasoning to my maturity, like a dash of curry in an otherwise bland, if not altogether tasteless, chowder. I'm afraid that father caught the hot glint in my eye, but he was kind, describing in detail and with immense effect the hideous consequences of profligacy, telling of men he knew who'd gone to Europe innocently and fallen into dissolution so profound they'd not been heard of since. He begged me at all times to remember that I was an Ellington, and turned me loose. Paris, of course, was enchanting and terrifying, as a jungle must be to a zoo-born monkey. Out of respect to the honored dead and Dad, I did a quick tour through the Tuileries, the Louvre, and down the Champs-Élysées to the Arc de Triomphe. Then, with the fall of night, I cannoned off to Montmartre and the Rue Pigalle, embarking on the grand adventure. Synoptically, it did not prove to be so grand as I'd imagined, nor was it, after the fourth week, so terribly adventurous. Still important to what followed, for what followed doubtless wouldn't have but for the sweet, complacent girls. Boston's straits and narrows don't, I fear, prepare one, except psychologically, for the wild life. My health broke in due course, and as my thirst had been well and truly slaked, I was not awfully discontent to sink back into the contemplative cocoon to which I was, apparently, more suited. Abed for a month I lay, in celibate silence and almost total inactivity. Then, no doubt as a final gesture of rebellion, I got my idea. Got? Or had my concentrated sins received it like a signal from a failing tower, and I made my strange, un-Ellingtonian decision. I would explore Europe, but not as a tourist, safe and fat in his fat, safe bus, insulated against the beauty and the ugliness of changing cultures by a pane of glass and a room at the English-speaking hotel. No, I would go like an unprotected wind, a 7-league booted leaf, a nestless bird, and I would see this dark, strange land with the vision of a boy on the last legs of his dreams. I would go by bicycle, poor and lonely and questing, as poor and lonely and questing anyway as one can be with 100,000 in the bank and a partnership in Ellington, Carruthers, and Blake waiting. So it was. New England blood and muscles wilted on that first day's pumping, but New England spirit toughened as the miles dropped back. Like an ant crawling over a once lovely, now decayed and somewhat seedy duchess, I rode over the body of Europe. I dined at restaurants where boars' heads hung, all vicious, tusked, and blind. I slept at country inns and breathed the musty age, and sometimes girls came to the door and knocked and asked if I had everything I needed. Well, and they were better than the girls in Paris, though I can't imagine why. No matter. Out of France I pedaled, into Belgium, out, and to the place of cows and forests, mountains, brooks, and laughing people. Germany. I've rhapsodized on purpose, for I feel it's quite important to remember how completely paradisiacal the land was then, at that time. I looked odd, standing there. The border guard asked what was loose with me. I answered nothing, grateful for the German and the French Miss Finch had drummed into me, and set off along the smallest, darkest path. It serpentined through forests, cities, towns, villages, and always I followed its least likely appendages. Unreasonably, I pedaled as if toward a destination, into the Moselle Valley country, up into the desolate hills of emerald. By a ferry, fallen to desuetude, the reptile drew me through a bosky wood. The trees closed in at once. I drank the fragrant air and pumped and kept on pumping. But a heat began to grow inside my body. My head began to ache. I felt weak. 2 more miles, and I was obliged to stop, for perspiration filmed my skin. You know the signs of pneumonia: a sapping of the strength, a trembling, flashes of heat and of cold, visions. I lay in the bed of damp leaves for a time, then forced myself onto the bicycle and rode for what seemed an endless time. At last a village came to view, a 13th-century village, gray and narrow-streeted, cobbled to the hidden storefronts. A number of old people in peasant costumes looked up as I bumped along, and I recalled one ancient tallow-colored fellow, nothing more, only the weakness, like acid, burning off my nerves and muscles, and an intervening blackness to pillow my fall. I woke to the smells of urine and hay. The fever had passed, but my arms and legs lay heavy as logs. My head throbbed horribly, and there was an empty, shoveled-out hole inside my stomach somewhere. For a long while I did not move or open my eyes. Breathing was a major effort, but consciousness came eventually. I was in a tiny room. The walls and ceiling were of rough gray stone. The single glassless window was arch-shaped. The floor was uncombed dirt. My bed was not a bed at all, but a blanket thrown across a disorderly pile of crinkly straw. Beside me a crude table. Upon it a pitcher. Beneath it a bucket. Next to the table a stool. And seated there, asleep, his tonsured head a-dangle from an Everest of robe, a monk. I must have groaned, for the shorn pate bobbed up precipitately. 2 silver trails gleamed down the corners of the suddenly exposed mouth, which drooped into a frown. The slumbrous eyes blinked. "It is God's infinite mercy," sighed the gnome-like little man. "You have recovered." "Not as yet," I told him. Unsuccessfully, I tried to remember what had happened. Then I asked questions. "I am Brother Christophorus. This is the Abbey of St. Wolfran's. The Burgermeister of Schwarzhof, Herr Bart, brought you to us 9 days ago. Father Jerome said that you would die, and he sent me to watch, for I have never seen a man die. And Father Jerome holds that it is beneficial for a brother to have seen a man die. But now I suppose that you will not die." He shook his head ruefully. "Your disappointment," I said, "cuts me to the quick. However, don't abandon hope. The way I feel now, it's touch and go." "No," said Brother Christophorus sadly, "you will get well. It will take time, but you will get well." Such ingratitude, and after all you've done. How can I express my apologies? He blinked again. With the innocence of a child, he said, "I beg your pardon?" "Nothing." I grumbled about blankets, a fire, some food to eat, and then slipped back into the well of sleep. A fever dream of forests full of giant 2-headed beasts came, then the sound of screaming. I woke. The scream shrilled on, klaxon loud, high, cutting like a cry for help. "What is that sound?" I asked. The monk smiled. "Sound? I hear no sound," he said. It stopped. I nodded. "Dreaming. Probably I'll hear a good deal more before I'm through. I shouldn't have left Paris in such poor condition." "No," he said, "you shouldn't have left Paris." Kindly now, resigned to my recovery, Brother Christophorus became attentive to a fault. Nurse-like, he spooned thick soups into me, applied compresses, chanted soothing prayers, and emptied the bucket out the window. Time passed slowly. As I fought the sickness, the dreams grew less vivid, but the nightly cries did not diminish. They were as full of terror and loneliness as before, strong, real in my ears. I tried to shut them out, but they would not be shut out. Still, how could they be strong and real except in my vanishing delirium? Brother Christophorus did not hear them. I watched him closely when the sunlight faded to the gray of dusk and the screams began, but he was deaf to them, if they existed. If they existed. "Be still, my son. It is the fever that makes you hear these noises. That is quite natural. Is that not quite natural? Sleep." "But the fever is gone. I'm sitting up now. Listen. Do you mean to tell me you don't hear that?" "I hear only you, my son." The screams that 14th night continued until dawn. They were totally unlike any sounds in my experience. Impossible to believe they could be uttered and sustained by a human, yet they did not seem to be animal. I listened, there in the gloom, my hands balled into fists, and knew suddenly that one of two things must be true. Either someone or something was making these ghastly sounds, and Brother Christophorus was lying, or I was going mad, hearing voices mad, climbing walls and frothing mad. I'd have to find the answer. That I knew, and by myself. I listened with a new ear to the howls. Razoring under the door, they rose to operatic pitch, subsided, resumed, like the cries of a surly, hysterical child. To test their reality, I hummed beneath my breath. I covered my head with a blanketing, scratched at the straw, coughed. No difference. The quality of substance, of existence, was there. I tried then to localize the screams, and on the 15th night felt sure that they were coming from a spot not far along the hall. The sounds that maniacs hear seemed quite real to them. I know. The monk was by my side. He had not left it from the start, keeping steady vigil even through matins. He joined his tremulous soprano to the distant chants and prayed excessively, but nothing could tempt him away. The food we ate was brought to us, as were all other needs. I'd see the abbot, Father Jerome, once I was recovered. Meanwhile, I'm feeling better, brother. Perhaps you'd care to show me about the grounds. I've seen nothing of St. Wolfran's except this little room. There is only this little room multiplied. Ours is a rigorous order. The Franciscans, now, they permit themselves aesthetic pleasure. We do not. It is, for us, a luxury. We have a single, most unusual job. There is nothing to see. But surely the abbey is very old. Yes, that is true. As an antiquarian, Mr. Ellington... What is it you don't want me to see? What are you afraid of, brother? Mr. Ellington, I do not have the authority to grant your request. When you are well enough to leave, Father Jerome will no doubt be happy to accommodate you. Will he also be happy to explain the screams I've heard each night since I've been here? Rest, my son, rest. The unholy, hackle-raising shriek burst loose and bounded off the hard stone walls. Brother Christophorus crossed himself, apropos of nothing, and sat like an ancient Indian on the weary stool. I knew he liked me, especially, perhaps. We'd got along quite well in all our talks, but this, verboten. I closed my eyes. I counted to 300. I opened my eyes. The good monk was asleep. I blasphemed softly, but he did not stir, so I swung my legs over the side of the straw bed and made my way across the dirt floor to the heavy wooden door. I rested there a time in the candleless dark, listening to the howls. Then, with Bostonian discretion, raised the bolt. The rusted hinges creaked, but Brother Christophorus was deep in celestial marble. His head drooped low upon his chest. Panting, weak as a landlocked fish, I stumbled out into the corridor. The screams became impossibly loud. I put my hands to my ears instinctively and wondered how anyone could sleep with such a furor going on. It was a furor. In my mind? No. Real. The monastery shook with these shrill cries. You could feel their realness with your teeth. I passed a brother's cell and listened, then another. Then I paused. A thick door made of oak or pine was locked before me. Behind it were the screams. A chill went through me on the edge of those unutterable shrieks of hopeless, helpless anguish, and for a moment I considered turning back, not to my room, not to my bed of straw, but back into the open world. But duty held me. I took a breath and walked up to the narrow bar-crossed window and looked in. A man was in the cell, on all fours, circling like a beast, his head thrown back. A man. The moonlight showed his face. It cannot be described, not at least by me. A man past death might look like this, a victim of the Inquisition rack, the stake, the pincers. Not a human in the 3rd decade of the 20th century, surely. I had never seen such suffering within 2 eyes, such lost, mad suffering. Naked, he crawled about the dirt, cried, leaped up to his feet, and clawed the hard stone walls in fury. Then he saw me. The screaming ceased. He huddled, blinking, in the corner of his cell. And then, as though unsure of what he saw, he walked right to the door. In German, hissing, "Who are you?" "David Ellington," I said. "Are you locked in?" Why have they locked you in?" He shook his head. Be still, be still. You are not German?" "No." I told him how I came to be at St. Wolfran's. "Ah!" Trembling, his horny fingers closing on the bars, the naked man said, "Listen to me. We have only moments. They are mad, you hear? All mad. I was in the village lying with my woman when their crazy abbot burst into the house and hit me with his heavy cross. I woke up here. They flogged me. I asked for food. They would not give it to me. They took my clothes. They threw me in this filthy room. They locked the door." "Why?" "Why?" He moaned. "I wish I knew. That's been the worst of it. 5 years imprisoned, beaten, tortured, starved, and not a reason given, not a word to guess from. Mr. Ellington, I have sinned, but who has not? With my woman, quietly, alone with my woman, my love. And this god-drunk lunatic, Jerome, cannot stand it. Help me." His breath splashed on my face. I took a backward step and tried to think. I couldn't quite believe that in this century a thing so frightening could happen. Yet the abbey was secluded, above the world, timeless. What could not transpire here secretly? "I'll speak to the abbot." "No, I tell you he's the maddest of them all. Say nothing to him." "Then how can I help you?" He pressed his mouth against the bars. "In one way only. Around Jerome's neck there is a key. It fits this lock. If—" "Mr. Ellington." I turned and faced a fierce El Greco painting of a man. White-bearded, prow-nosed, regal as an emperor beneath the gray-peaked robe, he came out of the darkness. "Mr. Ellington, I did not know that you were well enough to walk. Come with me, please." The naked man began to weep hysterically. I felt a grip of steel about my arm. Through corridors, past snore-filled cells, the echoes of the weeping dying, we continued to a room. "I must ask you to leave St. Wolfran's," the abbot said. "We lack the proper facilities for care of the ill. Arrangements will be made in Schwarzhof." "One moment," I said. "While it's probably true that Brother Christophorus's ministration saved my life, and certainly true that I owe you all a debt of gratitude, I've got to ask for an explanation of that man in the cell." "What man?" the abbot said softly. "The one we just left, the one who screamed all night long every night." "No man has been screaming, Mr. Ellington." Feeling suddenly very weak, I sat down and rested a few breaths' worth. Then I said, "Father Jerome, you are he. I am not necessarily an irreligious person, but neither could I be considered particularly religious. I know nothing of monasteries, what is permitted, what isn't, but I seriously doubt that you have the authority to imprison a man against his will." "That is quite true. We have no such authority." "Then why have you done so?" The abbot looked at me steadily. In a firm and flexible voice he said, "No man has been imprisoned at St. Wolfran's." "He claims otherwise." "Who claims otherwise?" "The man in the cell at the end of the corridor." "There is no man in the cell at the end of the corridor." "I was talking with him." "You were talking with no man." The conviction in his voice shocked me into momentary silence. I gripped the arms of the chair. "You are ill, Mr. Ellington," the bearded holy man said. "You have suffered from delirium. You have heard and seen things which do not exist." "That's true," I said. "But the man in the cell, whose voice I can hear now, is not one of those things." The abbot shrugged. "Dreams can seem very real, my son." I glanced at the leather thong about his turkey gobbler neck, all but hidden beneath the beard. "Honest men make unconvincing liars," I lied convincingly. "Brother Christophorus has a way of looking at the floor whenever he denies the cries in the night. You look at me, but your voice loses its command. I can't imagine why, but you are both very intent upon keeping me away from the truth, which is not only poor Christianity, but also poor psychology, for now I am quite curious indeed. You might as well tell me, Father. I'll find out eventually." "What do you mean?" "Only that. I'm sure the police will be interested to hear of a man imprisoned in the abbey." "I tell you, there is no man." "Very well. Let's forget the matter." "Mr. Ellington." The abbot put his hands behind him. "The person in the cell is, one of the brothers. Yes, he is subject to seizures, fits. You know fits? At these times he becomes intractable, violent, dangerous. We're obliged to lock him in his cell, which you can surely understand." "I understand," I said, "that you're still lying to me. If the answer were as simple as that, you'd not have gone through the elaborate business of pretending I was delirious. There'd have been no need. There's something more to it, but I can wait. Shall we go on to Schwarzhof?" Father Jerome tugged at his beard viciously, as if it were some feathered demon come to taunt him. "Would you truly go to the police?" he asked. "Would you?" I said, "in my position?" He considered that for a long time, tugging the beard, nodding the proud head, and the screams went on, so distant, so real. I thought of the naked man clawing at his filth. "Well, Father, Mr. Ellington, I see that I shall have to be honest with you, which is a great pity," he said. "Had I followed my original instinct and refused to allow you in the Abbey to begin with, but I had no choice. You were near death. No physician was available. You would have perished. Still, perhaps that would have been better." "My recovery seems to have disappointed a lot of people," I commented. "I assure you it was inadvertent." The old man took no notice of this remark. Stuffing his mandarin hands into the sleeves of his robe, he spoke with great deliberation. "When I said that there was no man in the cell at the end of the corridor, I was telling the truth. Sit down, sir, please, now." He closed his eyes. "There is much to the story, much that you will not understand or believe. You are sophisticated, or feel that you are. You regard our life here, no doubt, as primitive. In fact, you do. I know the current theories. Monks are misfits, neurotics, sexual frustrates, and aberrants. They retreat from the world because they cannot cope with the world, etc. You are surprised I know these things? My son, I was told by the one who began the theories." He raised his head upward, revealing more of the leather thong. 5 years ago, Mr. Ellington, there were no screams at St. Wulfran's. This was an undistinguished little abbey in the wild Black Mountain region, and its inmates' job was quite simply to serve God, to save what souls they could by constant prayer. At that time, not very long after the Great War, the world was in chaos. Schwarzhof was not the happy village you see now. It was, my son, a resort for the sinful, a hive of vice and corruption, a pit for the unwary, and the wary also, if they had not strength, a godless place. Forsaken fornicators paraded the streets, gambling was done, robbery and murder, drunkenness, and evils so profound I cannot put them into words. In all the universe you could not have found a fouler pest-hole, Mr. Ellington. The abbots and the brothers of St. Wulfran's succumbed for years to Schwarzhof, I regret to say. Good men, lovers of God, chaste good men, came here and fought, but could not win against the black temptations. Finally it was decided that the abbey should be closed. I heard of this and argued. "Is that not surrender?" I said. "Are we to bow before the strength of evil? Let me try, I beg you, let me try to amplify the word of God, that all in Schwarzhof shall hear and see their dark transgressions and repent." The old man stood at the window, a trembling shade. His hands were now clutched together in a fervency of remembrance. "They asked," he said, "if I considered myself more virtuous than my predecessors, that I should hope for success where they had failed. I answered that I did not, but that I had an advantage. I was a convert. Earlier I had walked with evil and knew its face. My wish was granted. For a year. 1 year only. Rejoicing, Mr. Ellington, I came here, and one night, incognito, walked the streets of the village. The smell of evil was strong, too strong, I thought, and I had reveled in the alleys of Morocco. I had seen the dens of Hong Kong, Paris, Spain. The orgies were too wild, the drunkards much too drunk, the profanities a great deal too profane. It was as if the evil of the world had been distilled and centered here, as if a pagan tribal chief in hiding had assembled all his rituals about him. The abbot nodded his head. I thought of Rome in her last days, of Byzantium, of Eden. That was the first of many hints to come, no matter what they were. I returned to the abbey and donned my holy robes and went back into Schwarzhof. I made myself conspicuous. Some jeered, some shrank away. A voice cried, "Damn your foolish God!" And then a hand thrust out from darkness, touched my shoulder, and I heard, "Now, Father, are you lost?" The abbot brought his tightly clenched hands to his forehead and tapped his forehead. "Mr. Ellington, I have some poor wine here. Please have some." I drank gratefully. Then the priest continued. I faced a man of average appearance, so average indeed that I felt I knew then. No, I told him, but you are lost. He laughed, a foul laugh. Are we not all, Father? Then he said a most peculiar thing. He said his wife was dying and begged me to give her extreme unction. Please, he said, in God's sweet name. I was confused. We hurried to his house. A woman lay upon a bed, her body nude. It is a different extreme unction that I have in mind, he whispered, laughing. It's the only kind, dear Father, that she understands. No other will have her. Pity on the poor soul lying there in all her suffering. Give her your scepter. And the woman's arms came snaking, supplicating toward me, round and sensuous and hot. Father Jerome shuddered and paused. The shrieks, I thought, were growing louder from the hall. Enough of that, he said. I was quite sure then. I raised my cross and told the words I'd learned, and it was over. He screamed, as he's doing now, and fell upon his knees. He had not expected to be recognized, nor should he have been normally. But in my life I'd seen him many times, in many guises. I brought him to the abbey. I locked him in the cell. We chant his chains each day. And so, my son, you see why you must not speak of the things you've seen and heard. I shook my head, as if afraid the dream would end, as if reality would suddenly explode upon me. Father Jerome, I said, I haven't the vaguest idea of what you're talking about. Who is the man? Are you such a fool, Mr. Ellington, that you must be told? Yes. Very well, said the abbot. He is Satan, otherwise known as the Dark Angel, Asmodeus, Belial, Ahriman, Diabolus, the devil. I opened my mouth. I see you doubt me. That is bad. Think, Mr. Ellington, of the peace of the world in these 5 years, of the prosperity, of the happiness. Think of this country, Germany, now. Is there another country like it? Since we caught the devil and locked him up here, there have been no great wars, no overwhelming pestilences, only the sufferings man was meant to endure. Believe what I say, my son, I beg you. Try very hard to believe that the creature you spoke with is Satan himself. Fight your cynicism, for it is born of him. He is the father of cynicism, Mr. Ellington. His plan was to defeat God by implanting doubt in the minds of heaven's subjects. The abbot cleared his throat. Of course, he said, we could never release anyone from St. Wolfran's who had any part of the devil in him. I stared at the old fanatic and thought of him prowling the streets, looking for sin, saw him standing outraged at the bold fornicator's bed, wheedling him into an invitation to the abbey, closing that heavy door and locking it, and because of the world's temporary post-war peace, clinging to his fantasy. What greater dream for a holy man than actually capturing the devil? I believe you, I said. Truly? Yes. I hesitated, only because it seemed a trifle odd that Satan should have picked a little German village for his home. He moves around, the abbot said. Schwarzhoff attracted him as lovely virgins attract perverts. I see. Do you? My son, do you? Yes, I swear it. As a matter of fact, I thought he looked familiar, but I simply couldn't place him. Are you lying? Father, I am a Bostonian, and you promise not to mention this to anyone? I promise. Very well. The old man sighed. I suppose, he said, that you would not consider joining us as a brother at the abbey? Believe me, Father, no one could admire the vocation more than I, but I am not worthy. No, it's quite out of the question. However, you have my word that your secret is safe with me. He was very tired. Sound had, in these years, reversed for him. The screams had become silence, the sudden cessation of them, noise. The prisoner's quiet talk with me had awakened him from deep slumber. Now he nodded wearily, and I saw that what I had to do would not be difficult after all. Indeed, no more difficult than fetching the authorities. I walked back to my cell where Brother Christophorus still slept and lay down. 2 hours passed. I rose again and returned to the abbot's quarters. The door was closed but unlocked. I eased it open, timing the creaks of the hinges with the screams of the prisoner. I tiptoed in. Father Jerome lay snoring in his bed. Slowly, cautiously, I lifted out the leather thong, and was a bit astounded at my technique. No Ellington had ever burgled, yet a force, not like experience, but like it, ruled my fingers. I found the knot. I worked it loose. The warm iron key slid off into my hand. The abbot stirred, then settled, and I made my way into the hall. The prisoner, when he saw me, rushed the bars. "He's told you lies, I'm sure of that," he whispered hoarsely. "Disregard the filthy madman." "Don't stop screaming," I said. "What?" He saw the key and nodded then, and made his awful sounds. I thought at first the lock had rusted, but I worked the metal slowly, and in time the key turned over. Howling still in a most dreadful way, the man stepped out into the corridor. I felt a momentary fright as his clawed hand reached up and touched my shoulder, but it passed. "Come on." We ran insanely to the outer door, across the frosted ground, down toward the village. The night was very black. The terrible aching came into my legs. My throat went dry. I thought my heart would tear loose from its moorings, but I ran on. Wait. Now the heat began. Wait. By a row of shops I fell. My chest was full of pain, my head of fear. I knew the madmen would come swooping from their dark asylum on the hill. I cried out to the naked, hairy man, "Stop! Help me!" "Help you?" He laughed once, a high-pitched sound more awful than the screams had been, and then he turned and vanished in the moonless night. I found a door somehow. The pounding brought a rifled burgher. Policemen came at last and listened to my story. But of course it was denied by Father Jerome and the brothers of the abbey. This poor traveler has suffered from the visions of pneumonia. There was no howling man at St. Wolfran's. No, certainly not. Absurd. Now, if Mr. Ellington would care to stay with us, we'd happily— No? Very well. I fear that you will be delirious a while, my son. The things you see will be quite real, most real. You'll think, how quaint, that you have loosed the devil on the world, and that the war to come— What war? But aren't there always wars? Of course. You'll think that it's your fault. Those old eyes burning condemnation, beak-nosed, bearded-headed tremble rage in every word, that you'll have caused the misery and suffering and death, and nights you'll spend awake, unsure, afraid. How foolish! Gnome of God, Christophorus, looked terrified and sad. He said to me when Father Jerome swept furiously out, "My son, don't blame yourself. Your weakness was his lever. Doubt unlocked that door. Be comforted. We'll hunt him with our nets, and one day—" One day what? I looked up at the Abbey of St. Wolfran's, framed by dawn, and started wondering, as I have wondered since 10,000 times, if it weren't true. Pneumonia breeds delirium. Delirium breeds visions. Was it possible that I'd imagined all of this? No, not even back in Boston, growing dewlaps, paunches, wrinkles, sacks, and money at Ellington, Carruthers, and Blake, could I accept that answer. The monks were mad, I thought, or the howling man was mad, or the whole thing was a joke. I went about my daily work, as every man must do if sane, although he may have seen the dead rise up, or freed a bottled gin, or fought a dragon once, quite long ago. But I could not forget. When the pictures of the carpenter from Braunau am Inn began to appear on all the papers, I grew uneasy, for I felt I'd seen this man before. When the carpenter invaded Poland, I was sure. And when the world was plunged into war and cities had their entrails blown asunder and that pleasant land I'd visited became a place of hate and death, I dreamed each night. Each night I dreamed until this week. A card arrived from Germany. A picture of the Mosel Valley is on one side, showing mountains fat with grapes and the dark Mosel, wine of these grapes. On the other side of the card is a message. It is signed, Brother Christophorus, and reads, "Rest now, my son. We have him back with us again." Same time, same place. Mervyn Peake. Mervyn Peake, 1911 to 1968, was a visionary English writer, poet, and artist, named in the Times list of the 50 greatest British writers since 1945. Peake is best known for the phantasmagorical Gormenghast series, 1946 to 1959. Parkinson's disease robbed Peake of the ability to complete the later novels in the cycle. Early influences included Charles Dickens and Robert Louis Stevenson, but the weirdness that permeates his work also demonstrates knowledge of decadent-era literature, and in art, the grotesques. Much of his short fiction is collected in Boy in Darkness and Other Stories, 1976. Same Time, Same Place, 1963, shares affinities with the work of Leonora Carrington in its glimpse of the hidden in our contemporary world. That night I hated Father. He smelt of cabbage. There was cigarette ash all over his trousers. His untidy mustache was yellower and viler than ever with nicotine, and he took no notice of me. He simply stood there in his ugly armchair, his eyes half closed, brooding on the Lord knows what. I hated him. I hated his mustache. I even hated the smoke that drifted from his mouth and hung in the stale air above his head. And when my mother came through the door and asked me whether I had seen her spectacles, I hated her too. I hated the clothes she wore, tasteless and fussy. I hated them deeply. I hated something I had never noticed before. It was the way the heels of her shoes were worn away on their outside edges. Not badly, but appreciably. It looked mean to me, slatternly and horribly human. I hated her for being human, like Father. She began to nag me about her glasses and the threadbare condition of the elbows of my jacket, and suddenly I threw my book down. The room was unbearable. I felt suffocated. I suddenly realized that I must get away. I had lived with these two people for nearly 23 years. I had been born in the room immediately overhead. Was this the life for a young man, to spend his evenings watching the smoke drift out of his father's mouth and stain that decrepit old mustache year after year? To watch the worn-away edges of my mother's heels, the dark brown furniture and the familiar stains on the chocolate-colored carpet? I would go away. I would shake off the dark, smug mortality of the place. I would forego my birthright. What of my father's business, into which I would step at his death? What of it? To hell with it. I began to make my way to the door. But at the third step I caught my foot in a ruck of the chocolate-colored carpet, and in reaching out my hand for support I sent a pink vase flying. Suddenly I felt very small and very angry. I saw my mother's mouth opening, and it reminded me of the front door, and the front door reminded me of my urge to escape. To where? To where? I did not wait to find an answer to my own question, but hardly knowing what I was doing, ran from the house. The accumulated boredom of the last 23 years was at my back, and it seemed that I was propelled through the garden gate from its pressure against my shoulder blades. The road was wet with rain, black and shiny like oilskin. The reflection of the street lamps swallowed like yellow jellyfish. A bus was approaching, a bus to Piccadilly, a bus to the Never-Never Land, a bus to death or glory. I found neither. I found something which haunts me still. The great bus swayed as it sped. The black street gleamed. Through the window 100 faces fluttered by as though the leaves of a dark book were being flicked over, and I sat there with a sixpenny ticket in my hand. What was I doing? Where was I going? To the center of the world, I told myself, to Piccadilly Circus, where anything might happen. What did I want to happen? I wanted life to happen. I wanted adventure, but already I was afraid. I wanted to find a beautiful woman. Bending my elbow, I felt for the swelling of my biceps. There wasn't much to feel. Oh, hell, I said to myself. Oh, damnable hell. This is awful. I stared out of the window, and there before me was the circus. The lights were like a challenge. When the bus had curved its way from Regent Street and into Shaftesbury Avenue, I alighted. Here was the jungle all about me, and I was lonely. The wild beasts prowled around me. The wolf packs surged and shuffled. Where was I to go? How wonderful it would have been to have known of some apartment dimly lighted, of a door that opened to the secret knock, 3 short ones and 1 long one, where a strawberry blonde was waiting, or perhaps, better still, some wise old lady with a cup of tea, an old lady, august and hallowed, and whose heels were not worn down on their outside edges. But I knew nowhere to go, either for glamour or sympathy, nowhere except the corner house. I made my way there. It was less congested than usual. I had only to queue for a few minutes before being allowed into the great eating palace on the first floor. Oh, the marble and gold of it all! The waiters coming and going, the band in the distance, How different all this was from an hour ago, when I stared at my father's moustache. For some while I could find no table, and it was only when moving down the third of the long corridors between tables that I saw an old man leaving a table for two. The lady who had been sitting opposite him remained where she was. Had she left, I would have had no tale to tell. Unsuspectingly, I took the place of the old man, and in reaching for the menu, lifted my head and found myself gazing into the midnight pools of her eyes. My hand hung poised over the menu. I could not move, for the head in front of me was magnificent. It was big and pale and indescribably proud, and what I would now call a greedy look seemed to me then to be an expression of rich assurance, of majestic beauty. I knew at once that it was not the strawberry blonde of my callow fancy that I desired for glamour's sake, nor the comfort of the tea-tray lady, but this glorious creature before me who combined the mystery and exoticism of the former with the latter's mellow wisdom. Was this not love at first sight? Why else should my heart have hammered like a foundry? Why should my hand have trembled above the menu? Why should my mouth have gone dry? Words were quite impossible. It was clear to me that she knew everything that was going on in my breast and in my brain. The look of love which flooded from her eyes all but unhinged me. Taking my hand in hers, she returned it to my side of the table, where it lay like a dead thing on a plate. Then she passed me the menu. It meant nothing to me. The hors d'oeuvres and the sweets were all mixed together in a dance of letters. What I told the waiter when he came I cannot remember, nor what he brought me. I know that I could not eat it. For an hour we sat there. We spoke with our eyes, with the pulse and stress of our excited breathing, and towards the end of this, our first meeting, with the tips of our fingers that, in touching each other in the shadow of the teapot, seemed to speak a language richer, subtler, and more vibrant than words. At last we were asked to go, and as I rose I spoke for the first time. "Tomorrow?" I whispered. "Tomorrow?" She nodded her magnificent head slowly. "Same place? Same time?" She nodded again. I waited for her to rise, but with a gentle yet authoritative gesture she signaled me away. It seemed strange, but I knew I must go. I turned at the door and saw her sitting there, very still, very upright. Then I descended to the street and made my way to Shaftesbury Avenue, my head in a whirl of stars, my legs weak and trembling, my heart on fire. I had not decided to return home, but found nevertheless that I was on my way back to the chocolate-colored carpet, to my father in the ugly armchair, to my mother with her worn shoe-heels. When at last I turned the key, it was near midnight. My mother had been crying. My father was angry. There were words, threats, and entreaties on all sides. At last I got to bed. The next day seemed endless, but at long last my excited fretting found some relief in action. Soon after tea I boarded the westbound bus. It was already dark, but I was far too early when I arrived at the circus. I wandered restlessly here and there, adjusting my tie at shop windows and filing my nails for the 100th time. At last, when waking from a daydream as I sat for the 5th time in Leicester Square, I glanced at my watch and found I was 3 minutes late for our tryst. I ran all the way, panting with anxiety, but when I arrived at the table on the first floor I found my fear was baseless. She was there, more regal than ever, a monument of womanhood. Her large, pale face relaxed into an expression of such deep pleasure at the sight of me that I almost shouted for joy. I will not speak of the tenderness of that evening. It was magic. It is enough to say that we determined that our destinies were inextricably joined. When the time came for us to go, I was surprised to find that the procedure of the previous night was once more expected of me. I could in no way make out the reason for it. Again I left her sitting alone at the table by the marble pillar. Again I vanished into the night alone, with those intoxicating words still on my lips. Tomorrow, same time, same place. The certainty of my love for her and hers for me was quite intoxicating. I slept little that night, and my restlessness on the following day was an agony both for me and my parents. Before I left that night for our 3rd meeting, I crept into my mother's bedroom, and, opening her jewel box, I chose a ring from among her few trinkets. God knows it was not worthy to sit upon my loved one's finger, but it would symbolize our love. Again she was waiting for me, though on this occasion I arrived a full quarter of an hour before our appointed time. It was as though, when we were together, we were hidden in a veil of love, as though we were alone. We heard nothing else but the sound of our voices. We saw nothing else but one another's eyes. She put the ring upon her finger as soon as I had given it to her. Her hand that was holding mine tightened its grip. I was surprised at its power. My whole body trembled. I moved my foot beneath the table to touch hers. I could find it nowhere. When once more the dreaded moment arrived, I felt her sitting upright, the strong and tender smile of her farewell remaining in my mind like some fantastic sunrise. For 8 days we met thus and parted thus, and with every meeting we knew more firmly than ever that whatever the difficulties that would result, whatever the forces against us, yet it was now that we must marry, now, while the magic was upon us. On the 8th evening it was all decided. She knew that for my part it must be a secret wedding. My parents would never countenance so rapid an arrangement. She understood perfectly. For her part, she wished a few of her friends to be present at the ceremony. "I have a few colleagues," she had said. I did not know what she meant, but her instructions as to where we should meet on the following afternoon put the remark out of my mind. There was a registry office in Cambridge Circus, she told me, on the first floor of a certain building. I was to be there at 4 o'clock. She would arrange everything. "Ah, my love," she had murmured, shaking her large head slowly from side to side. "How can I wait until then?" And with a smile unutterably bewitching, she gestured for me to go, for the great Marmoreal Hall was all but empty. For the 8th time I left her there. I knew that women must have their secrets and must be in no way thwarted in regard to them, and so once again I swallowed the question that I so longed to put to her. Why, oh why, had I always to leave her there, and why, when I arrived to meet her, was she always there to meet me? On the following day, after a careful search, I found a gold ring in a box in my father's dressing-room. Soon after 3, having brushed my hair until it shone like sealskin, I set forth with a flower in my buttonhole and suitcase of belongings. It was a beautiful day, with no wind and a clear sky. The bus fled on like a fabulous beast, bearing me with it to a magic land. But alas, as we approached Mayfair, we were held up more than once for long stretches of time. I began to get restless. By the time the bus had reached Shaftesbury Avenue, I had but 3 minutes in which to reach the office. It seemed strange that when the sunlight shone in sympathy with my marriage, the traffic should choose to frustrate me. I was on the top of the bus, and, having been given a very clear description of the building, was able, as we rounded at last into Cambridge Circus, to recognize it at once. When we came alongside my destination, the traffic was held up again, and I was offered the perfect opportunity of disembarking immediately beneath the building. My suitcase was at my feet, and as I stooped to pick it up, I glanced at the windows on the first floor, for it was in one of those rooms that I was so soon to become a husband. I was exactly on a level with the windows in question, and commanded an unbroken view of the interior of a first-floor room. It could not have been more than a dozen feet away from where I sat. I remember that our bus was hooting away, but there was no movement in the traffic ahead. The hooting came to me as through a dream, for I had become lost in another world. My hand was clenched upon the handle of the suitcase. Through my eyes and into my brain an image was pouring, the image of the first-floor room. I knew at once that it was in that particular room that I was expected. I cannot tell you why, for during those first few moments I had not seen her. To the right of the stage, for I had the sensation of being in a theater, was a table loaded with flowers. Behind the flowers sat a small pinstriped registrar. There were 4 others in the room, 3 of whom kept walking to and fro. The 4th, an enormous bearded lady, sat on a chair by the window. As I stared, one of the men bent over to speak to her. He had the longest neck on earth. His starched collar was the length of a walking-stick, and his small bony head protruded from its extremity like the skull of a bird. The other 2 gentlemen who kept crossing and recrossing were very different. One was bald. His face and cranium were blue with the most intricate tattooing. His teeth were gold, and they shone like fire in his mouth. The other was a well-dressed young man, and seemed normal enough until, As he came for a moment closer to the window, I saw that instead of a hand, the cloven hoof of a goat protruded from the left sleeve. And then, suddenly, it all happened. A door of their room must have opened, for all at once all the heads in the room were turned in one direction, and a moment later something in white trotted like a dog across the room. But it was no dog. It was vertical as it ran. I thought at first that it was a mechanical doll, so close was it to the floor. I could not observe its face, but I was amazed to see the long train of satin that was being dragged along the carpet behind it. It stopped when it reached the flower-laden table, and there was a good deal of smiling and bowing, and then the man with the longest neck in the world placed a high stool in front of the table and, with the help of the young man with the goat hoof, lifted the white thing so that it stood upon the high stool. The long satin dress was carefully draped over the stool so that it reached the floor on every side. It seemed as though a tall, dignified woman was standing at the civic altar. And still I had not seen its face, though I knew what it would be like. A sense of nausea overwhelmed me, and I sank back on the seat, hiding my face in my hands. I cannot remember when the bus began to move. I know that I went on and on and on, and that finally I was told that I had reached the terminus. There was nothing for it but to board another bus of the same number and make the return journey. A strange sense of relief had by now begun to blunt the edge of my disappointment. That this bus would take me to the door of the house where I was born gave me a twinge of homesick pleasure. But stronger was my sense of fear. I prayed that there would be no reason for the bus to be held up again in Cambridge Circus. I had taken one of the downstairs seats, for I had no wish to be on an eye level with someone I had deserted. I had no sense of having wronged her, but she had been deserted nevertheless. When at last the bus approached the circus, I peered into the half-darkness. A street lamp stood immediately below the registry office. I saw at once that there was no light in the office, and as the bus moved past, I turned my eyes to a group beneath the street lamp. My heart went cold in my breast. Standing there, ossified as it were into a malignant mass, standing there as though they never intended to move until justice was done, were the five. It was only for a second that I saw them, but every lamp-lit head is forever with me. The long-necked man with his bird-skull head, his eyes glinting like chips of glass. To his right the small bald man, his tattooed scalp thrust forward, the lamplight glinting on the blue markings. To the left of the long-necked man stood the youth, his elegant body relaxed, but a snarl on his face that I still sweat to remember. His hands were in his pockets, but I could see the shape of the hoof through the cloth. A little ahead of these three stood the bearded lady, a bulk of evil, and in the shadow that she cast before her, I saw in that last fraction of a second, as the bus rolled me past, a big whitish head very close to the ground. In the dusk it appeared to be suspended above the curb like a pale balloon with a red mouth painted upon it, a mouth that, taking a single diabolical curve, was more like the mouth of a wild beast than of a woman. Long after I had left the group behind me, set as it were forever under the lamp, like something made of wax, like something monstrous, long after I had left it, I yet saw it all. It filled the bus. They filled my brain. They fill it still. When at last I arrived home, I fell weeping upon my bed. My father and mother had no idea what it was all about, but they did not ask me. They never asked me. That evening, after supper, I sat there, I remember, 6 years ago in my own chair on the chocolate-colored carpet. I remember how I stared with love at the ash on my father's waistcoat, at his stained mustache, at my mother's worn-away shoe heels. I stared at it all, and I loved it all. I needed it all. Since then I have never left the house. I know what is best for me. The Columber, Dino Buzzati. Translated into English by Joe Clerval. Dino Buzzati, 1906 to 1972, was an Italian novelist and short story writer who served as a journalist with the Italian Navy during World War II. On his return, Buzzati published his most famous book, The Tartar Steppe, 1940. However, the writer is best known for his short stories, which can be darkly fantastical or whimsical, several of them touched by the weird. He once noted that the effectiveness of a fantastic story will depend on its being told in the most simple and practical terms. The Columber, 1966, with its haunting sea creature, is quietly horrific and has some of the qualities of a weird fable. This new translation by Joel Clerval is the first in several decades. When Stefano Roy turned 12, as a birthday gift, he asked his father, a sea captain and the master of a fine sailing ship, to be taken on board. "When I grow up," Stefano said, "I want to go to sea just like you, and I'll command ships even more beautiful and bigger than yours." "God bless you, son," said the father. And since that very day his ship was sailing out, he took the boy with him. It was a splendid sunny day with a calm sea. Stefano, who had never been on his father's ship, happily wandered about the deck, admiring the elaborate maneuvers of the sails. He asked the sailors about this and that, and the sailors, smiling, offered him all the explanations he wanted. As he reached the stern, the boy stopped, intrigued, to watch something in the ship's wake, continually rising and sinking at a distance of 200 or 300 meters. Although the ship seemed to fly over the waves, carried as it was by a glorious quarter wind, that thing always kept the same distance, and even though its nature remained mysterious to the boy, it had an indefinable quality that attracted him intensely. The father, who couldn't see where Stefano was, called his name, to no avail, and stepped down from the bridge to look for him. "Stefano, what are you doing there, glued to the spot?" he asked, finally glimpsing the boy, who stood stock still on the stern, gaze riveted to the waves. "Papa, come here and see." The father came, and he too looked in the direction indicated by the boy, but could not see anything. "There's something dark poking out of the wake now and then," the boy said, "and it's coming after us." "Despite being 40, said the father, "I believe I still have good eyesight, but I can't see a thing, nothing at all." As the boy insisted, the father went to get his telescope and scanned the sea, keeping the instrument pointed to the line of the wake. Stefano saw him turn pale. "What is it? Why are you making a face?" "Oh, why did I have to listen to you?" said the captain. "Now I fear for you. That thing you see poking out of the water and following us is not a thing. That is a columber. It's the fish sailors fear above all others, in every sea in the world. It's a dreadful and mysterious shark, more cunning than man. For reasons that perhaps no one will ever know, it chooses its victim, and when it has chosen a man, it pursues him for years and years, for a lifetime, until it devours him. And the strange thing is that nobody can see him but the victim himself and blood relations." "It's not a tall tale?" "No. I'd never seen it before, but from the descriptions I heard so many times I recognized it right away. That blunt, bison-like muzzle, that restless mouth that opens and closes, those terrible teeth. Stefano, there's no doubt. Unfortunately, the columber has chosen you, and as long as you go to sea it will not stop tormenting you. Listen to me. Now we're going back to port. You'll get off, and you will never, ever leave the shore again, for any reason whatsoever. You must promise me. Seafaring is not for you, son. You must give up the idea of sailing. After all, you'll be able to make a fortune for yourself on land, too." With these words he gave the order to reverse course immediately, returned to port, and on the pretext of a sudden illness he put his son to shore. Then he left without him. Deeply troubled, the boy stood on the shore until the last tip of the masts sank behind the horizon. Beyond the pier that closed the port, the sea remained completely deserted. But straining his eyes, Stefano was able to make out a black dot that emerged intermittently from the water. His columber, which cruised back and forth slowly, stubbornly, waiting for him. From that day on, the boy's desire to go to sea was discouraged by any possible mean. Stefano's father sent him to study in an inland city hundreds of miles away, and for some time, distracted by new surroundings, Stefano forgot about the sea monster. Still, he returned home for summer vacations, and the first thing he did, as soon as he had some free time, was to run to the end of the pier to verify again its presence, although deep down he deemed it unnecessary. After all this time, even assuming the entire story his father had recounted was true, the columber had certainly abandoned its siege. But Stefano stood there, stunned, his heart pounding. At a distance of 200 or 300 meters from the pier, in the open sea, The sinister fish cruised back and forth, slowly, raising its muzzle every now and then, turning toward land as if anxious to see whether Stefano Roy was about to join him at last. The thought of that hostile creature waiting for him day and night became a secret obsession for Stefano, and even in the distant city he sometimes awoke worried in the dead of night. He was safe, yes. Hundreds of miles separated him from the Columber. Nevertheless, he knew that beyond the mountains, beyond the woods, beyond the plains, the shark awaited him. And should he move to the most remote continent, the Columber would still be lurking in the nearest stretch of sea, with the inexorable stubbornness displayed by instruments of fate. Stefano, who was a serious and willing boy, continued his studies to advantage, and, as soon as he came of age, found a dignified and well-paying position in a store of that city. Meanwhile, the father died after an illness. His magnificent ship was sold by his widow, and the son became the heir to a fairly good fortune. Work, friendships, leisure, first love affairs. Stefano's life was set on its rails. Yet the thought of the Columber bothered him as if it were a tragic and fascinating mirage. And as the days passed, instead of fading away, this vision seemed to become more insistent. Great are the rewards of an industrious, affluent, and quiet life, but even greater is the attraction of the abyss. Stefano was only 22 years old when, having said good-bye to his friends, he quit his job, returned to his hometown, and informed his mother he was determined to follow his father's path. The woman, to whom Stefano had never mentioned the mysterious creature, welcomed the decision with joy. Her son's abandoning of the sea for the town had always seemed, in her heart, a betrayal of the family tradition. And Stefano began to sail, giving proof of seaworthy qualities, endurance, stamina, a fearless spirit. He sailed, and in the wake of his ship, day and night, in dead calm and in choppy waters, the Columber trailed along behind. He knew that it was his curse and his punishment, but because of this awareness, perhaps, he could not find the strength to break free from it, and no one on board could see the monster except him. "Do you see something over there?" he would ask his companions from time to time, pointing to the ship's wake. "No, we don't see a thing. Why?" "I don't know. I thought—" "You didn't see a Columber, did you?" they said, laughing and touching wood. "Why are you laughing? Why are you touching wood?" "Because the Columber is a merciless beast. If it started following this boat, it would mean that one of us is doomed." But Stefano would not give in. On the contrary, the continuous threat that pursued him seemed to strengthen his will, his passion for the sea, his courage in times of struggle and danger. When he thought himself master of his trade, he used the decent-sized inheritance left him by his father to buy a small freighter with a partner, and then became the sole owner, and through a series of successful expeditions he was able to buy a real merchant ship, setting increasingly ambitious goals. But neither the achievements nor the millions could free his soul from that constant worry, nor was he even tempted to sell his ship and retire to undertake new enterprises on land. To sail and sail, he could not think of anything else. No sooner had he set foot on land in any port after a long journey than he was stung by the impatience to leave. He knew that the Columber was waiting for him offshore, and that the Columber was synonymous with ruin, but nothing else would do. An indomitable urge drew him relentlessly from one ocean to another, until one day Stefano suddenly realized he had grown old, very old, and nobody around him could understand why, rich as he was, he did not quit the accursed seafaring at last. Old and bitterly unhappy, because his whole life had been spent in that mad flight across the seas to escape his enemy. But greater than the joys of a quiet and comfortable life had always been to him the temptation of the abyss. One evening, while his magnificent ship was anchored offshore, outside the port town where he was born, he felt death was close. He then called the first mate, whom he greatly trusted, and ordered him not to oppose what he was about to do. The man promised, on his honor. Having received this assurance, Stefano told the first mate, who listened in dismay, the story of the Columber that had been unsuccessfully pursuing him for nearly 50 years. "It has escorted me across the world," Stefano said, "with a loyalty that not even the noblest of friends could have shown. Now I am dying. The Columber, too, must now be awfully old and tired. I cannot betray it." With these words he took his leave, had a harpoon brought to him, and boarded a small boat as soon as it was lowered to the sea. "Now I'm going to face it," he announced. "It's only fair that I should not disappoint it, but I will fight with my last strength." Pulling wearily on the oars, he turned away from the ship. Sailors and mates saw him disappear on the placid sea, surrounded by the shadows of the night. He did not have to toil for long. Suddenly the Columber's horrid muzzle emerged close to the boat. "Here I am with you at last," said Stefano. "To us now!" And mustering up his last energy, he raised the harpoon to strike. The Columber moaned in an imploring voice. "Such a long journey to find you. I, too, am exhausted. So much you had me swim, and you kept on fleeing, and you never understood anything." "Why?" said Stefano, cut to the quick. "Because I did not chase you across the world just to devour you, as you thought. I was charged by the Sea King to deliver this to you." And the shark stuck out its tongue, offering the old captain a small phosphorescent sphere. Stefano seized the sphere between thumb and forefinger and examined it. It was a pearl of incredible size. He recognized the famous pearl of the sea that brought fortune, power, love, and peace of mind to whoever possessed it. But it was too late. "Alas," he said, shaking his head sadly, "it is all so wrong. I've managed to curse my own life, and I've ruined yours." "So long, poor man," said the Columber, and it sank in the black waters forever. 2 months later, pushed by the undertow, a small boat approached a steep cliff. It was sighted by a few fishermen who, curious, went to see. On board, still seated, was a white skeleton, and between the tiny bones of its fingers it clutched a little round pebble. The Columber is a huge fish, terrifying to behold, extremely rare. Depending on the sea and the people living by its shores, it is also called columber, calubra, kalonga, kalubalu, chalungra. Naturalists strangely ignore it. Some even maintain that it does not exist. The Other Side of the Mountain, Michel Bernanos. Translated into English by Jean Clerval. Michel Bernanos, 1924 to 1964, was a French writer, the son of well-known writer Georges Bernanos, and the only one of 6 children to follow in his father's footsteps. However, he refused to use his father's name, publishing thrillers under the pen names Michel d'Albert and Michel Rovin. The Other Side of the Mountain, first published in 1967, 3 years after the writer's suicide in the forest of Fontainebleau, is considered a surreal masterpiece. It is also the only story to be published under his real name. Jean Clerval's fine new translation should be considered definitive, and for the first time conveys the stark and beautiful essence of the writer's vision. Part 1. I had just turned 18 when, after a night of drinking, the hand of a friend guided mine into signing myself on board a galleon for 1 year. The beginning of this dreadful adventure remains a vague memory, or should I say a faint trace. In truth, not until the following morning did I face the reality of my situation. To my vast surprise, I found myself stretched out on hard, bare boards, greeted by the depths of a bright blue sky. Then I noticed sails filled by a gentle breeze, and the rolling sea speckled with white, caught in a single wavelet and multiplied toward the horizon. Astonished, I glanced around, taking in the hawsers coiled in every corner. Cords of rope similar to those I'd spotted on moored boats. The ship reeked of tar. At the noise of heavy footfalls, I clenched my eyes shut and pretended to be asleep. A kick rewarded my cunning, while a voice barked, "Off with you, ship's boy! Got to scrub the quarterdeck. Move it, or I'll hang you from the boom." The man kicked my side once more. I scrambled to my feet, wobbling on the moving deck. "Quicker, I tell you!" the barking continued. "Go see the cook. He needs help with the grub." Not knowing where the galley was, I wandered from the quarterdeck to the forecastle. The wind had risen, and the sails puffed out their big white bellies, fat with the new breeze. The galleon, I hadn't learned her name yet, listed, gliding on the water like a caress on smooth skin. The masts moaned as they resisted the wind. I met several crew members. Their faces held no encouragement, but I felt reassured by their lack of interest in me. I changed my mind as soon as I bumped into the man who had scolded me. His brown, almost black face contorted horribly as he glowered at me. "Ha! You refuse to obey, then? Well, we'll teach you to be a sailor. Here, mates," he addressed 2 sailors. "Fetch 2 mooring lines. Let's have some fun." As if in a nightmare, the crew encircled me. Seeing silent laughter on those hard faces, I lost all hope. They would show me no pity. "Well, seaman," cried my torturer, who was the boatswain, I guessed, "are those lines coming?" "Here we are," answered a voice. A young sailor stepped up to us, holding a line hung with a weight on one end. "Go ahead. Tie him up," the boatswain ordered, nodding in my direction. The sailor glanced at me and tried to object. "He's just a kid. Do you think he can take it?" "Do what you're told and shut your hole." All right," said the lad, "just saying." And without further hesitation he began to put a rope around my waist. Another sailor approached with a second mooring line. The boatswain beckoned the 2 sailors to the aft. I watched them with a sinking feeling as one of them stood at starboard, the other port side, and they passed the rope over the prow and then let it slip under the hull. Now they were coming back for me. They tied the other end to the rope already around my waist, and I was caught in the middle of the 2 mooring lines. Crazed with panic, I could only glance around me, seeking mercy. Although I noticed pity on a few faces, most bore expressions of sadistic expectation. Indifferent to these maneuvers, the fleecy blue sea blossomed with white foam like lace crowning the billows, while the topmast, all sails out, stroked the variegated sky. "Throw him over!" bellowed my persecutor. Several grips seized me. Coarse laughter burst from all around as I was tossed over the side. Scared to death, I shut my eyes and stiffened, waiting for the shock of ice-cold water. But I had not reckoned with my tormentors' refined cruelty. They lowered me with maddening slowness toward the watery abyss. I tried to hold on to the sea-worn hull, but only succeeded in excoriating my hands. Peals of laughter mingled with the sound of the restless sea. Finally, my feet touched the water. A strange calm filled my heart. I knew I should avoid breathing once submerged. Therefore I waited to the very last, when the water reached my chin, to take in as much air as possible and hold my breath. Despite this precaution, my chest soon contracted in the most atrocious way. I was now being dragged to the other side as slowly as I had been lowered into the sea. I could no longer endure it. I needed some air. I opened my eyes in the hope of seeing the brightness of daylight right above me, but I only glimpsed a terrible vision that obliterated the burning bite of the salt. I balanced under the hull. The boat, in the ghastly green glow of the underwater world, loomed over me like an immense dark monster. I must have lost consciousness right then, because I have no recollection of what happened next. Afterward I learnt that the captain, called to the deck by the commotion, gave the order to haul me up. Without his intervention I would have died. I was stretched out on a hammock that swung with the rolling of the sea. The horizon became visible through the porthole. With each movement of the galleon the line would sink and resurface, sink and resurface. This sight reminded me of my awful ordeal, and either fear or exhaustion robbed me of my senses again. Harsh sounds reached me. I opened my eyes. Night had fallen. A storm lamp moved back and forth. The wrinkled face bending over me made me think of the apples Mother used to place on the kitchen hearth to dry out. The man stared at me with beady eyes, devoid of kindness but also free from any animosity. He was chewing a quid of tobacco that made his breath stink. "You're waking up at last, ship's boy. Get up. Need to fill up your belly." "How long have I been sleeping, sir?" I asked him. 3 days, son, and there's no sir around here. I'm old Tuan, the cook, and I need a helper. If you're all right with it, I'll take you on. I've got neither a good nor bad heart, but if you work for me, you'll always get enough food. Eating's the most important thing, son." "Where are we going?" "How come you don't know? Didn't you sign up for it?" Shaking his head, he went on. "We're going to Peru to find gold for the Spaniards, if the English and the Dutch don't sink us first." "So we're like, what, pirates?" No, we're just freighters." He shrugged. Seeing by my puzzled look that I didn't understand, he spat out a long spurt of brownish saliva, and after shifting his tobacco quid from one cheek to the other, he said in gruff tones, "Come on and eat. You look half dead." I scrambled to my feet. The cabin spun around me, but I followed my new boss to the galley. The place was filthy. Cockroaches 3 times bigger than those I'd seen before scuttled among sacks of flour and sugar. Old Tuan served me a vegetable soup that tasted delicious from the first spoonful. He watched me eat with a satisfied look on his wrinkled face. Like an artist who loves his painting, he loved his cooking and liked seeing others enjoy it. When I emptied my bowl, he said, "Go get your hammock. You're going to sleep with me in the galley. You'll be better off here than with those pigs." 2. A fortnight had passed since I was forced aboard. The crew had tried to bull-rush me on several occasions, but each time old Tuan intervened, pretending he needed me in the galley, even brandishing a large butcher knife under the crewmen's noses. The men had grown tired of the game. Early in the morning I settled down on the deck to peel potatoes. I dreamt often, lost in that blue infinity. Dolphins interrupted my reverie with their playful breaking of the watery surface. They arced gracefully in mid-air with the elegance of horses jumping over obstacles. The ship herself, sails spread and bowsprit piercing the horizon, was poised to rise and fly. As the day advanced, the king of stars flooded the deck with its golden rays. The gentle breeze filling our sails reminded me of my mother's caresses when I was a little child. When night fell and my work was done, I came back to the deck. I loved watching the prow cut the phosphorescent waters while sprays captured tiny rainbows. I also loved spying the unknown stars that rose from the horizon to sow the dark vault of the sky under the still watches of the Great Bear. My regrets and fears had slowly disappeared in the presence of all those wonders. I even surprised myself by holding my own with the crewmen. My journey seemed to continue in a peaceful way. One morning, however, we awoke in the middle of a strange silence. Tuan leaped out of his hammock, crying like a madman. "It stopped! The bastard stopped!" Then, spotting my bemused stare, he shouted, "Can you hear something? Can you?" No, I said, bewildered. "No, I don't hear a thing." "That's our problem, idiot. The wind has stopped. There's no current here on the equator. We could be dead in the water for days." He stormed out of the galley. I jumped down from the hammock and followed him. Outside, the sails hung limp, offering a scene of desolation. Sunbeams drew reflections in the still water, as smooth as an immense sleeping lake. Already the heat was growing unbearable. The crew went about their chores in unusual silence. Tuan spat over the side. "Take a good look, son," he said. "Even life seems to be hanging in mid-air. Let's hope it won't last." He clenched his teeth, "or it'll be hell." "Pull in the sails, you bunch of rascals!" the captain yelled, coming down from the bridge. We waited for the wind to return for 8 interminable days. The tension mounted. First water was rationed, then food. But the heat that assailed the ship spoiled the food. We had to throw it all overboard. Scurvy appeared. The men's lips and gums became black and swelled to double their normal size. To relieve the suffering of these poor souls, the captain gave the order for rum. But the men asked for more, and soon we teetered on the brink of disaster, as our load of rum barrels was to be bartered for gold. After 40 days of forced immobility, the potatoes, the only food left, began to sprout. A foul stench rose from the hold. The horrendous odor convinced the captain to have us throw the precious vegetables overboard as well. This time he met opposition from some crewmen. Nothing could make the menacing men listen to reason. They declared the rotting food was better than no food at all. Tired of arguing, the captain relinquished the potatoes into his sailors' hands. The men ate them as they were, without bothering to cook them. A few hours later the crewmen died under their companions' horrified gazes. No one uttered a word of protest when the last sack of potatoes passed overboard. In the meantime, Tuan and I fed on the flour the cook had set aside. I was ashamed of our secret, but Tuan maintained that our entire hoard wouldn't have sufficed to provide a single meal for all the men. "Besides," he said, "do you think that if any of these rascals had food he would share it? They'd rather watch their best friend die. You forget quickly, son. These same fellows didn't hesitate to give you a bat that almost killed you." This last argument overcame my remorse. It was all I needed, for man is a coward intent on finding an excuse for his cowardice. We had now been becalmed for 55 days. The last 3 days we'd had neither water nor food. Tortured by thirst and hunger, the men wandered about the deck, a crazed glow in their eyes. The captain had ordered the boards nailed across the rum-hold doubled, to avoid the risk of plundering. But one night we were awakened by a frightful racket. Armed with axes, the men were hacking their way into the rum-hold in spite of the captain's shouting. And soon, judging by their joyful yells, we could tell they had succeeded. The captain's voice had gone silent. He had probably returned to his cabin. After a moment, the men were back on deck. Tuan and I spied on them through a porthole. They were in a state of extreme inebriation. Weakened as they were, it had not taken long for them to get drunk. They made such a frightening sight in the light of the storm lamps, faces with eyes so deeply sunken they looked like holes over monstrously swollen mouths. Most of these poor devils had already lost their teeth. They'd become so thin it was a wonder they were even able to put up such a tumult. They sat around in groups. The boatswain was with them, but in what seemed a normal condition. Tuan pointed a finger. Of course that bastard put something aside for himself. I couldn't hold back a smile. Hadn't the cook done the same? We returned to our hammocks. In the stifling heat, we couldn't go back to sleep. Tuan had barricaded the door, which made the air inside the galley even more stale. After a while, I had the feeling something new was happening on the deck. Tuan warned me, "Stay awake, son. We're in for some trouble. They're jawing for now, but they'll soon be knocking each other around, and that goddamned wind isn't rising." A terrible scream resounded outside. Through the porthole we spied a nightmarish scene. In a murderous frenzy, a few men faced one another, knives at the ready. Others, tottering and swaying, clamped their hands around their fellows' throats in a pitiful attempt to throttle them. Worse than animals, they harbored only murder in their hearts. I was horrified at first, but soon the struggles enthralled me. Yes, to my great shame, I stared in fascination. When the captain appeared, armed with 2 pistols, the crewmen stopped for a moment, but the lull proved short-lived. A cutlass flew across the deck and caught him in the throat. Blood spurted. The poor man staggered and fell, firing his pistols on the mutineers. One of them clutched his stomach and crumpled into a moaning heap. The men, wild with fury at the sight of blood, grabbed the captain and moved to throw him overboard. A voice shouted, "Why not eat him?" The crew murmured, then fell silent until, as one, the men flung themselves at the captain's corpse and dismembered it in no time at all. A fight began over the miserable remains. Struck with horror, I could not pull my gaze off the spectacle. My stomach sloshed with nausea as I watched the men who had won chunks of their captain's body. Nothing human was left in these supposedly civilized beings while they stuffed flesh into their blackened mouths. Only pleasure was painted across their deformed faces. Some of them, their appetite unsatisfied, turned toward the wounded sailor who lay on the planks. "No!" he screamed. His body was torn apart, and the crew battled again over the bleeding scraps. I couldn't sleep after witnessing this scene. Tuan remained silent. Each time I turned, I spotted him swinging his hammock by tapping his foot on the rounded bulkhead. From time to time he raised his upper body to spit a dark stream of saliva. The heat had become so unbearable, I asked, "What about opening up a bit?" "Go ahead," he said. "The dogs have gorged themselves." I hastened to leave the narrow apertures ajar. A sickeningly sweet odor invaded our small galley, where no fresh air had penetrated for days. A fit of retching seized me. "That's blood, son," Tuan said. "If you can't stand it, shut your hole." I complied, but not before casting a last glance outside. The night had moved away, making the stars pale. The line where daylight emerged was streaked with gold. The men, now silent, stretched out on the deck, digesting their crimes. Some stared straight ahead with empty, wild eyes, as if they were seeking oblivion in the distance, where dawn broke into the beginning of a new, unsullied day. 3. I awoke late in the morning, around midday, in an overpowering heat. The atrocious scenes that had unfolded before my eyes sprang to mind, and I sank in deep despair. Would it soon be my turn? What other end could I imagine to such a hideous situation? I must have let out a sigh because Tuan's voice resounded in that tiny space. "Well then, son, are you waking up?" He stood next to a porthole. I stepped up to him, and, stomach churning, I ventured a glance outside. The macabre remains that littered the deck, shreds of flesh sticking to fragments of bones, had turned black as a result of the heat, and, endlessly repetitive mystery of life, a big green fly that wasn't aboard the day before was already buzzing about. The men had resumed drinking rum in the absurd hope to quench their thirst, but now they could bear it no longer, and their insides on fire shrieked and writhed in pain, hands clenched on bellies. Several of them, incapable of withstanding the agony, toppled overboard into the immensity of that undrinkable water. Tuan set his hand on my shoulder. "See, son, men ain't pretty when rage takes hold of 'em, worse than rabid dogs." "What are they going to do now?" I asked in a shaky voice. "Bah, they've tasted blood. When they get hungry again, they'll start all over, eating each other, unless that goddamned wind begins to blow." The rolling pin on the kitchen counter moved. Tuan grabbed my arm and squeezed. "Did you see that, son?" Since I didn't seem to realize the importance of his words, he went on joyously. The current! Can't you hear it? That's the wind coming. By tomorrow it will be blowing." God be praised. The end of our terrible nightmare was nigh. I could hardly believe it. I burst into laughter and tears at the same time. Tuan watched me, nodding. He seemed moved by my joy. "Better not rejoice yet, son. Our troubles ain't over." "But who will command the boat now?" "Fear." A shiver crept down my spine. A few hours later, Tuan and I were still locked in our galley. The heat had chased the remainder of the crew away from the deck. "Can't stand it any more," Tuan said. "I'm going to splash some water onto that fucking deck." Before unlocking the door, he slipped a knife and a pistol under his belt. I moved to follow. "No, lad, stay here." But seeing the resolve on my face, he handed me another pistol. "Take this, then." The sun slapped the deck hard. We stepped into a furnace, our feet burning. We fetched 2 buckets, tied lines to them, and began to draw seawater, which we splashed down onto the bloodstains, now brownish. I was happy to leave Tuan with the task of throwing the remains overboard. I would not have touched them for all the gold in Peru. Most of the deck was clear when a sailor sprang out of a hatch, yelling, "Leave it! It's my food! Do you hear? Leave it!" He brandished an iron stick or whelp. He was about to crack Tuan's skull open. Frozen by surprise, the cook hadn't had the time to draw his weapons. I didn't hesitate. I drew the pistol from my belt and fired on the madman without taking aim. A hole drilled in his forehead. The sailor collapsed. Stupefied, I stared at the corpse and began to shake. There, son." Tuan tapped me on the shoulder. "It was him or me. He'd have had me for his next meal if it wasn't for you." He leant down toward the sailor to make sure he was dead. "Come on, help me. Let's throw him overboard before they think of eating him." I grabbed the dead man's feet, not without repugnance, and we swung the corpse into the water. A crowd of shark had encircled the ship since the crew's repasts had filled the air with the reek of blood. They lunged at this unexpected prey and shredded it in the most hateful way. We went back to the galley in silence. The inside of the cabin felt cool after the searing heat of the deck. We drank a little water, noting that our provisions were rapidly dwindling. Then we ate a small meal of flour which Tuan had moistened to make it edible. Neither the terrible stench nor the taste of mildew bothered us, so overwhelming was our hunger. Nevertheless, I realized I could not continue abusing my stomach for long. Needless to say, Tuan had locked the door as soon as we had stepped inside. An attack was to be expected at any moment. Luckily, we had plenty of bullets and gunpowder. We could only wait now. We stretched out on our hammocks. As the hours passed, the ship came back to life around us. I fell asleep. Songs and screams from the deck awoke me. Night had fallen. "They're back at it again," I thought in despair. I propped myself up on my elbows and saw Tuan standing in front of the porthole. The lamp was unlit. He clearly preferred not to attract attention. "What's going on?" I asked. "Those idiots are starting on the rum all over again. If only, instead of sloshing their heads off, they had the idea of hoisting the sails, we'd be moving." I got up and peered through the other porthole. The survivors sat around a cask of rum, ripped open. Among them was the boatswain, who seemed to be in charge. They dipped their tin cups into the cask and drank. a large amount of the rum trickling down their beards and clothes. So far they weren't fighting. I turned to Tuan. "Don't they seem calmer?" "Don't count on it, son. We'll soon see some odd things if the rum doesn't kill them first." Feeling exhausted, I went back to my hammock. Hunger and thirst held me in their grips, but I didn't dare to say anything to Tuan, who suffered as much as I did and didn't complain. Besides, he could do nothing about it. We were almost out of water, and we were wise not to eat much of the flour left. An image of the man I had killed assaulted me. On his forehead a red flower grew and grew until it became enormous. The petals parted, and from the center a stem sprouted suddenly. Like a pointed finger it approached, slowly, ready to suck me into the dead man's skull. I screamed, and I must have screamed aloud because a hand shook me. "Hey there, ship's boy, shut up!" Tuan's face loomed over me. Although his voice sounded gruff, compassion shone in his eyes. The dawn was as black as muddy dirt. The stars had fled, but the night seemed to last forever. A silence as heavy as the heat hung in the air. The crew must have been wallowing in rum. Tuan, who had returned to his hammock, no longer spoke, but in the darkness his pupils glowed like cat's eyes. Suspense enveloped us, impalpable, yet present. A sound like thousands of little paws running on the deck came from outside. Tuan leapt from his hammock, shrieking words I could not understand. He glanced through the porthole. When he turned toward me, a broad grin split his face. "That's life coming from above, son. Can't you hear it? Rain. At least we can drink as much as we want." He went to the door, unlocked it, and stepped out. I found him stretched out on the deck, his mouth wide open, avidly lapping up the fortunate tears of the sky. I let myself fall by his side and drank until I became breathless. I rolled about in blessed and delirious joy. Tuan put an end to it by tapping me on the shoulder. "Come on, son, that's enough. Let's go lend a hand to the men." I followed him reluctantly. The crew, what was left of it, was busy unfurling the largest sails. As they did so without hoisting them, they had endless trouble to keep the sails facing the sky. The rain falling on the canvases made their weight barely manageable. Tuan and I added our efforts to theirs. I helped them with some repugnance, the frightful scenes I had witnessed too fresh in my mind. Tuan, however, spoke to the sailors in friendly tones. His kindness astonished me at first, but I had yet to learn that men are as vulnerable to joy as they are to suffering. 4. The rain had abated. The sails were hoisted, and the barrels we had placed everywhere filled with that precious gift from the sky. Calm reigned during a botched dawn, in which pitch black shaded off into dark gray. Isolated sun rays pierced the clouds to shed light on a terribly flat sea like a lake of tar. Far, very far away, cracked muted peals of thunder. The storm approached quickly, lightning streaking the leaden ceiling, while the sea shivered and quivered under a fresh wind. The ocean began a wild dance. One by one the sails puffed up, getting rid of the rain, once again as white as angels' wings. The ship listed, then picked up speed as the wind shook the riggings in a song of departure. We cried our joy as one. Then Tuan tapped me on the arm. "That's not all. We need to head somewhere. Let's take a look at the bridge." The boatswain was already there, several maps unrolled in front of him. As we drew closer, he raised a frightened face. "Ah," Tuan said, "the captain tricked you." "And you with us," the boatswain riposted. Then he said in friendlier tones, "You've sailed with him for a long time. Do you know where he kept his instruments?" "First we should find out what our last position was," Tuan answered. "How? All I can find is maps that weren't used. Surely the good ones must be hidden with the instruments. I've looked everywhere." He shouted, "Sailing without navigation equipment is like sailing blind." "We've got the stars," Tuan said in a quiet voice. "Sure." The man shot a nasty glance at Tuan. "And who can read the stars on this boat?" "I can tell you," Tuan said even more calmly. The boatswain grew red in the face, as if he were about to have a heart attack. Tuan, hands buried in his pockets, gazed at him, an amused gleam in his eyes. He seemed to enjoy the man's growing exasperation. "Who?" the boatswain yelled. Tuan shifted his quid to the other cheek, spat a long stream of saliva, and said in nonchalant tones, "Me." Then he became another man. He straightened his back and took on a hard tone. "Without me, you're lost. Get it inside your head and tell your mates. I can lead you, but on one condition. I want to be your commander. If not, go fuck yourselves. I've got nothing to lose." At first there was silence. Then the boatswain, mouth stiff and fists clenched, stepped up to Tuan. "Hey, Tuan, are you taking me for a fool? Ye the commander? Are you out of your mind?" "Maybe I am, but just take it or leave it. Go tell the others and quickly, because we're running in circles. You can also tell them I'm not against your being my second in command." The boatswain opened his mouth, thought better of it, turned on his heels and went out. "There we are," Tuan said, when he was sure the other couldn't hear him. "It's settled, and I'll tell you something, son. I'll be lucky if I can tell the difference between the Great Bear and the Southern Cross." "But what will become of us?" I said, terrified. He shrugged. "I wonder, but someone must take control of these brutes. We'll manage to gather the weapons, after which we're in God's hands." It was the first time I had heard him mention God. I couldn't tell why, but I didn't like it. Maybe because I had deserted God since my childhood. I had no time to think about it because the boatswain came back. "All right, cook," he said defiantly. "You've been made commander, but they don't want me to be your only second mate. They want two." "Perfect." Tuan slitted his beady eyes. "Then go tell them they can navigate with the wind. If I'm the commander, I don't take orders." The other looked stunned, but once again left without a word. In the meantime, the wind blew with greater force, and the ship listed dangerously. Nobody seemed to care. Through the large windows of the navigation room we saw the sails all puffed up. "If they're stiff like that for a long time, they'll tear." He stuck his head through the door and shouted into a megaphone I hadn't noticed before, "Furl the mainsail!" I felt hesitation among the sailors on deck, but it didn't last. Someone repeated the order, and Tuan was promoted commander of a ship he didn't know how to guide. In other circumstances, I would have thought it funny. The day passed without incidents. Even though hunger had weakened us, we took courage. When night came, Tuan pointed to a star to follow, surely chosen at random, and then he took me to the captain's cabin, our new quarters. It was a wide, comfortable cabin with 2 bunks. By some miracle it had not been looted. "We'll be better off here," Tuan commented. He searched everywhere but found only one instrument, which he studied closely before showing it to me. "With this instrument, when it works, and this one doesn't, you can determine the latitude." "Really? How?" "By measuring the height of the sun above the horizon. It's called a sextant, but we don't have the right maps anyways." I let Tuan choose one bunk, and I took the other. An empty stomach prevented me from enjoying the new comfort after so many nights passed in a crude hammock. Despite my hunger, I soon fell into a deep sleep. 5. When I awoke, I was alone. The ship shook. Her shell and hull creaked. I took a sitting position and glanced to the porthole. Enormous waves swelled and broke, their crests crowning with foam before hollowing into abysses. The sight appalled me, but I decided to go up to the deck to join Tuan, who was probably in the navigation room. I climbed up, but had a hard time opening the hatch to the companionway. I thought I had made it when a terrible wave sent me back down. I tried again, and this time between 2 billows I succeeded in hoisting myself onto the deck. Doubling over, I started as fast as I could toward the room. A wave rushed on my heels as I hurled myself through the door. Tuan wasn't in the room. I looked outside, and there he was, clutching the tiller. He was taking the commander's role seriously. No one else had ventured on the deck. It was a remarkable spectacle, Tuan alone against the wild elements. Like looming skeletons, the mizzenmast and the foremast stood stripped, for the sails had been furled, while the bowsprit, with its sails still stretched out, pointed toward the sky and then plunged into the sea like a flag announcing death. Surging waves hit the deck in rapid succession. I would never get to Tuan. Staying in the cabin was out of the question. A strange uneasiness pushed me to avoid being alone. I decided to try despite danger. The waves had me rolling on the deck against the bulwark, and I narrowly escaped going overboard. When I started again, I saw Tuan's lips move. He shouted words I could not hear. Finally, one wave heaved me against him. One hand on the helm, he grabbed me with the other until I steadied myself. "Tie yourself up. He thrust his chin toward the base of the helm where a rope was fastened, the same he had used to attach himself. Gripping the helm with both hands, he righted the ship that had been listing dangerously. "Just in time to lend me a hand, son," he said. "It takes two to hold on to this damned wheel." "Where are we heading?" "That, ship's boy, nobody knows. To avoid any argument about the direction, I ordered them to head straight at the rising sun." The wind howled. The dance of the ocean was getting ever wilder. The galleon kept soaring and diving. The mainmast swayed like a drunkard, but, free from the heavy sails, it held. The bowsprit, however, still encumbered by the sail, could not withstand the strain. A moment later the sail swelled so suddenly the bowsprit broke. The two of us had a hard time keeping the tiller steady. From time to time it swung free from starboard to port. After 1 hour the boatswain appeared. The astonishing ease with which he advanced attested to his long experience with tempests. He shouted to Tuan, "It's my turn, Commander." I shot an admiring glance to the cook who had managed to force his authority on the crew in such a short time. Back in our cabin, Tuan told me he had to fire on a crewman who had refused to carry out the order of furling the sails. The man had tried to stab him. After this incident, all hands had obeyed him with no further discussion. Our clothes were soaked, and we had to change into dry ones. It was a hard task. With each movement of the ship I was sent rolling. Tuan burst into laughter. "Son, you'll never be a good sailor." He continued in harsher tones, "Sit down on the floor to get dressed, given you can't do better." A wave broke over the deck, staggering us. Another followed with a terrible roar. Above us we heard a crash of breaking wood. "Jesus Christ, it's the deckhouse getting the hell off the boat. We're going to take in water astern. We must change direction." After seizing a rope from under the lower bunk, he tied one end around his waist and threw me the other. "You're going to follow me to the deck, but not right away. Stay on top of the ladder and hold me until I get to the helm. Then I'll pull you." We hastened to the ladder. Combining our efforts, we pushed the hatch to the companionway. Tuan climbed on to the deck. Despite the storm roaring, I heard him bellow. I stuck my head out of the hatch. "What's the matter?" "That bunch of freshwater sailors? They don't even know how to frap a sail. Take a look at the mizzenmast." And sure enough, the mast was bending like a young willow, the wind lashing at the spread-out sail with all its might. Tuan leant down and stuck his face close to mine. "Now listen carefully, son. You've already got me out of a tight spot. Here's a chance to do it again. Have to go and cut down that mast. With that goddamn sail, all we do is go round and round. Water is washing over the sides. If I don't stop this, we'll sink in less than 1 hour. So go down and fetch me the axe from under the bunk." I ran down and was back in no time. "Good job, son. Now hold on." And he let a wave sweep him away with its foam. He tugged at the rope like a fish on a line. The ship veered to one side, and I caught the full lash of a wave. I tumbled down the ladder. Hands clutching the rope, I couldn't break my fall. The shock jarred me. Had it jarred Tuan even more? I clambered back up. There he was, pushed back to the starting point. At the sight of me, he grumbled. "Another like that one, and we're done for." He struggled to his feet. "Come on, we try again." Where did this sinewy, wizened, middle-aged man find his inexhaustible strength? He was extraordinary. Only an iron will could overcome the fatigue that plagued us. This time he managed to reach the mast. He had already cut the ties and was about to hack at the mast when 2 crewmen, yelling and gesticulating, bounded in his direction. No doubt they intended to stop him, but the boatswain, who must have known that the mast had to be cut down, interposed himself. Both sailors threw themselves at him. Only I noticed the enormous wave breaking on the ship. I buried my head between my shoulders and gripped the rope with all my strength, my full weight balanced against the ladder. The entire ocean seemed to crash over me. When I was able to raise my head, I saw Tuan hugging the mast, while the 3 others rolled all the way to the bulwark. A bow wave dragged them the length of the deck. They lay astern, unmoving. Another surge lifted their bodies and yanked them overboard into the tempest. In the meantime, Tuan had been hewing at the mast. I heard a crack, followed by a muffled noise, and glanced at him. The old devil had managed to cut the mizzenmast down, but he was nowhere to be seen. Panicked, I tugged at the rope, but with every new receding wave I had to give way a bit more, and I feared discovering a drowned man at the end of the rope. He finally appeared, his head bleeding. The sea had calmed a little, and the ship forged ahead again. I succeeded in dragging Tuan down to our cabin and hoisting him onto his bunk. He scarcely breathed, but he was alive. The gash in his forehead did not seem to be serious. After fetching some rum, I lifted his head and had him swallow a few mouthfuls. Several hours passed before he opened his eyes. As the ship entered the center of the storm, the ocean doubled its violent dance, tossing and rolling the ship like a toy. Twice I climbed up to the deck, but saw no one. The tiller, left to its own devices, spun at full speed. Not knowing how to steer, I had no intention to try. In such a sea, I might have broken my arms. I returned to the cabin and sat down by Tuan. He had not regained consciousness. His eyes, open, held a vacant stare. He did not seem to recognize me. I placed compresses on his forehead and forced him to swallow some rum, but he remained inert. Helpless, I watched the day fade as I sat there, prey to melancholy. My hunger had become intolerable. After a while, all I could think of was food. I was ready to devour anything. I did not recall seeing Tuan throwing away our rotting flour, but neither did I remember spotting it in our cabin. Thinking it inedible, he had probably left it in the galley. Mildewed flour seemed a delicacy now. Without further hesitation, I headed for the galley. The end of the day had brought no lessening of the tempest. When I poked my head through the trapdoor to the quarter-deck, an enormous wave beat at me. I withdrew and waited for a while before trying again. Nothing on earth could have deterred me. The fourth try proved successful. I carefully closed the door to avoid flooding the lower deck. Hanging on to whatever was within reach, I made my way toward the galley. It took me an incredible amount of time, every moment a further risk of being swept away. When I arrived there, I was in for a cruel disappointment. The cupboards had been ripped open and the interior ransacked. Even the boards on the floor had been torn loose. Traces of struggles everywhere, blood smeared on the bulkheads. The surviving crew members, upon finding Tuan's stash of flour, had battled over it. I drank from our store of rainwater, which relieved my hunger a little. I resumed searching in the hope that another hidden cache had escaped the looters, but I found nothing beside a little flour left at the bottom of a torn sack. In despair, I made it back to the cabin. A pistol shot punctuated the noises of the storm. Through the porthole, I saw the last survivors locked in combat for the only remaining lifeboat. It was their ultimate battle for life, and they fought ferociously. A gigantic wave washed over them, carrying men and lifeboat away. The mainmast shattered on the deck with a tremendous sound. At once, the galleon, gathering speed, began to spin. Although I knew nothing about seafaring, I was convinced the ship was caught in a whirlpool. I went back to the cabin, walking between two gigantic liquid walls. The seam had opened its mouth to swallow us alive. I finally opened the hatch and let myself slide down. Tuan was seated on his bunk. Thank heaven he was quite alert. In a few words I told him what had happened and described the whirlpool that trapped us. This last piece of information shook him out of his lethargy. "We've fallen into the very soul of the cyclone, son, like the Flying Dutchman. Are you sure there's no one else on board?" "Certain." "Well, then, that's too bad. We must manage to right the boat if it's not too late." He stood up and gripped the bunk to steady himself. He'll never make it up to the deck, I thought. I had misjudged him. Not only did he make it to the deck, but with some difficulties the two of us got to the helm in one piece. A liquid wall enclosed us, and we spun within it at breakneck speed. The watery mass formed millions of circles that reflected the grisly colors of the twilight sky. Tuan grasped the tiller, but let it go. "Too late," he said. "Even the combined strength of 1,000 men wouldn't suffice to resist the pull." The galleon was attracted to the center of the storm. It spun ever faster, and we had to lie on the floor. The centrifugal force became so strong we were pinioned to the deck. As the deck was vertical, we felt as though we were standing at attention to witness our own execution. The sky above us was as wide as the palms of two hands. We were sinking into the depths. An explosion was followed by a sound like a long sigh. The pressure that kept us up against the deck decreased as the ship rotated more slowly and righted itself, although it continued to list dangerously. The mainmast rolled from one side to the other, smashing everything in its path. Now the ship listed low in the heaving sea. Tuan shouted, "We need to pass over the other side. It's going belly up, and if we get caught under it, we don't have a chance." We clung to ropes, using them to slide down the hull toward the water. Although I didn't know how to swim, I wasn't anxious because I felt as if this adventure was happening to someone else. Without Tuan by my side, I would have drowned. He held my head above the water. When the mainmast floated within reach, he took hold of it. In a haze, I glimpsed the ship one last time, its keel sticking out of the water. Then I lost consciousness. 6. I opened my eyes, but didn't realize where I was. The deafening noise of the sea and the wind, which seemed to be blowing out of hell, brought back all the ghastly memories. Total darkness enveloped me as I lay stretched out on the mainmast, the cords that lashed me to it preventing any movement. And Tuan, where was he? I called out to him. The only answer I got was the sound of the wind, drowning out my voice. Feeling alone in the middle of nowhere, I wept. Cold and weakness sent shivers through my body, which vibrated like a violin string. The night dragged on. I was starting to think it would never end when a moon ray pierced the inky sky. It looked like death brandishing a light, but the ashen pillar comforted me all the same. A storm broke. I opened my mouth wide to quench my thirst. Then the rain abated, the wind subsided, and thunder rumbled. An evil omen. A galaxy of stars unfolded above. I was passing into another world, another life. I knew that until my last hour I would never forget this sense of transition. The darkness that had once again conquered the sky became tattered, and then vanished, and the firmament appeared, filled with stars larger and brighter than those I had seen before. Delusion sparked odd thoughts. God, tired of monotony, had reshaped the heavens. Once more I lost consciousness. When I awoke again, I was astonished to be alive and still tied to the mast. The dawn was turning into day, the sea becalmed. I raised my head as much as my restraints allowed it, and saw Tuan lying at the other end of the mast. He seemed unconscious. I called to him feebly. He did not answer. If only I could draw closer to him. Sea-water had swollen my ropes, and I could not untie the knots. Now that the dangers of the tempest had receded, I was trapped and did not know how to escape. Cramps and a terrible pain in my back made me suffer. My rib-cage had been weighing down on the mast for hours, and I could only breathe in gasps. All around us was a liquid void. The day was growing brighter, and on the horizon a strange red hue preceded the sun, like blood. It advanced slowly in the sky. I had never seen anything similar, and I believed I was hallucinating. But when the sun rose, the same color speckled its sphere, as though it had sustained an injury. I could not believe my eyes. An exclamation made me start. Tuan was also staring at the strange phenomenon. I called to him. He smiled. "I've lost my mind, son, or are you seeing the same thing?" "I see the same." A morbid thought occurred to me. "Looks like it's bleeding." "Oh, shut up," he said, cutting me off. The blood-stained disk continued to rise. The light was taking on a shade of baked brick. The heat had increased. After a struggle, I was able to loosen my ties and went to sit beside Tuan, dipping my feet in the water. We did not speak, torn between relief at being alive and superstitious fear inspired by that awkward sight, so contrary to the normal order of things. Heat already gripped us and poked us with hot irons. It became so unbearable we had to dip in the water to cool off. Weakened as we were, this exertion soon fatigued us. The same hopeless void besieged us. Toward the middle of the day, mysterious beasts appeared. 10 meters at least wide, they resembled giant jellyfish or octopuses. Tentacles as thick as tree trunks, umbrella shells strangely speckled with red, a detail that made them even more repulsive. They swam all over the swelling waves, so numerous the water had become a bloodied sheet spread out to cover the ocean. As soon as we spotted these monsters, we stretched our limbs along the mast, avoiding any contact, ropes retied around our waists. The sun was sinking now. We prepared to face a fearful night. As the day dwindled, the sea lost its transparency, becoming the color of rust. We could see only the monsters that broke the surface of the water. They became iridescent in the crimson light in which the gathering dusk wrapped us. "It must be a reflection of that damned sun," Tuan said. Nevertheless, when the bleeding sun had sunken into the depths, the beast continued to glow with a phosphorescent red under those unfamiliar stars. Tuan made a brave attempt to speak of the tiny noctiluca and protozoa that abound in the sea. "When the sea is rough, they seem phosphorescent." But this explanation could not account for the red hue that had enveloped us since dawn. "Son, I've never seen anything like this before. It's like another world." We didn't dare to fall asleep. The sea had become oil. The sky bore unseen depths, and a fearsome silence hung over us. Our mast remained still. Something malefic hovered in the air, without a name but palpable. A dimensionless cavern was swallowing me alive, its vaults riddled with shining worms vitrified in death by their own lights. The aquatic monsters continued breaking the surface of the water without the faintest sound. "Are we deaf?" I asked. "No, son," he said in perplexed tones, "given that we can hear each other." Asking no more questions, I gave in to the torpor that possessed me. "Look, son, it's starting all over again." Tuan had crawled closer and was gently shaking me. I opened my eyes to his ravaged face, which looked like an old apple long forgotten in a barn. Only his eyes shone with extraordinary brightness. I resented him for rousing me from a sleep that had banished thirst, hunger, and fear. Now my belly felt painfully constricted. It was my sole preoccupation. I shot a distracted glance at the phenomenon that reddened everything. In my weakened state, thousands of golden dots danced before my eyes. The sight of all that undrinkable water only worsened my thirst. Tuan said, "Listen, son. Try moistening your lips with some seawater, but be careful not to swallow any." I followed his advice, but could not help but swallow a mouthful. I was expecting a terrible burning sensation, but the water was as sweet and fresh as any spring water. I dipped my face in it. Yesterday's monsters had disappeared. Tuan gazed at me with a sad face. Of course he thought I had gone mad. After watching me cup my hands and drink repeatedly, he succumbed and did likewise. To his astonishment, he quelled his thirst. "How is it possible?" I cried. He shrugged. "Oh, this at least can be explained. Sometimes a big river enters the sea and pushes its waters far into it, but I don't know about all the other odd things. No, son, I've traveled all the seas in my goddamned life, and I've never seen anything like this." During the day, we managed to capture an octopus. The beast was 1 meter in diameter. Several times we were forced to follow it into the water. Cutting his sack open turned out to be very hard, and when we finally succeeded, a black ink splattered us. When at last it lay still, we shared its rubbery flesh. To our famished stomachs, that filthy meal was a banquet. We recovered some of our strength, to say nothing of our shaken spirits. The heat, as unbearable as before, produced mirages. Mountains appeared before us, then beaches. Boats approached. The first mirage did not disappear as quickly as the others. It persisted on the horizon, a disquieting sight. It was a formidable mountainous chain of volcanic origin, red and rising against the sky like the Tower of Babel. We expected to see it disappear, but at the end of the day it was still there. Hope formed in our hearts. Then our joy burst forth. Land! We were going to set foot on land! We wept like children. A gentle current pushed us toward these mountains. As we drew closer, they looked like an infinite rocky wall. The effect was overpowering, oppressive. "If only we could find something to eat there," said Tuan. "I haven't seen one bird flying around." "We can always fish." "Right," Tuan said with a touch of reluctance. As we arrived near the shore, evening came. For me, the night promised to be euphoric. I hadn't felt so light-hearted in a long time. Tuan, on the other hand, kept muttering, "A world upside down. Yes, it's a world upside down." I even had the impression that for the first time since I had met him, the old sea-wolf was praying. Part 2. 7. For the third time, scarlet light announced the rising sun. Our mast chose this moment to bring us ashore along a coast of small coves A beach of rusty sand hemmed a tiny bay hacked into crumbly rocks. I was the first to set foot on land. I have no words to describe the joy I felt in finding myself on solid ground. I jumped, sang, laughed. As for Tuan, he did not share my enthusiasm. He even wore a funereal face. "You're not happy?" I said. "I think we're safe now." "Of course I'm happy, son," he answered, in cheerful tones that sounded strained. Realizing he wished to conceal his real thoughts, I let it pass. My joy was too vast to be spoiled. The rocks around us bore the same crimson color that prevailed in this unknown land. The sand under our feet was incredibly fine, like dusting powder. I picked up a handful. It was so impalpable it slipped through my fingers. I got rid of the sand by throwing it into the sea. The water took on the color of blood. Amazed, I turned to Tuan. He had noticed as well. The expression on his face chilled me. We stood for a moment, staring at the red spot that discolored the water. Then Tuan pivoted on his heels. "We ought to investigate the place before night falls." "And find something to eat," I added. It took us a good hour to get to the top of the rocky circle. Although not high, the rocks were brittle. For every meter we conquered, we had to retrace our steps, falling 3 meters back, among clouds of a red dust that blinded and suffocated us. As soon as we reached the crest, we saw the formidable chain of mountains that had given us that painful sense of oppression. It rose far away, at least several dozen miles distant. Despite the distance, we made out dark patches, surly woods stretching out at the feet of the mountains, as if the shadow had fertilized them. To reach the mountainous chain, we would have to cross a barren red desert. "First, we must find a way to carry water," said Tuan. "How?" I cried. "We've got nothing, only our hands and our tattered clothes." "That's why we must find something, or the heat will kill us." We went back to the beach, choosing a spot other than the place where we had run ashore. Unlike at the first tiny bay, everything was monumental here. A gigantic arc of red sand like talcum powder bordered a thick red wall that rose toward the sky, flaunting the wounds of time. These furrows traced grimacing masks resembling mineral giants petrified during uncountable centuries. No plant life was discernible on the vertical wall. The atmosphere reminded me of a sepulchre, but without the odor of decomposition, as if time had consumed the compost made by the cadavers. We followed this natural curtain of walls, cracked by deep ravines similar to the one we had taken to come down to the beach. We remained silent, the hideous beauty of the place weighing down on us. Arrived at the other end, we had found nothing that could be used to carry water, and now hunger bit at us. Tuan kept swearing through gritted teeth. It was his way of expressing pain. We had to get past the cliff that stopped our advance. Retracing our steps was out of the question. We knew we would find nothing. Still mumbling, Tuan entered the water first. I followed, but lost my footing immediately. He pulled me up by the hair, saying with kindness, "Sorry, son, I forgot you couldn't swim. Find holes in the cliff and stay near me. You'll be safe." I did not agree. The rock crumbled under my fingers, dust falling in the sea. The water became purple where the dust fell. We were wading in blood now. "Goddamn fucking place," said Tuan, picking me up for the second time. I kept gulping down mouthfuls, but what worried me wasn't the risk of drowning, only the filthy water that made me retch. We dragged ourselves to the other side of the rocky talon. Seeing a beach similar to the one we had just left, Tuan spat with barely restrained rage. "I've had enough of this." "Look over there." I pointed to black crevices in the red wall. He squinted in that direction. "Those are caves. Maybe we'll find something. Let's go." As we drew close, the crevices widened into gaping mouths. Their dark hollows devoured the wall. It took us 2 hours to reach the first cave. Its proportions crushed us, making us feel as small as the specks of sand under our feet. From a narrow vault, the cave stretched to 100 meters at the base. Its depth, impossible to gauge from where we stood, seemed to continue into an inscrutable night. Fear took hold of me as I penetrated the cave. Tuan must have sensed it because he grasped my arm firmly. "Come on, son. Pull yourself together." The void swallowed his voice, and like a string of prayers recited inside a cathedral, His words echoed several times, sent back by the immense vault with gaping wounds of darkness. Our eyes, still filled with the bright light outside, barely focused in that sudden night. We stumbled forward like blind men. Under our feet the sand had given way to a solid rock as cold as a tombstone washed by the winter rain. Our movements, even our breaths, captured by the echo, ricocheted back and forth in the shadows at an uncanny speed. Seized by fury, Tuan swore. The cavern shuddered with such a force, a noise of fallen rock resounded like a peal of thunder, then a loud cracking, followed by silence. The silence wasn't total, though. A strange hiss, like a muffled beating heart, subsisted. We froze, incapable of speech. The rhythmic sound diminished and ended. Meanwhile our eyes adapted to the darkness, and we were able to see the fantastic walls of that subterranean place. I wish they had remained invisible. Here and there statues emerged from the shadows, numerous statues in different poses. Their faces were contorted, expressing terror, and frightful to look upon, as though the sculptor had intended to illustrate only one emotion, abject, deadly fear. Men, women, each carved line, rough or elegant, looked as if they had been molded into the rock itself. I made out mothers who clutched their children, visages turned toward their little ones, suffused with faint maternal smiles. Among these statues with human forms stood several figures of animals and birds, particularly albatrosses with their wings spread. Strange, primitive tools lay scattered on the floor of this mind-blowing museum. A few bones as well. In places, darkened patches marked the spots where hearths had been. We picked up vases shaped like rough amphorae made of baked clay, and swiftly turned our backs to the workshop of that splendid sculptor, as talented as God, but devoid of his divine gift of grace, life, and laughter. Much to our relief, we finally stumbled out into the blinding light. "Weird place," Tuan said after a long moment. Holding at arm's length one of the amphorae he was carrying, he added, "Look, son, whoever sculpted those statues wasn't able to mold an object as simple as this one. Strange, do you agree?" "You're right," I cried. "I hadn't thought of that." "What counts is that we have enough containers to carry our water until we get to the woods. Once we're there, we'll surely find something to eat." I remained unconvinced. I would never be able to get to the woods in my current state of extreme weakness. We went back to the beach to fill our amphorae. Then we entered one of the ravines within the red wall. The ravine narrowed as we climbed. When we arrived on top, we were advancing sideways like crabs. A sound came from afar, the same muffled beat that had frightened us inside the cavern. We trod a desert of fine sand that a light breeze lifted in short undulating waves. At a distance, in the waning light, the dark strip on the foothills of the mountain mingled with the deep red of the sky, an even more eerie sight. We hoped to reach the woods before night. Hunger made me stumble. Tuan steadied me and whispered encouraging words as if he didn't suffer as well. Our progress slowed further. The sun set fire to the horizon, making it a blade of reddened steel. The sky took on a violet hue. Since dawn, not the tiniest patch of blue had been visible in that strange sky. Finally, the black curtain fell, and unknown stars shone. "Let's stop here," said Tuan. "We risk walking in circles." We lay down on sand as soft as velvet. The light breeze blew it into our faces. The grains of sands brushed my face like the fingers of a little child. We did not speak. I assumed Tuan, like myself, was studying the sky to discern a familiar constellation. Was this the place a teacher had spoken about when I was little? If memory serves, he had called it Olympia, the gods' abode, according to the ancient Greeks. For a moment I was tempted to voice my thoughts, but then I said to myself that my thoughts were wandering, and I discarded the idea. I closed my eyes and thought only of falling asleep. Sleep overcame me. The sentiment of fear that had been stalking me these past 3 days did not slacken its grip. My heartbeat thumped with an odd rhythm. Tuan's voice made me start. "Can you hear something?" "No," I said, barely awake. "I can only hear my heartbeat. Louder." "You're wrong, son. It's not your heart. It's the sound we heard in the cavern. I think it's coming from below. Stick your ear to the ground." Instead of complying, I let myself fall asleep again. As the earth swallowed me into a deep slumber, the rhythmic pounding resounded louder than ever. 8. I woke in the throes of stomach cramps. Dawn had just broken, and the sun was still hidden behind those mysterious and frightening mountains, which were taking on their red hue. Tuan tossed and turned by my side. "So did you sleep well, son?" "Yes, but I'm hungry." I pressed my hands over my aching stomach. Tuan spread his hands, palms up. Don't think about it for now." He sat down, grabbed an amphora, and handed it to me. "Drink a little water. You'll feel better." I drank a few mouthfuls with scant enthusiasm, yet after an instant my cramps diminished. Tuan had turned his wrinkled face toward the mountains. "Son," he intoned, "I didn't sleep last night, and I've had a lot of time to think. A question's nagging me. I wonder if we're still on our planet, the Earth. See? A light like this, those unknown stars, I've never heard about in all my goddamned life." He fixed his small black eyes on me. "Tell me, what do you think of it?" I made a gesture of ignorance, and he shrugged. "Of course. How would you know? This is your first journey. You know nothing about the world." He rose to his feet. "Time to go." The dark patch at the foothills gained in clarity. We were still very far away, but to judge by its green hue it was a forest. As we moved closer, the patch became more distinct. The sun burned us, making our constant struggle against weakness even harder. To cap it all, when we halted to drink, we discovered our provision of water had turned red. We drank it all the same. Its warm temperature strengthened the impression we were drinking blood. We resumed our march toward hope. In the evening we found the first signs of plant life. The ground was firmer. The dust had become scarce. A sparse, thin grass sprouted. We threw ourselves at it and grazed the meager vegetable without pulling it up. Was it autosuggestion, or did the grass have a real nutritional value? In truth, we felt better and slept better, too. At the break of dawn, after drinking our putrid water, we resumed our trek. A few hours later, we reached the edge of the forest. Immense trees mingled the green hue of their canopy with the purple of the sky. The trunks were encircled by vines as thick as my arm, curiously coiled like serpents' spires. Tuan tried to pull at one of the spires, but could not, and beckoned me to come and help him. Our combined efforts proved in vain. Only the thin bark of the vine came off, and the bare stem slipped under our fingers and coated them in a viscous red sap. "We need something sharp," Tuan said, his gaze searching the ground. He saw a flat slab of stone, surely the rest of a volcanic eruption. I wondered why he had made a point of cutting the vine. He could not think of eating it, could he? The moment was badly chosen for questioning my companion, so I watched him hack at the vine with a sharp stone. He uttered a curse and let go of the stone. "It's moving! The goddamned thing is moving!" At first I believed it a hallucination, but it was real. Very slowly, like a boa constrictor, the vine contracted spire by spire. It undulated like a living animal. A strange wheezing came from the trunk the creeper was strangling, and a thick red sap oozed from tiny pores in the wood. Tuan glanced at me with a stupefied expression. "Have I gone mad?" My own expression told him I was seeing the same thing. "Let's go, son." He grabbed my arm. "This place is cursed." "Where to?" I cried in despair. "The mountain. Maybe it's different on the other side. But we need something to eat first." The farther we penetrated that gruesome forest, the greater our conviction grew. We would never find anything edible besides the grass. That could calm our aching stomachs, but contained no nutrients. For hours we trudged on under that incredible canopy. Several times I let myself fall to the ground, refusing to advance. It was so exhausting to struggle for each next breath. Without Tuan's friendly but firm insistence, I would have welcomed death. The day was ending when we came across a clearing in the forest. Several huts rose, in various states of preservation. In that great silence we did not even consider the possibility that someone could still live in the village. We entered the nearest hut. Inside we found a few statues like those we had seen in the cavern. On the ground a sack half worn away by time. A few green shoots wormed out of its holes. Tuan bounced on it, shouting, "Potatoes!" He was right. We had found sweet potatoes, which were beginning a new life. We devoured them with unspeakable joy. Finally sated, a state we'd not known for weeks, we visited the small village. Inside each hut we met the same statues of people or animals, only the postures varied. The expressions were of torment, except for the young children, whose features remained relaxed, and crudely shaped utensils littered the floor. Neither Tuan nor I had notions of the arts, but we were both struck by such contrast. Moreover, each hut harbored a hearth filled with ashes, and the wooden bowls abandoned on the floor contained the remains of dried food. It looked like a sudden misfortune had frozen the inhabitants before they could flee, but no traces of struggle were visible, nor did we see any volcanic lava. Tuan repeated, "It can't be. Looks like they were turned to glass, and they realized what was happening to them." I asked what he meant by that. "Do you remember the stone I picked up this morning to cut the vine? It was vitrified as well, probably by the heat of a volcano. An eruption, you see." "Are you saying it's what happened here?" "No. One could think so, but it's impossible. If lava had passed here, we would have found only traces of a new life, tiny new plants, provided pollen had been caught in the wind before all was destroyed." I knew nothing about this vegetal life the wind carries across and beyond the seas. Tuan did not try to explain. He simply set a hand on my shoulder, his smile doubled by every crevice in his old face. The horizon began to glow with that sanguine hue. Tuan picked up 2 stones and rubbed them together. Sparks burst out. Tuan approached the sack that had contained potatoes. After a few moments, the old fabric took fire. We ran into the other huts to look for inflammable material. Soon the flames danced. In the darkness, the twisted reflections made the grimacing statues even more sinister. Thanks to the trembling lights, the statues moved. We lay down close to the fire. Along with the crackling of the fire, we heard the muffled, rhythmic beat that rose from the bowels of the earth. We took turns getting up to feed the fire. We needed the light more than the warmth, until a heavy slumber took possession of me. 9. I awoke to sunbeams gliding through the misshapen branches of the roof, streaking the floor with bright stripes. Tuan had gone out. I slipped into a reverie. Such a sense of well-being had eluded me for a very long time. Perhaps the potatoes I had eaten yesterday had given me a new strength. Unfortunately, my roaming gaze focused on one of those statues. My anguish returned. A bad presentiment clutched my heart. Good Lord, I thought. I hope nothing has happened to him. I rose and ran outside. In the bright red light, the village was a remarkable sight. Tuan was nowhere to be seen, so I went to inspect every hut. I did not find him, so I rushed into the forest, hoping to come across some fruit to appease my hunger. And I saw many of those fruits, only they were placed too high for me to pluck them. I decided to content myself with vine sprouts. I had pulled one from the ground, and I was about to put it in my mouth, when it wriggled. It moved like a snake in slow motion. Stupefied, I stared at it without thinking of throwing it away, while it coiled itself around my wrist. I came to my senses at last and tried to get rid of it, but the vine seemed stuck to my skin. I had to tear it off. Minuscule beads of blood covered the place where the vine had hugged my wrist. Overcome by disgust, I tried to chase away the horrid idea that the plant was carnivorous. On the ground, the vine continued to writhe like a reptile. Stomach knotted, I resumed looking for Tuan. Through the sparse holes in the green canopy, the sun darted several tiny red eyes on me. The hot breeze that set the foliage a-shivering gave me the impression these eyes mocked me. To add to the creepy sensation, I could see no sign of animals, not a bird, not even an insect, no tiny vermin that made a blade of grass a little world teeming with life. I cried Tuan's name to no avail. My anguish increased with every step until I arrived at a river. The water was sweet and fresh. I took a long drink, and then I started along the riverbank. The crystalline sound of falling water called to me. In my solitude, such a familiar noise reassured me. The waterfall was more distant than I had thought, but when I reached it, I did not regret my effort, despite Tuan's absence. The sight was magnificent. From the middle of a gigantic slab of rock as smooth as a wall spurted furious waters that fell in a sumptuous curtain of white foam. The foam fanned out into myriads of droplets like a scattering of diamonds. With the waterfall, the river made a leap of at least 100 meters. Gigantic, bright-hued flowers adorned the banks sprinkled by the foam. The smallest flower was twice my size. The fat grass flaunted a bright green. I approached one of these unknown flowers. It was white, rimmed with mauve, and sporting a yellow heart. As I drew near, it closed slowly. Then it began to inch toward me, opening its petals again. Panicked, I jumped backward. The flower bent and darted down like a butterfly net, covering the ground at the spot where I had been standing a second before. I heard a horrid noise of suction. Then the flower retook its vertical position, its petals closing up again. Nothing but bare soil remained. It had sucked up everything, grass and shrubs, just as it would have swallowed me whole had I not retreated. Cold sweat ran down my back as I watched the enormous transparent stem beginning the digestion. I stood there as if hypnotized. Only after a moment did I succeed in pulling myself away from the spectacle. The extraordinary beauty of the place, a beauty that had fascinated me at first, now only inspired me with revulsion. I was beyond fear, and I could only feel loathing. I pondered this feeling. It was the reason why the lost souls sojourn in Hades without revolting against it, for revulsion is the beginning of acceptance. If acceptance is death to normal people, it is the logical response for those who refuse to reflect on the questions that would save them. I don't know how I managed to go back through the woods. I simply found myself at the edge of the village inhabited by the stone people. I heard someone call my name, but still under the spell of the forest, I did not answer. I was walloped on the shoulder, bringing me back to reality. Tuan stood in front of me, arms overflowing with strangely shaped fruits. I seized a few of them and ate avidly. They had no flavor, but were enough to satisfy my hunger. I recounted my misadventure to Tuan. He listened and nodded. I wondered whether he believed me. He must have divined my thoughts, for he answered, "Calm down, son. I've seen strange things, too. This place is cursed. We've got to get out of here at any cost. Losing your head is not the best way." We returned to the hut where we had slept the night before. Sitting on the floor, we remained silent for a moment, under our grimacing host's watchful eyes. We ate some more fruits. The one I was munching was red-fleshed, like a blood orange. As big as a watermelon, it had a pleasant flavor. I asked Tuan by what miracle he had managed to pluck the fruits. "I just bent down and picked them up from the highest treetops." Seeing my stupefied expression, he explained, "I haven't gone mad yet, son. Don't know how, by the way. I'm going to tell you what happened to me. I left at the crack of dawn. The red day wasn't up yet, and the stars were still there. You were sleeping so soundly I didn't want to wake you up. I reached the forest very quickly, but something wasn't right. I kept seeing the stars while they should have been hidden by the canopy, and I'm going to tell you why. All around me, the tree trunks were lying on the ground, as if during the night woodsmen had felled them. I was hungry, so I only had eyes for the fruits lying at my feet. I'd eaten so many my belly was going to burst. See what I mean? I just had to bend down to pick them up. Then I collected more fruit to take back to the village, but I began to get worried since my hunger no longer occupied my mind. There must have been some reason why all those gigantic trees were lying down on the ground like that, their tops facing the great mountain, visible in the distance. At first, seeing the blood-red sun going up reassured me a bit, but not for long. Imagine a terrifying cracking noise like green wood, multiplied 1,000 times. The whole forest was moving. Yes, son, don't think I'm raving mad, and I'm talking nonsense. Not a trunk remained on the ground. The trees were all straightening up, very slowly. Do you want to know what I thought then? Well, from the tallest tree to the smallest shrub, the forest was saluting the mountain. I thought I was dreaming. That whole forest, praying, all the trees bent and then straightening up like after kneeling down. I tell you, if the ground had started talking right then, I wouldn't have been surprised. I studied Tuan, wondering if he was out of his mind. He shrugged. So, you believe I'm mad, don't you? Believe me, I ain't mad, and neither are you." We fell silent. I could see Tuan wanted to say more, but hesitated. He broke the silence with one question. "You heard anything last night?" "No. I was sleeping soundly. I don't even remember if I dreamt." "Maybe I'm mistaken, but hear me out. While the forest was kneeling down, I heard from the far-off mountains something like a song. It sounded like the wind in the halyards during a tempest. And then, from beneath the ground, came that rhythm, that beat. But it was stronger than before. The ground pulsed under my feet. It was like the earth's guts were heaving." He closed his mouth, his gaze turning to the shadows formed by the grimacing statues. "Son," he said after a while, "I'm beginning to wonder whether— nothing is strange enough here, right? I'm wondering whether the rhythm we hear is these statues' hearts beating beneath the ground. I can't believe a mad artist made them, nor did God, who is said to be good. Then I can only think of one place. Maybe we've come to the doors of hell. Maybe it's the red of lost souls that tinges the sky. But this nature that consumes itself cannot understand the soul's suffering. Neither God nor the devil would enjoy playing such comedy." I didn't understand what Tuan was saying, but I knew we needed to find a way out of this place, or a great misfortune would befall us. "What shall we do now?" I asked. Tuan, who seemed lost in his thoughts, started, looked at me as if he did not recognize me, and then answered, "First, we go back to the river. We're going to need a lot of water, and then we're going toward the mountain. I'm sure the key to the mystery lies there." The thought of going back to the place I had left with so much fear made me shudder. I said nothing, though, and helped Tuan to search the huts for something more practical than our small amphory. "Come here and lend me a hand, son. I think I've found what we're looking for." Tuan was tugging at a dark, bulky object that resembled a huge terracotta flask. It was stuck behind several of those stone figures. We had to move the statues. We began our task, taking 1,000 precautions owing to a certain superstitious awe. One of the statues teetered too much and collapsed before we could right it. It broke with a dull noise, and the head, which had come off, rolled a few meters away, like a ball. We stared at the debris on the floor. "It can't be," Tuan cried. "There's a skeleton inside." It was true. A skeleton stretched out under our gaze, made of petrified stone like the surface of the statue. Without further comment, Tuan turned to free the flask. As for me, I could not tear my gaze off that rib cage and the snapped spine that looked so natural. The shape was just an imitation of life, but the verisimilitude was so shockingly strong, I would have held those remains as one rocks an infant. "Come away, son. I too feel they're like brothers, but their predicament scares me. Let's go fetch some water. Let's enjoy life for as long as we can." He loaded the very big flask onto his back, and we left without a backward glance. Outside, a light wind was blowing, making the leaves the musical instruments of a plant world that undulated, rocked, coiled, and tightened its spires around the doleful, wounded trunks, oozing red drops like tears streaming down children's cheek. It was a world full of life, moving toward death. Tuan, who marched a few steps in front of me, stopped in his tracks and put the flask on the ground. "Come quickly, son," he shouted. "I'm sure it tastes great." I understood at once and threw myself at him. "Don't touch it!" But he had already seized a vine 3 times bigger than the one with which I had struggled. Too dazed by the spectacle I had witnessed at the waterfall, I had not mentioned this misadventure to Tuan, so he was not on his guard. Despite my swift intervention, the horrible wooden stem had coiled not around his wrist, but his throat. Now the coils squeezed hard and harder. I pulled with all my strength, but the vine did not give way. Tuan's face was already taking on an ugly grayish hue. He was choking. His eyes bulged. Not knowing what else to do, I bit at the vine like a savage. The living rope slackened. I had just the time to jump aside before the vine could grip me as well. The creeper continued its reptilian movements a few steps away, while I knelt at Tuan's side. Lying on the ground, he did not stir. He had not, however, lost consciousness, because he stared at me with wild eyes. "Thank you, son. You saved me from a painful death." He massaged his throat where large black blotches were appearing on his dark skin. "I tip my hat to you. You've got guts. Weren't you scared?" I recounted my own adventure. "Ah, you've been there before. That's lucky, so you could save me." "Yes and no. If I had talked about it, you would have been more careful." I picked up the flask, and we resumed our trek over that cursed land. We marched side by side. From time to time, Tuan rubbed his throat, but did not complain. His easy smile had vanished, replaced by astonishment, not even fear. Noticing my furtive glances, he said, "I'm so sorry, son, that you've got to be stuck with me in my waking nightmare. But let's not lose our heads, or we will never come out of this. Here, everything is a mystery. Don't expect to find answers. Like everywhere else, death prowls alongside of life, only it's more visible here." He uttered these words for my peace of mind, but as he spoke so, I felt more and more lonely. Tuan, devoid of fear, was taking the path of acceptance. It was clear enough. I wondered whether the astonishment painted on his face was not that of someone who is surprised about being alive. His old heart was tired, and I was convinced it kept beating only for his young companion's sake. We advanced in silence under the green canopy of that mysterious world. I knew Tuan would never be himself again. The natural song of the waterfall reached us at last. A gleam of interest lit up in his black eyes. It gave me a little hope that we could still make it. On a tender green riverbank we lay flat on our bellies to drink the clear water. After quenching our thirst, we remained stretched out. I relished that illusory feeling of well-being in a pitiful effort to escape the anguish that gripped me like leper. Shadows had once again conquered the still sky. The night had not arrived yet, but the stars were about to appear. It was the moment when the world awaited a change, the only moment that resembled any normal twilight. Only a sound disturbed the silence, the crystalline noise of the waterfall that sang under the jealous gazes of the carnivorous flowers. Then the black of night drowned out our short communion with hope. The nameless stars, one by one, pierced the immense secret vault. Tuan spoke in the darkness, startling me. "We should have brought something to make fire with. We won't find any dry wood here. This place is as green as can be." 10. I had slipped into a deep slumber without realizing it. I believe I heard Tuan stamping his foot and grinding his teeth in impatience, probably because I was so slow to rouse. Half angry, I propped myself up on one elbow and grumbled, all right, I'm getting up." But my anger vanished when I saw Tuan, or rather his shadow, bent over me. "Shut up, son, and look." The tones in his voice, awed at something intimidatingly beautiful, affected me more than a kick in my side, because it was not like Tuan to be lost in admiration at anything. "What is it?" I stared straight ahead. Seeing only the forest under the silvery light, I turned to Tuan. "So what? It's dawn." "In the dead of night? Have you ever seen dawn break in the dead of night? And in this place where there's no moon. Also, you know the day is red here." Of course he was right. Only sleep had made me forget about it. But then what was going to happen now? My stomach filled with ice when I heard the sound I had mistaken for Tuan stamping his foot. I gripped my companion's arm. "Can you hear that?" I asked under my breath. "Yes, son," he answered in a strangely calm voice. "One would think a giant's heart is beating under our feet." Now the grinding had resumed, similar to the cracking noise trees make when woodcutters have sawn 3/4 of the trunks and the tree-tops began to bend toward the ground. The sky was growing pale. A cold, luminous, and thick light, like mercury ribboning in water, suffused the forest, which was visible now. The trunks, slightly arched, let out the moaning of wood on the point of breaking. I recalled Tuan's story. The same phenomenon was about to repeat itself. The whole forest began its salutation, bowing to some mysterious entity. As though to take its vows, the forest was laying its forehead on the ground. Its moans frayed my nerves. The trunks had bent in such a way I expected to see them snap. Already the leaves spread like arms on a cross, and the tree-tops stretched out on the ground, displaying the tender colors of their budding shoots. My gaze was captured by the highest mountain far away. The mountain rose as red as a forge fire, and the beating, which had calmed in the meantime, resumed its thumping with diabolic intensity. A long sigh resounded, and the pale light dimmed. The forest retook its normal place, the black leaves stroking the dark sky. Silence blanketed everything. Alone the mountain kept its red glow against the shadows for a moment before fading into darkness. The unfamiliar stars resumed their diamond-like twinkling. "It's over," Tuan said. He lay down on the ground. I stretched out beside him. "We can sleep now," he said. "It won't move any more. Last night I stayed awake to see if it was going to move again." A question burned my lips. "Where did you find the courage to pick up the fruit?" "First thing, when I entered the forest, the trees were already lying down. I was starving, and I saw only the fruit. I didn't wonder what was going on, and the first time the clarity that made you think of day wasn't there any more. I must confess I wouldn't have touched anything in that light. Did you get the impression you were looking through a shroud wrapped around your dead body?" Exhaustion adding to our emotions, we lost control of our reactions and sank into a sleep that resembled stupor. When we came to, establishing contact with reality again, what was it, reality, after all? The luminous red was back. We lay still, listening to the liquid sound of the waterfall nearby. A light wind blew through the leaves of the revived forest. "Son," said Tuan, "how about a nice bath?" As I stared, astonished, he smiled, making his wrinkles dance. "Why not? It can only do us good." He stood, stripped down, and dived into the river. After a moment his head resurfaced in the middle of the current. "Come on in," he shouted. "You can touch bottom here." No sooner had he uttered these words than he disappeared. He was not long, however, in resurfacing, and began swimming toward the bank. When he reached it, he hoisted himself out of the water and lay on his back without speaking. Intrigued, I moved closer. His body, trim and fit, incredibly young for his age, trembled and shivered. "What happened?" I asked. He let a few minutes pass before answering. He then turned a strange gaze on me and said in a strangled voice, "Son, I'm starting to doubt what I just saw. At the very instant I called you, the gravel under my feet gave way, and I felt like I was sucked in. At first I thought I'd set my foot in quicksand, and I stuck my head under water to see how I could free myself. That's when I realized my legs were imprisoned not by quicksand, but a moving hole shaped like a mouth. And, son, what I had to pry open, lips. It was like lips made of sand. That I had to pry open to free my legs." He gave a sad laugh. "Of course you think I'm mad." "No, not at all," said I, in what I hoped were reassuring tones. After what we had experienced, it did not occur to me to doubt anything my companion said. Horror gripped me, but I looked him in the eyes. "Whatever happened in the river doesn't matter. Didn't you say we needed to keep our heads if we wanted to get out of this place? So let's keep our minds on one thing, finding the way out." My friend relaxed as I spoke. An amused gleam lit up his dark eyes. When I had finished, he whistled through his teeth. "Well, look at that. You've become a man, haven't you? A real man. In this case, there's no reason on earth we can't extract ourselves from this mess. On Tuan's word." Coming from him, these words filled me with joy. Now I thought I could handle anything, even the worst possible situations. My anguish had not disappeared, but I was growing accustomed to it. Courage is no more than learning to live with your fear. 11. We followed the river up to the waterfall in a stifling heat. The fresh morning air had vanished. Finally we arrived at the banks where the gigantic flowers awaited their prey. Seeing them again sent a shiver down my spine. They seemed to have grown in numbers since my visit. How was it possible in so short a time? Tuan, who was gazing at the flowers with interest, said as if he were speaking to himself, "Something isn't right about the presence of carnivores." I did not see what he meant by that. I must confess I was not trying to solve puzzles. The mere sight of those plant-like monsters was enough to scare me to death. To avoid seeing them, I let my gaze wander about the liquid dust that, escaping the waterfall, sparkled in the red light. Tuan's voice made me jump. "Son, instead of daydreaming, Help me understand how these carnivorous plants can survive in a place with no animals at all." Tuan's information surprised me first, but I soon had to admit he was right. How did this upside-down world survive when no life other than vegetal was visible? Not on the ground, in the river, or in the air. Save for the stone statues resembling human beings and animals, nothing indicated that a physical life made of flesh had ever existed here. Still, our presence proved that life was possible. "See, it's like a world of silence," Tuan said. "Not entirely," I countered. "The waterfall makes as much noise as any other waterfall. Last night the trees groaned rather loud. And there's this beating that comes from the depths. It never stops, does it?" "True, but for me these sounds don't belong to the world we come from. Even the fruit don't look like anything I know. You're going to say it's normal because they change with the region. But I know all the regions in the world, and I've never seen these species. It's the same with the trees. One or two new species I can understand. But an entire forest of unknown trees? It's impossible. It's too much for my old head, which can't trade reality for dreams any more. And besides, I wouldn't dream of scaring you. But wasn't I almost swallowed alive by a riverbed this morning?" This thought made me shiver. We filled our flask with fresh water and resumed our crossing of the forest, headed toward the mountain. At first our trek was easy. The trees grew sparse. The undergrowth was not thick enough to be an obstacle, and we advanced making no sound on the mossy ground, wary of the vines that hung from the trees, unmoving but watchful. Just as we were congratulating ourselves for our uneventful progress, we realized the trees had become more numerous. From the vines that touched the ground, more young trees sprouted, like a miniature forest. To cap it all, the day was waning. Long before the sky, which we glimpsed through the canopy, had grown dark, we found ourselves in pitch-black shadows beneath our roof of leaves. Not wishing to spend the night in the forest, we continued going forward in the hope of finding a clearing. The vines attacked us, and we had to cut them away. Like snakes, they coiled their fibrous bodies around us. The heavy flask impeded our progress, but we could not resolve to leave it behind. Tuan stopped. "Son, we can't go on like this any more. We don't even know if we're heading in the right direction. Let's spend the night here. I know everything is hostile, but we have no light to direct our steps, right?" We lay down side by side in a narrow patch free from vines. Finding our sleep proved impossible. Above the treetops the wind created a noise similar to a tiger's hissing, while from beneath came the muffled thumping, and the vines made reptilian creeping noises on the ground. Sharing our fears was pointless, and so we kept our tongues. I hoped the night would pass without accident. I was about to fall asleep when I sprang up, my fingernails digging into Tuan's arm. "Did you hear that?" I screamed. The infernal noise we knew all too well had resumed. The entire forest pulsated with long shudders, accompanied by the heart-rending cracking the trees made as they bent toward the ground. This time it was 10 times more terrifying because we were at the center of a phenomenon that could destroy us. Tuan was screaming too, and our shouts mingled with the moans coming from the trees. We got to our feet and braced ourselves for the massive weight that was about to crush us. "Let's curl up at the feet of the nearest tree before the trunk crushes us," Tuan said. I followed his advice, surprised that a man like him could hope such a tactic would protect us from that enormous mass. I slipped under a tree, but without Tuan. In my panic I had unwittingly moved away from him. I called him to no avail. Among the concerto of moaning and cracking, not even a bugle would have been heard. I soon gave up and clung to my tree. I felt the life of the tree. Its sap dripped over me, and I imagined tears of blood. "It's all over," I thought, when I heard the leaves rustle against the ground. In a childish gesture of self-protection, I closed my eyes. The enormous din, compounded of cracking and leaves brushing against the ground, ended. From the bowels of the earth, the hammering recommenced, and the noise became deafening. When it was over, I heard Tuan's voice call me. My eyes still closed, as though awaiting death, I could not bring myself to answer. It's useless, I thought. Only a miracle can save us now. When his voice grew more insistent, I cracked my eyes open. The forest had reverted to its normal state, and everything bathed in a strange light. In this other-worldly phosphorescence I could discern the trunks, now erect, but something equally luminous struck me. Tuan, not far from me. I got up. "Here, over here." He turned in my direction and approached, astonishment painted on his face. "Do you know you're shining just like the forest?" he said when he reached me. "You're shining, too." His expression darkened. Then, "Like the forest, we're cursed." My joy at being alive was so great I laughed, which infuriated Tuan. He mastered his temper on the spot and set a hand on my shoulder. "Sorry, son. I'm losing my mind with all the things that keep happening." I simply smiled. Seeing that strange glow around him, I wondered whether he was right after all. Perhaps we were cursed in earnest. Then the disturbing glow faded, and a quiet, serene night enveloped us. We fell into a slumber similar to unconsciousness, something different from simple sleep, rather an invincible catalepsy. When we resurfaced, red beams pierced the green ceiling of the forest. My companion, I had already noticed, emerged older from these bouts of faint, more bitter, too. I began to wonder whether he was concealing something about his nightmares. Nevertheless, I lulled myself into believing that we would find salvation beyond the mountains. "Aren't you hungry, son?" Tuan asked, rising with a visible effort. "Of course I am," I answered with impatience. "It doesn't change anything, though, because we've got nothing to chew on." "We'll see about that." Tuan disappeared behind a bush. He soon came back, arms laden with fruits. I was amazed. What courage the man must have possessed in order to touch the reclining tree-tops. "So you're afraid of nothing?" "I'm afraid of hunger." He let the fruits fall to my feet. He was already biting into an enormous stone fruit. I imitated him, and we ate in silence. Tuan was satisfied sooner than I, because his appetite was less demanding than mine, due to our age difference, I think. Comforted by the frugal meal, our thirst quenched by the fresh water from our flask, we resumed our journey among the green and purple. We advanced slowly. The forest had become inextricable, and thorns scratched us painfully. The moving vines gave us no quarter, and we had to alter our path to avoid them. If life multiplied its forms in the plant world, the forest remained void of animal life, not the smallest mosquitoes dancing in the patches of light. We humans were somehow suspended between the mineral and the vegetable. The gift of life was available only for the creatures that wore no flesh, as if no incarnated god had ever visited this place. When we arrived at the edge of a clearing, we hesitated. Was it safe to go any farther? The grass was darker than usual, and those marvelous flowers of soft or violent colors rose incredibly tall. They bore no resemblance to the waterfall flowers, but they might as well have been as carnivorous. "Son, we have to go through," Tuan said in peremptory tones. "We've got no choice." And he was the first to pass the threshold. The flowers fled like gazelles as we drew near. Astonished by this delirious sight, we stopped in our tracks. The flowers stopped as well. Tuan sighed. "And I thought I'd seen it all. Maybe it's a nightmare," he added after a few seconds' silence. "But I must admit it's very beautiful." No one could have remained insensitive to the spectacle of a wide stretch of a green ocean where the flowers moved, enormous but as elegant and charming as normal flowers. A heavenly scent followed their movements. At a distance, far away, the mountains were visible, some of the crests lost in the red sky. We followed the flowers until they led us to a swamp. To avoid being bogged down, we had to go back to the edge of the forest. Without cutting through the woods, our way became much longer, but at least we were free from creeping vines and thorny bushes. But already the black of night was sneaking up on us. Sleeping near the flowers held no appeal for me. I mentioned my fear to Tuan. "Don't worry, son. Nothing is worse than the reclining forest. What can these flowers do to us?" "You're forgetting the flowers of the waterfall. Didn't those attack us?" "All right. Only these ones run away when we come near, so perhaps we don't need to fear them." We waited for night to fall before stopping. Then we stretched out on the fresh grass. A heavy silence hovered above us, only disturbed by the light noises of rustling petals as the flowers moved about. When the sky blossomed with stars, Tuan cried, "As a sailor, I remember the position of the stars. You know what? Tonight those stars aren't in the same places. So who's moving, them or us?" Seeing I understood nothing of what he had said, he explained, "It's not complicated. If you head north, you'll end up seeing the sky filled with stars from north to south, and vice versa. But the stars remain the same. They'll only be more or less higher above the horizon. Now, the sky tonight has nothing to do with the sky we've been seeing since we got here. Either the stars are moving, or we are. This is another universe, son. I've never seen any of those constellations. We are under unknown skies." Tuan's reasoning made perfect sense. Nevertheless, I could not accept the idea that we might be elsewhere than on our dear old Earth. If Tuan was right, what hope was left for us? Someone was shaking me. Sound asleep, I did not wish to open my eyes. All I wished was to remain wrapped inside the night I had earned for my pain. Tuan's vigorous hand continued shaking me. "Come on, wake up, son." I opened my eyes. The sky was a black void. "Why did you have to wake me up? I was sleeping so well." "Damn it, can't you see?" The clearing was illuminated by the shimmer of the forest living its silvery hour. A most extraordinary spectacle was the infernal dance in which the flowers had engaged, their petals like the leaves of water lilies when you immerse them and myriads of trapped particles of air cover them, glistening under water. The mountainous skyline glowed red like the embers of a gigantic fire, and the earth rumbled with the beating of a frenzied heart. My gaze remained riveted to the bewitching scene. I could not find the strength to turn away from it. Finally, darkness retook the forest. Neither Tuan nor I could sleep. We kept vigil in our distressing universe, but nothing moved. The large clearing reappeared with the first light of dawn. The flowers were gone. Only a few petals remained like pale specks in an ocean of green. We ate some grass to cheat hunger. At that moment I noticed for the first time my skin was becoming rough, as though mud had dried over it. I mentioned it to Tuan, who answered in a weary voice, "We'll take a bath in the next river. It's just filth." And we did not speak about it again. After skirting the wide patch of moving ground for hours, we had the impression we were going round in circles. Around the middle of the afternoon we did arrive at the end of that interminable swamp. Below us opened a gorge, a veritable chasm we would have to cross if we wanted to continue toward the mountains that rose majestically on the horizon. "We can't cross that," I said. "I don't see what else we can do. Look in both directions. This gorge is like a frontier." A revolt, merging on hatred, surged in me. "Then why must we go there? What's with those inhospitable mountains? We can't be sure we'll find salvation if we get there. On the contrary, we'll risk starving and dying of thirst." "I know," Tuan said in a calm voice, "but do you really think you're going to survive in these accursed woods, with the meat-eating plants and all the rest? No, this place here is unfit for human beings. But on the other side of the mountain, maybe we'll find a normal life, the kind of life we're cut out for. So if we must die anyway, it's better to go down fighting. Oh, I'm as tired of all this as you are. But if you don't want to go, I'll try alone. If I make it, I'll come back for you. A self-respecting man could not live with himself after failing a friend." Tuan's words, bitter but resolute, dissolved my anger. "If one goes, the other must follow," I said. "But seriously, how are we getting to the bottom of the chasm?" "Down there," he said, extending an arm. This outstretched arm caught my eye. The strange crust Tuan had dismissed as filth had thickened, and the legs and the back of my companion were equally covered with the same substance. I examined my body. The thickness appeared everywhere. Shaking, filled with misgivings, I scratched at it, but it stuck to my skin like mortar to stone. I asked Tuan, "Are you sure this is filth? You're hiding something from me. I'm sure of it. I beg of you, tell me what is happening to us." He answered in a voice dripping weariness, "You're not suffering, son, are you? Then forget the rest. It's probably the sun that is cooking us up." He was trying to reassure me. He didn't believe a word of it. I did not insist, though. I concentrated all my efforts on overcoming this new anguish that was creeping inside me. Tuan guided me to the spot he deemed propitious to our descent. We started down. It was my turn to carry the huge flask, which hindered me considerably. As I was about to lose footing, I had to let go of the thing to hold on. It rolled down and disappeared from view. "Don't worry," Tuan said, sensing my despair. "We'll surely find some water below, and I still prefer losing the flask to losing you." His tones left me with a peculiar impression, as if nothing mattered to him any longer. Perhaps his hope in finding a different life on the other side of the mountain, or— No, I refused to consider any other possibility. After a long, painful descent, we felt a rock under our feet. It was enormous and jutted far out into the void. We went down on our bellies and crawled forward until we could peer down into the abyss. We were able to take in its extraordinary depth, thanks to several fires that illuminated the bottom. "Do you have an idea what this means?" I asked. Tuan kept his gaze riveted to the bluish flames that created living shadows on the dead rock walls. "No," he answered. "No, I really don't know." We resumed our descent. It was more and more difficult. We advanced, squeezed between two slabs of rock. A thick, malodorous smoke floated up to us, and it was getting hot. The red light of day decreased rapidly, and soon we had only the glimmer of blue flames to guide us. Through the crusts that covered our bodies, sweat oozed, as thick and yellow as pus. At the same time, the fatigue that had plagued us vanished. Was it due to the emanations of those mysterious furnaces? We reached the bottom of the abyss in an almost euphoric state. Tuan had found his smile again, frozen in the folds of that disturbing crust. The fires blazed much farther apart than we had thought when we saw them from above. They burst out of the ground through small craters, with thin whistling sounds. We skirted a few of them with no difficulty. We now had to climb to the other side. By some miracle our strength had increased tenfold, and we attacked the wall right away. We found more finger and toe holds, and we climbed easily. It was fortunate, for hardly had we reached midpoint than the dreaded thumping suddenly resounded, causing the walls of the chasm to shake in a frightening way. Gigantic flames rose, almost reaching us, giving off an unbearable heat. I was about to let go of my hold when it all went back to normal. The silent night enveloped us with no other light than the unfamiliar stars. Unable to move in the darkness, we remained glued to the wall and waited for daylight. Fatigue retook us, and if the wall had not been gently sloped, we would have fallen and crashed to the bottom of the chasm. As the wait seemed to stretch into forever, the first fire began to burn again, followed by a second and a third, until the entire gorge was ablaze. A marvelous sensation of well-being erased our fatigue. But when I could make out Tuan's features, I noticed in horror that the hideous crust had evolved. I read in my friend's eyes that my face had undergone the same transformation. We resumed our ascent without a word. As we climbed, fatigue gripped us once again, vice-like. I shot furtive glances at Tuan. His face resembled a mask, and my skin, too, stiffened with the exertion of the ascent. We were hoisting ourselves out of the chasm when the sun began to take on its red hue, tinging the vault of heaven with a deep mauve, while the night died away. The crests of the imposing chain of mountains kept to the shadows, which were quickly fading into the light. The mountains rose at a short distance now, behind a stretch of flat desert land apparently easy to cross. It proved an illusion, though, because as soon as we set our feet on it, we sank into the soil up to our knees. We progressed with terrible efforts. And when the bleeding disk dispelled the night, we discovered we were treading a red powder that resembled dried blood ground to dust. We should have felt horror. Instead, an immense detachment freed us from the horrible and the monstrous. Our exhaustion, too, vanished. Once at the feet of the mountain, we were thus able to commence our ascent with no delay. But despite the curious calm that now pervaded me, I could not help glancing at Tuan's face in disgust. It was turning to mud. 12. The mountain was made of a porous rock like the silt found at the bottom of the oceans. It resembled sponge because of the holes peppering it, but instead of being smooth, it was rough and full of imperfections like an abrasive pumice stone. Hardly 100 meters up, we discovered a great number of those strange statues in human or animal shapes, all of them stuck to the mountainside. To my surprise, I had brotherly thoughts for the stone silhouettes, a much stronger emotion than the fleeting compassion I had experienced for the skeleton in the hut. The higher we climbed that hideous vitrified sponge, the greater the number of mineral specters became. All those beaks, muzzles, and mouths expressed a single emotion: fear. We continued our ascent all day, speaking as little as possible, because every attempt at moving our mouths caused physical pain. But our horrified eyes were free to exchange frequent glances. Under the progress of the hideous crust, little by little, we were becoming mineral. The great bleeding disk finally sunk behind the horizon, beyond which, for all we knew, only emptiness existed. At this time of the evening, a crowd of mineral creatures encircled us, glowing with a soft purple light. The haunting beat resumed. When the night conquered the sky, the plain and the mountains bathed in the gloomy shadows we already knew. A murmur like a whispered prayer reached us. Our gazes riveted to the forest, we kept still, leaning our backs against the slope. We feared fear. He who has never experienced this feeling knows nothing of terror. Since that whisper, similar to a death rattle, had begun, I had the impression I was turning into one of those earthen creatures. From my poor deformed mouth I managed to express my feeling aloud, hoping Tuan would hear me. He did. I believed he felt the same terror, but in a hideous grimace he laughed at it. To the very last, that incredibly brave man tried to reassure his companion. We had resumed our silent contemplation. The forest was visible now. A silvery glimmer emanated from the tree trunks and the leaves. From the center of the mountains, the thumps became more insistent, and the shadows surrounding us more luminous. It was such a supernatural sight, I hoped in my madness that I would soon escape that vivid dream and awake to a normal world. Tuan's hand on my arm destroyed my illusion. "Look," he said. His mud-gloved hand pointed to the forest, where all the trees shone with a metallic glow. In a brusque movement I detached myself from the mountain soil. I heard a bizarre sound, and I felt moisture under my muddy hand. I bent low to examine the place where I had been lying. From the spongy rock oozed a thick, dark fluid. I was appalled. Tuan kept pointing at the forest. In the vault of the sky, the stars scintillated with a cold light. The entire mountain glowed, while blue flames rose from the abyss. Then, beyond the red-dust desert, beyond the chasm and the wide clearing, the entire forest bowed. This adoration of nature enthralled us. In the meantime, the mountain vibrated with violence. Then, as it had happened each time, the stars paled and winked out one by one. At our feet, the mysterious nature had melted into the night that plagued our diseased eyes. A deep blackness swallowed us. We were lost. We were nothing. The shadows of oblivion enveloped us like a leaden carapace. Soon we were part of a slumbering fellowship. I awoke with the impression of a long ascent from the bottom of a pit. Darkness still inhabited the world. On the horizon a pink shade was about to engender the red day, but for now the sky, empty, enjoyed solitude. Hidden by the wall of the night, the plain was only darkness, as silent as a hole dug into infinity. With my mud-caked lips I called Tuan. My voice barely carried, and I wondered whether I had called him or just imagined I had, or had I become deaf. Withdrawing into the hopeless agony of expectation, I closed my eyes and began to tick the seconds off an imaginary rosary. A noise I remembered all too well told me Tuan had detached himself from the stone. Then a perfect silence reigned. Little by little, as the red glowing deployed, blurred shapes became visible. Then, for the first time, on top of the mauve sky appeared the summit of the gigantic mountain. It soared into the heavens like the tip of a thorn. Clinging in clusters to the mountainside, unaccountable silhouettes of all kinds of beings seemed to continue their ascent toward eternity. I turned with some effort to Tuan to ask him whether we should go on or not. My question remained unspoken, trembling on my earthen lips. He was horrible to look at. The mud mask had become solid, while the features, rough and impossible to recognize, gave it the aspect of a face in gestation. The only trace of life on his face was his gaze, which left me with no uncertainty about my own appearance. I should have lost my mind right then, but a strange calm inhabited me. Was it the beginning of acceptance? Tuan tried to tell me something, but his half-open mouth, already stiff, could only utter incomprehensible sounds. When he struggled to rise, I understood he intended to continue our ascent. Did he really believe our salvation lay on the other side of the mountain? I could not think any longer. I submitted to his decision. Every movement caused pain. The crusts, like too heavy armor, hindered our progress. From time to time we held on to those stone creatures. Breaking loose from the mountain, they would slide down toward the plain and slide and never stop. Although the position of the sun indicated that we had been climbing for hours, the top of the mountain seemed as far away as ever. Save for the oppressive weights on our bodies, we no longer felt physical discomfort. No hunger, no thirst, no fatigue. On the other hand, our breath became belabored in the rarefied air. To inhale, we had to open our mouths into a grimace, similar to one that was repeated on every statue. The slope grew steeper, almost vertical, but it did not bother us. We stuck to the rock as if we had suction pads on our hands and feet. Slowly we rose toward the summit, which was charged for us with promise and hope, but at the same time our mineral metamorphosis became more noticeable, more repulsive. Our hands, with fingers swollen and thickened, could not form fists any longer and remained open. Our stiff limbs gave us the heavy gait of moving statues. At a distance, well beyond desert and forest, we could see the ocean. The red sun seemed to gaze at its blazing reflection. Silence reigned. When we reached the top at last, we were spent but full of hope. For a long time we rested, stretched out on the ground. We must have looked like two heaps of mud. The moment of truth had come. While negotiating the various stages of our journey, we had been aiming at a target that meant salvation. Now what would we discover on the other side? We were afraid of rising and finding out if life existed on the other side of the mountain. Still reclining, we gazed at the immense stretch of stone that covered the summit. In contrast to the slopes, the summit appeared to be as smooth as the flagstones of ancient dwellings, caressed by many feet. In the center, shaped like a bowl slightly higher than the surrounding rocks, was an immense crater. A kind of enormous pit with a rounded rim, a well with an orifice elongated toward the top, tulip-like. Tuan scrambled to his feet. He seemed to have found a new determination. Seeing his gaze sweeping everything around us, as if he were looking for something, filled me with curiosity, and I stood. I understood when I noticed that not a single statue stood on the rim of the crater. All had stopped their progress before the summit. Unless they fled it, I thought in anguish. Fear returned to us like a voyager welcoming old companions as soon as we started across that extraordinary esplanade. We advanced like automatons. We had to skirt the crater, which was a small mountain itself. From afar, the reddened sky watched us. We drew near the line that marked the limits between life and death. Under our thick carapaces, our bodies shuddered with torment. Nothing had changed in the abodes of the sky. All was deep silence. A few meters from the crater we saw other summits, similar to the one on which we stood. The farther we went, the more sprang up. On the other side of the mountains were no woods or plains, merely more mountains soaring toward the red sky. No hope remained in this world of silence. The slab of rock under our feet began to vibrate in a stronger way. We were nearing the origin of that beating heart. Our own hearts beat in unison with the hidden giant. Nothing could give us a new hope. We were no longer tempted to live, but the crater, the probable cause of all our hardships, attracted us. Tuan went first, trying to climb up the rocky collar that encircled the orifice. I followed with no hesitation. As though under a spell, we felt our fatigue fall away when we touched the rock. Our anguish remained, fueled by our instinct, which pushed us to flee as quickly as possible. Despite our fear, we reached the crater. Fascination was stronger. A circle of stone wide enough for us to walk on skirted the crater of a dormant volcano. The proximity of the abyss compromised our balance. When I approached the crater, my legs trembled. Our eyes, dazzled by the light, could not pierce the darkness of the abyss, but we could clearly hear the sound of breathing rising from the bottom, while the rhythmic beating increased. Tuan stood there, head bent, eyes fixed to the void. His face had no human features. He was like a mirror, for he displayed what I had become. My old companion's shoulders collapsed as if an enormous weight crushed him. That is when I glimpsed that horrible thing at the bottom of the crater. The sight almost propelled me into the accursed pit forever. Floating in the middle of a lake of blood, a blue eye with an immense pupil stared at us. Tuan screamed, and the effort cracked the mud mask, disfiguring him. I let him pull me away. When we arrived at the rim of the crater, Tuan pushed me, sending me rolling a few meters down toward the slab encircling the summit. Instantly, fatigue engulfed us. Crawling a little farther along the ledge, we let ourselves roll down the steep slope of the mountain. At first we slid at great speed, jostling the other statues like us. We were now a crowd of mineral creatures hurtling down the cursed mountain. Then we were stopped as though stayed by an invisible hand, our backs to the stone, without the possibility of pulling ourselves loose. The only memory I have, after centuries spent living inside a stone, is of the gentle touch of tears on a man's face. The Salamander, Merce Rodoreda, translated into English by Martha Tennant. Merce Rodoreda, 1908 to 1983, was an important Catalan writer whose novel La Plaza del Diamant, 1962, translated as The Time of the Doves, has been translated into over 20 languages. Rodoreda fled to France during the Spanish Civil War, and, robbed of her home and language, wrote almost nothing for nearly 2 decades. She began to write short stories as a way of reclaiming her voice, and many of these tales contain more than a touch of the surreal or fantastical. In The Salamander, 1967, Rodoreda uses the weird in the service of transformation and commentary on ignorance. This masterful new translation by Martha Tennant also appears in The Selected Stories of Merce Rodoreda, 2011. I strolled down to the water, beneath the willow tree and through the watercress bed. When I reached the pond, I knelt down. As always, the frogs gathered around me. Whenever I arrived, they would appear and come jumping toward me. As soon as I started to comb my hair, the mischievous ones would stroke my red skirt with the 5 little braids, or pull at the festoon on my petticoat full of ruffles and tucks. The water would grow sad, and the trees that climbed the hill would gradually blacken. But that day the frogs jumped into the water, shattering the mirror in the pond, and when the water grew still again, his face appeared beside mine, as if 2 shadows were observing me from the other side. So as not to give the appearance of being frightened, I stood up and, without saying a word, began walking calmly through the grass. But the moment I heard him following me, I looked back and stopped. A hush fell over everything, and one end of the sky was already sprayed with stars. He stopped a short distance away, and I didn't know what to do. I was suddenly filled with fear and began to run. But when I realized he would overtake me, I stopped under the willow tree, my back to the trunk. He came to me and stood there, both arms spread wide so I could not run away. Then, gazing into my eyes, he began to press me against the willow, my hair disheveled, between the willow and him. I bit my lips to keep from screaming. The pain in my chest was so great I thought my bones were on the point of breaking. He placed his mouth on my neck, and where he had laid his mouth I felt a burning. The trees on the hill were already black when he came the following day, but the grass was still warm from the sun. Again he embraced me against the willow trunk and placed his open hand over my eyes. All of a sudden I seemed to be falling asleep, and the leaves were telling me things that made sense, but I did not understand, things spoken more and more slowly, more and more softly. When I no longer heard them, I asked him, my tongue half frozen in anguish, "What about your wife?" He responded, "You are my wife, you alone." With my back I crushed the same grass that I hardly dared to step on when I combed my hair. I used to tread lightly, just enough to capture the wounded smell. You alone. Later, when I opened my eyes, I saw the blonde braid hanging. She was leaning over looking at us with empty eyes. When she realized I had seen her, she grabbed me by the hair, whispering, "Witch!" softly. She promptly released me and seized him by his shirt collar. "Ah, ah, ah," she kept saying. She began pushing him and dragged him away. We never returned to the pond. We met in stables, haylofts, the root forest. But ever since the day his wife took him away, people in the village have looked at me as if they weren't looking at me, some furtively making the sign of the cross when I walked by. After a while, when they saw me coming, they would rush inside their houses and lock the doors. Everywhere I heard a word that began to haunt me, as if it were born from light and darkness, or the wind were whistling it. "Witch! Witch! Witch!" The doors would close, and I walked through the streets of a dead village. When I glimpsed eyes through parted curtains, they were always icy. One morning I found it difficult to open the front door, a door of old wood split by the sun. In the center of it they had hung an ox head with 2 tender branches wedged in the eyes. I took it down. It was heavy, and, not knowing what to do with it, left it on the ground. The twigs began to dry, and as they dried, the head rotted, and where the neck had been severed, it swarmed with milk-colored maggots. Another day I discovered a headless pigeon, its breast red with blood. On another, a premature stillborn sheep and 2 rat ears. When they ceased hanging dead animals on the door, they began to throw rocks. They were the size of a fist, and at night they banged against the windows and roof tiles. Then they had the procession. It was toward the beginning of winter, a windy day with fast-moving clouds. The procession, all purple and white from the paper flowers, advanced slowly. I lay on the floor viewing it through the cat-hole. It had almost reached the house. I was watching the wind, the statue of the saint and the banners, when the cat wandered inside, frightened by the chanting and large candles. But when he saw me, he screeched and humped his back like the arch in the bridge. The procession stopped. Again and again the priest gave his blessing. The altar boys sang. The wind twisted the candle flames, and the sexton marched up and down as the purple and white paper flowers swirled madly about. At last the procession left, and before the holy water had scarcely dried on my wall, I went in search of him. I couldn't find him anywhere. I looked in the stables, the haylofts, the root forest. I knew every inch of the forest. I always sat on the white, bone-smooth root, the oldest root. That night, when I sat down, I suddenly realized I had nothing left to hope for. My life faced the past, with him inside me like a root inside the earth. The following day they scribbled the word "witch" on my door with a piece of coal, and that night outside my window, in a loud voice so I would hear, 2 men said that I should have been burned at the stake when I was little, together with my mother, who used to escape into the sky with vulture wings while everyone was asleep. I should have been burned before they needed me to dig up garlic, bind the wheat and alfalfa, and pick grapes from wretched vineyards. I thought I saw him one evening at the entrance to the root forest, but he ran away when I approached. I couldn't be sure whether it was him or my desire for him, or his shadow searching for me in the trees, lost like me, moving back and forth. "Witch!" they cried, and left me with my misfortune, which was not the one they would have wished for me. I thought about the pond, the watercress, the thin branches of the willow tree. Winter was dark and flat, leafless. There was only ice, frost, and the gelid moon. I couldn't leave the house because to walk in winter was to walk in sight of everyone, and I didn't want to be seen. When spring arrived, its leaves tiny and joyful, they built the fire in the center of the square and gathered dry, well-cut wood. 4 of the oldest men in the village came for me. I called to them from inside, saying I wouldn't accompany them, but then some young men with large red hands appeared and smashed the door with an axe. I screamed because they were taking me from my house, and when I bit one of them, he struck me on the crown of my head. They picked me up by the arms and legs and threw me on top of the pile of wood as if I were just another branch. They tied my hands and feet and left me there, my skirt up. I turned my head. The square was crowded. The young people were standing in front of the elderly, the children in their new Sunday smocks in a corner, holding olive branches in their hands. As I gazed at the children, I noticed him. He was standing beside his wife with the blonde braid. She was dressed in black, and he had his arm around her shoulder. I turned back and closed my eyes. When I opened them again, 2 old men were approaching with bright torches, and the children began to sing the song about the witch who was burned at the stake. It was a very long song, and when they finished, the old men announced that they couldn't light the fire. I wouldn't let them. Then the priest walked over to the children with a basin filled with holy water and had them moisten the olive branches and throw them over me. Soon I was covered with olive branches, all with tender leaves. An old hunchbacked woman, small and toothless, started laughing and left. A moment later she returned with 2 baskets full of dry heather and told the old men to scatter them on 4 sides of the bonfire. She helped, and after that the fire took. 4 columns of smoke rose, and as the flames began to climb, it seemed to me that everyone heaved a sigh of relief and peace, a sigh that came from deep down in their chests. As the flames mounted, following the smoke, I watched from behind a torrent of red water, and behind the water, every man, every woman, every child was like a shadow, happy because I was burning. The bottom of my skirt turned black, and I could feel the fire on the small of my back. Every now and then a flame bit me on the knee. It seemed to me that the ropes that bound me had burnt away. Then something happened that made me clench my teeth. My arms and legs started to become shorter, like the tentacles on the snail I once nudged with my finger. And below my head, where the neck joined the shoulders, I felt something stretching and poking me. The fire screeched and the resin boiled. I saw some of the people who were observing me raise their hands. Others were running and stumbling into those that hadn't budged. One side of the bonfire collapsed, sending embers flying. When the logs caught fire again, I thought I heard someone say, "She's a salamander," and I began to move across the coals very slowly, because my tail was heavy. My face was level with the ground as I scurried on my hands and feet. I headed toward the willow tree, following along the wall. But when I reached the end of it, I turned, and from a distance I could see my house burning like a torch. No one was on the street. I made my way to the stone bench, then to the house, and through the flames and embers, hurrying toward the willow and watercress. When I was outside again, I turned back because I wanted to see the roof burning. While I was watching, the first drop fell, one of those large warm drops from which toads are born. Instantly more drops fell, slowly at first, then fast, and soon all the water from above fell, and the fire was gradually doused, spouting huge columns of smoke. I stood still, and when I could no longer see anything because thick black night had fallen, I started crossing puddles and mud. My hands enjoyed plunging into the spongy sludge, but my back feet kept getting stuck in the mud and were tired. I would have liked to run, but I couldn't. A thunderclap stopped me short in the middle of the path. Then came a bolt of lightning, and between the stones I spotted the willow tree. I was panting as I approached the pond. Once I was beyond the mud, which is formed by dirt on land, I found the marsh, which is dirt deposited in water. I moved into a corner of it and stayed there, half suspended between 2 roots. Then the 3 little eels appeared. In the morning, I'm not sure if it was the following day or another, I slowly emerged and glimpsed the high mountains beneath a cloud-dappled sky. I scurried through the watercress and stopped at the willow trunk. The first leaves were still inside the sprouts, but the sprouts were beginning to turn green. I didn't know which direction to take. If I wasn't paying attention, the blades of grass poked me in the eyes. I slept among the blades of grass until the sun was high. When I woke up, I caught a little mosquito, then hunted for worms in the grass. After a while, I returned to the marsh. I pretended I was sleeping because the 3 playful eels promptly reappeared. There was a big moon the night I decided to return to the village. The air was filled with scent, and the leaves on all the branches trembled. I took the stone path, being very careful because even the smallest thing frightened me. I rested when I reached the front of the house. I found nothing but rubble, stinging nettles, and spiders spinning and spinning webs. I crawled around to the back and stopped in front of his garden. The sunflowers were growing beside the rose-scented geraniums, their round flowers on the verge of bending. I proceeded along the blackberry hedge, never questioning why I was doing it. It was as if someone were telling me, "Do this, do that." I squeezed under the door and entered. The ashes in the fireplace were still warm. I stretched out there for a while, then scampered around a bit before crawling under the bed. Dead tired, I fell asleep and didn't realize when day dawned. When I woke, it was night again, and I glimpsed shadows on the floor. His wife was moving back and forth with a lit candle. I could see her feet and part of her legs in white stockings, slender at the bottom, swollen toward the top. Then I saw his big feet, the blue socks falling over his ankles. I saw both of their clothes fall to the floor, and I heard them sit on the bed, their feet dangling, his beside hers. One of his feet moved up, and a sock dropped, and she pulled off her stockings with both hands. Then I heard the sound of sheets being pulled over them, and they spoke in low voices. Much later, when I was accustomed to the dark, the moon entered through the window, a window with 4 panes separated by 2 crossed laths. I crawled over to the light directly beneath the cross. I began to pray for myself, because inside me, even though I wasn't dead, no part of me was wholly alive. I prayed frantically because I didn't know if I was still a person, or only an animal, or half person, half animal. I also prayed to know where I was, because there were moments when I seemed to be under water, and when I was under water I seemed to be above, on land, and I could never know where I really was. When the moon disappeared, they woke up, and I went back to my hiding place under the bed, and with tiny bits of fluff I began to make myself a little nest. I spent many nights between the fluff and the cross. Sometimes I would leave and go down to the willow tree. When I was under the bed, I listened. It was all the same. "You alone," he would say. One night, when the sheet dragged the floor, I climbed up the sheet, hanging onto the folds, and slid into the bed near one of his legs. I lay as still as a corpse. He turned over, and his leg weighed me down. I couldn't move. I had trouble breathing because he was smothering me. I rubbed my cheek against his leg, being very careful not to wake him. One day she cleaned the place. I caught a glimpse of the white stockings in the crumpled broom, and when I was least expecting it, part of a blonde braid hung down to the floor, and the broom swept onto the bed. I had to escape because the broom seemed to be looking for me. Suddenly I heard a yell and saw her feet running toward the door, but she returned with a lighted torch and hid half her body under the bed. She wanted to burn my eyes out. I was slow and ungainly and didn't know which way to go. Blinded, I bumped into everything: bed legs, chair legs, walls. I don't know how, but finally I found myself outdoors. I headed to the puddle beneath the horse's trough, and the water covered me. 2 boys saw me and went to look for canes and started poking me. I turned my face toward them, my entire head out of the water, and looked them up and down. They flung the canes down and ran away, but came right back with 6 or 7 older boys who threw rocks and handfuls of dirt at me. A rock hit my tiny hand and broke it. Terror-stricken, I dodged the poorly aimed ones and managed to escape into the stable. She came after me with the broom, the screaming children waiting by the door. She poked me and tried to drive me out of my corner in the straw. Blinded again, I bumped into buckets, baskets, sacks of carob beans, horse legs. A horse reared because I bumped into one of his legs, and I grabbed hold of it. A thrust of the broom hit my broken hand and almost tore it off, and a black thread of drool rolled out of the corner of my mouth. I was able to escape through a crack, and as I was escaping I heard the broom prodding and poking. In the dark of night I headed to the root forest. I crawled out from beneath some shrubs that shone in the moonlight. I wandered around, lost. My broken hand didn't hurt, but it was hanging from a tendon, and I had to raise my arm so it wouldn't drag too much. I stumbled along, first over roots, then stones, until finally I reached the root where I used to sit before they took me away to the fire in the square. I couldn't get to the other side because I kept slipping. On toward the willow tree, toward the watercress and my home in the marsh, in the water. The wind blew the grass and sent pieces of dry leaves wafting through the air and carried away short, shiny filaments from the flowers by the path. I brushed one side of my head against the trunk and slowly made my way to the pond and entered, holding my arm up, so tired, with my little broken hand. Through the moon-streaked water I could see the 3 eels coming. They blurred together, linking with each other, then separating, twisting together and tying knots that unraveled. Eventually the smallest one came up to me and bit my broken hand. Some juice spurted from my wrist. In the water it looked a little like smoke. The eel was obstinate and kept pulling my hand slowly, never letting go of it, and while he pulled he kept looking at me. When the eel thought I was distracted, he gave me one or two jerks. While the others played at twisting together like a rope, the one who was biting my hand suddenly gave a furious yank. The tendon must have been severed because the eel swam away with my hand. Once he had it, he looked back at me as if to say, "Now I have it." I closed my eyes for a while, and when I reopened them, the eel was still there, among the shadows and splashes of trembling light, my little hand in his mouth. A tiny bundle of bones fitted together, covered with a bit of black skin. I don't know why, but all of a sudden I could see the stone path, the spiders in my house, their legs hanging from the side of the bed, white and blue, as if the two of them were sitting above the water, but were empty, like laundry hanging on the line, rocked by the lapping water. I saw myself beneath the cross formed by the shadows, on the color-charged fire that screeched as it rose and didn't burn. While I saw all of these things, the eels played with that piece of me, let go of it, snatched it again, and the little hand passed from eel to eel, swirling like a tiny leaf, all the fingers spread apart. I was on both sides, in the marsh with the eels, and partially in that other world, without knowing where it was, until the eels tired and the shadow sucked up the hand, a dead shadow that little by little scattered the dirt in the water, for days and days and days, in that corner of the marsh, among grass and willow roots that were thirsty and had always drunk there. The Ghoul Bird, Claude Seignol, translated into English by Jo Clerval. Claude Seignol, 1917, is a French writer known as one of that country's best fantasists. As a child, his grandmother used to tell him stories that inspired his future emphasis on dark and macabre tales, many based on legends of the French countryside. A literary prize bearing his name recognizes works related to French folklore. Seignol has not been widely published in English, aside from a Texas A&M University Press collection in 1983 and a limited edition of his novella The Black Cupboard, 2010, from Ex-Occident Press. Jo Clerval provided this definitive translation of his classic story, The Ghoul Bird. The bird of the title evokes a trope from Gothic literature said to be a bad omen. My old friend, Dr. from Châteauroux, had recommended that I visit the manor of Guernepin in Brenne, between Mézières and Rosnay, if the master of the house was kind enough to invite me, his mood being such that he was seldom inclined to grant the requests of the strangers who solicited him. I thus discovered Guernepin and Geoffrey de la Thibaldière, an unrepentant zoologist, and, quite fortunately for a man with his passion, a bachelor sacrificing his comfort to accommodate an exceptional collection of animals, stuffed or preserved in jars. The man lived in a small room furnished with a simple cot, each of the other 20 comfortable rooms packed with a dusty and docile wildlife. He introduced me with enthusiasm to his domestic zoo, confessing that he had come down with that persistent and invasive collector's fever in his childhood. He had foolishly caught the infection by the age of 8, when he playfully trapped all the insects wandering about the property of Guernepin and encased them in empty matchboxes, carefully labeled, admirable tiny coffins, once brand new but now withered by time like the skin of their owner, who appeared to be the trusting type, to the point that he let me handle his treasures. Guided by the most perfect of experts, as Mr. Thibaldière was a brisk old man of 85 and a collector's piece in his own right, I was invited to peruse a shambles of feathers, bristles, and scales. That first afternoon we explored only the rooms of the ground floor, and when dusk drew the curtain on those local or exotic marvels, I was left with a craving to see more pieces. But having acquired a taste for this hunt so devoid of danger and exertion, I did not know how to hint at my desire to see the rest. He whetted my appetite by suggesting that I should sleep in the tall four-poster in the country-style bedroom he had set up in the garret of Guernepin. We would dine informally in the kitchen and continue to explore his scholarly memories, while eating an omelette with chanterelles and a truffle confit of duck. Sylvain, the servant, would see to replenishing our glasses with a Rouilly wine that was lordly in its small ways, Indeed, Mr. Thibaudier, being talkative, my attention would satisfy his imperious desire to describe his treasures. The bouquet of the rouilly enhanced the aroma of truffles and chanterelles, and quickened the already nimble speech of my host. At midnight, which was lazily spelt out by an ancient pot-bellied grandfather clock, he was still speaking, his back to the fire, assisted by Sylvain, a 50-year-old man tanned up to his hairline. Sylvain looked like a Moorish crone, a common feature in this part of Berry, so close to Poitou, where the Saracen occupation had left traces in the peasant's blood. Mr. Thibaudier recounted his remote and adventurous hunts, when crosshairs on his rifle did not quiver in front of his eye. He lovingly dwelled on the local tradition, his youthful hours spent in patient exploration of burrows, nests, and lairs, and he glorified the vibrant life of this country suspended between water and earth, an unparalleled paradise to sedentary and migratory fauna. At 1 o'clock in the morning, my head swam with new knowledge in ornithology. Mallard, Anas plantarhynchus, gadwall, Chalblasmus stepera, shelduck, I will spare you the Latin, pochard, heron, coot, wheat-ear, water-rail, Rallus aquaticus. But I have not forgotten, all minutely described, appearance, calls, habits, and more. Sylvain slouched over an oak bench near the fireplace, and, as patient as a dog that calculates in advance all the bones coming its way, yawned, loyalty incarnate. As for me, despite the strain of that long day, I dared not interrupt a host so prodigal with hospitality and words, nevertheless hoping that he, too, would soon grow sleepy. But Thibaudier rambled on about the mythical wildlife that the fiendishly superstitious peasants imagined prowling Bren's night. He told me about the ghoul bird. My curiosity rekindled, I straightened my back. A ghoul bird? Even though I was tired, the promise of a brief legend hunting enchanted me. Hearing that name, Sylvain had slid further on the bench, drawing near the fire as if he wished to move away from us, studying the crackling embers with the intensity of a man who sees flames for the first time. "You should know," said Mr. Thibaudier, "that there was a time when this family of birds had spread to the point that every marsh across France and beyond had its own mind-calling spirit, a sly winged creature that lured the naive to utter horror." I nodded while he moved on to a brilliant enumeration. Dreadfowl of Normandy, owl-fear of Ardennes, shrike-death of Brittany, or the tufted screamers of Limousin, protean creatures spawned by the popular imagination in days of yore, brewed by the peasants' gullible minds during troubled nights. Locally, they had a ghoul bird, the only one still living in the country and probably the last remaining anywhere. Then my host raised his voice and, taking aim with an imaginary rifle, threatened, "I've never seen it otherwise," and that skeptical man shot me a mischievous wink before turning to his servant and saying in a compassionate tone, "Is it so, Sylvain?" But failing for once in his perfect obedience, the man did not answer. Finally I was released. My host rose and entrusted me to his servant, giving him orders to make sure all my needs would be satisfied, and then he dismissed us with an abrupt about-face of enviable agility. Sylvain took a jug of water, a lamp, and, walking ahead of me, led me slowly, never turning around, across long corridors and steep stairways up to the attic, my room. I was not disappointed, as I had feared. Quite the contrary. The place, though stifling because of the heat absorbed through the roof, was clean and pleasant. Vast, too, with beautiful glazed beams that sparkled as we passed. The curtained bed, made of walnut, smelled of wax, and the slightly rough bedclothes released a scent of lavender as I pulled them back. As for the 4 bouquets of cotton-cloth flowers tied to the posts, I feared there might be spiders hiding in there, but I reassured myself by thinking that they would certainly be penned, labeled by species, and therefore harmless prisoners. Sensing my fears, Sylvain promptly unfolded the cloths and shook them to show me no spiders dwelled between printed petals. And he deigned to smile for the first time. Mr. Thibaudier's authority must have been a heavy constraint to him, and he clearly wanted to chat. He introduced me to the various features of the place with great courtesy, and directed me to the dressing-table and the small round-shaped dormer window, which he immediately opened to let in fresh air. In this regard, as I pointed out to him that this narrow opening might be insufficient, he beckoned me to a door, which he unlocked and pushed open. We climbed a narrow stone stairway and came out on the terrace of a crenellated tower that I had noticed upon arriving in Guernesey. The view, stretching in all directions, was outstanding. Everywhere, as far as the eye could see, marshes, ponds, and lakes glistened in the full moonlight, and appeared to join and mingle into infinite lacings of water on dark earth. Encased in a vegetation thickened by shallows, but made in fact of meagre shrubbery, the aquatic countryside shone like a jewel discarded for some minor flaw and relegated to this forgotten corner of opulent Berry. I felt that Sylvain took great pride in my surprise. Showing the extent to which his offering moved me, I asked for details. The man knew his region by heart. I soon learned the name of each mirror consecrated to the moon, each moor and slough, the nearest so close we could have touched it with the toes of our boots, a harsh land, now in the process of drying up and hardening, but still rotting, a traitor to the imprudent foot, the marsh of Gobelins. All need for sleep forgotten, I was loath to leave this wondrous nocturnal scenery, where the only missing element was a touch of life. I said to Sylvain, "What a pity that this fabled ghoul-bird of yours is only a legend. Otherwise I would have listened to its song and applauded with enthusiasm." The servant grabbed my arm and squeezed it. I realized that my words had robbed him of his pleasure. His voice dropped to a whisper. "Never, ever make such a wish, sir," he breathed out, "particularly not under a full moon. It's the kind of night the creature would choose to lead us to our deaths." And he forced me to leave the roof terrace. Back in the garret room he carefully locked the door to the tower. In the light of the lamps I was surprised to see his crumbling face covered with perspiration, not to mention his manifest apprehension, so strong I felt almost compelled to reassure him by patting him in the back. But made curious by his extreme reaction, and exploiting my previous display of disbelief, I used a more artful way to restore his trust. I managed to have him sit with me on the edge of the bed, and, matching the tone of my questions to his concern, I obtained a few details about this dreadful bird. And so I learned that the bird mentioned by Mr. Thibaudier existed. Better still, the bird's favorite place was the marsh of Gobelins, right here, 5 or 6 gunshots from us, and at an equal distance from the village. Its appearance was not at first frightening, and it could look like any common bird, but shifted continuously from one species to the next to fool its victims. In its call, an additional note rang out, a bit strident. It was the ghoul-bird's curse. To listen to it was to lose one's will to the bird and forever be the creature's slave. Obedient, the victims rose from the beds, left the security of their homes, and went out in night-clothes like sleepwalkers, heading toward that bird of hell, which rejoiced in any new prey. The victims went to the bird, oblivious of the mud that squelched under their feet, not realizing they were padding through the marsh. And the creature would draw back, retreating further to lure its prey into the slimy depths that captured and swallowed its victims without mercy. Pesot, Guérin, the woman called Marguerite, and so many others had died in this way. Their bodies were never found, only the footprints in the hardened banks of the Gobelins, which, without doubt, had shared the meat with the ghoul-bird. But the creature betrayed its presence in one telltale way. Most other birds do not sing or whistle at night, so when you heard it you had to move quickly and bolt your door, barricade up all the openings, clasp your hands over your ears, bury yourself deep under the blankets, and above everything else, be in the company of at least another person, so that one could prevent the other from responding to the evil call. Having unburdened himself of this awkward secret, Sylvain departed in great haste, taking the lamp and leaving me in a pitch-black room. I heard him double-lock the door, probably out of habit, and step down the stairway, stumbling in his haste. The silver needle of the moon, taking advantage of the open window, slanted into the darkened garret without disturbing the heavy silence, which then engulfed me. I undressed and lay down on the bed, my fatigue dulling the stressful images put into my head by the superstitious servant. The heat prevented me from falling asleep immediately. I tossed and turned, feeling oppressed, until I decided to get up and open the door of the tower. After some blind groping, I found it. The fresh air that blew through the doorway joined the draught that entered through the window, bringing me relief. I went back to bed, and this time I slept right away. I dreamt a dream agreeable at first, but little by little it filled me with a vague uneasiness. I found myself in a vast ballroom, in old-fashioned garb, relaxed and content, sitting in an armchair. A beautiful young woman asked me to dance, favoring me with the most charming smile, but I declined rudely and remained seated instead of rising to my feet, eager to grant her the dance she'd requested. She, without seeming to be in the least shocked by my attitude, laughed in a strange way, with 3 high-pitched notes balanced by pauses, creating a peculiar rhythm. Then, taking me by the hand, she pulled me into her arms. I felt myself become heavier and heavier, but her gentle strength gradually managed to lift me. Standing, I felt a sensation of nakedness, and a sudden embarrassment forced me to flee. I ran into a wall or a closed door, I did not know which. I fell, and people came to pick me up, pitying me. Their hands supported me and pulled me away into a park smelling of freshly cut grass. They led me to a well, and once there, either for fun or malice, they pushed me forward, to make me step over the edge. I resisted the motion, letting myself fall to the ground, where, seized with a sudden terror, I hunkered down, refusing to participate in this stupid act. And again I heard the shrill laughter of the young woman, who had become invisible. All my attention was riveted on the unseen woman, as I was filled with a belated regret for not having accepted her company. The chill of dawn woke me. I was on the terrace of the tower, lying on the ground and shivering. A grey mist covered Guernesey, which the rising sun gilded progressively. After the first moment of astonishment, it wasn't difficult to understand the reason why I was lying there. Surely I had wanted to escape the sweltering garret-room, and, seeking fresh air, I had risen, half-conscious, to spend the rest of the night up here. Leaning out from the parapet, I discovered the impressive drop, and, upset, I realized that I had been on the point of falling from that height. The second day with Monsieur de la Thibaudière was as fascinating as the day before. The man knew so much, the mystery of the onager, the cyclical migration of the warthog, and provided anecdotes and biological digressions as arguments. We lunched in the park in the temperate shade of a cedar tree as the wind, blowing gently, failed to ruffle its leaves. The table was a long tombstone taken from the floor of a deserted abbey nearby. We ate heartily on the belly of an austere priest, stiffly engraved in the granite. In the evening we had yet to explore the second floor, where, according to Mr. Thibaudière, suddenly excited by his own words, rested the jewels of his collection, coelacanths, large saurians from Borneo, and other survivors of antediluvian times. Therefore I dined again at Guernesey, but I managed to escape the lecture after the meal. By now the place was familiar to me, so I went to bed alone, this time keeping the lamp. And fearing a new awakening on the roof terrace, I left the door to the corridor open, but firmly shut the door leading to the tower, to avoid renewing the misadventure of the night before. I went to bed and began reading a book. But hardly had I reached the 3rd page than it slipped from my hands. I blew out the light and let sleep come. This time the heat did not torment me. On the contrary. Again I was involved in a dream that seemed light-hearted in the beginning. I visited Guernesey on my own, only to discover new rooms of an amazing variety. I could finally handle birds, touch soft plumage, mysterious birds of unknown shapes, which came alive and quivered under my hands. Soon they were so numerous they crowded me, pushing me, guiding me to the freedom of the park, where they remained around me, driven by a silent determination. Mr. Thibaudière appeared on the front steps and indignantly shouted to come back before his most precious avian specimens escaped forever. Anger choked his cries, to the point they resembled a bullfrog's call. But not listening, I suddenly ran away, now at the heart of the cluster of freed birds, whose wishes I obeyed, and which led me so fast I was out of breath. I ran on until I felt a terrible tightness to my heart. Choking, I felt myself gradually hindered in my race by viscid forces, which woke me suddenly. Today I find it impossible to describe the violent revulsion I felt while I was victim to that cold thickness. Brusquely I returned to reality and found my feet in gluey mud up to my thighs. Hadn't I been sleeping? Where was my bed? And Garnapin? Where was I? Prisoner to a monstrous vacuum that was slowly sucking me in, I was trapped within a stinking, nauseous swamp. My hands, my arms, in vain sought purchase, a root, a branch, my life. Sudden bellows, reminiscent of an angry bull, broke my struggle. From the marsh where I was sinking, they tore at the night. Despite my terror, I identified a heron's call. But instead of being regular in their 3 consecutive notes, these cries came with no pattern, no rhythm. Then I saw it, thrashing next to me, and Sylvain's comments came back to me. The ghoul bird. Did it exist? Yes, it did, for this could only be the mythic bird, shaking with justified laughter at its gullible and ridiculous prey. And here I was, in the middle of the Gobbleock's marsh. Nevertheless, I saw the bird hop around as if under the same threat from the swallowing slough. Seeing my redoubled efforts to break free from the mud that was gradually gaining on me, the bird cried louder. I would have thought it wanted to coax me into escaping the quagmire. I finally managed to reach the nearest stretch of grass, and extricating myself from the greedy mud, I crawled to safety. The heron, which had come closer, supported me by flapping his wings, helping me to reach the firm soil of a pebbly path. If I did not collapse into a heap, I owed it to the angelic bird that nudged me with its beak and forced me to rise and head for Garnapin, a solid and reassuring sight within reach of hope. Then I felt an invisible, hostile force that knotted my spirit with terror. I felt the terrifying sensation of a huge but impalpable single wing flapping around me, as nimble as a ray of nothingness in the ocean of night, an immaterial reality that pushed me with relentless perseverance to bring me back into the swamp. Without the frantic cries of the heron, which was engaged in a frenzied dance to come to my rescue, inciting me to flee, I confess that I wouldn't have resisted the thing that held me enthralled. And I understood at last. I realized that the ghoul bird, be it owl, crow, heron, or any bird that happened to be there and sensed the threat, was neither a legend nor an enemy of man, but a protector, that it warned of the unspeakable danger it perceived, that its cries, far from being cursed calls, were a warning. Terrified, the bird screamed against fear, not to elicit fear. The marsh of Gobbleock's foul lair, still preserved after thousands of years, harbored an invisible, ravenous monster, survivor of the times when dark powers ruled under the subtlest forms. I then glimpsed 2 greenish and fleeting glows. An illusion, a reflection of my fear? No, those glowing spots were eyes. Screaming in revulsion, I wrenched myself free from the horror that had chosen me, and had already failed to lure me in my sleep out of my bed at Garnapin. At sunrise, Mr. Thibaudière, eager to show me around the floor of prehistoric ancestors, surely gave Sylvain the order to wake me up. But all the servant could find of me, apart from traces of mud left everywhere, was this note, doubtless destined to remain a mystery. Never, ever kill the ghoul bird. The sea was wet as wet could be. Gay and Wilson. Gay and Wilson, 1930, is an iconic American writer and cartoonist who has received the World Fantasy Lifetime Achievement Award. The World Fantasy Award bust of H.P. Lovecraft was designed by Wilson. His art, routinely appearing in The New Yorker, intersects with his fiction in their shared playful grotesquerie. Stories have appeared in Playboy, Omni, and perhaps most famously in Again, Dangerous Visions, with a tale whose title was simply an ink blob. The 3-volume set, Gay and Wilson, 50 Years of Playboy Cartoons, 2010, showcases his art. The Sea Was Wet as Wet Could Be, 1967, using Lewis Carroll's Through the Looking Glass as partial inspiration, is one of the weirder and more disturbing tales in this volume. I felt we made an embarrassing contrast to the open serenity of the scene around us. The pure blue of the sky was unmarked by a single cloud or bird, and nothing stirred on the vast stretch of beach except ourselves. The sea, sparkling under the freshness of the early morning sun, looked invitingly clean. I wanted to wade into it and wash myself, but I was afraid I would contaminate it. We are a contamination here, I thought. We're like a group of sticky bugs crawling in an ugly little crowd over polished marble. If I were God and looked down and saw us, lugging our baskets and our silly bright blankets, I would step on us and squash us with my foot. We should have been lovers or monks in such a place, but we were only a crowd of bored and boring drunks. You were always drunk when you were with Carl. Good old, mean old Carl was the greatest little drink-pourer in the world. He used drinks like other types of sadists, used whips. He kept beating you with them until you dropped or sobbed or went mad, and he enjoyed every step of the process. We'd been drinking all night, and when the morning came, somebody, I think it was Mandy, got the great idea that we should all go out on a picnic. Naturally, we thought it was an inspiration. We were nothing if not real sports, and so we'd packed some goodies, not forgetting the liquor, and we'd piled into the car, and there we were, weaving across the beach, looking for a place to spread our tacky banquet. We located a broad, low rock, decided it would serve for our table, and loaded it with the latest in plastic chinaware, a haphazard collection of food, and a quantity of bottles. Someone had packed a tin of Spam among the other offerings, and when I saw it I was suddenly overwhelmed with an absurd feeling of nostalgia. It reminded me of the war, and of myself soldier-boying up through Italy. It also reminded me of how long ago the whole thing had been, and how little I'd done of what I'd dreamed I'd do back then. I opened the Spam and sat down to be alone with it and my memories, but it wasn't to be for long. The kind of people who run with people like Carl don't like to be alone, ever, especially with their memories, and they can't imagine anyone else might, at least now and then, have a taste for it. My rescuer was Irene. Irene was particularly sensitive about seeing people alone because being alone had several times nearly produced fatal results for her. Being alone and taking pills to end the being alone. "What's wrong, Phil?" she asked. "Nothing's wrong," I said, holding up a forkful of the pink Spam in the sunlight. "It tastes just like it always did. They haven't lost their touch." She sat down on the sand beside me, very carefully, so as to avoid spilling the least drop of what must have been her millionth Scotch. "Phil," she said, "I'm worried about Mandy. I really am. She looks so unhappy." I glanced over at Mandy. She had her head thrown back, and she was laughing uproariously at some joke Carl had just made. Carl was smiling at her with his teeth glistening and his eyes deep down dead as ever. "Why should Mandy be happy?" I asked. "What in God's name has she got to be happy about?" "Oh, Phil," said Irene, "you pretend to be such an awful cynic. She's alive, isn't she?" I looked at her and wondered what such a statement meant, coming from someone who tried to do herself in as earnestly and as frequently as Irene. I decided that I did not know, and that I would probably never know. I also decided I didn't want any more of the Spam. I turned to throw it away, doing my bit to litter up the beach. And then I saw them. They were far away, barely bigger than 2 dots, but you could tell there was something odd about them even then. "We've got company," I said. Irene peered in the direction of my point. "Look, everybody," she cried. "We've got company." Everybody looked, just as she had asked them to. "What the hell is this?" asked Carl. "Don't they know this is my private property?" And then he laughed. Carl had fantasies about owning things and having power. Now and then he got drunk enough to have little flashes of believing he was king of the world. "You tell him, Carl," said Horace. Horace had sparkling quips like that for almost every occasion. He was tall and bald, and he had a huge Adam's apple, and like myself he worked for Carl. I would have felt sorrier for Horace than I did if I hadn't had a sneaky suspicion that he was really happier when groveling. He lifted one scrawny fist and shook it in the direction of the distant pair. "You guys better beat it," he shouted. "This is private property." "Will you shut up and stop being such an ass?" Mandy asked him. "It's not polite to yell at strangers, dear, and this may damn well be their beach for all you know." Mandy happens to be Horace's wife. Horace's children treat him about the same way. He busied himself with zipping up his windbreaker because it was getting cold, and because he had received an order to be quiet. I watched the two approaching figures. The one was tall and bulky, and he moved with a peculiar swaying gait. The other was short and hunched into himself, and he walked in a fretful zigzag line beside his towering companion. "They're heading straight for us," I said. The combination of the cool wind that had come up and the approach of the two strangers had put a damper on our little group. We sat quietly and watched them coming closer. The nearer they got, the odder they looked. "For heaven's sake," said Irene, "the little one's wearing a square hat." "I think it's made of paper," said Mandy, squinting. "Folded newspaper." "Will you look at the mustache on the big bastard?" asked Carl. "I don't think I've ever seen a bigger bush in my life." "They remind me of something," I said. The others turned to look at me. "The walrus and the carpenter." "They remind me of the walrus and the carpenter," I said. "The who?" asked Mandy. "Don't tell me you never heard of the walrus and the carpenter," asked Carl. "Never once," said Mandy. "Disgusting," said Carl. "You're an uncultured bitch. The walrus and the carpenter are probably two of the most famous characters in literature. They're in a poem by Lewis Carroll in one of the Alice books." "In Through the Looking-Glass," I said, and then I recited their introduction. "The walrus and the carpenter were walking close at hand. They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand." Mandy shrugged. "Well, you'll just have to excuse my ignorance and concentrate on my charm," she said. "I don't know how to break this to you all," said Irene, "but the little one does have a handkerchief." We stared at them. The little one did indeed have a handkerchief, a huge handkerchief, and he was using it to dab at his eyes. "Is the little one supposed to be the carpenter?" asked Mandy. "Yes," I said. "Then it's all right," she said, "because he's the one that's carrying the saw." "He is, so help me God," said Carl. "And to make the whole thing perfect, he's even wearing an apron." "So the carpenter in the poem has to wear an apron, right?" asked Mandy. "Carroll doesn't say whether he does or not," I said, "but the illustrations by Tenniel show him wearing one. They also show him with the same square jaw and the same big nose this guy's got." "They're goddamn doubles," said Carl. "The only thing wrong is that the walrus isn't a walrus. He just looks like one." "You watch," said Mandy. "Any minute now he's going to sprout fur all over and grow long fangs." Then for the first time the approaching pair noticed us. It seemed to give them quite a start. They stood and gaped at us, and the little one furtively stuffed his handkerchief out of sight. "We can't be as surprising as all that," whispered Irene. The big one began moving forward then in a hesitant, tentative kind of shuffle. The little one edged ahead too, but he was careful to keep the bulk of his companion between himself and us. "First contact with the aliens," said Mandy, and Irene and Horace giggled nervously. I didn't respond. I had come to the decision that I was going to quit working for Carl, that I didn't like any of these people about me, except maybe Irene, and that these two strangers gave me the honest creeps. Then the big one smiled, and everything was changed. I've worked in the entertainment field, in advertising, and in public relations. This means I've come in contact with some of the prime charm boys and girls in our proud land. I've become, therefore, not only a connoisseur of smiles, I am a being equipped with numerous automatic safeguards against them. When a talcumed smoothie comes at me with his brilliant ivories exposed, it only shows he's got something he can bite me with, that's all. But the smile of the walrus was something else. The smile of the walrus did what a smile hasn't done for me in years. It melted my heart. I use the cornball phrase very much on purpose. When I saw his smile, I knew I could trust him. I felt in my marrow that he was gentle and sweet and had nothing but the best intentions. His resemblance to the walrus in the poem ceased being vaguely chilling and became warmly comical. I loved him as I loved the teddy bear of my childhood. "Oh, I say," he said, and his voice was an embarrassed boom. "I do hope we're not intruding." "I dare say we are," squeaked the carpenter, peeping out from behind his companion. The fact is," boomed the walrus, "we didn't even notice you until just back then, you see." "We were talking, is what?" said the carpenter. "They wept like anything to see such quantities of sand." "About sand?" I asked. The walrus looked at me with a startled air. "We were, actually, now you come to mention it." He lifted one huge foot and shook it so that a little trickle of sand spilled out of his shoe. "The stuff's impossible," he said. "Gets in your clothes, tracks up the carpet." "Ought to be swept away, it ought," said the carpenter. "If 7 maids with 7 mops swept it for half a year, do you suppose the walrus said that they could get it clear?" "It's too much," said Carl. "Yes, indeed," said the walrus, eyeing the sand around him with vague disapproval. "Altogether too much." Then he turned to us again, and we all basked in that smile. "Permit me to introduce my companion and myself," he said. "You'll have to excuse George," said the carpenter, "as he's a bit of a stuffed shirt, don't you know?" "Be that as it may," said the walrus, patting the carpenter on the flat top of his paper hat. "This is Edward Farr, and I am George Tweedy, both at your service. We are, both a trifle drunk, I'm afraid." "We are indeed. We are that." "As we have just come from a really delightful party, to which we shall soon return." "Once we found the fuel, that is," said Farr, waving his saw in the air. By now he had found the courage to come out and face us directly. "Which brings me to the question," said Tweedy. "Have you seen any driftwood lying about the premises? We've been looking high and low, and we can't seem to find any of the blasted stuff." "Thought there'd be piles of it," said Farr, "but all there is sand, don't you see?" "I would have sworn you were looking for oysters," said Carl. Again Tweedy appeared startled. "Oh, oysters, come and walk with us," the walrus did beseech. "Oysters?" he asked. "Oh, no, we've got the oysters. All we lack is the means to cook 'em." "Of course we could always use a few more," said Farr, looking at his companion. "I suppose we could at that," said Tweedy thoughtfully. "I'm afraid we can't help you fellows with the driftwood problem," said Carl, "but you're more than welcome to a drink." There was something unfamiliar about the tone of Carl's voice that made my ears perk up. I turned to look at him, and then had difficulty covering up my astonishment. It was his eyes. For once, for the first time, they were really friendly. I'm not saying Carl had fishy eyes, blank eyes, not at all. On the surface, that is. On the surface, with his eyes, with his face, with the handling of his entire body, Carl was a master of animation and expression. From sympathetic, heartfelt warmth, all the way to icy rage, and on every stop in between, Carl was completely convincing. But only on the surface. Once you got to know Carl, and it took a while, you realized that none of it was really happening. That was because Carl had died, or been killed, long ago, possibly in childhood. Possibly he had been born dead. So under the actor's warmth and rage, the eyes were always the eyes of a corpse. But now it was different. The friendliness here was genuine, I was sure of it. The smile of Tweedy, of the walrus, had performed a miracle. Carl had risen from his tomb. I was in honest awe. "Delighted, old chap," said Tweedy. They accepted their drinks with obvious pleasure, and we completed the introductions as they sat down to join us. I detected a strong smell of fish when Tweedy sat down beside me, but oddly I didn't find it offensive in the least. I was glad he'd chosen me to sit by. He turned and smiled at me, and my heart melted a little more. It soon turned out that the drinking we'd done before had only scratched the surface. Tweedy and Farr were magnificent boozers, and their gusto encouraged us all to follow suit. We drank absurd toasts, and were delighted to discover that Tweedy was an incredible raconteur. His specialty was outrageous fantasy, wild tales involving incongruous objects, events, and characters. His invention was endless. "The time has come," the walrus said, "to talk of many things, of shoes and ships and sealing wax, of cabbages and kings, and why the sea is boiling hot, and whether pigs have wings." We laughed and drank and laughed, and I began to wonder why in hell I'd spent my life being such a gloomy, moody son of a bitch, been such a distrustful and suspicious bastard, when the whole secret of everything, the whole core secret, was simply to enjoy it, to take it as it came. I looked around and grinned, and I didn't care if it was a foolish grin. Everybody looked all right, everybody looked swell, everybody looked better than I'd ever seen them look before. Irene looked happy, honestly and truly happy. She too had found the secret. No more pills for Irene, I thought. Now that she knows the secret, now that she's met Tweedy, who's given her the secret, she'll have no more need of those goddamn pills. and I couldn't believe Horace and Mandy. They had their arms around each other, and their bodies were pressed close together, and they rocked as one being when they laughed at Tweety's wonderful stories. No more nagging for Mandy, I thought, and no more cringing for Horace, now they've learned the secret. And then I looked at Carl, laughing and relaxed and absolutely free of care, absolutely unchilled, finally at last, after years of... And then I looked at Carl again. And then I looked down at my drink, and then I looked at my knees, and then I looked out at the sea, sparkling, clean, remote, and impersonal. And then I realized it had grown cold, quite cold, and that there wasn't a bird or a cloud in the sky. The sea was wet as wet could be. The sands were dry as dry. You could not see a cloud because no cloud was in the sky. No birds were flying overhead. There were no birds to fly. That part of the poem was, after all, a perfect description of a lifeless earth. It sounded beautiful at first. It sounded benign. But then you read it again and you realized that Carol was describing barrenness and desolation. Suddenly, Carl's voice broke through, and I heard him say, "Hey, that's a hell of an idea, Tweety. By God, we'd love to, wouldn't we, gang?" The others broke out in an affirmative chorus, and they all started scrambling to their feet around me. I looked up at them like someone who's been awakened from sleep in a strange place, and they grinned down at me like loons. "Come on, Phil," cried Irene. Her eyes were bright and shining, but it wasn't with happiness. I could see that now. "It seems a shame," the walrus said, "to play them such a trick." I blinked my eyes and stared at them, one after the other. "Old Phil's had a little too much to drink," cried Mandy, laughing. "Come on, old Phil. Come on and join the party." "What party?" I asked. I couldn't seem to get located. Everything seemed disoriented and grotesque. "For Christ's sake, Phil," said Carl, "Tweety and Far here have invited us to join their party. There's no more drinks left, and they've got plenty." I set my plastic cup down carefully on the sand. If they would just shut up for a moment, I thought, I might be able to get the fuzz out of my head. "Come along, sir," boomed Tweety jovially. "It's only a pleasant walk." "Oh, oysters, come and walk with us," the walrus did beseech. "A pleasant walk, a pleasant talk along the briny beach." He was smiling at me, but the smile didn't work any more. "You cannot do with more than 4, I told him. What's that?" "We cannot do with more than 4, to give a hand to each." "I said you cannot do with more than 4. "He's right, you know," said Far, the carpenter. "Well, then," said the walrus, "if you feel you really can't come, old chap." "What in Christ's name are you all talking about?" asked Mandy. "He's hung up on that goddamn poem," said Carl. "Lewis Carroll's got the yellow bastard scared." "Don't be such a party-pooper, Phil," said Mandy. "To hell with him," said Carl, and he started off, and all the others followed him, except Irene. "Are you sure you really don't want to come, Phil?" she asked. She looked frail and thin against the sunlight. I realized there really wasn't much of her, and that what there was had taken a terrible beating. "No," I said, "I don't. Are you sure you want to go?" "Of course I do, Phil." I thought of the pills. "I suppose you do," I said. "I suppose there's really no stopping you." "No, Phil, there isn't." And then she stooped and kissed me very gently, and I could feel the dry, chapped surface of her lips and the faint warmth of her breath. I stood. "I wish you'd stay," I said. "I can't," she said. And then she turned and ran after the others. I watched them growing smaller and smaller on the beach, following the walrus and the carpenter. I watched them come to where the beach curved around the bluff and watched them disappear behind the bluff. I looked up at the sky, pure blue, impersonal. "What do you think of this?" I asked it. Nothing. It hadn't even noticed. "Now, if you're ready, oysters, dear, we can begin to feed." "But not on us," the oysters cried, turning a little blue. "After such kindness, that would be a dismal thing to do." A dismal thing to do. I began to run up the beach toward the bluff. I stumbled now and then because I had had too much to drink. Far too much to drink. I heard small shells crack under my shoes, and the sand made whipping noises. I fell heavily and lay there, gasping on the beach. My heart pounded in my chest. I was too old for this sort of footwork. I hadn't had any real exercise in years. I smoked too much and I drank too much. I did all the wrong things. I didn't do any of the right things. I pushed myself up a little, and then I let myself down again. My heart was pounding hard enough to frighten me. I could feel it in my chest, frantically pumping, squeezing blood in and spurting blood out, like an oyster pulsing in the sea. "Shall we be trotting home again?" My heart was like an oyster. I got up, fell up, and began to run again, weaving widely, my mouth open and the air burning my throat. I was coated with sweat, streaming with it, and it felt icy in the cold wind. "Shall we be trotting home again?" I rounded the bluff, and then I stopped and stood swaying, and then I dropped to my knees. The pure blue of the sky was unmarked by a single bird or cloud, and nothing stirred on the whole vast stretch of the beach. But answer came there none, and this was scarcely odd, because nothing stirred, but they were there. Irene and Mandy and Carl and Horace were there, and 4 others too, just around the bluff. We cannot do with more than 4. But the walrus and the carpenter had taken 2 trips. I began to crawl toward them on my knees. My heart, my oyster heart, was pounding too hard to allow me to stand. The other 4 had had a picnic too, very like our own. They too had plastic cups and plates, and they too had brought bottles. They had sat and waited for the return of the walrus and the carpenter. Irene was right in front of me. Her eyes were open and stared at, but did not see, the sky, the pure, blue, uncluttered sky. There were a few grains of sand in her left eye. Her face was almost clear of blood. There were only a few flecks of it on her lower chin. The spray from the huge wound in her chest seemed to have traveled mainly downward and to the right. I stretched out my arm and touched her hand. "Irene," I said. But answer came there none, and this was scarcely odd, because they'd eaten every one. I looked up at the others. Like Irene, they were all of them dead. The walrus and the carpenter had eaten the oysters and left the shell. The carpenter never found any firewood, and so they'd eaten them raw. You can eat oysters raw if you want to. I said her name once more, just for the record, and then I stood and turned from them and walked to the bluff. I rounded the bluff, and the beach stretched before me, vast, smooth, empty, and remote. Even as I ran upon it, away from them, it was remote. The Hospice, Robert Aickman. Robert Aickman, 1914 to 1981, was an English ghost story writer, considered the best of his generation. However, Aickman described his fiction as strange, and the term weird fits just as well. Long considered a classic, The Hospice, 1975, demonstrates the qualities by which Aickman pushed past the familiar or comforting and into the unsettling. The mysterious is balanced by a perfect character study and precision of detail. Although perennially underappreciated, Aickman did receive such awards as the World Fantasy Award and the British Fantasy Award. Aickman also served as a chairman of the London Opera Society and was active in the London Opera Club, the Ballet Minerva, and the Micron Theatre Company in London. It was somewhere at the back of beyond. Maybury would have found it difficult to be more precise. He was one who, when motoring outside his own territory, preferred to follow a route given by one of the automobile organizations, and on this very occasion, as on other previous ones, he had found reasons to deplore all deviation. This time it had been the works manager's fault. The man had not only poured ridicule on the official route, but had stood at the yard gate in order to make quite certain that Maybury set off by the short-cut which, according to him, all the fellows in the firm used, and which departed in the exactly opposite direction. The most that could be said was that Maybury was presumably at the outer edge of the immense West Midlands conurbation. The outer edge it by now surely must be, as he seemed to have been driving for hours since he left the works, going round and round in large or small circles, asking the way and being unable to understand the answers, when answers were vouchsafed, all the time seemingly more off course than ever. Maybury looked at his watch. He had been driving for hours. By rights he should have been more than halfway home, considerably more. Even the dashboard light seemed feebler than usual. But by it Maybury saw that soon he would be out of petrol, His mind had not been on that particular matter of petrol. Dark though it was, Maybury was aware of many trees, mountainous and opaque. It was not, however, that there were no houses. Houses there must be, because on both sides of the road there were gates, broad single gates commonly painted white, and even where there were no gates there were dim entrances. Presumably it was a costly 19th-century housing estate. Almost identical roads seemed to curve away in all directions. The straightforward had been genteelly avoided. As often in such places, the racer through, the taker of a shortcut, was quite systematically penalized. Probably this attitude accounted also for the failure to bring the street lighting fully up to date. Maybury came to a specific bifurcation. It was impossible to make any reasoned choice, and he doubted whether it mattered much in any case. Maybury stopped the car by the side of the road, then stopped the engine in order to save the waning petrol while he thought. In the end he opened the door and stepped out into the road. He looked upwards. The moon and stars were almost hidden by the thick trees. It was quiet. The houses were set too far back from the road for the noise of the television sets to be heard, or the blue glare thereof seen. Pedestrians are nowadays rare in such a district at any hour, but now there was no traffic either, nor sound of traffic more remote. Maybury was disturbed by the silence. He advanced a short distance on foot, as one does at such times. In any case, he had no map, but only a route from which he had departed quite hopelessly. Nonetheless, even that second and locally preferred route, the one used by all the fellows, had seemed perfectly clear at the time, and as the manager had described it. He supposed that otherwise he might not have been persuaded to embark upon it, not even over-persuaded. As things were, his wonted expedient of merely driving straight ahead until one found some definite sign or other indication would be dubious, because the petrol might run out first. Parallel with each side of each road was a narrow, made-up footway with a central gravelly strip. Beyond the strip to Maybury's left was a wilderness of vegetation, traversed by a ditch, beyond which was the hedge-line of the different properties. By the light of the occasional street lamp, Maybury could see that sometimes there was an owner who had his hedge trimmed, and sometimes an owner who did not. It would be futile to walk any further along the road, though the air was pleasantly warm and aromatic. There were Angela and their son Tony awaiting him, and he must resume the fight to rejoin them. Something shot out at him from the boskage on his left. He had disturbed a cat, returned to its feral habitude. The first he knew of it was its claws, or conceivably its teeth, sunk into his left leg. There had been no question of ingratiation or cuddling up. Maybury kicked out furiously. The strange sequel was total silence. He must have kicked the cat a long way, because on the instant there was no hint of it, nor had he seen the color of the cat, though there was a pool of light at that point on the footway. He fancied he had seen two flaming eyes, but he was not sure even of that. There had been no mew, no scream. Maybury faltered. His leg really hurt. It hurt so much that he could not bring himself to touch the limb, even to look at it in the lamplight. He faltered back to the car, and, though his leg made difficulties even in starting it, set off indecisively down the road along which he had just walked. It might well have become a case of it being wise for him to seek a hospital. The deep scratch or bite of a cat might well hold venom, and it was not pleasant to think where the particular cat had been treading, or what it might have been devouring. Maybury again looked at his watch. It was 14 minutes past 8. Only 9 minutes had passed since he had looked at it last. The road was beginning to straighten out, and the number of entrances to diminish, though the trees remained dense. Possibly, as so often happens, the money had run out before the full development had reached this region of the property. There were still occasional houses, with entries at long and irregular intervals. Lamp-posts were becoming fewer also, but Maybury saw that one of them bore a hanging sign of some kind. It was most unlikely to indicate a destination, let alone a destination of use to Maybury, but he eased and stopped none the less, so urgently did he need a clue of some kind. The sign was shaped like a club and a pack of cards, and read, "The Hospice, good fare, some accommodation." The modest words relating to accommodation were curved round the downward-pointing extremity of the club. Maybury decided almost instantly. He was hungry, he was injured, he was lost. He was almost without petrol. He would inquire for dinner, and if he could telephone home, might even stay the night, though he had neither pajamas nor electric razor. The gate, made of iron, and more suited, Mayberry would have thought, to a farmyard bullpen, was none the less wide open. Mayberry drove through. The drive had likewise been surfaced with rather unattractive concrete, and it appeared to have been done some time ago, since there were now many potholes, as if heavy vehicles passed frequently. Mayberry's headlights bounced and lurched disconcertingly as he proceeded, but suddenly the drive, which had run quite straight, again as on a modern farm, swerved, and there on Mayberry's left was the hospice. He realized that the drive he had come down, if indeed it had been a drive, was not the original main entrance. There was an older, more traditional drive winding away between rhododendron bushes. All this was visible in bright light from a fixture high above the cornice of the building, almost a floodlight, Mayberry thought. He supposed that a new entry had been made for the vehicles of the various suppliers when the place had become, whatever exactly it had become, a private hotel, a guest house, a club. No doubt the management aspired to cater for the occupants of the big houses, now that there were no longer servants in the world. Mayberry locked the car and pushed at the door of the house. It was a solid Victorian door, and it did not respond to Mayberry's pressure. Mayberry was discouraged by the need to ring, but he rang. He noticed that there was a second bell, lower down, marked night. Surely it could not yet be night. The great thing was to get in, to feed. The works had offered only packeted sandwiches and flavorless coffee by way of luncheon, to ingratiate himself, before raising questions of petrol, whereabouts, possible accommodation for the night, a telephone call to Angela, disinfectant for his leg. He did not much care for standing alone in a strange place under the bright floodlight, uncertain what was going to happen. But quite soon the door was opened by a lad with curly fair hair and an untroubled face. He looked like a young athlete, as Mayberry at once thought. He was wearing a white jacket and smiling helpfully. "Dinner? Yes, certainly, sir. I fear we've just started, but I'm sure we can fit you in." To Mayberry the words brought back the seaside boarding houses where he had been taken for holidays when a boy. Punctuality in those days had been almost as important as sobriety. "If you can give me just a couple of minutes to wash—" "Certainly, sir. This way, please." Inside it was not at all like those boarding houses of Mayberry's youth. Mayberry happened to know exactly what it was like. The effect was that produced by the efforts of an expensive and therefore rather old-fashioned furniture emporium, if one placed one's whole abode and most of one's checkbook in its hands. There were hangings on all the walls, and every chair and sofa was upholstered. Colors and fabrics were harmonious but rich. The several standard lamps had immense shades. The polished tables derived from Italian originals. One could perhaps feel that a few upholstered occupants should have been designed and purveyed to harmonize also. As it was, the room was empty, except for the two of them. The lad held open the door marked "Gentleman" in script, but then followed Mayberry in, which Mayberry had not particularly expected. But the lad did not proceed to fuss tiresomely with soap and towel, as happens sometimes in very expensive hotels, and happened formerly in clubs. All he did was stand about. Mayberry reflected that doubtless he was concerned to prevent all possible delay, dinner having started. The dining-room struck Mayberry, immediately he entered, as rather too hot. The central heating must be working with full efficiency. The room was lined with hangings similar to those Mayberry had seen in the hall, but apparently even heavier. Possibly noise reduction was among the objects. The ceiling of the room had been brought down in the modern manner, as if to serve the stunted, and any window or windows had disappeared behind swaths. It is true that knives and forks make a clatter, but there appeared to be no other immediate necessity for costly noise abatement, as the diners were all extremely quiet, which at first seemed the more unexpected in that most of them were seated, fairly closely packed, at a single long table running down the central axis of the room. Mayberry soon reflected, however, that if he had been wedged together with a party of total strangers, he might have found little to say to them either. This was not put to the test. On each side of the room were 4 smaller tables, set endways against the walls, every table set for a single person, even though big enough to accommodate 4, 2 on either side. And at one of these Mayberry was settled by the handsome lad in the white jacket. Immediately soup arrived, The instantaneity of the service, apart from the fact that Maybury was late, could be accounted for by the large number of the staff. There were quite certainly 4 men, all like the lad in white jackets, and 2 women, both in dark blue dresses. The 6 of them were noticeably deft and well set up, though all were past their first youth. Maybury could not see more because he had been placed with his back to the end wall which contained the service door, as well as, on the other side, the door by which the guests entered from the lounge. At every table the single place had been positioned in that way, so that the occupant saw neither the service door opening and shutting, nor in front of him the face of another diner. As a matter of fact, Maybury was the only single diner on that side of the room. He had been given the second table down, but did not think that anyone had entered to sit behind him at the first table. And on the other side of the room there was only a single diner also, he thought, a lady, seated at the second table likewise, and thus precisely parallel with him. There was an enormous quantity of soup in what Maybury realized was an unusually deep and wide plate. The amplitude of the plate had at first been masked by the circumstance that round much of its white rim was inscribed, in large black letters, "The Hospice," rather in the style of a baby's plate, Maybury thought, if both lettering and plate had not been so immense. The soup itself was unusually weighty, too. It undoubtedly contained eggs as well as pulses, and steps had been taken to add thickening also. Maybury was hungry, as has been said, but he was faintly disconcerted to realize that one of the middle-aged women was standing quietly behind him as he consumed the not inconsiderable number of final spoonfuls. The spoons seemed very large also, at least for modern usages. The woman removed his empty plate with a reassuring smile. The second course was there. As she set it before him, the woman spoke confidentially in his ear of the third course. "It's turkey tonight." Her tone was exactly that in which promise is conveyed to a little boy of his favorite dish. It was as if she were Maybury's nanny, even though Maybury had never had a nanny, not exactly. Meanwhile, the second course was a proliferating elaboration of pasta, plainly homemade pasta, probably fabricated that morning. Cheese, in fairly large granules, was strewn across the heap from a large porcelain bowl, without Maybury being noticeably consulted. "Can I have something to drink? A lager will do." "We have nothing like that, sir." It was as if Maybury knew this perfectly well, but she was prepared to play with him. There might, he thought, have been some warning that the place was unlicensed. "A pity," said Maybury. The woman's inflections were beginning to bore him, and he was wondering how much the rich food, all palpably fresh and home-grown, and of almost unattainable quality, was about to cost him. He doubted very much whether it would be sensible to think of staying the night at the hospice. "When you have finished your second course, you may have the opportunity of a word with Mr. Faulkner." Maybury recollected that, after all, he had started behind all the others. He must doubtless expect to be a little hustled while he caught up with them. In any case, he was not sure whether or not the implication was that Mr. Faulkner might, under certain circumstances, unlock a private liquor store. Obviously, it would help the catching-up process if Maybury ate no more than 2/3 of the pasta fantasy. But the woman in the dark blue dress did not seem to see it like that. "Can't you eat any more?" she inquired boldly, and no longer addressing Maybury as sir. "Not if I am to attempt another course," replied Maybury quite equably. "It's turkey tonight," said the woman. "You know how turkey just slips down you." She still had not removed his plate. "It's very good," said Maybury firmly, "but I've had enough." It was as if the woman were not used to such conduct, but as this was no longer a nursery, she took the plate away. There was even a slight pause, during which Maybury tried to look round the room without giving an appearance of doing so. The main point seemed to be that every one was dressed rather formally, all the men in dark suits, all the women in long dresses. There was a wide variety of age, but, curiously again, there were more men than women. Conversation still seemed far from general. Maybury could not help wondering whether the solidity of the diet did not contribute here. Then it occurred to him that it was as if most of these people had been with one another for a long time, during which things to talk about might have run out, and possibly with little opportunity for renewal through fresh experience. He had met that in hotels. Naturally, Mayberry could not, without seeming rude, examine the 1/3 of the assembly which was seated behind him. His slab of turkey appeared. He had caught up, even though by cheating. It was an enormous pile, steaming slightly, and also seeping slightly with a colorless, oily fluid. With it appeared 5 separate varieties of vegetable in separate dishes, brought on a tray, and a sauceboat, apparently for him alone, of specially compounded fluid, dark, red, and turgid. A sizable mound of stuffing completed the repast. The middle-aged woman set it all before him swiftly, but this time silently, with unmistakable reserve. The truth was that Mayberry had little appetite left. He gazed around, less furtively, to see how the rest were managing. He had to admit that, as far as he could see, they were one and all eating as if their lives depended on it, old as well as young, female as well as male. It was as if all had spent a long, unfed day in the hunting field, eating as if their lives depended on it, he said again to himself. Then, struck by the absurdity of the phrase when applied to eating, he picked up his knife and fork with resolution. "Is everything to your liking, Mr. Mayberry?" Again he had been gently taken by surprise. Mr. Faulkner was at his shoulder, a sleek man in the most beautiful dinner jacket, and instantly ameliorative maître d'hôtel. "Perfect, thank you," said Mayberry. "But how did you know my name?" "We like to remember the names of all our guests," said Faulkner, smiling. "Yes, but how did you find out my name in the first place?" "We like to think we are proficient at that too, Mr. Mayberry." "I'm much impressed," said Mayberry. Really, he felt irritated at least, but his firm had trained him never to display irritation outside the family circle. "Not at all," said Faulkner genially. "Whatever our vocation in life, we may as well do what we can to excel." He settled the matter by dropping the subject. "Is there anything I can get for you? Anything you would like?" "No, thank you very much. I have plenty." "Thank you, Mr. Mayberry. If you wish to speak to me at any time, I am normally available in my office. Now I will leave you to the enjoyment of your meal. I may tell you in confidence that there is steamed fruit pudding to follow." He went quietly forward on his round of the room, speaking to perhaps 1 person in 3 at the long central table. Mainly, it seemed, to the older people, as was no doubt to be expected. Faulkner wore very elegant black suede shoes, which reminded Mayberry of the injury to his own leg, about which he had done nothing, though it might well be septic, even endangering the limb itself, perhaps the whole system. He was considerably enraged by Faulkner's performance about his name, especially as he could find no answer to the puzzle. He felt that he had been placed, almost deliberately, at an undignified disadvantage. Faulkner's patronizing conduct in this trifling matter was of a piece with the nannying attitude of the waitress. Moreover, was the unexplained discovery of his name such a trifle, after all? Mayberry felt that it had made him vulnerable in other matters also, however undefined. It was the last straw in the matter of his eating any more turkey. He no longer had any appetite whatever. He began to pass everything systematically through his mind, as he had been trained to do, and almost immediately surmised the answer. In his car was a blue-bound file, which on its front bore his name, Mr. Lucas Mayberry, and this file, he supposed, that he must have left, name upwards on the driving seat, as he commonly did. All the same, the name was merely typed on a sticky label, and would not have been easy to make out through the car window. But he then remembered the floodlight. Even so, quite an effort had been necessary on someone's part, and he wondered who had made that effort. Again he guessed the answer. It was Faulkner himself who had been snooping. What would Faulkner have done if Mayberry had parked the car outside the flood-lighted area, as would have been perfectly possible? Used a torch? Perhaps even skeleton keys? That was absurd. And how much did the whole thing matter? People in business often had these little vanities, and often had he encountered them. People would do almost anything to feed them. Probably he had 1 or 2 himself. The great thing when meeting any situation was to extract the essentials and to concentrate upon them. To some of the people Faulkner was speaking for quite a period of time, while, as Mayberry noticed, those seated next to them, previously saying little in most cases, now said nothing at all, but confined themselves entirely to eating. Some of the people at the long table were not merely elderly, he had observed, but positively senile, drooling, watery-eyed, and almost hairless. but even they seemed to be eating away with the best. Mayberry had the horrid idea about them that eating was all they did do. They lived for eating. Another nursery expression, Mayberry reflected, and at last he had come upon those of whom it might be true. Some of these people might well relate to rich foods as alcoholics relate to excisable spirits. He found it more nauseating than any sottishness, of which he had seen a certain amount. Faulkner was proceeding so slowly, showing so much professional consideration, that he had not yet reached the lady who sat by herself parallel with Mayberry on the other side of the room. At her, Mayberry now stared more frankly. Black hair reached her shoulders, and she wore what appeared to be a silk evening dress, a real model, Mayberry thought, though he did not really know, in many colors. But her expression was of such sadness, suffering, and exhaustion that Mayberry was sincerely shocked, especially as once she must, he was sure, have been beautiful. Indeed, in a way, still was. Surely so unhappy, even tragic, a figure as that could not be plowing through a big slab of turkey with 5 vegetables. Without caution or courtesy, Mayberry half rose to his feet in order to look. "Eat up, sir. Why, you've hardly started." His tormentor had quietly returned to him. What was more, the tragic lady did appear to be eating. "I've had enough. I'm sorry it's very good, but I've had enough." "You said that before, sir, and look, here you are, still eating away." He knew that he had indeed used those exact words. Crises are met by clichés. "I've eaten quite enough." "That's not necessarily for each of us to say, is it?" "I want no more to eat of any kind. Please take all this away and just bring me a black coffee. When the time comes, if you like. I don't mind waiting." Though Mayberry did mind waiting, it was necessary to remain in control. The woman did the last thing Mayberry could have expected her to do. She picked up his laden plate — he had at least helped himself to everything — and with force dashed it on the floor. Even then the plate itself did not break, but gravy and 5 vegetables and rich stuffing spread across the thick, patterned, wall-to-wall carpet. Complete, in place of comparative, silence followed in the whole room, though there was still, as Mayberry even then observed, the muted clashing of cutlery. Indeed, his own knife and fork were still in his hands. Faulkner returned round the bottom end of the long table. "Mulligan," he asked, "how many more times?" His tone was as quiet as ever. Mayberry had not realized that the alarming woman was Irish. "Mr. Mayberry," Faulkner continued, "I entirely understand your difficulty. There is naturally no obligation to partake of anything you do not wish. I am only sorry for what has happened. It must seem very poor service on our part. Perhaps you would prefer to go into our lounge? Would you care simply for some coffee?" "Yes," said Mayberry, concentrating upon the essential. "I should, please. Indeed, I had already ordered a black coffee. Could I possibly have a pot of it?" He had to step with care over the mess on the floor, looking downwards. As he did so, he saw something most curious. A central rail ran the length of the long table, a few inches above the floor. To this rail one of the male guests was attached by a fetter round his left ankle. Mayberry, now considerably shaken, had rather expected to be alone in the lounge until the coffee arrived, but he had no sooner dropped down upon one of the massive sofas — it could easily have seated 5 in a row, at least 2 of them stout — than the handsome boy appeared from somewhere and proceeded merely to stand about, as at an earlier phase of the evening. There were no illustrated papers to be seen, nor even brochures about beautiful Britain, and Mayberry found the lad's presence irksome. All the same, he did not quite dare to say, "There's nothing I want." He could think of nothing to say or to do, nor did the boy speak, or seem to have anything particular to do either. It was obvious that his presence could hardly be required there when everyone was in the dining-room. Presumably they would soon be passing on to fruit pudding. Mayberry was aware that he had yet to pay his bill. There was a baffled but considerable pause. Much to his surprise, it was Mulligan who in the end brought him the coffee. It was a single cup, not a pot, and even the cup was of such a size that Mayberry, for once that evening, could have done with a bigger. At once he divined that coffee was outside the regime of the place, and that he was being specially compensated, though he might well have to pay extra for it. He had vaguely supposed that Mulligan would have been helping to mop up the dining-room. Mulligan, in fact, seemed quite undisturbed. "Sugar, sir?" she said. "1 lump, please," said Mayberry, eyeing the size of the cup. He did not fail to notice that before going she exchanged a glance with the handsome lad. He was young enough to be her son, and the glance might mean anything or nothing. While Mayberry was trying to make the most of his meager coffee and to ignore the presence of the lad, who must surely be bored, the door from the dining-room opened, and the tragic lady from the other side of the room appeared. "Close the door, will you?" she said to the boy. The boy closed the door and then stood about again, watching them. "Do you mind if I join you?" the lady asked Mayberry. "I should be delighted." She was really rather lovely in her melancholy way. Her dress was as splendid as Mayberry had supposed, and there was in her demeanor an element that could only be called stately. Mayberry was unaccustomed to that. She sat not at the other end of the sofa, but at the center of it. It struck Mayberry that the rich way she was dressed might also have been devised to harmonize with the rich way the room was decorated. She wore complicated Oriental-looking earrings with pink translucent stones, like rosé diamonds. Perhaps they were diamonds, and silver shoes. Her perfume was heavy and distinctive. "My name is Cécile Célimena," she said. "How do you do? I'm supposed to be related to the composer Chaminade." "How do you do?" said Mayberry. "My name is Lucas Mayberry, and my only important relation is Solway Short. In fact, he's my cousin." They shook hands. Her hand was very soft and white, and she wore a number of rings, which Mayberry thought looked real and valuable, though he could not really tell. In order to shake hands with him, she turned the whole upper part of her body towards him. "Who is that gentleman you mentioned?" she asked. "Solway Short? The racing motorist. You must have seen him on the television." "I do not watch the television." "Quite right. It's almost entirely a waste of time." "If you do not wish to waste time, why are you at the hospice?" The lad, still observing them, shifted noticeably from one leg to the other. "I am here for dinner. I am just passing through." "Oh, you are going, then?" Mayberry hesitated. She was attractive, and for the moment he did not wish to go. "I suppose so, when I've paid my bill and found out where I can get some petrol. My tank's almost empty. As a matter of fact, I'm lost. I've lost my way." "Most of us here are lost." "Why here? What makes you come here?" "We come for the food and the peace and the warmth and the rest." "A tremendous amount of food, I thought." "That's necessary. It's the restorative, you might say." "I'm not sure that I quite fit in," said Mayberry, and then he added, "I shouldn't have thought that you did either." "Oh, but I do. Whatever makes you think not?" She seemed quite anxious about it, so that Mayberry supposed he had taken the wrong line. He made the best of it. "It's just that you seem a little different from what I have seen of the others." "In what way different?" she asked, really anxious, and looking at him with concentration. "To start with, more beautiful. You are very beautiful," he said, even though the lad was there, certainly taking in every word. "That is kind of you to say." Unexpectedly, she stretched across the short distance between them and took his hand. "What did you say your name was?" "Lucas Mayberry." "Do people call you Luke?" "No, I dislike it. I'm not a Luke sort of person." "But your wife can't call you Lucas." "I'm afraid she does." It was a fishing question he could have done without. "Lucas? Oh, no, it's such a cold name." She was still holding his hand. "I'm very sorry about it. Would you like me to order you some coffee?" No, coffee is not right. It is stimulating, wakeful, over-exciting, unquiet." She was gazing at him with sad eyes. "This is a curious place," said Mayberry, giving her hand a squeeze. It was surely becoming remarkable that none of the other guests had yet appeared. "I could not live without the hospice," she replied. "Do you come here often?" It was a ludicrously conventional form of words. "Of course. Life would be impossible otherwise. All those people in the world without enough food, living without love, without even proper clothes to keep the cold out." During dinner it had become as hot in the lounge, Mayberry thought, as it had been in the dining-room. Her tragic face sought his understanding. Nonetheless, the line she had taken up was not a favorite of his. He preferred problems to which solutions were at least possible. He had been warned against the other kind. "Yes," he said, "I know what you mean, of course. There are millions and millions of people all over the world with no clothes at all," she cried, withdrawing her hand. "Not quite," Maybury said, smiling. "Not quite that, or not yet." He knew the risks perfectly well and thought as little about them as possible. One had to survive and also to look after one's dependents. "In any case," he continued, trying to lighten the tone, "that hardly applies to you. I've seldom seen a more gorgeous dress." "Yes," she replied with simple gravity. "It comes from Rome. Would you like to touch it?" Naturally, Maybury would have liked, but equally naturally was held back by the presence of the watchful lad. "Touch it," she commanded in a low voice. "God, what are you waiting for? Touch it." She seized his left hand again and forced it against her warm, silky breast. The lad seemed to take no more and no less notice than of anything else. "Forget. Let go. What is life for God's sake?" There was a passionate earnestness about her which might rob any such man as Maybury of all assessment, but he was still essentially outside the situation. As a matter of fact, he had never in his life lost all control, and he was pretty sure by now that, for better or for worse, he was incapable of it. She twisted round until her legs were extended the length of the sofa, and her head was on his lap, or more precisely on his thighs. She had moved so deftly as not even to have disordered her skirt. Her perfume wafted upwards. "Stop glancing at Vincent," she gurgled up at him. "I'll tell you something about Vincent. Though you may think he looks like a Greek god, the simple fact is that he hasn't got what it takes. He's impotent." Maybury was embarrassed, of course. All the same, what he reflected was that often there were horses for courses, and often no more to be said about a certain kind of situation than that one thing. It did not matter much what he reflected, because when she had spoken, Vincent had brusquely left the room, through what Maybury supposed to be the service door. "Thank the Lord," he could not help remarking naively. "He's gone for reinforcements," she said. "We'll soon see." Where were the other guests? Where, by now, could they be? All the same, Maybury's spirits were authentically rising, and he began caressing her more intimately. Then, suddenly, it seemed that everyone was in the room at once, and this time all talking and fussing. She sat herself up, none too precipitately, and with her lips close to his ear said, "Come to me later, number 23. It was quite impossible for Maybury to point out that he was not staying the night in the hospice. Faulkner had appeared. "To bed all?" he cried genially, subduing the crepitation on the instant. Maybury, unentangled once more, looked at his watch. It seemed to be precisely 10 o'clock. That, no doubt, was the point. Still, it seemed very close upon a heavy meal. No one moved much, but no one spoke either. "To bed, all of you," said Faulkner again, this time in a tone which might almost be described as roguish. Maybury's lady rose to her feet. All of them filtered away, Maybury's lady among them. She had spoken no further word, made no further gesture. Maybury was alone with Faulkner. "Let me remove your cup," said Faulkner courteously. "Before I ask for my bill," said Maybury, "I wonder if you could tell me where I might possibly find some petrol at this hour." "Are you out of petrol?" inquired Faulkner. "Almost. There's nothing open at night within 20 miles, not nowadays. Something to do with our new friends, the Arabs, I believe. All I can suggest is that I siphon some petrol from the tank of our own vehicle. It is a quite large vehicle, and it has a large tank. I couldn't possibly put you to that trouble." In any case, he, Maybury, did not know exactly how to do it. He had heard of it, but it had never arisen before in his own life. The lad, Vincent, reappeared, still looking pink, Maybury thought, though it was difficult to be sure with such a glowing skin. Vincent began to lock up, a quite serious process, it seemed, rather as in great-grandparental days, when prowling desperadoes were to be feared. "No trouble at all, Mr. Maybury," said Faulkner. "Vincent here can do it easily, or another member of my staff." "Well," said Maybury, "if it would be all right." "Vincent," directed Faulkner, "don't bolt and padlock the front door yet. Mr. Maybury intends to leave us." "Very good," said Vincent gruffly. "Now, if we could go to your car, Mr. Maybury, you could then drive it round to the back. I will show you the way. I must apologize for putting you to this extra trouble, but the other vehicle takes some time to start, especially at night." Vincent had opened the front door for them. "After you, Mr. Mayberry," said Faulkner. Where it had been excessively hot within, it duly proved to be excessively cold without. The floodlight had been turned off. The moon had gone in, as Mayberry believed the saying was, and all the stars had apparently gone in with it. Still, the distance to the car was not great. Mayberry soon found it in the thick darkness, with Faulkner coming quietly step by step behind him. "Perhaps I had better go back and get a torch," remarked Faulkner. So there duly was a torch. It brought to Mayberry's mind the matter of the office file with his name on it, and as he unlocked the car door, there the file was, exactly as he had supposed, and assuredly name uppermost. Mayberry threw it across to the back seat. Faulkner's electric torch was a heavy service object which drenched a wide area in cold white light. "May I sit beside you, Mr. Mayberry?" He closed the off-side door behind him. Mayberry had already turned on the headlights, torch or no torch, and was pushing at the starter, which seemed obdurate. It was not, he thought, that there was anything wrong with it, but rather that there was something wrong with him. The sensation was exactly like a nightmare. He had, of course, done it hundreds of times, probably thousands of times. But now, when after all it really mattered, he simply could not manage it, had quite incredibly somehow lost the simple knack of it. He often endured bad dreams of just this kind. He found time, with part of his mind, to wonder whether this was not a bad dream. But it was to be presumed not, since now he did not wake, as we soon do when once we realize that we are dreaming. "I wish I could be of some help," remarked Faulkner, who had shut off his torch, "but I am not accustomed to the make of car. I might easily do more harm than good." He spoke with his usual bland geniality. Mayberry was irritated again. The make of car was one of the commonest there is. Trust the firm for that. All the same, he knew it was entirely his own fault that he could not make the car start, and not in the least Faulkner's. He felt as if he were going mad. "I don't quite know what to suggest," he said, and added, "if, as you say, there's no garage." "Perhaps Cromie could be of assistance," said Faulkner. "Cromie has been with us quite a long time, and is a wizard with any mechanical problem." No one could say that Faulkner was pressing Mayberry to stay the night, or even hinting towards it, as one might expect. Mayberry wondered whether the funny place was not in fact full up. It seemed the most likely answer. Not that Mayberry wished to stay the night. Far from it. "I'm not sure," he said, "that I have the right to disturb anyone else." "Cromie is on night duty," replied Faulkner. "He is always on night duty. That is what we employ him for. I will fetch him." He turned on the torch once more, stepped out of the car, and disappeared into the house, shutting the front door behind him, lest the cold air enter. In the end, the front door reopened, and Faulkner reemerged. He still wore no coat over his dinner suit, and seemed to ignore the cold. Faulkner was followed by a burly but shapeless and shambling figure, whom Mayberry first saw indistinctly standing behind Faulkner in the light from inside the house. "Cromie will soon put things to rights," said Faulkner, opening the door of the car. "Won't you, Cromie?" It was much as one speaks to a friendly retriever. But there was little, Mayberry felt, that was friendly about Cromie. Mayberry had to admit to himself that on the instant he found Cromie alarming, even though, what with one thing and another, there was little to be seen of him. "Now what exactly seems wrong, Mr. Mayberry?" asked Faulkner. "Just tell Cromie what it is." Faulkner himself had not attempted to re-enter the car, but Cromie forced himself in, and was sprawling in the front seat, next to Mayberry, where Angela normally sat. He really did seem a very big, bulging person, but Mayberry decisively preferred not to look at him, though the glow cast backwards from the headlights provided a certain illumination. Mayberry could not acknowledge that for some degrading reason he was unable to operate the starter, and so had declaimed there was something wrong with it. He was unable not to see Cromie's huge, badly misshapen yellow hands, both of them, as he tugged with both of them at the knob, forcing it in and out with such violence that Mayberry cried out, "Less force! You'll wreck it!" "Careful, Cromie," said Faulkner from outside the car. "Most of Cromie's work is on a big scale," he explained to Mayberry. But violence proved effective, as so often. Within seconds the car engine was humming away. "Thank you very much," said Mayberry. Cromie made no detectable response, nor did he move. "Come on out, Cromie," said Faulkner. Come on out of it." Cromie duly extricated himself and shambled off into the darkness. "Now," said Maybury, brisking up as the engine purred, "where do we go for the petrol?" There was the slightest of pauses. Then Faulkner spoke from the dimness outside. "Mr. Maybury, I have remembered something. It is not petrol that we have in our tank. It is, of course, diesel oil. I must apologize for such a stupid mistake." Maybury was not merely irritated, not merely scared. He was infuriated. With rage and confusion he found it impossible to speak at all. No one in the modern world could confuse diesel oil and petrol in that way. But what could he possibly do? Faulkner, standing outside the open door of the car, spoke again. "I am extremely sorry, Mr. Maybury. Would you permit me to make some amends by inviting you to spend the night with us, free of charge, except perhaps for the dinner?" Within the last few minutes Maybury had suspected that this moment was bound to come in one form or another. "Thank you," he said, less than graciously. "I suppose I'd better accept." "We shall try to make you comfortable," said Faulkner. Maybury turned off the headlights, climbed out of the car once more, shut and, for what it was worth, locked the door, and followed Faulkner back into the house. This time Faulkner completed the locking and bolting of the front door that he had instructed Vincent to omit. "I have no luggage of any kind," remarked Maybury, still very much on the defensive. "That may solve itself," said Faulkner, straightening up from the bottom bolt and smoothing his dinner jacket. "There's something I ought to explain. But will you first excuse me a moment?" He went out through the door at the back of the lounge. Hotels really have become far too hot, thought Maybury. It positively addled the brain. Faulkner returned. "There is something I ought to explain," he said again. "We have no single rooms, partly because many of our visitors prefer not to be alone at night. The best we can do for you in your emergency, Mr. Maybury, is to offer you the share of a room with another guest. It is a large room, and there are 2 beds. It is a sheer stroke of good luck that at present there is only one guest in the room, Mr. Bannard. Mr. Bannard will be glad of your company, I am certain, and you will be quite safe with him. He is a very pleasant person, I can assure you. I've just sent a message up asking him if he can possibly come down, so that I can introduce you. He is always very helpful, and I think he will be here in a moment. Mr. Bannard has been with us for some time, so that I am sure he will be able to fit you up with pajamas and so forth." It was just about the last thing that Maybury wanted from any point of view, but he had learned that it was of a kind that is peculiarly difficult to protest against, without somehow putting oneself in the wrong with other people. Besides, he supposed that he was now committed to a night in the place, and therefore to all the implications, whatever they might be, or very nearly so. "I should like to telephone my wife, if I may," Maybury said. Angela had been steadily on his mind for some time. "I fear that's impossible, Mr. Maybury," replied Faulkner. "I'm so sorry." "How can it be impossible?" "In order to reduce tension and sustain the atmosphere that our guests prefer, we have no external telephone, only an internal link between my quarters and the proprietor's." "But how can you run an hotel in the modern world without a telephone?" "Most of our guests are regulars. Many of them come again and again, and the last thing they come for is to hear a telephone ringing the whole time with all the strain it involves." "They must be half around the bend," snapped Maybury before he could stop himself. "Mr. Maybury," replied Faulkner, "I have to remind you of 2 things. The first is that I have invited you to be our guest in the fuller sense of the word. The second is that, although you attach so much importance to efficiency, you nonetheless appear to have set out on a long journey at night with very little petrol in your tank. Possibly you should think yourself fortunate that you are not spending the night stranded on some motorway." "I'm sorry," said Maybury, "but I simply must telephone my wife. Soon she'll be out of her mind with worry." "I shouldn't think so, Mr. Maybury," said Faulkner, smiling. "Concerned, we must hope, but not quite out of her mind." Maybury could have hit him, but at that moment a stranger entered. "Ah, Mr. Bannard," said Faulkner, and introduced them. They actually shook hands. "You won't mind, Mr. Bannard, if Mr. Maybury shares your room?" Bannard was a slender, bony little man of about Maybury's age. He was bald, with a rim of curly red hair. He had slightly glaucous, gray-green eyes of the kind that often go with red hair. In the present environment he was quite perky, but Maybury wondered how he would make out in the world beyond. Perhaps, however, this was because Bannard was too shrimp-like to look his best in pajamas. "I should be delighted to share my room with anyone," replied Bannard. "I'm lonely by myself." "Splendid," said Faulkner coolly. "Perhaps you'd lead Mr. Maybury upstairs and lend him some pajamas? You must remember that he is a stranger to us and doesn't yet know all our ways." "Delighted, delighted," exclaimed Bannard. "Well, then," said Faulkner, "is there anything you would like, Mr. Maybury, before you go upstairs?" "Only a telephone," rejoined Maybury, still recalcitrant. He simply did not believe Faulkner. No one in the modern world could live without a telephone, let alone run a business without one. He had begun uneasily to wonder if Faulkner had spoken the whole truth about the petrol and the diesel fuel either. "Anything you would like that we are in a position to provide, Mr. Maybury," persisted Faulkner with offensive specificity. "There's no telephone here," put in Bannard, whose voice was noticeably high, even squeaky. "In that case, nothing," said Maybury. "But I don't know what my wife will do with herself." "None of us knows that," said Bannard superfluously, and cackled for a second. "Good night, Mr. Maybury." "Thank you, Mr. Bannard." Maybury was almost surprised to discover, as he followed Bannard upstairs, that it seemed a perfectly normal hotel, though overheated and decorated over heavily. On the first landing was a full-size reproduction of A Chieftain in Scarlet Tartan by Rayburn. Maybury knew the picture because it had been chosen for the firm's calendar one year, though ever since they had used girls. Bannard lived on the second floor, where the picture on the landing was smaller and depicted ladies and gentlemen in riding dress taking refreshments together. "Not too much noise," said Bannard. "We have some very light sleepers amongst us." The corridors were down to half illumination for the night watches, and distinctly sinister. Maybury crept foolishly along and almost stole into Bannard's room. "No," said Bannard, in a giggling whisper, "not number 13, not yet number 12A. As a matter of fact, Maybury had not noticed the number on the door that Bannard was now cautiously closing, and he did not feel called upon to rejoin. "Do be quiet, taking your things off, old man," said Bannard softly. "When once you've woken people who've been properly asleep, you can never quite tell. It's a bad thing to do." It was a large square room, and the two beds were in exactly opposite corners, somewhat to Maybury's relief. The light had been on when they entered. Maybury surmised that even the unnecessary clicking of switches was to be eschewed. "That's your bed," whispered Bannard, pointing jocularly. So far, Maybury had removed only his shoes. He could have done without Bannard staring at him, and without Bannard's affable grin. "Well, perhaps you'd rather we did something before settling down?" whispered Bannard. "No, thank you," replied Maybury. "It's been a long day." He was trying to keep his voice reasonably low, but he absolutely refused to whisper. "To be sure it has," said Bannard, rising to match the volume that Maybury had employed. "Night-night, then. The best thing is to get to sleep quickly." His tone was similar to that which seemed habitual with Faulkner. Bannard climbed agilely into his own bed and lay on his back, peering at Maybury over the sheets. "Hang your suit in the cupboard," said Bannard, who had already done likewise. "There's room." "Thank you," said Maybury. "Where do I find the pajamas?" "Top drawer," said Bannard. "Help yourself. They're all alike." And indeed the drawer proved to be virtually filled with apparently identical suits of pajamas. "It's between seasons," said Bannard. "Neither proper summer nor proper winter." "Many thanks for the loan," said Maybury, though the pajamas were considerably too small for him. "The bathroom's in there," said Bannard. When Maybury returned, he opened the door of the cupboard. It was a big cupboard, and it was almost filled by a long line of, presumably, Bannard's suits. "There's room," said Bannard once more. "Find yourself an empty hanger. Make yourself at home." While balancing his trousers on the hanger and suspending it from the rail, Maybury again became aware of the injury to his leg. He had hustled so rapidly into Bannard's pajamas that, for better or for worse, he had not even looked at the scar. "What's the matter?" asked Bannard on the instant. "Hurt yourself, have you?" "It was a damned cat scratched me," replied Maybury, without thinking very much. But this time he decided to look. With some difficulty and some pain he rolled up the tight pajama leg. It was a quite nasty gash, and there was much dried blood. He realized that he had not even thought about washing the wound. Insofar as he had been worrying about anything habitual, he had been worrying about Angela. "Don't show it to me," squeaked out Bannard, forgetting not to make a noise. All the same, he was sitting up in bed and staring as if his eyes would pop. "It's bad for me to see things like that. I'm upset by them." "Don't worry," said Mayberry. "I'm sure it's not as serious as it looks." In fact, he was far from sure, and he was aware also that it had not been quite what Bannard was concerned about. "I don't want to know anything about it," said Bannard. Mayberry made no reply, but simply rolled down the pajama leg. About his injury, too, there was plainly nothing to be done. Even a request for Vaseline might lead to hysterics. Mayberry tried to concentrate upon the reflection that if nothing worse had followed from the gash by now, then nothing worse might ever follow. Bannard, however, was still sitting up in bed. He was looking pale. "I come here to forget things like that," he said. "We all do." His voice was shaking. "Shall I turn the light out?" inquired Mayberry, "as I'm the one who's still up?" "I don't usually do that," said Bannard, reclining once more nonetheless. "It can make things unnecessarily difficult. But there's you to be considered, too." "It's your room," said Mayberry, hesitating. "All right," said Bannard. "If you wish, turn it out. Tonight, anyway." Mayberry did his injured leg no good when stumbling back to his bed. All the same, he managed to arrive there. "I'm only here for one night," he said, more to the darkness than to Bannard. "You'll be on your own again tomorrow." Bannard made no reply, and indeed it seemed to Mayberry as if he were no longer there, that Bannard was not an organism that could function in the dark. Mayberry refrained from raising any question of drawing back a curtain. The curtains were as long and heavy as elsewhere, or of letting in a little night air. Things, he felt, were better left more or less as they were. It was completely dark. It was completely silent. It was far too hot. Mayberry wondered what the time was. He had lost all touch. Unfortunately, his watch lacked a luminous dial. He doubted whether he would ever sleep, but the night had to be endured somehow. For Angela it must be even harder, far harder. At the best, he had never seen himself as a first-class husband, able to provide a superfluity, eager to be protective. Things would become quite impossible if he were to lose a leg. But with modern medicine that might be avoidable, even at the worst. He should be able to continue struggling on for some time yet. As stealthily as possible, he insinuated himself from between the burning blankets and sheets onto the surface of the bed. He lay there like a dying fish, trying not to make another movement of any kind. He became almost cataleptic with inner exertion. It was not a promising recipe for slumber. In the end he thought he could detect Bannard's breathing far, far away. So Bannard was still there. Fantasy and reality are different things. No one could tell whether Bannard slept or waked, but it had in any case become a quite important aim not to resume general conversation with Bannard. Half a lifetime passed. There could be no doubt now that Bannard was both still in the room and also awake. Perceptibly, he was on the move. Mayberry's body contracted with speculation as to whether Bannard in the total blackness was making towards his corner. Mayberry felt that he was only half his normal size. Bannard edged and groped interminably. Of course Mayberry had been unfair to him in extinguishing the light, and the present anxiety was doubtless no more than the price to be paid. Bannard himself seemed certainly to be entering into the spirit of the situation. Possibly he had not turned the light on because he could not reach the switch, but there seemed more to it than that. Bannard could be thought of as committed to a positive effort in the direction of silence, in order that Mayberry, the guest for a night, should not be disturbed. Mayberry could hardly hear him moving at all, though perhaps it was a gamble whether this was consideration or menace. Mayberry would hardly have been surprised if the next event had been hands on his throat. But in fact, the next event was Bannard reaching the door and opening it with vast delicacy and slowness. It was a considerable anticlimax, and not palpably outside the order of nature, but Mayberry did not feel fully reassured as he rigidly watched the column of dim light from the passage slowly widen and then slowly narrow until it vanished with the faint click of the handle. Plainly there was little to worry about after all, but Mayberry had probably reached that level of anxiety where almost any new event merely causes new stress. Soon, moreover, there would be the stress of Bannard's return. Mayberry half realized that he was in a grotesque condition to be so upset when Bannard was in fact showing him all possible consideration. Once more he reflected that poor Angela's plight was far worse. Thinking about Angela's plight, and how sweet, at the bottom of everything, she really was, Mayberry felt more wakeful than ever as he awaited Bannard's return, surely imminent, surely. Sleep was impossible until Bannard had returned. But still Bannard did not return. Mayberry began to wonder whether something had gone wrong with his own time faculty, such as it was, something that is of medical significance. That whole evening and night, from soon after his commitment to the recommended route, he had been in doubt about his place in the universe, about what people call the state of his nerves. Here was evidence that he had good reason for anxiety. Then from somewhere within the house came a shattering, ear-piercing scream, and then another, and another. It was impossible to tell whether the din came from near or far, still less whether it was female or male. Mayberry had not known that the human organism could make so loud a noise, even in the bitterest distress. It was shattering to listen to, especially in the enclosed, hot, total darkness, and this was nothing momentary. The screaming went on, a paroxysm, until Mayberry had to clutch at himself not to scream in response. He fell off the bed and floundered about for the heavy curtains. Some light on the scene there must be, if possible, some new air in the room. He found the curtains within a moment and dragged back first one and then the other. There was no more light than before. Shutters, perhaps? Mayberry's arms stretched out gingerly. He could feel neither wood nor metal. The light switch. It must be found. While Mayberry fell about in the darkness, the screaming stopped on a ghoulish gurgle, perhaps as if the sufferer had vomited immensely and then passed out, or perhaps as if the sufferer had in mercy passed away altogether. Mayberry continued to search. It was harder than ever to say how long it took, but in the end he found the switch, and the immediate mystery was explained. Behind the drawn-back curtains was, as the children say, just wall. The room apparently had no window. The curtains were mere decoration. All was silent once more extremely silent. Bannard's bed was turned back as neatly as if in the full light of day. Mayberry cast off Bannard's pajamas, and as quickly as his state permitted, resumed his own clothes. Not that he had any very definite course of action. Simply it seemed better to be fully dressed. He looked vaguely inside his pocketbook to confirm that his money was still there. He went to the door and made cautiously to open it and seek some hint into the best thing for him to do, the best way to make off. The door was unopenable. There was no movement in it at all. It had been locked at the least, perhaps more. If Bannard had done it, he had been astonishingly quiet about it, conceivably experienced. Mayberry tried to apply himself to thinking calmly. The upshot was that once more, and even more hurriedly, he removed his clothes, disposed of them suitably, and resumed Bannard's pajamas. It would be sensible once more to turn out the light, to withdraw to bed between the sheets if possible, to stand by as before. But Mayberry found that turning out the light, the resultant total blackness, were more than he could face, however expedient. Ineptly he sat on the side of his bed, still trying to think things out, to plan sensibly. Would Bannard, after all this time, ever in fact return, at least during the course of that night? He became aware that the electric light bulb had begun to crackle and fizzle. Then, with no further sound, it simply failed. It was not, Mayberry thought, some final authoritative lights out all over the house. It was merely that the single bulb had given out, however unfortunately from his own point of view, an isolated industrial incident. He lay there, half in and half out, for a long time. He concentrated on the thought that nothing had actually happened that was dangerous. Ever since his school days, and indeed during them, he had become increasingly aware that there were many things strange to him, most of which had proved in the end to be apparently quite harmless. Then Bannard was creeping back into the dark room. Mayberry's ears had picked up no faint sound of a step in the passage, and more remarkable, there had been no noise either of a turned key, let alone perhaps of a drawn bolt. Mayberry's view of the bulb failure was confirmed by a repetition of the widening and narrowing column of light, dim, but probably no dimmer than before. Up to a point, lights were still on elsewhere. Bannard, considered as before, did not try to turn on the light in the room. He shut the door with extraordinary skill, and Mayberry could just, though only just, hear him slithering into his bed. Still, there was one unmistakable development. At Bannard's return, the dark room had filled with perfume, the perfume favored, long ago as it seemed, by the lady who had been so charming to Mayberry in the lounge. Smell is, in any case, notoriously the most recollective of the senses. Almost at once this time Bannard not merely fell obtrusively asleep, but was soon snoring quite loudly. Mayberry had every reason to be at least irritated by everything that was happening, but instead he soon fell asleep himself. So long as Bannard was asleep, he was at least in abeyance as an active factor in the situation, and many perfumes have their own drowsiness, as Iago remarked. Angela passed temporarily from the forefront of Mayberry's mind. Then he was awake again. The light was on once more, and Mayberry supposed that he had been awakened deliberately, because Bannard was standing there by his bed. Where and how had he found a new light-bulb? Perhaps he kept a supply in a drawer. This seemed so likely that Mayberry thought no more of the matter. It was very odd, however, in another way also. When Mayberry had been at school, he had sometimes found difficulty in distinguishing certain boys from certain other boys. It had been a very large school, and boys do often look alike. Nonetheless, it was a situation that Mayberry thought best to keep to himself at the time and since. He had occasionally made responses or approaches based upon misidentifications, but had been fortunate in never being made to suffer for it bodily, even though he had suffered much in his self-regard. And now it was the same. Was the man standing there really Bannard? One obvious thing was that Bannard had an aureole or fringe of red hair, whereas this man's fringe was quite gray. There was also a different expression and general look, but Mayberry was more likely to have been mistaken about that. The pajamas seemed to be the same, but that meant little. "I was just wondering if you'd care to talk for a bit," said Bannard. One had to assume that Bannard it was, at least to start off with. "I didn't mean to wake you up. I was just making sure." "That's all right, I suppose," said Mayberry. "I'm over my first beauty sleep," said Bannard. "It can be lonely during the night." Under all the circumstances, it was a distinctly absurd remark, but undoubtedly it was in Bannard's idiom. "What was all that screaming?" inquired Mayberry. "I didn't hear anything," said Bannard. "I suppose I slept through it. But I can imagine. We soon learn to take no notice. There are sleepwalkers, for that matter, from time to time." "I suppose that's why the bedroom doors are so hard to open?" "Not a bit," said Bannard. But he then added, "Well, partly, perhaps. Yes, partly. I think so. But it's just a knack, really. We're not actually locked in, you know." He giggled. "But what makes you ask?" "You don't need to leave the room in order to go to the loo. I showed you, old man." So it really must be Bannard, even though his eyes seemed to be a different shape and even a different color, as the hard light caught them when he laughed. "I expect I was sleepwalking myself," said Mayberry warily. "There's no need to get the wind up," said Bannard, "like a kid at a new school. All that goes on here is based on the simplest of natural principles, eating good food regularly, sleeping long hours, not taxing the overworked brain. The food is particularly important. You just wait for breakfast, old man, and see what you get. The most tremendous spread, I promise you." "How do you manage to eat it all?" asked Mayberry. "Dinner alone was too much for me." "We simply let nature have its way, or rather, perhaps, her way. We give nature her head." "But it's not natural to eat so much." "That's all you know," said Bannard. "What you are, old man, is a feat." He giggled as Bannard had giggled, but he looked somehow unlike Mayberry's recollection of Bannard. Mayberry was almost certain there was some decisive difference. The room still smelt of the woman's perfume, or perhaps it was largely Bannard who smelt of it, Bannard who now stood so close to Mayberry. It was embarrassing that Bannard, if he really had to rise from his bed and wake Mayberry up, did not sit down, though preferably not on Mayberry's blanket. "I'm not saying there's no suffering here," continued Bannard, "but where in the world are you exempt from suffering? At least no one rots away in some attic, a wretched bed-sitter more likely. Here there are no single rooms. We all help one another. What can you and I do for one another, old man?" He took a step nearer and bent slightly over Mayberry's face. His pajamas really reeked of perfume. It was essential to be rid of him, but essential to do it uncontentiously. The prospect should accept the representative's point of view as far as possible unawares. "Perhaps we could talk for just 5 or 10 minutes more," said Maybury, "and then I should like to go to sleep again, if you will excuse me. I ought to explain that I slept very little last night, owing to my wife's illness." "Is your wife pretty?" asked Bannard. "Really pretty? With this and that?" He made a couple of gestures, quite conventional, though not aforetimes seen in drawing-rooms. "Of course she is," said Maybury. "What do you think?" "Does she really turn you on? Make you lose control of yourself?" "Naturally," said Maybury. He tried to smile, to show he had a sense of humor which could help him to cope with tasteless questions. Bannard now not merely sat on Maybury's bed, but pushed his frame against Maybury's legs, which there was not much room to withdraw, owing to the tightness of the blanket, as Bannard sat on it. "Tell us about it," said Bannard. "Tell us exactly what it's like to be a married man. Has it changed your whole life? Transformed everything?" "Not exactly. In any case, I married years ago." "So now there is someone else. I understand." "No, actually there is not. Love's old sweet song still sings to you." "If you like to put it like that, yes. I love my wife. Besides, she's ill, and we have a son. There's him to consider, too." "How old is your son?" "Nearly 16. What color are his hair and eyes?" "Really, I'm not sure. No particular color. He's not a baby, you know." "Are his hands still soft?" "I shouldn't think so." "Do you love your son, then?" "In his own way, yes, of course." "I should love him were he mine, and my wife, too." It seemed to Maybury that Bannard said it with real sentiment. What was more, he looked at least twice as sad as when Maybury had first seen him. Twice as old and twice as sad. It was all ludicrous, and Maybury at last felt really tired, despite the lump of Bannard looming over him and looking different. "Time's up for me," said Maybury. "I'm sorry. Do you mind if we go to sleep again?" Bannard rose at once to his feet, turned his back on Maybury's corner, and went to his bed without a word, thus causing further embarrassment. It was again left to Maybury to turn out the light and to shove his way back to bed through the blackness. Bannard had left more than a waft of the perfume behind him, which perhaps helped Maybury to sleep once more almost immediately, despite all things. Could the absurd conversation with Bannard have been a dream? Certainly what happened next was a dream, for there was Angela in her nightdress, with her hands on her poor head, crying out, "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" Maybury could not but comply, and in Angela's place there was the boy Vincent, with early morning tea for him. Perforce the light was on once more, but that was not a matter to be gone into. "Good morning, Mr. Maybury." "Good morning, Vincent." Bannard already had his tea. Each of them had a pot, a cup, jugs of milk and hot water, and a plate of bread and butter, all set on a tray. There were 8 large triangular slices each. "No sugar," cried out Bannard genially. "Sugar kills appetite." Perfect rubbish, Maybury reflected, and squinted across at Bannard, recollecting his last rubbishy conversation. By the light of morning, even if it were but the same electric light, Bannard looked much more himself, fluffy red aureole and all. He looked quite rested. He munched away at his bread and butter. Maybury thought it best to go through the motions of following suit. From over there, Bannard could hardly see the details. "Race you to the bathroom, old man," Bannard cried out. "Please go first," responded Maybury soberly. As he had no means of conveying the bread and butter off the premises, he hoped, with the aid of the towel, to conceal it in his skimpy pajamas jacket and push it down the water-closet. Even Bannard would probably not attempt to throw his arms round him and so uncover the offense. Down in the lounge, there they all were, with Faulkner presiding indefinably but genially. Wan though authentic sunlight trickled in from the outer world, but Maybury observed that the front door was still bolted and chained. It was the first thing he looked for. Universal expectation was detectable. Of breakfast, Maybury assumed. Bannard at all times, shrimpish, was simply lost in the throng. Cecile he could not see, but he made a point of not looking very hard. In any case, several of the people looked new, or at least different. Possibly it was a further example of the phenomenon Maybury had encountered with Bannard. Faulkner crossed to him at once, the recalcitrant but still privileged outsider. "I can promise you a good breakfast, Mr. Maybury," he said confidentially. "Lentils, fresh fish, rump steak, apple pie made by ourselves with lots and lots of cream." "I mustn't stay for it," said Maybury. "I simply mustn't. I have my living to earn. I must go at once." He was quite prepared to walk a couple of miles, indeed all set for it. The automobile organization, which had given him the route from which he should never have diverged, could recover his car. They had done it for him before, several times. A faint shadow passed over Faulkner's face, but he merely said in a low voice, "If you really insist, Mr. Maybury." "I'm afraid I have to," said Maybury. "Then I'll have a word with you in a moment." None of the others seemed to concern themselves. Soon they all filed off, talking quietly among themselves, or in many cases saying nothing. "Mr. Maybury," said Faulkner, "you can respect a confidence?" "Yes," said Maybury steadily. "There was an incident here last night, a death. We do not talk about such things. Our guests do not expect it." "I am sorry," said Maybury. "Such things still upset me," said Faulkner. "None the less, I must not think about that. My immediate task is to dispose of the body, while the guests are preoccupied, to spare them all knowledge, all pain." "How is that to be done?" inquired Maybury. "In the usual manner, Mr. Maybury. The hearse is drawing up outside the door even as we speak. Where you are concerned, the point is this. If you wish for what in other circumstances I could call a lift, I could arrange for you to join the vehicle. It is traveling quite a distance. We find that best." Faulkner was progressively unfastening the front door. "It seems the best solution, don't you think, Mr. Maybury? At least it is the best I can offer, though you will not be able to thank Mr. Bannet, of course." A coffin was already coming down the stairs, borne on the shoulders of 4 men in black, with Vincent, in his white jacket, coming first, in order to leave no doubt of the way and to prevent any loss of time. "I agree," said Maybury. "I accept. Perhaps you would let me know my bill for dinner?" "I shall waive that too, Mr. Maybury," replied Faulkner. "In the present circumstances, we have a duty to hasten. We have others to think of. I shall simply say how glad we have all been to have you with us." He held out his hand. "Good-bye, Mr. Maybury." Maybury was compelled to travel with the coffin itself, because there simply was not room for him on the front seat, where a director of the firm, a corpulent man, had to be accommodated with the driver. The nearness of death compelled a respectful silence among the company in the rear compartment, especially when a living stranger was in the midst, and Maybury alighted unobtrusively when a bus stop was reached. One of the undertaker's men said that he should not have to wait long. It Only Comes Out at Night, Dennis Etchison. Dennis Etchison, 1943, is an American writer and editor of fantasy and horror fiction. His novels include Dark Side, 1986, Shadow Man, 1994, and California Gothic, 1995. Etchison's stunning short stories have been especially well regarded by critics and genre fans, receiving the World Fantasy Award and the British Fantasy Award. Stories like It Only Comes Out at Night, 1976, demonstrate the effectiveness of Etchison's minimalist approach. Naturalistic, but still undeniably strange, unease becoming horrific sometimes in the span of a single paragraph. Etchison helped influence and shape the U.S. horror boom of the early 1990s, while remaining sui generis. If you leave L.A. by way of San Bernardino, headed for Route 66 and points east, you must cross the Mojave Desert. Even after Needles and the border, however, there is no relief. The dry air only thins further as the long, relentless climb continues in earnest. Flagstaff is still almost 200 miles, and Winslow, Gallup, and Albuquerque are too many hours away to think of making without food, rest, and, mercifully, sleep. It is like this. The car runs hot, hotter than it ever has before. The plies of the tires expand and contract until the sidewalls begin to shimmy slightly as they spin on over the miserable Arizona roads, giving up a faint odor like burning hair from between the treads, as the windshield colors over with essence of honeybee, wasp, dragonfly, mayfly, junebug, ladybug, and the like, and the radiator, clouded with the bodies of countless kamikaze insects, hisses like a moribund lizard in the sun. All of which means, of course, that if you are traveling that way between May and September, you move by night. Only by night. For there are, after all, dawn check-in motels, do not disturb signs for bungalow doorknobs. There are diners for mid-afternoon breakfasts, coffee by the carton. There are 24-hour filling stations, bright as dreams, Whiting Brothers, Conoco, Terrible Herbst. Their flags are unfamiliar as their names, with ice machines, soda machines, candy machines. And there are the sudden, unexpected rest areas just off the highway, with brick bathrooms and showers and electrical outlets, constructed especially for those who are weary, out of money, behind schedule. So Maclay had to learn, the hard way. He slid his hands to the bottom of the steering wheel and peered ahead into the darkness, trying to relax. But the wheel stuck to his fingers like warm candy. Off somewhere to his left the horizon flickered with pearly luminescence, then faded again to black. This time he did not bother to look. Sometimes, though, he wondered just how far away the lightning was striking. Not once during the night had the sound of its thunder reached him here in the car. In the back seat his wife moaned. The trip out had turned all but unbearable for her. 4 days it had taken instead of the expected 2.5. He made a great effort not to think of it, but the memory hung over the car like a thunderhead. It had been a blur, a fever dream. Once, on the second day, he had been passed by a churning bus, its silver sides blinding him until he noticed a Mexican woman in one of the window seats. She was not looking at him. She was holding a swooning infant to the glass, squeezing water onto its head from a plastic baby bottle to keep it from passing out. Maclay sighed and fingered the buttons on the car radio. He knew he would get nothing from the AM or FM bands, not out here, but he clicked it on anyway. He left the volume and tone controls down so as not to wake Evie. Then he punched the seldom-used middle button, the short-wave band, and raised the gain carefully until he could barely hear the radio over the hum of the tires. Static. Slowly he swept the tuner across the bandwidth, but there was only white noise. It reminded him a little of the summer rain yesterday, starting back, the way it had sounded bouncing off the windows. He was about to give up when he caught a voice, crackling, drifting in and out. He worked the knob like a safecracker, zeroing in on the signal. A few bars of music, a tone, then the voice again. Greenwich Mean Time, then the station ID. It was the Voice of America overseas broadcast. He grunted disconsolately and killed it. His wife stirred. "Why'd you turn it off?" she murmured. "I was listening to that. Good. Program." "Take it easy," he said. "Easy. You're still asleep. We'll be stopping soon." "Only it comes out at night," he heard her say, and then she was lost again in the blankets. He pressed the glove compartment, took out one of the Automobile Club guides. It was already clipped open. Maclay flipped on the overhead light and drove with one hand, reading over, for the 100th time, the list of motels that lay ahead. He knew the list by heart, but seeing the names again reassured him somehow. Besides, it helped to break the monotony. It was the kind of place you never expect to find in the middle of a long night, a bright place with buildings, a building at least, and cars, other cars drawn off the highway to be together in the protective circle of light. A rest area. He would have spotted it without the sign. Elevated sodium vapor lighting bathed the scene in an almost peach-colored glow, strikingly different from the cold, blue-white sentinels of the interstate highway. He had seen other rest area signs on the way out, probably even this one. But in daylight the signs had meant nothing more to him than frontage road or business district next right. He wondered if it were the peculiar warmth of light that made the small island of blacktop appear so inviting. Maclay decelerated, downshifted, and left Interstate 40. The car dipped and bumped, and he was aware of the new level of sound from the engine as it geared down for the first time in hours. He eased in next to a Pontiac Firebird, towed the emergency brake, and cut the ignition. He allowed his eyes to close and his head to sink back into the headrest. At last. The first thing he noticed was the quiet. It was deafening. His ears literally began to ring, with the high-pitched whine of a late-night TV test pattern. The second thing he noticed was a tingling at the tip of his tongue. It brought to mind a picture of a snake's tongue, picking up electricity from the air, he thought. The third was the rustling awake of his wife in back. She pulled herself up. "Are we sleeping now? Why are the lights—" He saw the outline of her head in the mirror. "It's just a rest stop, hon. The car needs a break." Well, it was true, wasn't it? "You want a restroom? There's one back there. See it?" "Oh, my God. What's the matter now?" "Legs asleep. Listen, are we or are we not going to get a—" "There's a motel coming up." He didn't say that they wouldn't hit the one he had marked in the book for another couple of hours. He didn't want to argue. He knew she needed the rest. He needed it too, didn't he? "Think I'll have some more of that coffee, though," he said. "Isn't any more," she yawned. The door slammed. Now he was able to recognize the ringing in his ears for what it was, the sound of his own blood. It almost succeeded in replacing the steady drone of the car. He twisted around, fishing over the back of the seat for the ice chest. There should be a couple of Cokes left at least. His fingers brushed the basket next to the chest, riffling the edges of maps and tour books, by now reshuffled haphazardly over the first aid kit he had packed himself. Tourniquet, forceps, scissors, ammonia inhalants, merthiolate, triangular bandage, compress, adhesive bandages, tannic acid, and the fire extinguisher, the extra carton of cigarettes, the remainder of a half-gallon of drinking water, the thermos, which Evie said was empty, and why would she lie? He popped the top of a can. Through the side window he saw Evie disappearing around the corner of the building. She was wrapped to the gills in her blanket. He opened the door and slid out, his back aching. He stood there blankly, the unnatural light washing over him. He took a long, sweet pull from the can. Then he started walking. The Firebird was empty, and the next car, and the next. Each car he passed looked like the one before it, which seemed crazy until he realized that it must be the work of the light. It cast an even eerie tan over the baked metal tops, like orange sunlight through air thick with suspended particles. Even the windshields appeared to be filmed over with a thin layer of settled dust. It made him think of country roads, sundowns. He walked on. He heard his footsteps echo with surprising clarity, resounding down the staggered line of parked vehicles. Finally it dawned on him, and now he knew how tired he really was, that the cars must actually have people in them, sleeping people. Of course. Well, hell, he thought, watching his step. I wouldn't want to wake anyone, the poor devils. Besides the sound of his footsteps, there was only the distant swish of an occasional, very occasional car on the highway. From here even that was only a distant hush, growing and then subsiding like waves on a nearby shore. He reached the end of the line, turned back. Out of the corner of his eye he saw, or thought he saw, a movement by the building. It would be Evie, shuffling back. He heard the car door slam. He recalled something he had seen in one of the tourist towns in New Mexico. Circling the park, in Taos, that was where they had been, he had glimpsed an ageless Indian, wrapped in typical blanket, ducking out of sight into the doorway of a gift shop. With the blanket over his head that way, the Indian had somehow resembled an Arab, or so it had seemed to him at the time. He heard another car door slam. That was the same day, was it only last week, that she had noticed the locals driving with their headlights on, in honor of something or other, some regional election perhaps. "My face speaks for itself," drawled Herman J. Fascio Trujillo, candidate for sheriff. She had insisted at first that it must be a funeral procession, though for whom she could not guess. Maclay came to the car, stretched a last time, and crawled back in. Evie was bundled safely again in the back seat. He lit a quick cigarette, expecting to hear her voice any second, complaining, demanding that he roll down the windows at least, and so forth. But as it turned out, he was able to sit undisturbed as he smoked it down almost to the filter. Pawati, Bluewater, Thoreau. He blinked. Clagatoe, Joseph City, Ash Fork. He blinked and tried to focus his eyes from the taillights a half-mile ahead to the bug-spattered glass, then back again. Petrified Forest National Park. He blinked, refocusing, but it did no good. A twitch started on the side of his face, close by the corner of his eye. Rehoboth. He strained at a road sign, the names and mileages, but instead a seemingly endless list of past and future stops and detours shimmered before his mind's eye. I've had it, he thought. Now suddenly it was catching up with him, the hours of repressed fatigue. He felt a rushing out of something from his chest. No way to make that motel. Hell, I can't even remember the name of it now. Check the book. But it doesn't matter. The eyes. Can't control my eyes anymore. He had already begun to hallucinate things like tree trunks and cows and Mack trucks speeding toward him on the highway. The cow had been straddling the broken line. In the last few minutes, its lowing, deep and regular, had become almost inviting. Well, he could try for any motel, whatever turned up next. But how much farther would that be? He ground his teeth together, feeling the pulsing in his temples. He struggled to remember the last sign. The next town. It might be a mile, 5 miles, 50. Think! He said it. He thought it. He didn't know which. If he could pull over right now and lie down for a few minutes. He seemed to see clear ground ahead. No rocks, no ditch. The shoulder just ahead. Without thinking, he dropped into neutral and coasted, aiming for it. The car glided to a stop. God, he thought. He forced himself to turn, reach into the back seat. The lid to the chest was already off. He dipped his fingers into the ice and retrieved 2 half-melted cubes, lifted them into the front seat, and began rubbing them over his forehead. He let his eyes close, seeing dull lights fire as he daubed at the lids, the rest of his face, the forehead again. As he slipped the ice into his mouth and chewed, it broke apart as easily as snow. He took a deep breath. He opened his eyes again. At that moment, a huge tanker roared past, slamming an aftershock of air into the side of the car. The car rocked like a boat at sea. No, it was no good. So he could always turn back, couldn't he? And why not? The rest area was only 20-25 minutes behind him. Was that all? He could pull out and hang a U and turn back just like that. And then sleep. It would be safer there. With luck, Evie wouldn't even know. An hour's rest, maybe 2. That was all he would need. Unless, was there another rest area ahead? How soon? He knew that the second wind he felt now wouldn't last, not for more than a few minutes. No, it wasn't worth a chance. He glanced in the rearview mirror. Evie was still down, a lumpen mound of blanket and hair. Above her body, beyond the rear window, the raised headlights of another monstrous truck, closing ground fast. He made the decision. He slid into first and swung out in a wide arc, well ahead of the blast of the truck, and worked up to 4th gear. He was thinking about the warm, friendly lights he had left behind. He angled in next to the Firebird and cut the lights. He started to reach for a pillow from the back, but why bother? It would probably wake Evie anyway. He wadded up his jacket, jammed it against the passenger armrest, and lay down. First he crossed his arms over his chest, then behind his head. Then he gripped his hands between his knees. Then he was on his back again, his hands at his sides, his feet cramped against the opposite door. His eyes were wide open. He lay there, watching chain lightning flash on the horizon. Finally he let out a breath that sounded like all the breaths he had ever taken going out at once, and drew himself up. He got out and walked over to the restroom. Inside, white tiles and bare lights. His eyes felt raw, peeled. Finished, he washed his hands, but not his face. That would only make sleep more difficult. Outside again, and feeling desperately out of sync, he listened to his shoes falling hollowly on the cement. Next week we've got to get organized. He said this, he was sure, because he heard his voice coming back to him, though with a peculiar empty resonance. Well, this time tomorrow night he would be home, as unlikely as that seemed now. He stopped, bent for a drink from the water fountain. The footsteps did not stop. Now wait, he thought. I'm pretty far gone, but... He swallowed, his ears popping. The footsteps stopped. Hell, he thought, I've been pushing too hard. She... No, it was my fault, my plan this time, to drive nights, sleep days. Just so, as long as you can sleep. Easy, take it easy. He started walking again, around the corner and back to the lot. At the corner, he thought he saw something move at the edge of his vision. He turned quickly to the right, in time for a fleeting glimpse of someone, hurrying out of sight into the shadows. Well, the other side of the building housed the women's restroom. Maybe it was Evie. He glanced toward the car, but it was blocked from view. He walked on. Now the parking area resembled an oasis lit by firelight, or a western camp, the cars rimming the lot on three sides in the manner of wagons gathered against the night. Strength in numbers, he thought. Again, each car he passed looked at first like every other. It was the flat light, of course, and of course they were the same cars he had seen a half-hour ago, and the light still gave them a dusty, abandoned look. He touched a fender. It was dusty. But why shouldn't it be? His own car had probably taken on quite a layer of grime after so long on these roads. He touched the next car, the next. Each was so dirty that he could have carved his name without scratching the paint. He had an image of himself passing this way again, God forbid, a year from now, say, and finding the same cars parked here, the same ones. What if, he wondered tiredly, what if some of these cars had been abandoned, overheated, exploded, broken down one fine midday and left here by owners who simply never returned? Who would ever know? Did the highway patrol, did anyone bother to check? Would an automobile be preserved here for months, years, by the elements, like a snakeskin shed beside the highway? It was a thought, anyway. His head was buzzing. He leaned back and inhaled deeply as he could at this altitude. But he did hear something, a faint tapping. It reminded him of running feet, until he noticed the lamp overhead. There were hundreds of moths beating against the high fixture, their soft bodies tapping as they struck and circled and returned again and again to the lens. The light made their wings translucent. He took another deep breath and went on to his car. He could hear it ticking, cooling down before he got there. Idly he rested a hand on the hood. Warm, of course. The tires? He touched the left front. It was taut, hot as a loaf from the oven. When he took his hand away, the color of the rubber came off on his palm like burned skin. He reached for the door handle. A moth fluttered down onto the fender. He flicked it off, his finger leaving a streak on the enamel. He looked closer and saw a wavy mottled pattern covering his unwashed car. And then he remembered. The rain yesterday afternoon. The rain had left blotches in the dust, marking the finish as if with dirty fingerprints. He glanced over at the next car. It too had the imprint of dried raindrops, but close up he saw that the marks were superimposed in layers, over and over again. The Firebird had been through a great many rains. He touched the hood. Cold. He removed his hand, and a dead moth clung to his thumb. He tried to brush it off the hood, but other moth bodies stuck in its place. Then he saw countless shriveled, mummified moths pasted over the hood and top like peeling chips of paint. His fingers were coated with the powder from their wings. He looked up. High above, backed by banks of roiling cumulus clouds, the swarm of moths vibrated about the bright protective light. So the Firebird had been here a very long time. He wanted to forget it, to let it go. He wanted to get back in the car. He wanted to lie down, lock it out, everything. He wanted to go to sleep and wake up in Los Angeles. He couldn't. He inched around the Firebird until he was facing the line of cars. He hesitated a beat, then started moving. A LeSabre, a Cougar, a Chevy van, a Corvair, a Ford, a Mustang, and every one was overlaid with grit. He paused by the Mustang. Once, How long ago? It had been a luminous candy apple red. Probably belonged to a teenager. Now the windshield was opaque, the body dulled to a peculiar shade he could not quite place. Feeling like a voyeur at a drive-in movie theater, Maclay crept to the driver's window. Dimly he perceived two large outlines in the front seat. He raised his hand. Wait, what if there were two people sitting there on the other side of the window watching him? He put it out of his mind. Using 3 fingers, he cut a swath through the scum on the glass and pressed close. The shapes were there, 2 headrests. He started to pull away, and happened to glance into the back seat. He saw a long, uneven form, a leg, back of a thigh, blond hair streaked with shadows, the collar of a coat, and, delicate and silvery, a spider web spun between the hair and collar. He jumped back. His leg struck the old Ford. He spun around, his arms straight. The blood was pounding in his ears. He rubbed out a spot on the window of the Ford and scanned the inside. The figure of a man slumped on the front seat. The man's head lay on a jacket. No, it was not a jacket. It was a large, formless stain. In the filtered light, Maclay could see that it had dried to a dark brown. It came from the man's mouth. No, not from the mouth. The throat had a long, thin slash across it, reaching nearly to the ear. He stood there stiffly, his back almost arched, his eyes jerking, trying to close, trying not to close. The lot, the even light, reflecting thinly from each windshield, the Corvair, the van, the Cougar, the LeSabre, the suggestion of a shape within each one. The pulse in his ears muffled and finally blotted out the distant gearing of a truck up on the highway, the death rattle of the moths against the seductive lights. He reeled. He seemed to be hearing again the breaking open of doors and the scurrying of padded feet across paved spaces. He remembered the first time. He remembered the sound of a second door slamming in a place where no new car but his own had arrived. Or had it been the door of his car, slamming a second time after Evie had gotten back in? If so, how? Why? And there had been the sight of someone moving, trying to slip away. And for some reason now he remembered the Indian in the tourist town, slipping out of sight in the doorway of that gift shop. He held his eyelids down until he saw the shop again, the window full of kachinas and 10 gods and tapestries woven in a secret language. At last he remembered clearly. The Indian had not been entering the store. He had been stealing away. Maclay did not yet understand what it meant, but he opened his eyes, as if for the first time in centuries, and began to run toward his car. If I could only catch my goddamn breath, he thought. He tried to hold on. He tried not to think of her, of what might have happened the first time, of what he may have been carrying in the back seat ever since. He had to find out. He fought his way back to the car against a rising tide of fear he could not stem. He told himself to think of other things, of things he knew he could control, mileages and motel bills, time zones and weather reports, spare tires and flares and tubeless repair tools, hydraulic jack and Windex and paper towels, and tire iron and socket wrench and waffle cushion, and traveler's checks and credit cards and dop kit, toothbrush and paste, deodorant, shaver, safety blade, brushless cream, and sunglasses and sight savers, and tear gas pen and fiber-tip pens, and portable radio and alkaline batteries and fire extinguisher, and desert water bag and tire gauge and motor oil, and his money belt with identification sealed in plastic. In the back of his car, under the quilt, nothing moved, not even when he finally lost his control and his mind in a thick, warm scream. The Beak Doctor, Eric Basso. Eric Basso, 1947, is an American poet, novelist, playwright, and critic, born in Baltimore, Maryland. The Beak Doctor novella reprinted herein has had a cult following among avant-garde Gothic writers since it was first published by the Chicago Review in 1977. Since then he has published a novel, several plays, many poetry collections, and a book of nonfiction. In part, The Beak Doctor reads like a modern, more Joycean version of the first selection in this anthology, Alfred Kubin's The Other Side, and that the nameless city is plagued by a strange sleeping sickness. Despite being criminally overlooked, Basso is an important part of the landscape of weird fiction. Now I will try to keep awake. The fog. They must have come for me before morning. Empty streets. Across a dimly lit room. She lay in the shadows. The steps. One at a time. Not that I'm old. It was the mask. Plaster chipped off the walls. She lay asleep on a couch. A network of cracks and branching veins like the surface of an antique painting. Chiaroscuro. Figures half-formed. And she was naked. Little water blots the color of rust. An odor of disinfectant emanated from the banisters. Mothballs. The smell on my hands as I returned there. From the bottom of the rickety stairs I can make out the febrile glow of a bulb screwed into the pitted ceiling on the landing. Step shadows dwindling over the tips of my shoes as I neared the top. No corners. I had to turn my head from side to side to see what lay around me. The eye holes were a shade too narrow. My own fault. In cutting them I hadn't followed the pattern closely. They made a dark vignette. The goggles were fogging up. Darkness surrounded darkness where I came into the room. I was suffocating. The women backed away. They seemed a bit startled at first, muttering to themselves. Something too low for me to hear. I told them they would have to speak up. A lamp burned by the mantelpiece clock, an oval scatter rug in the center of the floor just out of reach of a faded pool of light. I remember now. In the lull you could hear a ticking. Maybe I only imagined that the women had spoken. It might have been a rumbling on the floor above, coupled with the random movements of their lips. The father took me by the hand. He was old. The skin of his palms was dry, his fingers soft and lifeless. He didn't want to talk. A door closed behind me. The two of us were left alone with the body. I probably had to help him get across the room, he was so weak. His eyes were bad. He stopped a few times on the way to take his bearings and scratched at his eyebrows as though he too were trying to remember that, even in this subdued lighting, her flank was visible, pale against the black hulk of the couch. Her face was turned away or hidden under a mass of long dark hair or in a shadow. No one had thought to cover her with a blanket. We listened to her breathing between ticks of the little porcelain clock. A miniature pendulum swung in its oblong window. A low click sounded the whir of a grinding mechanism from within. The hour chimed out slowly at the bottom of the mirror. Her diaphragm rose and fell. Her ribs contoured faintly, intermittently stretching and relaxing the expansive whitish skin above the broad swell of her belly. I would have made her anywhere between 30 and 45 in age, but the light was weak, and her father babbled incoherently before he managed to get something out about having found her on his way home from a walk. She was lying on her side, curled up like a ball by the curb. He scratched again at his bushy eyebrows. The women had carried her up the stairs and laid her on the sofa. Fast in a deep sleep, she showed no signs of waking. The old man held her legs for me and looked down through the red-white traces my penlight etched in the dark. The slight movements of my hand left an afterimage of knotted lines on his retina. He seemed to be still trying to remember, leaning forward, thrown a bit off kilter with his daughter's feet a dead weight crossed behind his head, fanning his white hair out as the brass links of his watch chain glittered in a double loop that swayed above the peaks of her breasts. His spectacles slid down to the tip of his nose. It was just after 5. Scratches, contusions, a few deep welts cut purple stripes along the back of her thighs like claw marks left by a wild animal. And between, I didn't need to use a speculum. The genitals already formed a swollen mass in the darkness. Blackened labia puffed out around the area of inflammation. The mucous lining was raw to the point of turning blue. A trail of dried blood flaked off the skin at the touch of my finger. I felt a crust under the back of my hand as I probed for internal lesions. A brown discharge had had enough time to spread to the cushion and congeal there. How long had she been lying here like this? No, I was just... The old man looked as though he were about to pass out. He let go of one of the legs and put his hand on the arm of the couch. Something hard struck the crown of my mask. I dropped to my knees. The penlight flew out of my hand, and I heard it roll under the sofa. Another weight came down heavily on the middle of my back. I saw a gray moon plummet toward the couch, into eclipse. My gasps rushed hot air up through the inside of the mask. I heard the wind roar. It knocked the breath out of me. I lay there on the floor trying to readjust the eye holes, my goggles clouded with steam. He stood over me, the father, crossed by the broad diagonal silhouette of a bare leg. The ceiling, dark gray, melting into black with swarms of gilt-edged cobalt blue. Another minute passed. The gray would have been white in the daylight. The curtains were drawn, the blinds closed. A few branching cracks hung jagged shapes like pieces of stalactites. The old man had me by the hands. He wanted to pull me up. What about something to drink? You must be stifling. Or perhaps a face-cloth soaked in cold water? Wait. Lift her leg back onto the couch. I can't manage it alone. It's gotten foggier than ever. You can't even see across the street. I'll just switch off the lamp. No, I have to give her an injection. Help me turn her over. Grab her under the knees. That's it. Gently now. Penicillin, 10 cc's. No reaction to the prick of the needle. She simply lay there on her stomach, her open mouth drooling into the cushion. It was too soon for dehydration to have set in. The father fished a pack of cigarettes out of his vest pocket. He tapped it and held it out to me. Are you sure? I don't like to smoke alone. I'd gone to the window and was about to pull the blinds when the lamp on the mantelpiece went out, pitching the two of us into total darkness, with nothing but the sound of her breathing and the tick of the clock. I should have turned her on her back again, but it didn't matter. She seemed comfortable enough. I made a chink in the blinds with 2 fingers and peered out into the fog. The old man was right. This is what I know. Don't ask me why I waited so long. If my wife and sister had had their way, she'd still be lying out there stark naked, and, well, let's just say I thought it best to wait until the fog lifted. And when it didn't lift, you know the rest. She was lying by the curb under a lamp-post. Otherwise, I wouldn't have seen her at all. My eyes aren't what they used to be. If she had been on the sidewalk, I might have tripped right over her and broken my neck. To tell the truth, I wasn't even sure I was on the right block. The fog. Couldn't see my hand in front of my face. No, if I were you, I'd wait a bit before going back out there. Something to drink, perhaps? You see, I've put out the light, so there's nothing to worry about. I can grow accustomed to almost anything, but this fog, when I think of how things used to be and what they are now, rumors, the streets deserted. I'm really afraid to go out, even in the daytime. I used to take the bus to go shopping down by the old market. Now I have to walk the streets alone like all the others. But why don't you sit down? I'll have Duma, that's my wife, bring us out something to eat. What do you say to some pretzels and a nice bottle of beer? It's the last we have left. The pretzels, I mean. But this is something of an occasion. Haven't had anyone in the house for years since my brother-in-law passed on. He was 41. Did you notice her face? Maybe we ought to close her mouth, unless you think that would interfere with her breathing. Didn't know what the hell to do at first. I thought I hadn't seen right. Had to get up almost on top of her before I realized it was a woman and not a pile of garbage someone had heaped under the lamp-post. She's not from around here. At least I think she's not. I've never seen her, not that I would remember. She was lying there all crumpled up like a ball. I thought she was dead. Now what about that beer? I won't turn on the lamp. Through a small crack in the blinds, nothing. Flat gray up from where the street lights were diffused without contour. Lost halos in a soundless fog. Not even a muted echo. Something had moved inside. Everything became absorbed in that one brief movement. It might have been on the floor below, or in an outside corridor, or on one of the landings. A footfall. The latch click of a closing door. Who knew what it was or where it came from? It brought me back to her breathing. The old man had finished his monologue. He may have taken a step forward. It may have been him. I couldn't tell. It was too dark. What now? Pardon? I mean, what are we supposed to do with her? The police will take care of everything. Are you hot? Why? Nothing. I just wondered. Let the women put some clothes on her, and if you can find a driver's license or any sort of identity card, poke a hole through it and tie it around her neck with a piece of string. Don't use a rubber band or anything elastic that might affect her breathing. That's no good. You see her just as I found her, without a stitch. Maybe there's something in her room, in one of the drawers. You could ask your wife. Question mark? Or here, take this and fill it out later. I've already signed it. If you want, you can turn the light back on. I have to be going. What is it, a prescription? No, it's for the police. Give it to them when they come for the girl. And don't forget to fill it out. I'll go on ahead to make the necessary arrangements. Don't try to move her. Get her dressed as best you can. They'll take her to the Roundhouse. The Roundhouse? You mean the old railroad museum? That hasn't been open for years. Somehow he managed to get to the door without knocking against the furniture. An amber light filtered in from the corridor, framing his bent silhouette with a dull nimbus. He took off his glasses. I'd like to get rid of these. Can't see a thing with them any more. Try them on. See how they fit. I have to go. When you find my pen light, you can send it to me, care of the Roundhouse. The address is at the top of the certificate. Or you can always get me at the office. You have my number. The old man scratched his eyebrows and, shrugging his shoulders, pulled a handkerchief out of his pocket. He breathed on the lenses, smiling. I'd save myself a lot of breath just by sticking them out the window. He called down after me. Be careful. One of the steps has a loose mat. I came down slowly, out of the amber light, squeak by squeak on the stairs. That odor. I could smell it later on my hands. I heard the tenants shutting their doors before me, all the way to the bottom, into the mist. Into the night. Night into dawn. The sun comes up the other side of what remains unseen, a cloud at the bottom of shadowy buildings, fuzzy lights along a lost itinerary of upper rooms, the map he carries in his head. Gunmetal halos, one pole to another, a double row up the hill in moveless smoke, less and less distinct. You can never get too close or keep too far away from this mesh of blind spaces. They coalesce at the top of the street, whittling the map down to a cold stretch of pavement 2 or 3 yards across, the one remaining hollow. Each step is a push against the fog, but never enough, even though you take it step by step, to give a proper clue to the mask. The middle distance vanishes behind neutral gray, and if a muted noise were to find its way back to the father, killing time beyond reach of the lamp-posts, he looks down out of his open window on nothing. It would only come to linger, an invisible blot he might almost feel the weight of on his eyes, crossing what he knows to be the street somewhere below, a subtle rumor of dislocation hovering in the doctor's wake. The doctor who has left him, who has left them all, wife, sister, brother-in-law, husband, sister-in-law, sister, and the daughter, the niece, the unknown, to their darkness and the ticking of the clock. The doctor is in footsteps, sounding dulled claps of heel and sole off a sidewalk that tilts upward out of its center of gravity. If roofs are up above, birds are asleep on the roofs. For those who walk the streets have felt the tilt of everything that is lost in the fog. A pair of cat's eyes comes floating, paw by paw, before its black head becomes visible. Dense air, close to the asphalt of the street, a blind alley, a dead-end room without walls, where noxious odors drift. Within this compass of a few cubic yards, the scavenger picks its way through a heap of empty liquor bottles, old newspapers stained with grease and coffee grounds, tatters of oilcloth wrapped around moth-eaten books, foxed page ends curling in the damp. The steps, paw by noiseless paw, driving the hollow back a little, as in a footloose vignette, toward a crash of shattering glass. Muffled bursts of laughter come in waves, now louder, now softer, as the bricks glide by, covered with graffiti, carved initials that almost seem to have been burned in between the lumpy strips of mortar, stick figures in colored chalk, telephone numbers, obscene witticisms, marmalade men on a span of crossing ladders, the outline of a hand, eyes the shape of fish, a rudimentary phallus on wheels pointing the way. Nothing but this wall of bricks and the sidewalk, A horizon lost in the gray blur a few feet beyond a manhole cover, tarred cracks in the pavement squares, curbs half eaten away, with drainage holes tunneling into their sides. A labyrinth of pipes runs beneath the city in old blueprints. If you stop to listen, a faint gurgle of metallized water comes to you from below the street, no matter where you may have happened to wander. Black paws creep gingerly over flattened wads of chewing gum, brown cigarette butts crushed in a smear of ashes, ticket stubs bleached white by rain, odd bits of rubbish, wire coils twisted by chance into numberless abstract shapes that will skitter across the cement if a breeze comes up, old rubber bands blackened with filth. Spittle and piss have corroded the lamp-post bases. Pod-like discs at the bottom of fluted columns, a coat of green paint pitted with rust. Each pole rises into a hazy cataract of light. Before it comes to the next street lamp, the cat passes the remains of a sawed-off tree trunk, lost in a circle of weeds behind some wrought-iron palings. It stops at the very end of the graffiti maze, where bricks become a brownstone wall, pause on the cold grating above a cellar window. Eyes, black lozenges dilating almost to the corners of their lid slits, discern the form of a vice clamped to the edge of a workbench near a heap of planks. Traces of movement in the murk below. The mice are out of their holes, sniffing for breadcrumbs or a pellet of cheese amid the wood shavings. Elsewhere, a distant clatter of furniture rumbling down, shaking the inner walls of the old townhouse from top to bottom. A tremoring echo falls through the empty stairwell and throws a shudder into the mice that sends them scurrying off to the four corners of their pitch-dark cellar. Past the door and its stucco pediment to where the light dies gradually away. The first window, less sooted than the one beneath the street, gives on a corridor lit by green pools to the foot of the stairs. Someone glides into the darkness on tiptoe, a fat man with plaid suspenders hanging in a double loop from his belt. He has waddled out of his room, where one of the green lamps glows above the door in a leafy sconce of brass, to put his foot on the bottom step and give an ear to the stairwell laughter, a hollow echoing beside him, where the steps go down to blackness under their rubber mats. Yet the source is higher, beyond the reddish haze of a second corridor, much like the first, but with no man, fat or lean, to do the listening. Here you can almost see the tops of the radiator pipes glint on the landing under the curtained window. In the third corridor, a deep blue light catches eyes through the taut chain of a half-open doorway. Bleak fluorescences, cast in flickers on a wall behind the silhouettes, indicate someone must have turned the sound quite low. They wait, between the door and the jamb, in rapt silence, as another laugh filters down amid what seems to be the clamor of a wild stampede. Two men in shirt-sleeves, ties askew, are tumbling arm in arm out of the upper reaches, a blur of somersaulting legs and heads, head over heels, thundering into the corridor. The melodious squawk of an irate pheasant announces from on high the descent of a third reveler by way of slippage down the mahogany banister. A prankster appears, more disheveled than the rest, nose and lips hidden behind an outrageous chrome-yellow panache held by a bronze clasp, the shape of butterfly wings encrusted with costume jewelry, to a button at the apex of a mauve skullcap, which reposes, albeit somewhat precariously, upon his occipital peak. He comes belly-tobogganing down, a blind swimmer flailing his arms with the hickory squawker in his mouth, blowing squonk, squonk, to disperse a sudden traffic in the corridor, which at present assumes the collective form of his two associates lying crosswise in eclipse, bloodshot eyes turned to the ceiling, gasping for air as he lands, "Fumph," on their cushioned paunches, bouncing off to make the rounds of the bare walls, blowing his quacker while they struggle to reinflate their lungs. One floor above it is completely dark. The corridor, littered with confetti and streamers, comes little by little under the weakening beam of a flashlight. Someone says, "Shit," and feels the crunch of broken picture glass beneath his heel, sundering the calm of what had begun, inauspiciously, as an unhurried inventory of the debris. He quickly sees his mistake. The 19th century sporting print continues its suspension from the wall, unmolested, beside the thermostat, reset to 9 degrees Fahrenheit. In truth, the curate has put his foot through glass and silvering. A gulf opens. Behind his fractured silhouette, fragments of a body viewed from the ground up, swaying in the depths of the oval mirror. A second ceiling comes to light in pieces below the floor. A soundless image, faint if he aims his flashlight directly into it, much brighter if he tilts it to the ceiling above, toward a noise of scuffling heels that grows at the landing, a left turn up the last flight of stairs under the ruins. Shards of a flower-pot upended in its mound of dirt, a twisted vine with fuzzy purple leaves, streamers of pleated crepe speckled with confetti. The last passage. From here you need a ladder to get to the roof. The birds are asleep. Now, almost in silence, they listen for the sound of sleeping birds. Where have they gone? The men loosen their ties beneath a pale oval in the wallpaper. The women are bending forward in front of them, their heads out the window, still in a daze. It's useless. They can only hear the revelers coming out onto the street below. Normally an amber light would cast dwindling shadows across the walk from the bottom of the stoop, but the fog leaves everything to a confusion of half-smothered rumors, blunting the dickery squonk, squonk, with an echo of cowbells, as the prankster and his cohorts roll out onto the pavement over the jagged slivers of a champagne glass tossed from one of the high windows. The stem alone is intact, a thick helix of smoked crystal with a tinge of blue. The remains glitter like stardust against the flinty texture of the concrete. Silence. Then all three of them begin to howl like dogs. The crowd is thinning out in the hallway. Under the pale oval, an old gent with graying hair wets his mustache in a last swig of bourbon. Frosted cubes tinkle at the sides of the glass through which faceless people, no bigger than pins, kaleidoscope behind the melting ice. Disgusting. The only woman left at the window turns as if to answer him, eyes glazed from drink, buttocks propped on the sill to keep her balance. But the gray-haired gent has his back to her now, one patent leather shoe poised over the apartment's threshold, then another, before the door closes, and all the noises of the party, voices in the smoke, clinking bottles and glasses, are swallowed up. A chuckle drifts up to the window. The dogs are gone. A cat who says, "Meow," and "Pussy, pussy, pussy," in falsetto has chased them off. She staggers from the sill to the wall, and, with an eye to where the wall goes pale, her fingernail traces the fringe of an endless floral motif. The paper is rough and dry, with minute ridges numbing the tip of her finger. Near the top of the oval, a rusty nail casts a sidewise shadow over the wall, contrasting with a catalogue of pits and scars, microscopic eruptions, pimples that make tiny dents in the skin and only seem to give a little when you press your finger to them. She notices spots. As she looks up, the specks float upward in their transparent film, just an instant behind the movement of her look. Whether from drink or because her eyes can fix on the gliding specks, she finds herself able to track her gaze smoothly along the wainscot and the radiator pipes from one wall to the other. Then it was the radiator, not the sill. The sill sits too high, that she leaned her weight on when the gray-haired man had spoken. She returns to the window, trying to picture the cat, its color, its form crouched like a sphinx under the fog. Meow-meow. Her skirt front pressed to the embossed pipes, she looks down, the mist cooling her face. Mouth open, licking her bottom lip, she waits for the cat to answer her invitation, purring a whisper only she can hear behind clenched teeth. A hiss flutters at the back of her tongue. Silence. An almost grayless gray in the coming down, without sensation of movement or plummeting weight until, close to touching bottom, having left black, blue, red, and green windows behind, a dark form emerges crouched against the pavement backdrop. A headless shirt with no visible legs. One bare arm reaches slowly for the glass stem. Suddenly the hand draws back as though a spark had passed from the smoky helix through the tip of one of its fingers. He turns a huge grin toward the lost window. White Cheshire teeth come almost halfway up before the murk closes over, plunging them down with the rest of the night's debris. He scampers off on his hands and feet like a mad gorilla, the yellow ostrich plume trailing gracefully in his wake. The other two are chasing after him with echoing cries to stop, to wait. They've left their coats upstairs. It will be a chilly morning. She hears them, running footsteps, swallowed in fog. I couldn't get used to it. Empty streets. It felt like rain. Once a thick mist has settled in, not even a morning downpour can drive it away. Blind men are wandering or keep to their houses, moving from room to room, without light. Others can see at least the foreground. You almost had to feel your way. Familiar landmarks which never appeared or loomed up suddenly, less than a yard off. Vast, truncated bases, without background, too huge to be taken in whole by the eye. Routes you thought you knew like the back of your hand, unrecognizable. Your hand in front of your face, nothing more. The ideal space in fragments. This narrow stretch from gray to gray. Deserted streets I carry in memory. Distances fell in upon themselves early on, until no distances were left. Impossible to go more than 5 paces without having to call forth all the minute details of what had passed under my shoes. Pieces that give the illusion of continuance. For now the streets were more of the head than at any previous time. Fragments, without form. They were there always, just ahead, beyond my grasp, or behind me, half-remembered. Brick, marble, cement, glass, granite, steel, and never enough to provide an assurance that I might come to the old roundhouse. Through my goggles the dim city came and went in macroscopic vignettes. One faded, giving way to another, which passed to vapor in its turn. A city brought up close. All that went unseen became mammoth behind the cold, gray silence. Those of us who walked its streets, floating islands, without shadow. I was lost. Hoping to find the railroad tracks, I had reached the top of the hill, turning left down one of the gravel alleyways beside a garage whose ramshackle doors were too far in to be visible. Loose pebbles sloped away from the walk. My heels crunched with each step down, sliding as the weight shifted to my ankles. The sun must have come up by then. What remained of its light spread thinner than the silver haze of the lamp-posts. I touched bottom. Grass began to appear in the gravel, thickening into clumps of weeds where the yellow garage doors should have been. A sun lost to the gray density. Sudden tunneling effects, recessions in depth lasting no more than a few seconds. Hazel trees flattened in the middle distance beyond a footbridge whose planks crossed a gully, hidden by an undergrowth of nettles and sand-colored weeds. Some older trees tipped toward one another from opposite banks. A vault of leaves, motionless. Gnarled trunks in a tangle of shaggy moles the mist cloaked long before I had a chance to take my bearings. Pointing myself in what I thought to be the general direction of the bridge, there seemed no way for me to gauge the distance I had to cross before the first planks would come into view. If I moved too quickly, I might miss them altogether and be swept into the gully. I took a few tentative steps forward, always with an eye to my mud-spattered shoes. The rim of the copper lining ring cut into my neck. My goggles steamed. I stopped, breathing faintly, while a clear spot opened, blotting up the layer of condensation. And I began again. No tunnelings then. Pebbles gave way to grass and grass to mud. Bridge planks came under my heels with a creaking and what would have been an odor of old wet wood. Mist, almost white in the gully. Tumbling rivers of smoke rolled in under the faint outline of a tree, what looked to be a tree, slanting in the haze, heavy with damp. If a stream trickled below over sand and rocks, the fog or the mask had blunted its noise. It was too far down to hear, even from the middle of the footbridge. If the riverbed ran dry, I dropped a coin over the side and, waiting for its ping to break the silence, began yet again. Weak-kneed from having crouched so long near the edge. Silence. Staring down into the billowing white, set diaphanous wing flutters pulsing at the corners of my eyes. I stood up. No railing. My legs were wobbling. On either side the bridge planks extended less than 3 feet into blank space, without top or bottom, I could put out my hand and still see fingers clearly spread against the neutral backdrop. Center depth. The footbridge seemed more and more to be hanging without supports over an unsoundable gulf. The grassy fringes of the pebbled path had long since disappeared behind me, pushed back with the streets and the city buildings far into the dense atmosphere. From where I stood when the fog had opened up, the bridge looked to be little more than a few paces in length. Now I went on tiptoe, in fear that the rotted planks would drop out from under me. The slightest loss of balance might easily carry me over the edge. Faster. A sudden unevenness in the planks threw my rhythm off. As the other bank came into view between the end of the footbridge and the muddy fringe of grass, something like a fallen log rolled under me, pitched me forward, breathless, hands thrust out, grasping at air, useless against the pull of gravity. Wet grass tilting up, into black. Whatever was left of the ground below ground eddied back. Widening hollows of noiseless space drifted out into darkness. Something had caught my ankles. The sickness, the paralysis of the fall, drew me even farther down. Curvatures of beating humidity. I closed my eyes, reached out desperately for the bottom. My feet were lost in the tall grass. The log, or whatever had tripped me up, had vanished along with my bag. A mantis stuck its pinhead out between the grass blades and said a prayer for me until the first drops of rain knocked it back. I looked for it. It was gone. The rain came down sparsely at first, a light drizzle as I got to my feet. I wiped my hands off on my coat. A pattering rat-a-tat. Something at least to break the monotonous silence. All track lost of where the gravel ended, where the grove of hazel trees began. Another surface crumbled away under my shoes. Wet asphalt guttered with cracks of pebbling, a pattern of faint lines, pits full of muddy water cribbled by the rain, gulfs without color or feeling of depth, emptied of images, one fillet of silver light weakly from the blind side of the gloom, low star flickerings close to the ground with no reflection in the puddles. Vague forms cut the haze into bands of drifting shadow. Tinted globes emerged on birdbath pedestals. I watched a pen-like figure inch by on the crest of a shrunken ellipse, my image in a void that took color from the hollow spheres, forms out of mist, cupids teetering on eroded wings, Greco-Roman athletes, tribunes and emperors brought down from the attic, spilling thin cascades off the tips of their noses, painted jockeys in blackface, white corneas, thick ruby lips, proffering their brass rings. They crowded in, frozen, eyeless gazes toward the hanging light. Useless. Crouched amid this teeming mass of sandstone and granite, an enormous laughing fawn, its ravaged features blackened under an intricate filigree of moss and verdigris, cradled a bowl of overflowing water between the hocks of its crusty knees. Statuary gave way to lawnmowers, put out to rust amid threadbare camp furniture and other looming hulks beneath a tarpaulin whose rucks and sagging hollows gushed waterfalls onto the charred casings of railroad lanterns behind a spidery crackwork of sooted panes. 2 large metal bins weighted with empty bottles, tin cans and heaps of rubbish, buzzed by flies in spite of the driving rain, stood sentry at the bottom of a narrow ramp tacked with canvas matting. The star was a pale moon, a light bulb near the top of a shadowy recess. The sign swayed, crudely painted, on a plank hung from clinking chains above the doorway. Flea circus. Edges of a ramshackle structure, dimensions lost to fog. A shanty warehouse propped on granite brick stacks, slabs of rotted timber and black shingle thrown together over a mud pool in the weeds. Outline. The lintel. Under the light. Swarming mosquitoes. Paunch swelling out the nether half of an undershirt beneath a sweat-stained crease. He leaned forward, hair thinning from black to gray along the temples. Bifocal glints, lunar crescents across the bristles of an untrimmed goatee. Lips invisible, ridge of a wide-hooked, broken nose. The shelves going back behind him. Without having looked up, arms thrust deep into a cardboard box. The rain half drowned by the din of a huge ventilation fan, came down in torrents on the corrugated roof. He was straining over a load of weather-beaten paperbacks, one small gap left in the shelves. For the girl in white under the leaning oak by moonlight, with the mansion tilting its cavernous porches, ricketing back in the distance. His face, lit from below by the jaundiced flame of a cigarette lighter. An upper room. Confessions under the draftsman's lamp. Unaccountable losses. Crosswords. Enough to fill the absences between the sound of a gravelly morning voice. "They're 3 for a quarter." He cleared his throat. "You can look in this box if you want. Got nowhere left to put them. Made it in here just in time, huh? Don't think it'll last long, though. You can tell? I'm guessing. Anyway, we really need it. Can't see a goddamn thing out there, not even the far end of the ramp." Ellipsis. He pulled the cord under the light bulb. The front of the warehouse went dark, the fog outside from black to gray. "Lucky you didn't break your neck." "How far to the old railroad tracks?" "Can't say as I know. I'm new here. Only had the business for a week or so. Don't really know my way around yet. Got plenty of maps in the back, though." "I've been walking for hours. Something tripped me up at the end of the footbridge. My bag must have fallen into the ravine." "Well, take a look around. You might find something." "Do you have a bathroom?" "All the way in the back. Make a left under the hot air balloons. It's really my brother-in-law's place, but I had to take over. My sister called me up in the middle of the night. What could I say? You know how it is. What the hell, I was out of work anyhow. Got some Army surplus stuff back there, gas masks and things, all in working order. You want a towel?" "Don't bother." With the front light out, the bookshelves, massive blocks of shadow against the center depth, a labyrinth. Cluttered aisles ran between counters buried in heaps of musty bric-a-brac under the bilious haze of low-hanging fluorescent tubes. The air was heavy. I walked past mounds of toy soldiers from all epochs, whistles, noisemakers, gag and novelty items, monkeys pissing from an outhouse doorway, jello molds the shape of dimpled buttocks, flesh-tinted salt and pepper shakers with porous nipples, Hollywood game cards, dissolving spoons, whoopee cushions, counterfeit turds and vomit, pens you turn upside down for a comic effect, all banked against the filmy panes of antique break fronts and porcelain cabinets. I turned the corner, groping my way through lianas of balloon rigging. A long table stretched into the shadows under piles of phonograph records, old 78s, coloring books, women's compacts, and empty lipstick cylinders, in the midst of which reposed an olive-drab tin box. I opened it. A vinyl oxygen mask sprang out on the end of a lamp-blacked bellows. Apart from the proprietor, there was only one other man in the warehouse. I tried to push the mask back into its case. He was lying on the floor, hidden. Life-sized, painted statues of St. Teresa, the Baptist, and the martyr Sebastian, his bleeding chest and legs shot full of arrows, perched on the tie-beam above my head. It wouldn't go. Icons. His shoes, covered in a fine layer of dust, peeked out from between an upturned box spring and an antiquated harmonium. Their enameled eyes turned to the heavens. He must have been asleep, heads tilted back, almost grazing the laths under the iron ceiling with their noses. The full weight of my hands pressed down on the olive-drab lid. Unseen. Din of the rain above the last bellows gasp. Collapsing inwards, lost beyond the vaulting, hidden, forcing the mask back down. The upper reaches of darkness. Somewhere. The railroad tracks began or end under a thicket of spurge and dandelion, bordering another lot at the foot of promontory wall. Movements. Houses lost above the leaning sycamores with only a glimmer to bring them out along the ridge of the cliff. Faint blemishes yellowing on the air, beyond clusters of sumac, creeping over the boulders, traced in shadow. The other side of a narrow winding lane, picket fences, crooked, wood-warped slats all in a row with gaps for privet hedges where a track of ruts begins the driveway. A rectangle of feeble light, veined with gliding branches. In the mist above the porch, one of the turret windows with a silhouette staring, half asleep, into the gray beyond the edge of the veranda roof, to eavesdrop on the rustle of an acorn falling through the wet leaves. The silhouette turns its back on the shadow, recedes into a sulphurous veil of light, which vanishes. Loose slabs on a bed of pebbles in the dark. The lane describes a wide horseshoe curve around the lot below. A flight of concrete steps runs under a tunnel vault of hanging spiders. Crust. By one of the houses set deep in the face of the cliff, odors of humus and mildew seep through the bricks. Shortcuts to where the railroad tracks begin again, stitched together by degrees, one piece to another. Old foundations you can hear crumble away, softly in the distance, gray on gray, stacks of kindling, pyramids, the abandoned churchyard, half-devoured gravestones tilting out of the high grass and the bones that lie beneath them. Underground. Behind the rock face, you go down with nothing but a cold brick wall between you and stratum after stratum of leathery cadavers given up to the age-old feasting of worms. Past terraces under the earth, modes of dress, level by level, in greater or lesser degrees of tatters, silken cravats, rusted stick-pins, one moth-eaten collar, a deeper shade of gray than the fog, curled over a hollow fringed with yellowed teeth and marrow where the lower jaw has dropped away, and the head, up to the sockets of the eyes, is full of dust. The passage down, beneath a vault of ancient brick and cobwebs, masking empty eyes, to the charcoaled well yard to feed the dogs asleep in their kennel, muzzles drooling foam over the dead, pulling the bones with all their musk-lined gristle hanging off in shreds that make these crooked tracks in the dirt out of promontory wall. The fierce dream of the dogs is no more than a soft creaking in the roof struts, for the living have finally let go of their mercurial insomnias. Eyelids fall of their own weight. They've cut holes in all the burlap sacks. As the sand comes pouring out with a long hiss up to their necks, these eyes open on the desert. This is how you keep the vigil, to lie where the dogs lie on a bed of rotting mandibles. Part of a woman's skull that they use as a basin for rainwater you use as a pillow to mark the well yard in the mist. Into the gulf, the fall of an acorn. A silhouette comes back to its window, turns away from the shadow, recedes again into a vanishing rectangle of light behind the trees to keep itself going. A few minutes pass until it, or he or she, becomes a roving football in the room without light. Without light. The one who sits on the edge of the bed waiting for the alarm to go off, the one who listens to the springs squeak, who will never appear to the extent of revealing either a face or the mask of a face with holes cut out for sleepy eyes. Above the ceiling, blackness of this room, near the edge of the cliff, hanging by a thread. And so on into morning, waiting for the sun to break through the haze. The shadow, still less than shadow in the dark, goes to the window and leans out over the grimy sill. Dead leaves cling to the slate roof amid sunbursts of bird dung and crusty pits where pieces of shingle have broken off. Down on the grass, the crickets rattle-bell their metalish whine to cover the sound of breathing. The leaves rustle faintly. The wind is down. An animal rocks on its heels in the branches. Perhaps an animal, for when the less than shadow backs into the center of the room again with outstretched arms, knocking up against the furniture, it might already be floating above resinous exhalations of teak and polish, a lingering scent of mothballs, sweat, and dust. The breath dies in the sycamore. He or she or it can no longer be sure that there was breathing at all, or that it died because what moved had stopped moving, because the occupant of the room, alias less than shadow, alias silhouette, alias one who knows that below the ceiling blackness in this room, along the edge of the cliff, everything hangs by a thread which, inasmuch as the noise of the rustling leaves is concerned, breaks because the owner of aliases has ceased to give it a thought above the cricketing rattle. A fly had come in. That's what it was. It must have been a fly. The one who reinvents it. Having closed the window, the reinventor of aliases goes for a rolled-up newspaper to bat the fly, forgetting to forget, just to keep awake a few minutes longer, sitting on the edge of the bed, letting the fly dash itself to death against the filmy window panes. The low scaffolding under the weeds and crabgrass takes on the consistency of charcoal. Hollow, termites gnawing through the burl to the inner depths, it passes for what lies at the terminus of the old railroad, something which a man might want to pry open with the handle of a kitchen knife, just to see if anything were really there beside the wall of tombs in the rocks. The fog makes it all too simple. One doesn't need an abundance of small details to give the canvas life. A few discrete noises, stretched along a hypothetical line, with brief intervals of silence. Beyond that, if there really is a question of an upper room in a house somewhere above the cliff, one has first to imagine the cliff, the window. Mist takes care of the rest of the house, and oneself in that upper room, sprawled on the bed, imagining,